Chapter 1. A flourishing scene. The residence of the Duke of Zhenan, a venerable family with a century-long legacy, was aglow with splendor on the occasion of Lord Chun Ping's 30th birthday. A decade prior, the Grand Princess had married into the family, bestowing unparalleled wealth and immense power upon them. The estate was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of jubilation. The grand entrance stood wide open, crimson silks billowing as sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the four characters Zhenan Ho Fu in a dazzling golden hue. The long avenue was lined with an array of carriages, filled with distinguished guests who had come to celebrate, their splendid attire adding to the opulent scene, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Not far away, two young women paused to observe. The girl in white, Su Linlang, raised her delicate chin, revealing a pallid visage, her frame slight and fragile. Yet, her dark, luminous eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating brilliance. Behind her, the girl in green, Xiao Yin, wore a look of anxious uncertainty. "Miss, is this truly the place? Are we not mistaken?" Su Linlang, her expression inscrutable, regarded the surroundings for a moment before responding with an icy calm. "Xiao Yin, proceed as I have instructed." "Yes," Xiao Yin replied, taking a deep breath before swiftly merging into the throng of servants at the Ministry of Works, silently slipping through the gates of the Duke's residence. Su Linlang stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the plaque as a torrent of thoughts surged within her. Once a brilliant physician of the 21st century, she had found herself in a new realm following a fatal injury. This era, reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, was marked by a liberal spirit, where men and women could freely stroll the streets and indulge in leisure. Love blossomed freely, with couples only needing to inform their families of their intentions to wed, as both imperial and paternal authority was notably lenient. She felt fortunate to be liberated from many constraints, however. Upon her arrival 6 months prior, she was met with the heart-wrenching demise of her birth mother. Despite her familiarity with life and death, the sorrowful scene had left an indelible mark on her heart, allowing her to feel the profound grief of losing a loved one. Though they had never shared time together, the original owner's emotions and memories had enveloped her entirely. How could she not be mournful? The weight of her mother's final words pressed heavily on her heart, as though a great stone had been placed upon her chest. Drawing a deep breath, her pallid face revealed a flicker of resolve. Regardless of the challenges ahead, she would strive with all her might to honor her departed spirit. Within the grand hall of the Duke's residence, the matriarch, adorned in festive attire, reveled in the flattery that surrounded her, her eyes crinkling with joy. She had raised a remarkable son, well-versed in both the arts and martial disciplines, who garnered the emperor's trust and had wed the emperor's beloved sister, the Grand Princess of Chongning. Thus, he possessed both power and wealth in abundance. Clad in a resplendent red robe, Chun Ping exuded a refined charm, handsome and scholarly, standing proudly beside his wife, the Grand Princess. She was adorned with jewels, her visage painted with elegance, her beauty untouched by time, appearing as a youthful maiden despite having borne 2 children. Radiating joy and fulfillment, she glanced lovingly at her attentive husband on one side and her clever offspring on the other, feeling utterly complete in her life. Among the throng of noble women, who would not envy her, even her sisters regarded her with longing, their eyes glistening with jealousy. After all, her discerning eye had led her to a man of deep affection. Guests arrived in waves, their voices a chorus of congratulations. "My lord, congratulations! Wishing you joy. The Duke is favored by the Emperor, a pillar of the nation, a blessing to our dynasty. The Grand Princess, gentle and virtuous, is an exceptional partner, my lord. You are indeed fortunate." The air was thick with sycophantic praise, and the household of the Duke basked in the merriment, their faces aglow with happiness. Amidst the lively celebrations, a sudden cry pierced through the revelry. "My lord, I must see you. It is of utmost importance." Chapter 2. An unexpected intrusion. The shrill and piercing voice sliced through the joyful atmosphere like a knife. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Suddenly, a young girl of approximately 10 years, clad in green, burst into the room. The servants of the Chun household attempted to block her path, but the girl, agile and nimble, deftly evaded their grasp. The expression on the face of the Grand Princess darkened, her cold gaze sweeping across the scene. What is happening here? The servants, pale with fear, stammered, "My lord, Grand Princess, this girl has barged in for reasons unknown." Seizing the opportunity, a girl named Xiao Yin dashed forward, holding up an object high above her head, exclaiming, "Lord Chun, someone entrusted me to deliver this to you." As the onlookers focused their attention, they beheld a piece of pristine white jade, its surface smooth and lustrous, adorned with an exquisite phoenix motif. Chen Ping felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body trembling as he grasped it tightly, his expression one of intense excitement. "Where did this come from? Speak quickly." Xiao Lian, her head bowed in shyness, replied, "It was given to me by my young lady. She is waiting outside." Chen Ping's mind became a tumultuous storm, his body swaying involuntarily. "Quickly, let her in." "Ping Gu," the Grand Princess interjected, her brow furrowing with a hint of unease. "Is this jade pendant of great significance? Whose is it?" Chen Ping was oblivious to her concerns, his gaze fixated on the entrance, his heart a chaotic whirlwind. The crowd collectively turned to see who could provoke such a drastic reaction from Lord Chen. Amidst their scrutiny, a girl in white gracefully approached. Appearing to be around 10 years of age, her figure still unformed, devoid of makeup. Her youthful features were both innocent and striking, her slender form complemented by a delicate, palm-sized face, and her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality. However, all eyes were drawn to the small white flower nestled in her hair, a symbol of mourning. In an instant, the jubilant atmosphere turned somber. The Chun family members wore expressions of dismay, while the Grand Princess glared with suppressed fury, wishing to cast the girl out. It was clear she had come to bring misfortune. The girl stood before Chen Ping, bowing gracefully as she introduced herself. "I am Lin Lang, honored to meet Lord Chun." Her voice rang clear as a bell, yet carried an undercurrent of chill. Chen Ping, his heart ablaze with urgency, demanded, "From where did this jade pendant originate?" Lin Lang's expression turned sorrowful, her pallor evident. "It belonged to my late mother." Her soft words detonated like a bombshell in Chen Ping's ears, sending his world into a dizzying spiral as darkness encroached upon his vision. "What did you say? Her relic?" Was he mishearing? She was gone. Impossible. No, there must be a mistake. How could that woman have a daughter? Was she perhaps an adopted child? His mind was a tumult of confusion, and his heart was thoroughly unsettled, as a cool voice echoed in his ears. "I have come to return this jade to its rightful place and to convey a message. Encountering you was her fate. Yet, she bears no resentment. So please do not forget her as your first wife." At her words, the room erupted in astonishment, a cacophony of murmurs filling the air. "What? Your first wife? Was the Grand Princess not so?" Time had blurred the memories, and many had intentionally or unintentionally muddled the events of the past. Yet, some still remembered that Lord Chen's first wife bore the surname Su, the daughter of Chancellor Su. They had grown up together, a pair of childhood sweethearts, renowned for their deep affection. Alas, fate had been unkind. Their joyful days were fleeting, as Su fell gravely ill and passed away merely a year after their marriage. Calculating the years, it had been nearly a decade. How could another first wife emerge from the shadows? Chapter 3. You may rest assured everyone believed it to be a sinister plot concocted by political adversaries. However, the reaction of Lord Chun was entirely unexpected. His eyes reddened, tears glistening within, as he pondered, had she passed away? What illness had befallen her? Lin Lang's lips were tightly pressed, her heart aching slightly, melancholia consuming her. A malady of the heart that no remedy could cure. In her memory, that woman had never smiled. The longing was etched deep within her bones. Each time the wind blew, tears would fall, day after day, year after year, until she could no longer bear it. Like a thunderclap on a clear day, Lord Chun was profoundly shaken, collapsing under the weight of despair. Clutching the jade pendant, his countenance turned as pale as paper, his body swaying precariously, prompting the eldest princess to rush to his side, offering quiet words of comfort. Observing the heartbroken man, Lin Lang felt a flicker of satisfaction. He was accompanied by his beloved wife and child, living a life of splendor, while she, his mother, lived in torment. The young girl had traveled a great distance to deliver the news of sorrow, her mother having passed away 6 months prior. On her deathbed, she had entrusted Lin Lang to return the token of affection between the couple, expressing no desire to share the same grave, their bond now severed. Leaving him to his own devices, The eldest princess's gaze hardened as she fixated on the pristine jade pendant, her expression darkening to the utmost degree. Lord Chun was engulfed in agony, his heart wrenched, lamenting in despair that she had promised to live well. How could she have died? How could she? How could she stand before him now? They had vowed to depart this world together. His sorrowful demeanor incited the eldest princess's silent fury, her teeth clenched in rage. Yet she could only suppress her wrath, attributing all her resentment to Linlang. Linlang appeared oblivious, a faint trace of sorrow crossing her features. Life and death are decreed by fate. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. For her, death represented a form of liberation. This was the truth, not a matter of indifference, but rather an acknowledgement that life was far more arduous than death. No, Lord Chun emitted a heart-wrenching cry, spewing forth blood. The crowd gasped in shock, rushing to his aid. Father, Ping Gu, Ping Air. The matriarch was utterly terrified, fainting at the scene. The hall descended into chaos. As the eldest son of the Chen family, Chun Lian, stormed forward, attempting to expel the little wretch. The guests watched with detached eyes, offering no assistance. Linlang, unperturbed, stepped back a few paces, coldly retorting, "If I am a little wretch, then so are you. We share the same father. Who is more noble? No, I am the legitimate daughter born of the principal wife, while you are a child born of infidelity. How can we be compared?" Silence enveloped the room as all faces contorted in disbelief. Chun Lian felt as though he had received a heavy blow, consumed by rage. What did you say? He was the future heir of the marquis, the son of the eldest princess, truly a favored child of heaven, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Linlang smiled coldly, asserting that he was indeed the product of an illicit union. The implications of her words reverberated through the assembly. Had they been entangled before the demise of Su? My heavens, what a monumental secret. This revelation suggested that Su's interference had sealed her fate. If the girl's claims were true, that Su had not perished, and that Lord Chun was aware of her survival, what did that signify? A scandal, a monumental scandal, the likes of which had not been seen in the capital for a century. At last, Chen Ping regained his composure, sitting dazedly in a chair, his face ashen. Linlang furrowed her brow, addressing the Lord. Might I inquire, for the sake of wealth and power, you compelled your legitimate wife to flee into death, aligning yourself with the royal princess. Have you found solace in these years? Do you harbor even a hint of regret? Chapter 4. Defiance against authority. Chen Ping's body trembled, his complexion paling further. Alas, Linlang would not forgive him, not in this lifetime. The grand princess's eyes were red, unable to conceal the seething hatred within. Silence. You are spewing nonsense. Who is this mad girl? Throw her out. Linlang recalled her unfortunate mother, a tempest of rage swelling within her, and could not help but retort with cold sarcasm. Grand princess, you have triumphed, but I shall not extend my congratulations to a despicable wretch such as yourself. Usurping another's husband will surely bring retribution. The grand princess trembled with fury, commanding vehemently, "Get her out. No need for you to push. I shall leave on my own," Linlang replied, calm and composed, disregarding the advancing thugs. "There is one matter I must settle before I depart." With a sudden thud, she knelt on the ground, her expression solemn, and offered 3 deep bows to Lord Chun. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Lord Chun gazed at her, seemingly entranced, as a myriad of complex emotions flickered across his face. The astute grand princess quickly grasped her intent, her countenance shifting dramatically, while her daughter, Chun Wani, remained oblivious, angrily rebuking, "What are you doing? It is too late to beg for mercy now." She loathed this unexpected wild girl, blaming her for turning their family into a laughingstock. Linlong's lips pressed tightly together, her small face grave as she reflected. "These 3 bows are an expression of gratitude for the gift of life, Lord Chun. Without you, I would not exist. Thank you. Only the debt of life remains. And once it is repaid, I shall find peace in the world." A man clad in splendid attire could not restrain himself. "Lord Chun, is this truly your daughter?" Chen Ping scrutinized Linlang closely. Her lips bore resemblance to the Su family, yet her eyes mirrored his own. He was certain she was the offspring of both Su and himself. Why did she not reveal this sooner? Had he known earlier, he would have. At the very least, he would have cared for their daughter, ensuring she did not suffer alone in the world. A heavy silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with tension, as no one dared utter a word. The grand princess's face darkened, her rage palpable. A liar like you, who cannot deceive anyone else, dares to come to the Chun family to perpetrate your fraud? Take my name card and deliver her to the authorities for punishment. Her heart brimmed with hatred. Were it not for her reputation, she would have relished the opportunity to strike this vile creature down on the spot. But it mattered not. Once in her grasp, she had countless methods of retribution. Lin Lang seemed to see through her intentions, a smirk playing on her lips. Grand Princess, you may have won this man, but at the cost of your conscience and morality. To me, you are merely a disgrace to the royal family. Gasping murmurs rippled through the crowd. She was the first to dare insult a princess, her bravery commendable. The term vile creature struck the Grand Princess like a pair of resounding slaps, tearing apart her carefully crafted facade and eliciting a hysterical scream from her. Enough. Slap her. Lin Lang, having come prepared, was undaunted. In her eyes, the royal family was nothing but a fleeting shadow, devoid of reverence, let alone fear of a mere princess. Even if you were to kill me here today, it would not erase the wicked deeds you have committed. The heavens are watching. The Grand Princess's complexion flushed crimson, trembling with rage. She shrieked, "Strike her!" Before a servant could raise a hand, Chen Ping kicked him away, declaring, to defy authority is an unforgivable crime. He could not allow even his daughter to be struck. Such an affront was a direct blow to his honor. Chapter 5. Turmoil. The Grand Princess's heart raced as she took a deep breath, striving to suppress her rising anger. Pingu, do not believe the deceitful words of this little vixen. What daughter could that woman possibly have? Unless she bore an illegitimate child with someone else. She dismissed Lin Lang as merely a child, unworthy of her attention. The paramount concern was to soothe her husband and the guests, to regain control of the situation. Lin Lang, incensed by such remarks, could not allow anyone to slander the Su family. Illegitimate child? Who is it that seduces married men? Who bears a child before wedlock? Who is so impatient as to wield power to force others aside for their own gain? It is you, high and mighty princess. With all the men in the world gone, you still covet another's husband? You are truly despicable. Never before had anyone dared to so ruthlessly confront the princess. And she was the first. The Grand Princess's face flushed with rage, her chest ready to explode. You are doomed. This was a humiliation she had never endured, especially not in front of so many. The honor of her royal status was trampled, her dignity shattered. How could she show her face in public again? What right would she have to flaunt her power? Lin Lang held her head high, unyielding and fearless, having resolved to confront the situation head-on. I dare to come here today with no intention of leaving alive, Grand Princess. Go ahead and kill me. I shall wait for you in the afterlife. I trust you shall not keep me waiting too long. Though her stature was small and her age tender, the courage emanating from her was awe-inspiring. To act knowingly against the odds was a form of solitary bravery, worthy of respect. Everyone stood in stunned silence, as if seeing her for the first time, marveling at her spirit. Indeed, she was the daughter of a noble family, possessing both valor and pride, standing up for her deceased mother, a person of great courage and filial piety. The Grand Princess, infuriated by the lack of action from those around her, shouted, "Why aren't you moving? Kill her." The crowd shook their heads, a dignified princess reduced to a child, the royal facade utterly shattered. Such grandiose princesses, behind closed doors, revealed this disgraceful nature. Who would dare to marry into such a family? To kill in public is a grave sin, and to murder the legitimate daughter of the Qin family is an even greater crime. How could a princess so casually take a life? An elderly matron beside the Grand Princess leaned in, gently advising, "Your Highness, temper your anger. Do not fall into her trap. She seeks to provoke you deliberately. There must be someone behind her." The Grand Princess felt a jolt of alarm, her expression shifting multiple times. "Who sent you here? I have many enemies, but few possess such audacity." She intended to downplay this incident, making a mountain out of a molehill. Yet Lin Lang would not acquiesce to her wishes. Such excuses might deceive a child, but none present were fools. "Grand Princess, did you ever consider the feelings of others when you coveted another's husband? Did you reflect on the suffering of the one you discarded? No, you cared not at all. Your own happiness is all that matters. After all, you are a princess, free to act shamelessly." She stamped her foot upon the Grand Princess's pride, fiercely trampling it. This was her only means of avenging her mother and restoring justice posthumously. Veins throbbed on the Grand Princess's forehead as she lunged forward, swinging her arm down heavily. Lin Lang had anticipated this, deftly evading the blow. Causing the Grand Princess to lose her balance and fall, landing in a most undignified manner. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. The spectacle was too delightful, justifying their attendance and making it worthwhile. Chapter 6. Weighing pros and cons. Linlang looked down upon the utterly collapsed Grand Princess, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. Was there any need for her to be enraged out of humiliation? If one dares to act, one must also dare to bear the consequences. The princess is meant to be a paragon for the world. Such biting remarks rendered the individual worthless. Old Madame Chun had regained her composure and could not help but chastise. Enough. Our Chun family has no granddaughter as uncultured as you. Do not attempt to attach yourself to us. She refused to acknowledge Linlang's identity, entirely siding with the Grand Princess. Regardless of the circumstances, the Grand Princess belonged to the royal family and had raised a pair of children. She had no shortage of granddaughters and looked down upon a wild girl who brought shame upon the entire Chun family. Linlang, however, felt no disappointment. After all, there were no feelings involved, so why would she feel sorrow? Is it my fault that I was born but not nurtured? Rest assured, old madam, I have no desire to be a part of the Chun family. It is beneath me. The phrase beneath me struck the old madam like a heavy blow, sending her heart racing with fury. Impudent girl, I am your elder. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? She neither acknowledged her granddaughter nor hesitated to lecture her from an elder's standpoint. Such double standards were truly exasperating. Linlang raised an eyebrow, responding with an unusual question. Old madam, how should a younger generation behave when the elder is unkind? You. The old madam's face flushed with indignation, stammering on the word you for quite some time. The Grand Princess finally regained her composure, her eyes flickering. Let us converse in the courtyard. Once inside, she would not allow Linlang to act so brazenly. Linlang had achieved her objective and had no intention of prolonging the conflict. No, I have said all that needs to be said. I shall take my leave. She turned decisively, exhibiting a remarkable sense of resolution. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was she truly leaving just like that? Did she genuinely not wish to acknowledge her heritage? A figure rushed forward, blocking Linlang's path, gazing at her face as if searching for something. What is your name? Linlang lowered her brow, adopting a demeanor of gentleness and compliance, as though the audacious individual from earlier was not her. Linlang, Su Linlang. She was not foolish. Chen Ping was hesitating, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he was merely a snobbish opportunist. All his declarations of deep affection and everlasting love were nothing but deceitful drivel. Only her mother believed in such falsehoods, living a lifetime of solitude until her death. Linlang? Chun Ping's heart quivered, a flood of sweet memories rushing forth, emotions unbridled. Do not leave, child. You are a daughter of the Chun family and should remain here. Old Madame Chun was the first to oppose. Ping-er, do not speak of unfounded matters. She held no affection for the Su family, nor for their daughter, both harbingers of misfortune who only served to vex her. Even if she were a biological granddaughter, so what? She cared not. The expression on Princess Chongping's face darkened, her countenance shadowed with despair. Husband, our daughter cannot be recognized indiscriminately. Your legitimate eldest daughter is Chun Wan pouted in grievance. Father, in families such as theirs, the significance of the legitimate eldest son and daughter was paramount. She would not concede that title to anyone. Chen Ping heard nothing, his eyes reddening, emotions surging. Linlang, this name was given to you by Meyer and me. I thought Meyer had miscarried. If only I had known sooner. His words faltered, yet the meaning was discernible. When Su Mei left home, she was already with child. It remained unclear what transpired to lead to his misunderstanding. However, this did not excuse his actions. Linlang felt contempt within her heart. During his wife's pregnancy, he had dallied with the princess. Such a scoundrel was utterly revolting. Chapter 7. The sixth prince has arrived according to her understanding. Chun Lian was merely 3 months her junior. Though she harbored disdain within, her visage betrayed none. A tinge of sorrow graced her countenance as she let out a soft sigh. Yet, this could not alter the harsh reality. What use was a feigned confession? To take a life and then utter an apology. Was there any merit in that? Chun Ping felt a pang of guilt and exhibited extraordinary tolerance towards her, yet he insisted. At the very least, my legitimate eldest daughter shall not be cast adrift. Linlang, the past is irretrievable, but I shall strive to compensate you to the best of my abilities. His declaration of legitimate eldest daughter silenced the room, eyes darting in disbelief. This firmly established Su Linlong's identity. Chun Wani seethed with rage. yearning to pounce and take a bite out of the matter, yet she was restrained by the Grand Princess. Forced to endure her ire, Linlang's gaze swept over the mother and daughter duo. Her curiosity piqued, though she maintained an air of composure and sighed softly. Compensation? It was far too late for that. Taking advantage of his usual favor, Chun Lian urged loudly, "Father, she has spoken thus, so do not press her. Let her go." Chen Ping, somewhat vexed, hesitated to reprimand his only son. The atmosphere grew tense until a jovial voice broke through. "What a lively gathering. Have I arrived too late?" Linlang steadied her gaze to find a young man before her, exuding an aura of elegance and charm akin to a refined jade tree. With a graceful demeanor and slightly raised brows, the crowd fell to their knees, greeting the sixth prince. Everyone knelt, including the matriarch of the Qin family. While Linlang stood tall, her curiosity unabated as she regarded the sixth prince. Her large, expressive eyes blinked innocently, striving to present an endearing, childish facade. Although she was 11, her petite frame made her appear as if she were merely 8 or 9, and children had the right to be willful. The sixth prince paused, seemingly taken aback by such audacity in a child, casting a discreet glance in her direction. Linlang offered him a sweet smile, embodying innocence itself. Though lacking reverence for the royal family, she was cautious not to offend them. Her current strength was insufficient for such a confrontation. To challenge the entirety of royalty with her solitary power was a folly. It was wiser to temper her brilliance and avoid drawing attention for the time being. As for the Grand Princess, now wed into the Qin family, while targeting her was not impossible, it was a precarious endeavor. The sixth prince raised an eyebrow in surprise and gently gestured, "Everyone, please rise." Chun Wani hurriedly approached, affectionately tugging at the sixth prince's arm, pouting sweetly, "Cousin, your arrival is fortuitous. She has wronged my mother. To offend a royal princess is a grave sin, is it not?" Their familial bond was evident, displaying a close-knit relationship. To accuse a princess, especially a child, of wrongdoing was laughable. The sixth prince couldn't help but smile slightly. Noticing his skepticism, Chun Wani jumped in agitation. "It's true. If you doubt me, inquire of those present." Linlang pursed her lips, tilting her fair face upward, and with a soft, cherubic voice inquired, "Sixth prince, your timing is impeccable. I too wish to ask, is it true that a princess crime is equal to that of a commoner?" Adapting her demeanor, she transformed into the sweet, obedient neighborly girl, prompting many to rub their eyes in disbelief. Surely, they were not imagining things. The sixth prince regarded her intently, recognizing the truth in her words. This child was indeed intriguing, her inner nature contrasting sharply with her outward appearance. Linling beamed sweetly, resembling an innocent girl, pondering the consequences for a princess who disregarded propriety to claim another's husband. Chapter 8. Arrogance with the sharpest of words, yet a smile as innocent as a child. Her ability to shift seamlessly between these contrasts was nothing short of astonishing. The sixth prince curled the corner of his lips, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. It was rather intriguing. The Grand Princess's face flushed a deep crimson, unsure whether it was out of anger or embarrassment. In the presence of the sixth prince, how could she, as an aunt, dare to quarrel with a child? Even if she won, it would not be glorious. Furthermore, since no names were mentioned, her approaching the matter would be akin to self-incrimination. However, Chun Wan had no such reservations. Being young and reckless, she exuded a brazen arrogance. "Nonsense. My mother did not. Cousin, you must not believe this wretched girl. We are strangers." Linlang blinked her wide eyes, mouth agape in surprise. "I am the wretched girl. Then what are you? What about Lord Chen? And what of old Madame Chun? A family of wretches?" "Huh." Laughter erupted from the crowd, unable to contain themselves. It was quite entertaining. Chun Wan was nearly driven to madness. Her small face flushed as she stamped her foot. "Cousin, what crime is it to impersonate another's daughter?" The sixth prince cast a sidelong glance at Lin Lang, noting that her features mirrored those of Lord Chen perfectly. It would be odd if they were not related by blood. Speaking of which, the Grand Princess's children bore a striking resemblance to her, unlike Lord Chen's. "Lord Chen, what do you say? Is this a pearl lost to the vast ocean?" Everyone held their breath, turning their gazes toward Lord Chen, while old Madame Chen shot her son a sharp look, signaling him not to acknowledge. Lord Chen regarded the expressionless Lin Lang, inhaling deeply. "She is undoubtedly my daughter. She resembles both me and the Su family and possesses a jade pendant as proof." The Grand Princess's expression turned icy. a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes as her concealed hand bore the marks of her grip. Old Madame Chen was furious. Ping Er, do not be reckless. How can we leave this troublemaker behind? Lord Chun, accustomed to ruling unilaterally, would not tolerate dissent. Mother, how can the flesh and blood of the Chun family suffer in obscurity? He was the head of the household, his word law, wielding immense authority. Even a princess could not defy his will. The Grand Princess felt a pang of discomfort. After all these years, did he still cling to such memories? What did that make her? It was that woman seeking revenge on you. Before she could finish, Lord Chen interjected harshly. His face darkened. Mei Er is not that kind of person. She was a kind and good woman. Sue's departure had been too early, leaving behind a flawless image. Now that she was gone, all the beautiful memories surged forth, overwhelming him with emotion. She had left behind only this daughter. How could he possibly neglect the child? The Grand Princess's gaze flickered, barely concealing her fury and resentment. Yet she restrained herself, forcing a smile. Mother, since my husband has spoken, we shall heed his words. As long as he is content, that suffices. She presented herself as a dutiful and understanding wife, evoking admiration. Old Madame Chun was deeply touched, grasping her hand and showering her with praise. Princess, you are so understanding and considerate of your husband. Our Chen family is fortunate to have a daughter-in-law like you. Turning to face Lin Lang, old Madame Chen's demeanor shifted entirely, her tone harsh. Wretched child, do not kneel and thank the Grand Princess? Kneel and thanks? Huh. Lin Lang is not swayed by such tactics. She stood her ground defiantly. Whether to kill or punish, do as you please, having offended the princess. I shall not live much longer anyway, so I might as well meet my end swiftly. She was just a child, an uneducated child without guidance. No matter how rude or unreasonable, it was entirely expected. Chapter 9. Gaining the upper hand, a flicker of jealousy passed through the eyes of the Grand Princess. Yet her smile remained radiant, and her demeanor gentle as water. When have I ever contemplated harming her? For your sake, I shall treat her well, even if she harbors a heart full of hatred towards me. The sixth prince smiled faintly, already well acquainted with the cunning of this aunt, the most astute among the princesses. Little did he expect that one day she would resort to underhanded tactics against a mere child, thus tarnishing the dignity of a royal princess. Lin Lang rolled her eyes and sighed softly. The princess was indeed eloquent and impressive. My mother's defeat is not unjust. Power holds great allure. The Grand Princess's smile froze, her chest constricted in agitation, unable to contain her vexation. Bring Miss Su to the inner courtyard, she commanded. The repeated title of Miss Su subtly hinted at something deeper. Lin Lang paid little heed to surnames, whether Chun or Su, viewing them merely as labels devoid of significance. Upon entering the inner courtyard, it became her realm. Should one wish to crush her, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. Remember, should news of a death from the Duke of Jianan's residence reach you, it would signify her merciless hand at work. Keep your distance from this ruthless woman. The blunt proclamation hushed the room. The Grand Princess nearly fainted, clutching her chest, rendered speechless. The sixth prince arrived gracefully, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Miss Chun. Such a thing will never occur. As a prince, his every word carried the weight of the royal family. Lin Lang, with a playful glint in her eye, responded. Do you guarantee this in the name of the royal family? Her attitude towards the sixth prince and the Chen family was distinctly different, yet harmoniously aligned. For every debt has its creditor. Very well, replied the sixth prince readily, showing no signs of reluctance. This affirmation was precisely what Lin Lang sought. I am merely considering your reputation, dear sixth prince. Should any misfortune befall me, I shall require your assistance. The sixth prince had never encountered such a spirited young girl. Unafraid of him, which piqued his interest, he found himself drawn to her, feeling a sense of compassion for her loneliness. After a moment's thought, he removed a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to her, saying, If you ever need anything, use this to find me. Thank you, sixth prince. Lin Lang beamed with delight, elated at the assurance this provided. The Chen family would have to think twice before acting against her. The expressions of the Chun family members darkened, especially that of Chun Wani, who was so furious her face turned crimson as she stomped her feet in rage. Following this uproar, the banquet ended on an unhappy note. Lin Lang was escorted to the inner courtyard, where she was assigned accommodations at the elegant Yue cottage, along with a retinue of over a dozen servants. New garments and jewelry flowed in like a stream. Little Lotus eagerly touched this and that, her excitement palpable. Miss, you have finally triumphed. Lin Lang surveyed her surroundings. Noting the complete set of mahogany furniture, elegantly arranged, and a small courtyard adorned with osmanthus trees, known to be a guest house reserved for visitors. A smirk curved her lips, tinged with irony. Just as she was about to speak, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a figure charged in like a famished tiger. Su Linlang. Lin Lang reacted swiftly, dodging the oncoming assault. Chun Wani, in a frenzy, lunged at her, but Lin Lang's agility allowed her to evade with deft movements. The servants exchanged glances, bewildered and unsure of how to intervene. Ultimately, the stewardess, Granny Jiang, discreetly led the servants away, even dragging the struggling little lotus out, allowing her mistress to vent her frustrations. Chapter 10. The mischief of the ugly Chun Wani felt dizzy and disoriented after her fall. Still grappling with the situation when she was restrained, the pain from her tumble overwhelming. Having been pampered her entire life, she was unaccustomed to such suffering, and her cries echoed her agony. Seething with resentment, she thought, "How dare you discipline me? Have you looked in the mirror? What are you? How could one like you be worthy of being the young lady of the Zhun Nen Marquis?" Lin Lang, having exhausted herself and perspiring profusely, felt elated. She seized Chun Wani's right hand, her lips curling into a peculiar smile. "Your fingers are rather lovely. They would look splendid preserved in alcohol." As if struck by a thunderbolt, Chun Wani stood frozen, terror etched on her face. "What did you say?" With a thin, frosty smile, Lin Lang's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Has no one told you that you are quite ugly? The ugly often engage in mischief. You are the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly." Chun Wani, racked with pain, yet fiercely proud of her beauty, felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance. "Let me go? Just because you have the sixth prince's words backing you. Do not think I will not act against you. If I wish for your life, it shall be so." Relying on her youth and favoritism, she conducted herself with reckless abandon. But before she could finish her retort, she suddenly clutched her face and let out a piercing scream. "Ah, it itches terribly." Lin Lang rose with satisfaction, gazing down at her with a smile. A foreboding sensation washed over Chun Wani as she scrambled to the mirror, her heart racing with dread. To her horror, she saw her face covered in numerous red rashes, a terrifying sight that sent cold sweat cascading down her back. In a fit of rage, she shattered the mirror and screamed, "Su Lin Lang, what have you done to me? What could I possibly do?" "I am but a delicate little girl," Lin Lang replied, her expression sweet and innocent, resembling a harmless child. "Oh dear, is your face going to be disfigured? Transforming you into a hideous creature you may never marry." Terrified, Chun Wani shouted, "You will pay for this." She rushed out, leaving a trail of chaos and frantic screams in her wake. A figure clad in blue dashed over, anxiously scrutinizing Lin Lang. "Miss, are you unscathed? Those servants attempted to drag me away, forbidding me from assisting you. How dare they treat you with such disrespect?" Lin Lang, unfazed, shrugged off the incident. Being new to this place, she was merely a little girl, and those sycophantic servants, who were loyal to the Grand Princess, had no inclination to protect her. However, she did not seek their approval. She would fight her own battles. "I'm a bit weary. I shall rest for a while. I need to regain my strength for the formidable challenges ahead," she declared. Xiao Lian was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly unafraid? Since her recovery, Mrs. demeanor had transformed dramatically from timid to assertive, refusing to tolerate any slight. Yet, she relished this bold and vengeful side of her mistress, so vibrant and free, infusing life with purpose. "Please rest. I shall keep watch outside." They had traversed a tumultuous path, and reaching this point had been no small feat. As Lin Lang finally settled down, a knock echoed from outside. The old matriarch summoned Lin Lang to the Xian Hall immediately, insisting on punctuality without delay. Chapter 11. Malice concealed in kindness. The Qian Tang sent 5 servants in succession to urge, even surrounding the elegant Yu Pavilion. After a half-hour of delay, Lin Lang finally rose slowly, flipping through the garments sent to her, all vibrant and ornate, evidently discarded finery of Chun Wani. With a disdainful pout, she realized this was yet another trap. Knowing she was in mourning, they had the audacity to present her with such garish attire, clearly intending to label her as unfilial, tarnishing her reputation. Though she personally didn't mind, being schemed against was an entirely different matter. She donned her old clothes once more, a simple white robe that accentuated her delicate features, giving her a pitiful appearance that only highlighted her beauty. Accompanied by Xiao Lian, she entered Qian Tang, Immediately sensing the oppressive atmosphere, the smiles had vanished from the faces around her, replaced by an air of solemnity. As if mourning a death in the family, the gazes directed at her brimmed with sympathy and pity, tinged with a sense of helplessness. The haunting cries of Chun Wan-yi pierced the dim night, as the elderly matriarch and the grand princess hovered anxiously by the bedside, desperately trying to comfort her beloved. They had cherished this girl since childhood, never daring to lift a finger against her. Now, the once adorable child was reduced to a state of disarray. Her face contorted in anguish, wailing as if the very heavens might fall. With an announcement, Lin Lang, clad in white, entered the room. The grand princess glared fiercely, while the elderly matriarch seethed with rage, commanding, "Kneel before me." Lin Lang remained unmoved, her expression cool and composed, pondering what heinous crime she had committed. With a sharp rebuke, the matriarch accused, "You poisoned Xiao-yi. Your heart is truly wicked." Lin Lang's eyes widened in astonishment. Poisoned? Surely, she must have misheard. The matriarch, sensing her denial, grew even more incensed, asserting that the physician had declared it poison and that Xiao-yi had emerged from her room in such a state. If not you, then who else could it be? No matter how she scrutinized Lin Lang, she found her distasteful. Regardless of whether the girl was truly culpable, all blame fell upon her shoulders. With such a malicious heart and disrespect for your elders, how do you deserve to be a Chun? Lin Lang's expression hardened as she regarded the matriarch. Madam, you are of advanced years, and your faculties seem diminished. What poison could I possibly possess, and how could I administer it to her? Is there any evidence? To accuse someone without proof is most unbecoming. She spoke with unwavering resolve, refusing to yield. Life is fleeting, there is no need to suffer indignities. Enraged and humiliated, the matriarch pointed a trembling finger at her. You do not deserve to be my granddaughter, nor to bear the Chun name. Expecting to intimidate Lin Lang, she was destined for disappointment. Lin Lang shrugged dismissively. You are equally unworthy to be my grandmother, lacking respect for your elders, and unfit to preside over the Chun family as a virtuous matron. Having no shared history or affection, Lin Lang treated others as they treated her, with simplicity and clarity. You. The elderly matriarch, unable to counter her, was nearly apoplectic with rage. Having always enjoyed smooth sailing, she had never encountered such defeat. Seize her. Lin Lang clenched her sleeves tightly, ready to respond, yet suddenly her ears perked up. Lowering her gaze, she feigned helplessness, her expression one of innocent despair. If you seek to frame me, simply say so. Why resort to such elaborate schemes? I understand your intentions, to silence me and eliminate any future threats. Chapter 12. The confrontation. Lady Chun, filled with a mix of shame and anger, pounded her fist on the chair. She was silenced by the arrival of a tall figure who rushed in front of Lin Lang, his face contorted with frustration. Stop it, mother. What are you doing? He had been preoccupied with resolving matters outside, and upon returning, he was met with chaos. Was it too much to ask for a moment of tranquility? Chen Ping, the sole son of Lady Chun and her most cherished person, could not bear to see her protect another woman. Memories of his defense of Su Shi flooded her mind, leaving her feeling unsettled and discontented. Ask her what good she has done. Not only has she harmed Ear, but she has also insulted and humiliated me. It drives me to the brink of madness. Both of them are wretched. Su Shi has bewitched my son, leading him to openly defy my wishes. Now, her daughter dares to publicly disgrace the Chen family, and he still stands by her? Lin Lang's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling. My lord, if you truly care for me, please grant me a chance at freedom. Her tearful visage mirrored that of Su Shi, causing Chen Ping's heart to shudder with a rush of emotions. As long as I am here, no one shall bully you. Mother, Lin Lang is my daughter, your granddaughter. Cannot you show her some compassion? It is only in the face of loss that one truly understands the value of what they had, a cruel truth of human nature. Lady Chun felt a surge of indignation, nearly spitting blood. Whenever Su Shi was mentioned, her son became irrational, forgetting all propriety, deepening her hatred for Su Shi. You say I lack compassion? Pinger, you wound me deeply. With a swift motion, Chen Ping knelt down, raising his garment in a gesture of submission. Mother, I owe much to Lin Lang and her mother. For my sake, please cease your hostility towards them. Harmony within the family fosters prosperity. He had once vowed to care for Su Mei for a lifetime, yet fate had betrayed him, forcing him to forsake a good woman. Nevertheless, he was determined to protect their daughter at all costs. Lady Chun trembled with fury, slapping the air in frustration. You wretched son. The Grand Princess clenched her fists. Her expression darkened, haunted by the specter of Su Mei. Why could he not let go of that woman? What made her superior to Su Mei, that lowly creature? My lord, look at Eater's face. She is your most beloved daughter, who has called you father for many years. Can you bear to let her suffer in vain? Wan Yi wept heartbrokenly, incessantly calling for her father, her small face flushed with distress, covered in alarming red rashes. Ensure the physician treats her well. Lord Chun, who typically doted on this daughter, felt a pang of sorrow. However, he could not believe Lin Lang possessed such strength. Lin Lang was merely a child, only a year older than Wan Yi. How could she have done this? His clear support for Lin Lang incited the Grand Princess's fury, her teeth grinding in anger, wishing to tear this insolent girl apart. My lord, I have never asked anything of you, but this time, I implore you to allow me to handle this matter. I will not wrong an innocent. Her sincerity was palpable. After years of marriage, she had maintained an impeccable image as a paragon of virtue, causing Lord Chun to waver in his resolve. Should he trust her just this once? The Grand Princess, sensing an opportunity, felt a surge of malicious delight as a mocking voice pierced the air. Grand Princess, you are merely crying thief while gambling with your own daughter's safety. How bold! May I inquire what you have prepared for me? A whip? Poison? A silken noose? Chapter 13. The arrival of the chosen one. The Grand Princess was in a frenzy, internally cursing Lin Lang while outwardly appearing utterly aggrieved. After years of marriage, how could her spouse harbor such distrust? Would she truly harm her own children? Ear and Lianer were her very lifeblood. Chun Wan Yi's cheeks burned with heat and irritation. She felt unbearably uncomfortable. Father, it was she who harmed me. Make her reveal the antidote. Father, I do not wish to be disfigured. Lord Chen glanced back and forth, wavering and unable to discern the truth. Which words were genuine? What was the reality? Lin Lang sighed softly, a trace of envy flickering within her. The synergy between mother and daughter was seamless, an exquisite harmony. If only her own mother were alive, how wonderful it would be. She refrained from loudly defending herself. Yet her retorts effectively dismantled the accusations, stirring a sense of guilt in Lord Chun, truly masterful. The Grand Princess's expression shifted numerous times, a quiet alarm ringing in her heart. Who was orchestrating this? How could such a clever scheme originate from merely a young girl? Chun Wan Yi felt not only flushed, but also overwhelmingly distressed, her emotions spiraling out of control. Su Lin Lang, do you dare to swear to the heavens? Why not? Lin Lang extended her right hand, her countenance earnest and sincere. I swear to the heavens, if I am responsible, let my entire Chen family be left without a burial place. Upon uttering these words, the servants stifled laughter, their shoulders shaking in amusement. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. Chun Wan Yi, consumed by rage, screamed madly. Who dares? Such audacity. Drag them out and beat them. She was thoroughly unraveling, her demeanor entirely askew. Who dares? A jovial voice resonated, as a young man clad in fine garments entered, crowned with a golden tiara. He exuded a carefree smile, his youthful exuberance palpable. At the tender age of 13 or 14, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, he was strikingly handsome, certainly destined to become a heartthrob. Chun Wan Yi's eyes lit up with joy, a radiant smile gracing her face. Cousin, yet. As the smile tugged at her wounds, her expression faltered, and she hastily covered her face with her hands, panic-stricken. Cousin, you must leave, quickly. In such a disheveled state, how could she face anyone? The heir of the Gene Prince strode forth, his gaze flitting over Lin Lang with evident interest. Had he not already seen it? Was it not a pig's head? Chun Wan Yi was distraught, wishing she could vanish into a hole in the ground. Ah, the Grand Princess, well aware of her daughter's thoughts, gently advised, Young master, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. Let Ear recover, and you may return to play with her. The Gene Prince's heir, the true embodiment of privilege, was not only doted upon by his father, but even the Empress regarded him as a treasured gem, indulging him without restraint. Consequently, he was bold and fearless, unafraid even to confront the princess, establishing himself as a formidable presence in the palace. Very well. The Gene Prince's heir, Dugu Yi, agreed, stepping forward to grasp Lin Lang's hand. This little girl is quite amusing. I shall take her with me. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Lang herself was momentarily at a loss. Who was this person? Chun Wan Yi reacted most vehemently, a furious scream escaping her lips. No, absolutely not. Dugu Yi paid no heed, pulling Lin Lang towards the exit. Lin Lang hesitated but did not resist. Chen Wan-yi, utterly exasperated, cried out, "Cousin, she is the eldest daughter of the Chen family. Why would she leave her home to reside elsewhere? There will be gossip." Chapter 14. I am not Silver Dugu remained as stubborn as ever, declaring, "I do not care." But Chen Wanni's eyes darted about, her mind in disarray. My sister cares, my father cares, my grandmother cares, right? She had no choice but to seek help from her family. She could not simply stand by as Lin Lang approached the crown prince's heir, which would surely infuriate her. Old Lady Chen slowly grasped the situation and hurriedly intervened, stating, "Young master, it is improper. The Chen family cannot comply with such requests." Uninteresting, Dugu frowned, displaying evident displeasure. "Fine, let her accompany me for a while." Lin Lang pursed her lips, feeling quite uncomfortable. How could this little brat speak so? What play? Did he not see her busy battling monsters? Chen Wanni, in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat, her eyes reddening. "No, I am a fool. I cannot joke or comfort anyone. It is rather dull. Once I am well, I will play with you every day." Having been repeatedly rebuffed, Dugu Ye's expression darkened, and he coldly questioned, "I insist on playing with her. What of it?" Despite his youth, an innate authority emanated from him, instilling fear in others. Chen Wanni, deeply worried, shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face. "Cousin, I am already suffering enough. Please do not be angry with me, mother." The Grand Princess felt a throbbing headache. Her daughter had been infatuated with the Crown Prince's heir since childhood. Yet, it was evident that he remained oblivious to her affections. "Year, please go to the study. I shall have someone bring some refreshments." Dugu Yi, truly incensed, disregarded her entirely and stubbornly dragged Lin Lang outside. From behind, Chen Wanni's frantic screams echoed, "You must not leave. I forbid it." Once out of sight, Lin Lang exhaled deeply, shaking off the Crown Prince's heir's hand, finding a secluded spot to sit, completely ignoring those around her. Dugu Yi watched her with a curious smirk. Her demeanor was unrefined, lacking formal etiquette training, yet it was not crude. Rather, it was natural and poised, as graceful as flowing water. Despite being merely a young girl, she dared to humiliate the entire Chen family in public, a remarkable audacity. Lin Lang ignored his gaze. Gazing up at the azure sky, her spirits lifted, her brows arched, and a hint of a smile gracing her lips. This was merely the first step, and it appeared promising. Dugu Yi could not resist poking her, leaning down to inquire, "Little girl, you seem quite happy?" Lin Lang responded with a sweet smile, "Yes. The more they cry, the happier I become. And, little brat, do not call me little girl. I am older than you." Hearing him refer to her as little girl felt utterly out of place. Dugu Yi felt as though he had received a profound insult, leaping up in disbelief. His eyes wide as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Who is the little brat?" Throughout his life, everyone had treated him with utmost respect. Elders had showered him with affection, and no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lin Lang rested her chin on her hand, her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently. "Why, it is the Crown Prince's heir." Dugu Yi stared at her, as if she were a peculiar creature. Did she truly know his identity and still dare to speak in such a tone? Was she not afraid of him at all? He clenched his fists, feigning an intention to strike, angrily retorting, "You are quite annoying. No wonder my cousin dislikes you. I do not like you either." Lin Lang's gaze traversed his face without fear. If he truly intended to strike, she would have already dealt him a slap, rather than engage in such futile chatter. "It matters not. I am not the beloved Silver everyone adores." Chapter 15. The innocent young man, her words were so amusing that it was hard for him to suppress his laughter. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor as he gazed at her. "If you can make me happy, I might consider helping you through your current predicament." Originally, he had come merely to observe the spectacle, but such an entertaining performance was too good to miss. However, he found himself inexplicably distracted by her, deviating from his intended path. Lin Lang paused for a moment. "How do you plan to handle this?" She had always relished facing challenges head-on. Sitting beside her, Dugai spoke with unwavering confidence. "As long as I utter a single word, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." He was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went, brimming with self-assurance. Lin Lang squinted her eyes, a sweet and innocent smile gracing her lips. "But what if I want to provoke them? What then?" Dugai was momentarily stunned. Where did this little troublemaker come from? Such audacity was infuriating. He couldn't help but scold her. "You are utterly clueless. I was only considering helping you out of pity." "Pity? What do I have to be pitied for?" Lin Lang retorted. "A prodigious doctor, She was unparalleled in her abilities, with everyone else looking up to her. She had no understanding of what it meant to be pitiful. As for her duplicitous family, they were better off non-existent. Wealth and glory were never her desires. Observing her disdainful and indifferent expression, Du Guy felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Such eloquence. You're merely sour grapes, because you can't reach the grapes. It was evident that her heart had been shattered, yet she pretended to be indifferent. How pitiable indeed. Lin Lang found his condescending pity quite irritating. Do you presume I am as naive as you? Little brat, go away and don't interfere with my plans. Du Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Completely taken aback. How shameless. You're younger than I am, and yet you dare call me brother. Heh, Lin Lang rolled her eyes. Too lazy to engage in a debate with him. Du Guy, with his fragile pride, could not endure such ridicule and fixed her with a stern glare. What do you mean by that? With a smile, Lin Lang waved her hand dismissively. Prince Jean, it's dark now. Good children should return home. Her casual remark irked Du Guy, who seized her sleeve and pulled her closer. Say that again. Unconsciously, Lin Lang turned her head, and her lips brushed against a warm surface, leaving both of them stunned. Du Guy's mind went blank, his left cheek burning from the unexpected contact, his face flushing crimson, even his neck turning red. Oh, the innocence of youth. Lin Lang gently pushed him away, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. It had not been intentional. Du Guy stared at her in a daze, foolishly accusing her. You assaulted me. Lin Lang was taken aback. Assault? Wasn't it merely a fleeting brush of their faces? Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss? He was a boy. Wasn't it said that royal offspring mature early? Perhaps he even had a young mistress. Why pretend to be an innocent youth? I did not. It was an accident. She, too, felt awkward, coming from a family of doctors. Her thoughts were solely focused on medicine. She had never had a boyfriend, let alone held hands with a boy, much less kissed one. You assaulted me. Du Guy, with his face aflame, his heart racing, continued to accuse her, unable to stop the relentless rhythm of his claims. What to do? Lin Lang, flustered and enraged, felt a rush of boldness and, almost instinctively, pressed his head down, leaning in to peck at Du Guy's cool, thin lips. Now, that is what you call an assault. Silly. Chapter 16. The Easily Deceived Man. You. Du Guy's face flushed crimson, a deep blush spreading from his head to his toes, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, he sprang up and bolted out, running as if demons were on his heels. Hey, what are you running for? Lin Lang rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. Is he really that innocent? Time passed unknowingly, and Xin Ping approached, his expression grave and brow furrowed. Lin Lang, did you truly poison her? Before he could finish, Lin Lang turned away, her demeanor icy. Xin Ping, filled with anxiety, blocked her path. Where are you going? Lin Lang gazed at him coldly, her eyes reflecting disappointment, sorrow, and a profound sadness. Since no one in the Qin family welcomes me, I would rather leave early than become an eyesore, a thorn in their side. Xin Ping felt a sharp pang in his heart, overwhelmed with guilt. Do not overthink it. I am merely concerned for your sister. She is still a child. He did not doubt Lin Lang, but after hearing his wife and children's accusations, some of it had inevitably seeped in. Lin Lang's eyes reddened. Yet she fought back tears. Lord Qin, do you know how old I am this year? Despite her outwardly fragile appearance, she internally scoffed. What a fool. Men with soft ears are too easily deceived. Xin Ping stood frozen, his complexion shifting from pale to green, as if a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. 10 years old, yet you are far more mature than her. Her precociousness gave everyone a false impression that she had grown into adulthood. Lin Lang scoffed inwardly. Having such a biological father was indeed sorrowful. With pressed lips, she remarked, naturally, she has parents to shield her from the storm, while I am left to fend for myself. Who cannot act? She could as well. Seeing her forced semblance of strength, Xin Ping felt a surge of guilt. It was his failure as a father that his daughter, a noble lady of the marquis, lived like a beggar, lacking even a decent garment. Lin Lang, this is your home. I shall protect you from now on. Bring everyone here. With a commanding tone, he summoned all the servants. Soon, they lined up before him, a silence enveloping the scene. No one knew his intentions, and the servants exchanged furtive glances, wondering what was happening. With a grave demeanor, Xin Ping waved his hand. All of you come forward to pay respects to the young lady. This was a formal acknowledgement of Lin Lang as the legitimate daughter of the Zhen Nen marquis. It represented his compensation towards her. The servants exchanged uneasy looks, none daring to step forward. Lin Lang observed with a cold gaze, a slight smirk on her lips. As Chun Ping's expression darkened, the atmosphere growing tense. The steward, anxious and sweating profusely, cautiously stepped forward. "My lord, this may not be wise," the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess, the matriarch of the household, wielded significant power and was notoriously vengeful. No one wished to offend her. As Chun Ping's expression slightly softened, Lin Lang sighed, her voice tinged with deep grievance. "Indeed, my lord, do not provoke the princess on my account. It is not worth it. What am I? And what is my mother? You must heed her words." In this household, the traces of the Su family had long been erased. From top to bottom, they chose to forget, as if she had never existed. However, she would not acquiesce. Chun Ping's face darkened immediately, feeling his authority as head of the family challenged. "I am the master of this household. Anyone who refuses to pay respects to the young lady shall be sold off, without exception." Chapter 17. Do you wish to fight? The servants trembled in fear as they approached the young lady to pay their respects. Lin Lang responded with a gracious smile, exhibiting poise and elegance that left a lasting impression. In their hearts, onlookers sighed. This young lady appeared more astute and clever than the second miss, yet fate had dealt her a poor hand. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Lang's eyes. She had finally reached this pivotal moment. But when would the ancestral rites be conducted? Only after the ceremony could she truly be considered the eldest daughter of the Qin family. She cared little for titles or these so-called relatives. However, her mother, on her deathbed, had expressed an unwavering desire to return to the Chun family as the legitimate wife, yearning for recognition from all members of the family, to be interred alongside Chun Ping after death. This wish was daunting, akin to reaching for the heavens, yet regardless of the challenges, she was resolute in fulfilling it. Chun Ping contemplated, "Perhaps at the year's end, we can hold the ancestral hall ceremony and inscribe your name in the family tree." Lin Lang finally unveiled a smile. "All right then, I shall await that day." Chun Ping nodded with satisfaction, visibly pleased, and summoned the steward. "Aji, please personally escort the young lady back to her quarters. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will receive 20 lashes before being confined to the woodshed." "Understood." The steward, wishing to extricate himself from the impending turmoil, felt trapped by his duties. The atmosphere was charged with impending upheaval, but the Grand Princess would undoubtedly do her utmost to prevent it. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. The conflicts among the masters would only serve to burden the servants further. Upon returning to Yue Cottage, Lin Lang enjoyed a meal and a steaming bath, revitalizing her spirit. With her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, Xiaolian helped her dry off, remarking, "Miss, you seem in high spirits." Having received Chun Ping's promise, Lin Lang was indeed joyful, eagerly anticipating the new year. The prospect of delicious food and warm baths filled her with contentment. However, upon glancing at Xiaolian's troubled expression in the mirror, she felt a pang of curiosity. Xiaolian's face was etched with worry. "Miss, I do not like it here. When can we leave?" The others ignored her, hurling cold jibes and veiled insults, which unsettled her greatly. She would rather endure a life of simplicity than endure such vexations. Lin Lang frowned slightly. "Do not fret. When the time comes, we shall depart." Xiaolian exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over her. As night deepened, Lin Lang curled her lips into a subtle smile before sinking into a deep, fragrant slumber. Moonlight poured in, casting a gentle glow upon her exquisite features. She slept soundly, the fatigue of her travels weighing heavily upon her. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a cacophony outside. "Young master, you cannot barge in. Get out of my way." "Young master," Chun Lian's furious voice erupted. "Anyone who dares obstruct my path shall be sold off. The Duke of Jianan's residence will not harbor such servants. Stay outside." Xiaolian, startled from her slumber on the windowside couch, was filled with trepidation. Was it truly the young master of the Duke of Jianan? What could he possibly want at such a late hour? Lin Lang stirred, hastily donning a garment, just as Chun Lian stormed in, raising his arm in a menacing strike. "It's you. It must be you. If you produce the antidote, I might spare you a few days. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in dire straits." His arrogance was palpable, his actions brutal, showing no regard for familial ties. In his eyes, she was not his sister, but the enemy who had brought turmoil to his family. Lin Lang's gaze turned icy as she deftly intercepted Chun Lian's fist with a subtle wave of her hand, a smirk playing on her lips. Is this truly the predicament of Chun Wan Yi at this moment? Chapter 18. The pig pretending to be a tiger, he forced himself to maintain composure, striving to conceal any hint of fear. Yes, better be sensible and do not provoke me into action. A faint smirk appeared on Linlong's face, surprised that the esteemed young master of the marquis's household could be so brutish and unreasonable. Chun Lian, incensed, unleashed a torrent of curses. You little wretch. Looking for a beating? With one hand immobilized, he resorted to striking with the other, but before he could reach her, Linlang executed a swift kick, toppling him. Before he could react, a rag was stuffed in his mouth, and a flurry of fists rained down. Though they appeared light, each blow felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, causing him immense pain. The servants stood anxiously at the door, none daring to intrude. The one person in this household who must not be offended was neither the Grand Princess nor Chen Ping, nor even the old matriarch, but rather Chen Lian, the future Marquis of Jinan. He was the true treasure of the family, held delicately in hand, lest he be dropped, and cherished in the mouth, lest he melt away. The sounds of the struggle echoed loudly, filling the servants with dread and anxiety as they urged caution. Young master, do not strike too hard. If the Marquis finds out, he will be furious. Young master, please, cease your actions. The young lady has just returned, and the Marquis is quite fond of her. It would be unwise to jeopardize familial bonds over a mere maid. What on earth has transpired? After what felt like an eternity, the commotion within finally subsided. The door swung open, and a throng rushed in. There sat Linlang on the ground, her hair disheveled, appearing as though she had endured great torment. Meanwhile, Chun Lian lay sprawled on the floor, howling in agony. It hurts so much. The onlookers exchanged glances, noting that the young master bore no injuries. His attire pristine despite his dramatic cries. Was this a ruse to preemptively strike first? Chun Lian writhed in pain, consumed by anger and indignation. I shall summon the imperial physician. I want my father to witness the true face of his precious daughter. He struggled to rise, but his body was racked with pain, trembling uncontrollably. The servants rushed to support him, bewildered. Young master, what are you saying? What has happened? Silently mocking, they observed how adept he was at feigning distress, convincing even himself. By the time Chen Ping and the Grand Princess hurried over, Chun Lian had already been carried back to his quarters. Upon seeing his parents, his eyes welled with tears as he relayed his plight. Father, she struck me. She dared to hit me, and with such ferocity. Father, you must take my side. Chen Ping was utterly shocked. He looked at his son, whose lips were unblemished and whose teeth were white, and then at Linlang, whose hair was in disarray. He could not help but furrow his brow. She struck you? How could that be? He understood his son's pampered nature, unable to bear the slightest grievance, a consequence of their indulgence. While trivial matters could be overlooked, framing his elder sister was beyond the pale. Chun Lian wept in despair. Do not be deceived by her false exterior. She is a barbarian who recognizes no kin and strikes without mercy. The Grand Princess immediately believed him, embracing her son with heartfelt concern. My dear husband, did you see? That wretched girl loathes our entire family and wishes ill upon our children. Will you continue to tolerate her? Matriarch Chen entered, supported by a maid, gently stroking her precious grandson's back, offering comfort while scolding. Ping. Must you wait until our entire family is harmed by that girl before you awaken to the truth? Chapter 19. The silent suffering Chen Ping furrowed his brow, unable to utter insincere words. Dr. Jiang arrived. The matriarch of the Chun family repeatedly urged Dr. Jiang to enter. Her heart suspended in anxiety as she watched him examine her grandson, her tension palpable. After a prolonged examination, Dr. Jiang furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. The Grand Princess's heart raced, and she cautiously inquired, Doctor, what is the matter? He was her only son. If anything were to befall him, how could she endure it? She felt an overwhelming desire to strike Linlang, blaming this little enchantress for the predicament. Dr. Jiang withdrew his hand and calmly remarked, The young lord is neither ill nor injured. His health is robust. The unspoken secrets of noble families are often obscured, and he had no intention of delving into them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present varied, while Linlong's lips curved into a subtle smile, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. As a physician, she understood precisely how to strike at the core of a matter, inflicting pain without leaving a trace, which was a trivial task for her. The Grand Princess was taken aback, instinctively questioning, How can this be? Have you made an error in your diagnosis? What injuries could possibly exist? Dr. Jiang, renowned for his exceptional skills and accustomed to treating the imperial family, would not have come had it not been for his connection with the Qin family. His displeasure was evident as he retorted, "My lord, did you summon me so early in the morning merely to jest?" Chun Lian, unable to contain his agitation, exclaimed in disbelief, "How can it be that he has no injuries? Have you lost your senses?" Dr. Zhang's face turned pale with indignation. "Master Chun, I am a man of integrity. I speak only the truth and cannot indulge in your charade." Chun Lian, in excruciating pain and overflowing with rage, pointed toward the girl in the corner, furiously suggesting, "Have you been bribed by Su Linlang? What extraordinary influence she wields." Bribed? Dr. Zhang felt deeply insulted, his anger surging as he declared, "That is the gravest affront to my character. After 30 years in medicine, I dare not claim to be revered, but my reputation is well established, even acknowledged by the emperor himself for my skill and dedication. Who would dare question the judgment of one so esteemed?" Qin Ping, quick to react, broke into a cold sweat and urged, "Dr. Jiang, please, do not be angry. My son is merely confused." Dr. Zhang's gaze softened as it fell upon Lin Long's youthful face. "My lord, your family matters have become common knowledge. Miss Linlang has endured much. If you cannot treat her kindly, do not cause her further harm." With a respectful bow, he turned to leave. In a state of urgency, Qin Ping pursued him, offering countless reassurances until Dr. Zhang's expression softened, and he promised to keep the matter confidential. With a long sigh, Qin Ping fell silent for a moment before returning to his son's chamber. The Grand Princess and the matriarch surrounded Chun Lian, showering him with maternal affection. Their eyes filled with concern as they wished to cradle him in their hands. Meanwhile, Linlang, seated in the corner, was overlooked, relishing her solitude. Chun Lian sat in bewilderment, questioning how Dr. Jiang could have failed to detect his injuries. Upon seeing his father's darkened expression as he entered, panic gripped him, and he instinctively defended himself. "Father, please believe me, she truly struck me." A resounding slap echoed through the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence, gazing at Qin Ping in shock. Chun Lian, deeply affected, felt tears welling in his eyes, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. "Father, you struck me? For the sake of a complete stranger?" Chapter 20. Could it be a monster? Upon his arrival, he was immediately recognized as the legitimate eldest son of the Qin family, the heir to the marquis, treated with utmost care and reverence. Even the loss of a single strand of hair was considered a grave matter. Yet today he found himself struck, and by none other than the father he idolized. A wave of indignation surged within him, causing him to pound the headboard in frustration. The Grand Princess trembled with rage, her blood boiling as she glared at Qin Ping. "My husband, have you lost your mind? This is your only son." Linlang pursed her lips, seemingly anxious. "Lord Qin, there is no need to disturb the peace of your household over a mere outsider like me." Qin Ping, filled with regret, was stung by her words. "Outsider? You are siblings by blood. If I learn that you have harmed her, do not expect my forbearance." They all acted thoughtlessly, unable to accommodate others, consumed by jealousy. Much like their mother, Chun Lian glared fiercely at Linlang, wishing he could cleave her into 18 pieces. "Father, does she hold more importance than us siblings?" Seeing his obstinacy, Qin Ping's anger escalated. "You have disappointed me greatly. Instead of emulating the good, you only learn the bad. A doting mother fosters wayward children." Unable to blame his son directly, he turned his ire towards his wife for not properly educating their children. With that, he departed, taking Linlang with him. As Linlang turned to leave, a slight smirk curled at the corners of her mouth, a hint of mockery in her expression. Competing with her? They were nowhere near her level. Chun Lian, witnessing this, was infuriated, coughing incessantly. The Grand Princess soothed him while encouraging him. "Do not be disheartened, my dear. Do not rush. Take your time. You should not gamble with your own well-being." His intentions were noble, but his methods were too crude. However, given his youth, such oversight was to be expected. Chun Lian was utterly distraught, tears brimming in his eyes. "Mother, do you not believe me either? I truly was struck." The Grand Princess sighed inwardly. The renowned skills of Dr. Jiang were well known, but such sentiments were best kept unspoken. "Rest assured, my dear, I believe you. I shall settle this score with her. I have already bested her mother, let alone a mere child." Chun Lian scrutinized his reflection in the mirror for an extended period. Finding no injuries on his face, he rolled up his sleeve and examined his arm. There were no marks to be found. The more he inspected, the more alarmed he became. "She possesses some strange power. I feel uneasy." "Mother, could she be a monster in disguise?" after receiving several blows. How could there be no trace left? This is not normal. The Grand Princess, concerned, gently patted his head. You do not have a fever. Mother, Chun Lian lamented, feeling utterly dejected. In the depths of the courtyard, the scenery was exquisite, with crimson balustrades and jade-like structures, small bridges arching over flowing waters, lush flowers, and trees. The stream meandered gently, sunlight glimmering upon the lake's surface, creating ripples. Linlang wandered through the Chun family's backyard, taking her time to explore, finding the expansive grounds beautifully designed. The picturesque landscape and perfect sunlight captivated her, as she immersed herself in the beauty surrounding her, momentarily forgetting the Chun family and their troubles. The Chun siblings, having been reprimanded, grew noticeably quieter, and Linlang feigned ignorance, allowing the days to pass in tranquility. However, beneath this calm lay a hint of oppression, the final stillness before a looming storm. Hearing a commotion behind her, Linlang remained seated, extending her hand to catch a fruit tossed her way. After wiping it clean, she took a bite. Her graceful actions astonished the young master, Duguyi, who marveled at her seemingly martial prowess. Could it be? It was utterly unreasonable. Hey, you ugly girl, why are you eating recklessly? Be careful not to upset your stomach. Chapter 21. I will take responsibility. Linlang remained engrossed, her expression serene. Duguyu's eyes darted around before he naturally settled beside her, a smile gracing his lips. I heard Chun Lian has been giving you trouble. Would you like me to help you deal with it? Why are you looking at me like that? He seemed to have forgotten their previous encounter. His demeanor relaxed and affable. Linlang paused, scrutinizing him with curiosity. If memory serves me right, you are relatives, and quite close ones at that. I am merely an outsider here. Why are you being so nice to me? Duguyu's handsome face flushed, his gaze flitting away. You. His eyes inadvertently caught sight of a familiar object, and his expression shifted. He pointed at the jade pendant at her waist. What is that? Linlang followed his gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. It's a jade pendant. You already have one. Duguyu's expression darkened. Where did you get that? It was a gift from the sixth prince, Linlang replied. But before she could react, he snatched the pendant from her waist, annoyance bubbling within her. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? Give it back. Why do you act like a spoiled child? Duguyu retorted, stuffing the pendant into his own pocket with a sense of righteousness. I like this jade pendant. If it's in my possession, it belongs to me. Linlang was taken aback. How could someone be so unreasonable? You are outright stealing. Duguyu's anger turned to delight, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Yes, I am happy. Sunlight bathed him, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Linglang's irritation grew. This pendant was a promise from the sixth prince and held significant value. She couldn't help but reach for it again. Give it back to me, or else. Duguyu jumped up, evading her grasp, and accused her with a dramatic glare. This is your compensation for the improper advances you made on me. Consider it a bargain. Linglang's confidence faltered, and she was left speechless. That was merely an accident. Duguyu scoffed, clearly unconvinced, as he dismissed her words. Such excuses can only fool a 3-year-old. You did it on purpose. This girl had caused him several days of discomfort. His father even thought he was ill and worried endlessly. Linglang's eyes twinkled with mischief as she raised her chin, her fair face inching closer to him. Then you should return it, right? Duguyu was stunned, his eyes wide in surprise. Huh, what? Linlang grinned, pointing at her cheek. I meant for you to kiss me back. Stop hesitating and make it quick. The sweet fragrance of her youthful essence enveloped him, sending him into a flustered state, his heart pounding wildly. You, don't come any closer. He resembled a bashful gentleman, his demeanor tense as he clutched his collar, fearing an inappropriate advance. Linlang, playful in her intent, leaned in closer, their faces almost touching, breaths mingling. Warm air brushed against his face as he inhaled her delicate fragrance, causing him to feel dizzy. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson, his heart racing. Linlang found this boy amusingly innocent and stifled a giggle. This is what you voluntarily relinquished. Before she could finish, her lips were captured in a clumsy kiss. He embraced her tightly, kissing her fervently, as if starved for days and desperate to consume her entirely. His fervor was akin to boiling water, leaving Linlang feeling flushed all over. She pushed him away abruptly, her face blooming with embarrassment and anger. You scoundrel! How could he truly kiss her? Duguyu's face turned an even deeper shade of red, as if he might bleed from the embarrassment, yet he stared at her, possessiveness in his gaze. You initiated this. Linlang felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She wished she could scold herself for teasing someone so formidable. Now she found herself in a predicament. Aware of her fault, she extended her delicate hand. Now you can return the jade pendant to me. Absolutely not. Yu replied with a serious expression, refusing without hesitation. Ling Lang frowned, irritation bubbling within her as she lunged forward to snatch it back. Yu, taken off guard, stumbled backward, and they both tumbled to the ground in a tangle. One sought to reclaim the pendant while the other clutched it protectively, neither willing to yield, like two bulls in combat, each determined to win. Just then, an angry voice rang out. What are you two doing? It was Chunwani, who had rushed out upon hearing that her cousin had arrived, only to stumble upon this scene. Her handmaidens gasped in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief. The two sprang apart as if electrocuted, hastily adjusting their hair and clothing, stealing a glance at each other, both aware of the awkwardness in their eyes. Ling Lang fumed inwardly, cursing herself for losing her composure with this boy. When did she become so childish? Yet she maintained an impassive facade, gazing at the sky, solemn as the sea. We were merely discussing the weather. Is that a problem? She closed her eyes, fabricating lies as if the onlookers were fools. To her surprise, Yu nodded seriously. Indeed, the weather is splendid, perfect for basking in the sun. Their synchronized act required no prior discussion. One was gentle and refined while the other was scholarly, as if the raucous struggle moments before had never occurred. Onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, utterly speechless. Chunwani seethed with jealousy. Her cousin had never been this protective of her, while she bore no grudge against him. All her ire fell upon Ling Lang. Su Ling Lang, how shameless of you to deliberately seduce the young master at such a tender age. You have brought disgrace upon the Chen family. She emphasized Ling Lang's name, refusing to acknowledge her as a member of the Chen clan, clearly voicing her stance and feelings. Amidst her hysterical shrieks, Chen Ping and the Grand Princess hurried over, anxiously surrounding Chunwani. What happened? Su Ling Lang is seducing my cousin. Chunwani pointed an accusing finger at Ling Lang, her hatred palpable, resolutely denying any familial ties. Chen Ping frowned, uncertainty etched on his face. Is this true? But Ling Lang is still so young. Ling Lang wore an indifferent expression, seemingly unfazed by the accusations, as if she were not present. Father, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chunwani's singular focus was on ensuring Ling Lang vanished from her sight. Before she could finish, Yu stepped forward without hesitation. It was merely an accident. I was the one who acted inappropriately. I sincerely apologize to Sister Ling Lang. Uncle, rest assured, I will take responsibility. Everyone turned to him in unison, bewildered. Responsibility? Ling Lang coughed, nearly choking on her own words. Her face flushed. Yu wore a smile, triumphant in demeanor. I will have my father come to propose marriage. Uncle, please allow me to marry Ling Lang. I will take good care of her. Like a thunderclap, his words stunned everyone into silence. Ling Lang was taken aback. A proposal? This is serious. Chunwani nearly fainted, her uncontrolled scream piercing the air. I refuse. Yu's expression darkened, his tone icy. Why do you need her approval, cousin? Surely you are not confused? His sudden shift in demeanor lowered the surrounding atmosphere, prompting those nearby to retreat. Chapter 22. The token of affection, I dare say. The prince would never consent to this. Indeed, who would desire a sudden, ill-mannered wild girl as a daughter-in-law, with a father who does not care for her, a deceased mother, and an eccentric temperament? What man would want such a bride? Du Guxia regarded her with an expression akin to that of an imbecile, disdain evident on his face. This is my family matter. There is no need for my cousin to concern herself. He removed a piece of purple jade pendant from around his neck and presented it to Ling Lang with both hands. Here, this is the token. Keep it well. Ling Lang stood there, bewildered, unable to fathom how a mere jest could escalate into an engagement. Observing her dazed expression, he personally adorned her neck with the jade pendant. Smiling and nodding approvingly, Chunwani was left in a state of shock, her spirit severely rattled, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. Ling Lang jade, the token of the royal consorts of the Jin dynasty, possessing immense power, something she had always yearned to possess. She had envisioned a day when she would be its rightful owner, yet never had she anticipated that it would be bestowed upon the one she despised the most. The eldest princess's expression darkened to an extreme. This is a treasured heirloom of your family. It should not be carelessly given to a stranger. She was on the verge of madness, appalled at his impulsive and reckless behavior, a consequence of the indulgence fostered by the Empress Dowager. The young lord, however, paid no heed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Linlang, reaching to pluck the phoenix hairpin from her hair. "This pin is exquisite. It shall be mine." He solemnly tucked it away, his demeanor as serious as if he were conducting a grand ceremony. Was this an exchange of tokens? The thought flitted through Linlong's mind, leaving her in a state of confusion. She contemplated returning the jade pendant, but upon witnessing the twisted, malevolent expressions of the eldest princess and her daughter, she reconsidered. No rush. She would wear it for a few days and let it infuriate them. The young lord's eyes sparkled as he radiated joy, bowing to Chen Ping. "Uncle, should I learn that my fiancé has suffered any grievances, I shall come forth and wreak havoc." Was this a request or a threat? Chen Ping felt utterly drained, his mind struggling to keep pace with the youth's fervor. He had not yet consented. Yet, watching the young lord's brazen demeanor, he swallowed his discontent. It was premature to voice such thoughts. This was a figure of power within the palace, bolstered by the emperor and empress dowager. Who would dare to provoke him? "What I have decided, my father will support wholeheartedly, and he will take good care of my sister Linlang." The way he addressed her as sister was nauseating. Linlong's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this intentional? A reprisal for her referring to him as a mere child? Such a vengeful spirit. Was it truly commendable? The young lord departed with a buoyant stride, his cheerful mood evident in his light footsteps. Chen Ping called Linlang aside, gazing at her for a lengthy moment. Words caught in his throat, ultimately waving her away in silence. Linlang shrugged indifferently. She was unconcerned with his thoughts. His opinions would alter nothing. A figure blocked her path, and she looked up slightly, thinking to herself that a good dog should not obstruct one's way. Chen Wani's eyes were filled with rage, jealousy ablaze within her. "Do not harbor any delusions. You are unworthy of him. Do you fancy him?" Linlang replied with a sweet smile, her expression radiating satisfaction. "Alas, his gaze rests not upon you, but solely upon me." With a snap, a certain nerve in Chen Wani's mind snapped, and she trembled with anger. "Little vixen, I shall strike you down, no matter the consequence." The long-awaited maidservants surged forward, emboldened by their numbers, resembling a pack of wolves. Linlong's demeanor turned icy as she dashed away, shouting nonsensically, "Help! Miss Chen II is envious and lusting after men. To steal a man. She dares to harm her sister. Chen Wani, you are vicious. No one desires a wretch like you. You are destined to grow old and alone." Her agility allowed her to flit through the crowd like a slippery fish, evading capture, while the maidservants emitted shrieks, suffering unseen defeats. The scene devolved into chaos. Shouts of anger echoing throughout, drawing numerous onlookers who hid to watch the spectacle unfold. "Silence!" Chen Wani cried, her anger palpable, teeth clenched in fury. When the matriarch of the Chen family arrived, she found the tumultuous scene, her rage erupting. "Cease this at once." As the family matriarch, her words held immense weight. And with a single command, the maidservants froze, their faces pale and trembling, breaths unsteady. Linlang, however, remained unfazed, her heart steady, appearing as though nothing was amiss. The matriarch's face flushed with indignation. "What a disgrace! Wani, you are a young lady of noble birth. Mind your image." For the overly pampered Chen Wani, this was a stern reprimand, and she blinked back tears of grievance. The matriarch still showed leniency towards her granddaughter, but her tone towards Linlang was far less forgiving. "Linlang, curb those bad habits of yours. Do not lead Wani astray. Our Wani is destined for great fortune." Such words were harsh and unbecoming of a grandmother, clearly branding her as a pariah. Chen Wani's anger transformed into delight. Her grandmother still favored her. What right did Su Linlang have to feel proud? Without the love of elders or the protection of her family, she was akin to a drifting reed, subject to the whims of fate. Marrying the heir of the Jin prince? A mere dream. Not only was the prince a hurdle, but the Chun family's elders were another, including the formidable Empress Dowager. Gazing at the two almost identical faces, Linlang was unperturbed, her innocence prompting a curious question. What great fortune? To become an empress? A dowager empress? Quite ambitious, aren't we? Relying on others is precarious. Relying on oneself is the true path. She had never considered leaning upon the Chen family, rendering their judgments irrelevant. Desireless, she stood firm. Chen Wani gasped, her face paling in shock and anger. Who dared utter such words? This was an attempt to ruin her. If this reached the palace, what future would she have? The matriarch trembled with rage, nearly losing consciousness. Silence. You insolent wretch, do you wish to bring ruin upon our Chen family? Indeed, she was just a wild girl from the countryside, unrestrained in her speech. Unbeknownst to her, in the eyes of those around her, the supreme authority of the imperial power commanded reverence and submission. Yet for Linlang, it was merely a distant legend, devoid of any awe. Having grown up in the freedom of modernity, living in an egalitarian society, she had lived life on her own terms, occasionally directing her attention toward the remaining vestiges of royalty, ever so slightly intrigued by their affairs. Her indifference towards the palace and royal family stemmed from a lack of class consciousness. She nodded with a charming smile, sweet and endearing, realizing that some words were meant to be spoken by certain individuals and some actions could only be performed in silence. This was the code of the Qin family. Understanding this, she remained cheerful. Could she still be smiling? The matriarch felt her temper boiling over. Slap her. Linlong's eyes sparkled mischievously, her smile innocent like that of a child. What if the young lord discovered that no one in the Qin family regarded him seriously? Would he feel disheartened? The matriarch's expression shifted. This was a threat. What nonsense are you spouting? Fearless, Linlang showed no trepidation toward the elderly matriarch. If they were to show her no courtesy, then she, too, would not hold back. Chapter 23. Who was the fool before he departed? He expressed considerable concern for me, or rather, for the Chun residents. He feared that you might mistreat me. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I would compel him to demolish the gates of the Qin estate. A confrontation between the Jin Prince's residents and the Qin family. Who knows who would emerge victorious? I find myself quite curious. Although she smiled, a chilling undertone permeated her words, impossible for anyone to ignore. The matriarch of the Qin family clutched her chest, pain evident upon her pallid lips. Though she was formidable, she was rendered powerless when faced with someone even more audacious. The crux of the matter was her concern for the Qin family, a sentiment that Linlang did not share, which marked the starkest of differences. Chen Wani, sensing the precariousness of the situation, grew increasingly anxious. His interest was fleeting. Only a fool would take it seriously. Do you truly believe that? At the very least, he retains a modicum of interest in me. Linlong's smile was sweet, yet her words were sharp, laced with poison. As for you, he finds even the sight of you tiresome. Chen Wani's body trembled, her face ashen, completely shattered by the blow. She spoke the truth. No matter her efforts, the young lord never held her in regard. The elder matriarch of the Chun family felt a pang of heartache and immediately intervened. That is enough. Matters of marriage are to be decided by the parents. It is not up to you to arrange your own futures. Linlang, you are confined to your room. Do not set foot outside, and you shall not eat. Arrange our own futures? Linlang chuckled softly, intrigued. She cast a glance at Chun Wani. What of her? Surely you do not intend to shield her? I refuse to accept such an arrangement. The elder matriarch, exasperated, found Linlong's rebellious nature exceedingly difficult to manage. Mistakes must be punished, regardless. Linlang disregarded the matriarch's insincere display and casually retorted, "And what if you have erred, dear matriarch?" Everyone present gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Such words were audacious. How could she dare utter them? The elder matriarch had long since grown numb to such defiance. She had the audacity to scold even a royal princess. What could she possibly fear? With a granddaughter like this, one could only feel weary. It was perplexing. How could the gentle Su family give rise to such a domineering daughter? Chun Wani shot Linlang a furious glare, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate herself. How could our esteemed ancestor ever err? She is perpetually right. The elder matriarch felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, this granddaughter was well-behaved and sensible, sparing her the burden of worry. A hint of disdain flickered across Linlong's delicate features. You possess a remarkable talent for flattery, devoid of preparation. Turning right to wrong, truly a talent for being a scheming concubine. She possessed an uncanny ability to infuriate others, her words capable of driving one to madness. Chun Wani was utterly distraught. You are the scheming concubine. Your entire family is comprised of scheming concubines. Amid her shrieks, Linlang smiled sweetly and remarked, "Dear matriarch, how has the Qin family raised such a coarse and unruly daughter? You ought to provide her with proper guidance, lest your grand aspirations come to naught." With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving a multitude of agitated souls in her wake. In the elegant retreat of Yayue, Linlang caressed the exquisite jade, utterly astonished. This was a piece of warm jade, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, promoting longevity, a truly remarkable treasure. However, This was not what intrigued her most. As her finger accidentally grazed the surface, a droplet of blood fell upon the jade, and a vision flashed in her mind. A grand inscription, treasury. How simple and direct. She found it delightful. To access the treasury, one must pass 3 trials. Only the fated may partake. Linlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this the Gene Prince's clandestine secret? Truly worthy of its title, exquisite jade. However, how could such a treasure be easily relinquished? Did the Gene Prince even know of this secret? Regardless, now that it was in her possession, it was hers. Her spirit surged, and she locked the door, isolating everyone outside, claiming it was for a nap. The first trial. In the nest of the phoenix, flying away, 7 heads sprout grass. Heavy rain falls on the horizontal mountain, and half a friend is lost. Solve this riddle. Wind, flowers, snow, and moon. Linlang immediately thought of it, and, indeed, answered correctly, swiftly advancing to the second challenge. Fill the numbers -7, -6, -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2 into a square grid, ensuring that the sums of each row, column, and diagonal are equal. This posed a slight difficulty. Linlang silently calculated for a while, but finally discovered the solution. 0 to 7, 2 minus 5 to 3, 1 minus 4 to 1, 6 each row, column, and diagonal equaled -9. Bingo! She smoothly progressed to the third trial. 1 5, 2 15, 3 21, 4 2145, then what is 5? Upon seeing this question, Linlang furrowed her brow, deeply troubled. If 1 equals 5, then naturally, 5 equals 1. This is a riddle. However, in terms of logical deduction, the answer would be 82,145. 2 answers presented a dilemma, how to choose. As time dwindled, with only 10 seconds remaining, she gritted her teeth and made a bold choice, 5. The interface remained blank for several seconds. Linlong's heart raced, her palms clammy with sweat. Was it correct? Was it wrong? The thrill lay in the uncertainty. The screen flickered, revealing a grand message. Congratulations, you are the 8th fated one. Please enter the treasury and select 3 treasures. You have 30 minutes. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. Any delay will render it void. Linlang exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. She had guessed correctly. What exhilaration! She eagerly stepped inside, and indeed, it was a treasury filled with treasures. Millennium ginseng, century-old Hisho Wu, century-old ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus, various martial arts manuals, concealed weapons, jewelry, silver, gold, and more, an abundance of riches, all piled within the space. With only half an hour, Linlang swiftly scanned her surroundings and chose a Tianshan snow lotus known for its life-restoring properties. Nothing else mattered. Only her life was paramount. She hurriedly selected a surgical scalpel, crafted from exquisite materials, imbued with a quality she cherished, the very item she was most familiar with and missed dearly. Having chosen these 2 items, time was nearly up. She hastily grabbed the nearest volume, a book on poisons. Just as she secured it, the time elapsed, forcing her to exit. The mission of the exquisite jade fulfilled, waiting for the next fated one. Linlong's mind was a blank slate. A sense of loss washed over her. Such a wondrous world. Yet the time had been too brief, and it would never be accessible again. She gently caressed the scalpel, its familiar touch evoking a wave of emotions. And she sighed softly. Though she found herself in this unfamiliar realm, the scalpel in her hand dispelled her feelings of helplessness, reigniting her hope. No matter where she was, joy and freedom were what mattered. She would live for herself, creating a life worth celebrating. As she pondered, she gradually succumbed to a deep slumber, sleeping soundly. Her brow unfurrowing, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her delicate face enveloped in a soft glow, radiating a peaceful and luminous aura. Upon awakening, she felt invigorated. Stretching lazily before opening her door to find Xiao Yin with a woeful expression, looking pitifully distressed. Inquiring further, she learned that lunch had not been delivered. It seemed the elder matriarch was quite upset, intending to punish her headstrong, disobedient granddaughter. With a quick flicker of her eyes, Linlang stepped outside, only to be urgently intercepted by 2 maidservants, Chunhua and Xiuyue. Miss, you must not wander about. Hurry back inside. Chapter 24. Into the water, I am hungry. Linlang stood motionless, her gaze shifting between them. For some reason, the 2 maidservants shivered involuntarily, feeling an inexplicable chill, yet mustered the courage to speak. The old lady forbids you from eating. They were sent by the Grand Princess and naturally leaned towards her, ready to report any unusual occurrences. However, this mistress was not an ordinary person. Linling seemed not to hear. Xiaolian tossed a piece of silver, a total of 10 taels, in her direction. Go fetch some good dishes, and whatever is left, split it amongst yourselves. The two maidservants exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. Who doesn't love money? Chunhua hesitated. But the matron is quite difficult to deal with. Linlang smiled nonchalantly. Very well, I will take the lead. After all, I am the eldest daughter of the Qin family. They cannot do anything to me for a minor misstep. Those serving me might be the ones to suffer. This was the stark truth. A mistress holds the lives of her servants in her hands. The two girls felt like crying. This unpredictable young lady was indeed a handful. Reluctantly, they took the silver to the kitchen. Chuyue, visibly anxious, muttered, "Is this really okay? What if the princess finds out? If you don't speak of it, nor will I, who will know? Besides, she dares to confront both the Grand Princess and the old lady. If we anger her, what good outcome could we expect? It would only take a word from her to bring us down, and she wouldn't even need to lift a finger." Chunhua frowned. Indeed, they are not to be trifled with. Being born into the household, they were well informed. Nothing happening in the manor could escape their ears. Before long, a brocade box arrived, carrying 4 steaming dishes. Xiaolian served Linling a bowl of white rice with both hands. "Miss, these dishes are quite good. And here is your favorite crab meat tofu. Please enjoy. Join me for a meal," Linling urged, showing care for her own. With no one around, Xiaolian felt at ease and happily complied, sitting down to eat. After satisfying their hunger, Xiaolian suddenly recalled something and hesitated. "Mississippi." "Ask away," Linling replied, seated by the window, sipping tea while admiring the scenery outside. Xiaolian bit her lip. "People are saying that you used tricks to snatch the second Mrs. engagement." Linling was taken aback. Turning to look at her, "Whose engagement did I snatch?" To make such an assertion without proper evidence, was that truly wise? Xiaolian, saved by Linling, naturally leaned towards her. She had heard that the second miss and the crown prince had a childhood bond, with both families eager to unite them. They were merely waiting for the right time to formalize the engagement. Linling grasped the situation, letting out a cold laugh. Have they even been engaged? In Xiaolian's eyes, her lady was capable of anything. There was nothing she could not achieve. What is there to snatch? Linling mocked. I did nothing at all. It was that fellow who inexplicably claimed he would take responsibility. It was merely a few kisses. What is the big deal? I had no intention of marrying him. It was merely amusing to irritate the Qin family. She feigned ignorance, remaining silent and confined, not stepping outside the courtyard even once. They called it confinement. Yet no one dared to control her. She frolicked in the elegant courtyard, shutting the door behind her, acting like a sovereign, indulging in her whims without fear of reproach. After 2 days, someone knocked at her courtyard door. "Miss, the crown prince and the heir have arrived. The master requests your presence to meet the guests." Linlang raised an eyebrow, surprised at the quickness of it all. Very well, having received good things from the crown princess residence, it was only proper to show some respect. The maidservant, clad in blue, had ordinary features, yet carried herself with great propriety. "Miss, please follow me." Linlang did not ponder deeply and simply followed. As they walked, she sensed something amiss. "Where are you taking me?" "This is not the path to the main courtyard." The maidservant's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she softly explained, "I feared we might be late, so I deliberately chose the nearest path." "Is that so?" Linlang stood still, surveying her surroundings. Not far away was a boathouse, elegantly constructed in the center of the lake, with a winding bridge leading to it. The maidservant urged her anxiously, "Miss, hurry, we must not keep the crown prince waiting." Without a word, Linlang turned on her heel and headed back, leaving the maidservant bewildered. Shouting behind her. Suddenly, a figure lunged from nowhere, blocking Linlang's path. "So, this is Linlang, the younger sister?" "Indeed, a beauty," he exclaimed, producing a piece of inferior jade, its quality unimpressive, resembling something from a roadside stall. Linlang stepped back, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "Who are you?" His features were shifty, his demeanor untrustworthy. Dressed in ill-fitting flamboyant attire that suggested he was not a person of good character. Where had this man come from? Turning to look back, she noticed the blue-clad maidservant had vanished, and a cold smile crept upon her lips. "Trying to set me up? Better luck next lifetime." The man wore a wide grin, his enthusiasm palpable as he stepped closer. "I am Wang Zicheng. You can call me Brother Zicheng. My family is wealthy, And whatever you desire, simply tell me, and I shall procure it for you. His tone was condescending, as if speaking to a child. Linlang rolled her eyes inwardly, a spark of inspiration flashing through her mind as she feigned innocence. Really? Wang Zicheng, overjoyed, replied, absolutely. Linlang blinked her bright, expressive eyes, innocent and radiant. I want the moon from the sky and a phoenix bird. Surely that is not too difficult? Wang Zicheng was left speechless, his mind blank. Linlang swiftly changed her demeanor, glaring at him with displeasure. What's wrong? Can't you get it? Then why boast? She tossed the jade back at him, turning to leave. Just then, a powerful shove came from behind, pushing her roughly. A panicked voice rang out. Linlang, I'm here to save you. Another voice joined in unison. She has fallen into the water. Help. At the other end of the small path, Chunwani strolled leisurely with the young heir, stealing glances at him. Cousin, I speak the truth. She and Wang Zicheng hit it off immediately, their feelings mutual, and they have privately pledged to each other. Wang Zicheng. The young heir was taken aback. Isn't he the grandson of the old lady's unworthy sister? A man who squanders his family's wealth on frivolous pursuits. Now living modestly with his widowed mother? How could Linlang possibly be interested in such a person? That girl is proud and whimsical, even disregarding princes. Would she choose a useless second son? His expression darkened as he coldly reprimanded. Is that how you speak of your sister? With a sister like you? One is truly unfortunate. His words were harsh, causing Chunwani to feel both shame and anger, her cheeks flushing crimson with resentment. Well, the more you defend her, the more I want to bring her down. Anyone who stands in my way will meet a grim fate. Yet she concealed her true feelings, feigning a hurt expression, on the verge of tears. Cousin, I only wish the best for you. She is cunning and calculating, born of humble origins. How could she ever be worthy of you? Chapter 25. A Cry for Help. Chunwani was eager to offer herself, but just as the words were about to escape her lips, a sense of modesty prevailed, and she shyly lowered her head. What do you think of me, cousin? You? The young master was disgusted, delivering a merciless rebuke. Hypocritical, selfish, vain, and utterly disregarding of others. Certainly not a suitable candidate for a wife. You are unattractive, even unworthy of being a concubine. With each of his accusations, Chunwani's complexion grew increasingly pale, her heart shattered, tears like pearls streaming down her cheeks. Cousin, how could you say such things? You know I have feelings for you. Our families have an agreement. Did he not fear her heartache? Just then, the young master's expression shifted, and he rushed forward. Chunwani paused for a moment before hastily following, her tongue still sharp. Linlang, you are flirting with men again. Jumping into the river to let a man save you? What a lowly tactic to cling to someone else. Before she even saw the person, she hurled her accusations wildly, seemingly oblivious. Suddenly, her voice faltered, her gaze fixated on a figure that appeared unbelievable, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. A slender figure clad in white stood by the riverbank, as delicate as a willow yet exuding an undeniable vigor. Upon hearing the noise, she slightly turned her head, sunlight illuminating her form in a radiant halo. Oh, you seem quite experienced. How many have you ensnared? Do share your secrets of success. Chunwani exclaimed in shock, unable to believe her eyes. How are you on the shore? According to plan, you were supposed to be pushed into the river and then rescued by Wang Zicheng, preferably in disarray. This was meant to leave Su Linlang with two paths, a silent, disgraceful demise, or a marriage to Wang Zicheng, forever beneath his heel, never to rise again. But now, what was happening? Where was Wang Zicheng? Linlang brushed her hair back, a smile gracing her lips as she retorted, where else should I be? There's already someone in the river. Why not jump in and join the fun? At her reminder, Chunwani noticed someone struggling in the water, on the brink of drowning. Wasn't that Wang Zicheng? Her face drained of color as panic set in. Heavens, save him quickly. This was disastrous. If Wang Zicheng perished, the consequences would be dire. The maids exchanged worried glances. They couldn't swim either. Chunwani turned to Duguyi, desperation written across her face. Cousin, please, save him. Dream on, Duguyi replied darkly, refusing without a hint of sympathy. Chunwani had no choice but to summon the male servants. Chaos erupting on both banks of the river. Linlang observed with cold amusement, taunting, Chunwani, is this your plan? Full of holes, exposing your low intelligence. Next time, make your arrangements more meticulous. I suggest you eat more walnuts for brain nourishment. Stunned, Chunwani felt as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, as if no matter how hard she tried, She could not surpass this girl before her. Du Gui's expression darkened as he anxiously checked on Lin Lang, relieved to see her unharmed, exhaling deeply. Wang Zicheng was finally rescued, gasping for breath, his face ashen. Quick! Call for a doctor. Chen Wanni's mind raced. Zicheng, who caused you to fall into the water? It was her. Wang Zicheng, trembling and barely recovered, looked fearfully at Lin Lang. The scene replayed in his mind. He had intended to push Lin Lang into the water and then jump in to save her, reaping both reward and favor, as the Grand Princess had promised him a generous dowry of 20,000. However, something incredible had happened. The girl had swiftly evaded him, seemingly using some skill to pivot behind him and kick him into the water. The events had transpired so quickly that he had nearly drowned in shock. Chen Wanni stood frozen, as if awakening from a dream. Arrest Su Lin Lang and take her to Qian Hall for punishment. Before she could finish, Du Gui's icy glare silenced her, and he kicked Wang Zicheng harshly, ordering, "Take this scoundrel to the court of Yingtian and charge him with attempted murder." Furthermore, the Grand Princess and Chen Wanni shall be named as masterminds behind this scheme. Chen Wanni's vision blurred in panic. He knows everything? No, cousin. How can you treat us this way? We have done nothing wrong. They could not afford to be publicly shamed. The Chen family could not bear such disgrace. She failed to realize that this was merely a tactic to intimidate her, her anxiety mounting as tears welled in her eyes. Du Gui's expression was frigid as he seethed with anger. Whether or not you have done anything will be determined by the authorities. How dare they bully his little girl? They had some nerve. Chen Wanni, frantic, cried out, "What to do? Parents, help us. Come quickly." The Chen family rushed to the scene, and upon hearing Chen Wanni's account, the elderly matriarch's expression darkened. Enough. It was just a childish mishap. What is there to investigate? Let it be. We shall not be the laughingstock of others. Du Gui, unaware of how ruthless human nature could be, was determined to uncover the truth. No, I must get to the bottom of this. The matriarch felt powerless against him and became agitated. Lin Lang, persuade the young master. Lin Lang stood quietly to the side, fear etched across her delicate features, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Oh, matriarch, how can I? I almost became a corpse myself. I am terrified." She was not one to repay kindness with malice. She lacked that virtue. Du Gui's temper flared, realizing that even if he had offended the Chen family, such cruelty was unwarranted. His feelings for the Grand Princess had already diminished. Now, they had been entirely extinguished. He grasped Lin Lang's hand tightly. "Do not fear. I will protect you. All who have harmed you shall face the consequences." The Grand Princess was furious, her arms crossed defiantly. "Is there no respect for your aunt? Very well. I shall go to the palace and seek the Empress Dowager for justice." Was this a threat? Du Gui remained unyielding, undeterred. "That sounds like a splendid idea. I haven't visited the palace to pay my respects to my ancestors in a while. They must be missing me." The Crown Prince and the Emperor were of the same lineage, all born of the Empress Dowager, while the Princess Yongning was born of the virtuous Consort and was now the virtuous Dowager. Would the Empress Dowager favor her grandson over the daughter of a former rival? It was utterly inconceivable. The Grand Princess was merely acting in haste, trying to intimidate him. She wouldn't truly dare to enter the palace. Stuck in a stalemate, she found herself at a loss. Du Gui disregarded her completely, his focus solely on Lin Lang. "The Empress Dowager is the kindest and most loving. She will surely care for you." "Why?" Lin Lang's eyes twinkled with curiosity, her mind clear as day. Du Gui's spirits lifted at the sight of her. "Because I cherish you. Let us go." Chapter 26. Taking advantage yet feigning innocence without regard for her image, she rushed forward, blocking their path, and smiled apologetically. "No, no. Let us discuss this amicably. We must not disturb the Empress Dowager's serene retreat." Lady Chun was terrified, inwardly blaming the Grand Princess for leveraging power against her targets. In matters of favor and affection, 100 Grand Princesses could not match the weight of a single Prince of Jin. She hastily interjected, "Indeed. Let us not escalate this situation. My Lin Lang has been quite frightened." Gong Du Yi, still simmering with anger, fiercely sheltered Lin Lang under his wing. Lin Lang was momentarily taken aback. The feeling was peculiar, a blend of sweetness and acidity. Throughout her life, no one had ever defended her so unconditionally, risking everything on her behalf. It felt delightful. The Grand Princess was infuriated but had to suppress her frustration. "Lin Lang, we are all family here. Why escalate matters? Please advise the young master. I am not pleased with this unless..." Lin Lang smiled silently, her expression deep with meaning. The Grand Princess, sensing an opportunity, directly inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Lin Lang grinned and extended a finger, 100,000 taels as a compensation for the shock. She had no intention of entering the palace, even if Gong Du Yi might prevail. However, she would leave a poor impression on the Empress Dowager. Why bother? She lacked the capacity to confront the ruler of this empire and saw no need to leave a handle for future grievances. It would be far more beneficial to extract some wealth from the Qin family. The Qin family was taken aback, while the Grand Princess erupted in fury. "How dare you make such exorbitant demands? Do you take our marquis for granted?" The worth of a maid was merely 5 taels. And with over 200 members in the Qin household, their annual expenditure was only around 10,000 taels. Lin Lang's expression remained composed, concealing her true thoughts. "Perhaps entering the palace is the better course." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Gong Du Yi immediately expressed his support through action. The Grand Princess's countenance darkened, her expression twisted with rage. Lady Chun, flustered, urged, "Do not leave. Quickly, give her the money." "Matriarch," Chun Wani protested, unwilling to part with funds for this insufferable girl. Lady Chun, feeling helpless, was pained by the situation. After all, she too was a daughter of the Qin family. It was only fair to consider this as an advance on her dowry. Even the finest dowry would scarcely reach 100,000 taels. Chun Wan Yi, consumed with jealousy, tugged at her mother's sleeve. The Grand Princess's face darkened, suppressing her anger. How can this be the same? She is like spilled water now. Lady Chun, somewhat irate, rebuked her daughter for her public defiance, questioning whether she recognized her position as the matriarch of the Qin family. "I have the authority to decide, Your Highness, rest assured. I will not touch a single coin of yours." The Grand Princess's heart trembled, a bitter sensation rising within her. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were natural adversaries. No matter how well she served, the other could turn against her at any moment. "That is not my intention. What I mean to say is that in the future, this money will belong to Liener. To give it to an outsider." She had long regarded all family assets as her own, even her mother-in-law's dowry, which she believed rightfully belonged to her. To give it away would feel like cutting off her own flesh. Lin Lang tilted her head, a delicate smile gracing her lips. "Prince Jean, did you hear that? I am now an outsider. The royal family need not regard me as kin, merely as the wife of the Qin family." Those present were taken aback, realizing that at some point, Prince Jean and Qin Ping had quietly arrived, hidden among the flowers, unnoticed. Prince Jean, striking in appearance and bearing, exuded an air of authority, and his son bore a striking resemblance to him. His face was serious. "I will speak to mother on this matter." The Grand Princess felt as if she might vomit blood. Had she just shot herself in the foot? She ground her teeth, calling for her personal maid and whispering a few words. Soon, the maid returned with a stack of silver notes. The Grand Princess coldly regarded Lin Lang. "This is 100,000 in silver notes. Will you not count them?" Her tone dripped with derision, reflecting her extreme displeasure. Lin Lang, delighted upon receiving the notes, smiled brightly. "In these times, one could not afford to be without money. Of course, I shall count them. However, I find it difficult to trust the Qin family." She hastily counted, feigning surprise. "Matriarch, 3,000 taels are missing. How about you check?" The maid, head bowed low, dared not breathe, wishing to faint from the tension of the situation. This was the princess's command. What could she do? The Grand Princess's face flushed red with embarrassment and rage. She wished she could disappear into a hole. Who would have thought this insufferable girl would play by her own rules? What noble lady would personally count her money? How vulgar. Clearly, she had been raised outside the norms and lacked decorum. What was intended to be a clever ruse had backfired spectacularly, leading to public humiliation, which infuriated her. Lady Chun felt greatly embarrassed, cursing her daughter-in-law for being petty and causing a scene without regard for the occasion. The household management was in dire need of reform. "Go, fetch another 30,000 in notes and a set of ruby jewelry." The ruby jewelry was Lady Chen's dowry, a rare treasure, dazzling and resplendent. She had intended to save it for her granddaughter's dowry, but was now forced to use it as compensation. Chen Wan Yi's eyes turned red, on the verge of tears, glaring wrathfully at Lin Lang. Lin Lang played with the precious jewelry, smiling slightly. "I believe I should not accept this." The Chen family felt a sudden chill. Finally realizing the consequences of offending the marquis, she could not bear the repercussions. Before they could rejoice, Lin Lang's calm voice rang out. "Entering the palace is a more prudent choice, lest others accuse me of extortion. I do not need this money." Everyone stared at her in disbelief. Gongdu Ye's eyes glimmered with amusement. She truly was a clever little fox. That is indeed wise. I will take you into the palace. Upon hearing this, Lady Chun grew anxious. This is a gift from us. How could it be extortion? Lin Lang halted, her eyes darting thoughtfully. A gift? Lady Chun was so furious she felt blood rise. She had to force a smile. Yes, this is your pocket money. Finally, Lin Lang reluctantly accepted the notes and jewelry. Nodding with reluctance, very well, just this once, it shall not happen again. Taking advantage yet feigning innocence, the Chin family was thoroughly vexed. They had never encountered such shamelessness. Prince Jean had remained silent throughout, yet his presence was so commanding that it could not be overlooked. Sometimes silence itself conveys a strong message. The Chin family felt uneasy, their hearts racing, especially Chun Wan-yi, who felt utterly humiliated, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Once the Chun family matters had settled, Prince Jean cleared his throat, and the surroundings fell silent. Regarding the children's marriages, before he could finish, the Grand Princess pushed her daughter forward, beaming with praise. My Wan-yi is gentle and virtuous. The Empress Dowager has praised her as well, a worthy match. Moreover, she and the young master have grown up together, sharing a deep bond, and the late princess adored my daughter. Chun Wan-yi, bashfully lowering her head, blushed profusely, her heart brimming with joy. Chapter 27. Rejection of marriage. Chun Wan-yi's expression stiffened, a hint of hurt flickering across her face. However, the Grand Princess seemed oblivious, continuing her discourse with unwavering composure. Brother, the marriage of children has always been decided by their parents. Let us finalize this arrangement. Her demeanor exuded an unsettling confidence. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow, an odd premonition coursing through her, as if something peculiar was about to unfold. Du Guyi despised being coerced into submission, struggling to contain his anger. Father, if you dare agree, I shall run away from home. Do not be foolish. When have I ever consented? The King of Jin gently patted his son's back, urging him to remain calm and composed. Yinfeng, I rather like this child, Lin Lang. As his only son, devoid of ambition and merely seeking stability, he was determined to find a way to ensure his son's happiness. Unexpectedly, the Grand Princess faltered, as if she had heard something strange. Lin Lang is already wed. A woman does not marry two husbands. Lin Lang's heart raced. Indeed, was this the Grand Princess's trump card? The expressions of the king and his son shifted dramatically, both exclaiming in unison, "What did you say? How could this be possible?" The Grand Princess remained calm and assured, declaring, "The Su family has long promised their daughter to a cousin, an engagement arranged in infancy." "Husband, you remember, do you not?" Qin Ping furrowed his brow. "Yes, but the Su family is no more. All male members over the age of 10 had been executed, while those younger, along with female relatives, were exiled 2,000 miles away, their fates unknown. After so many years, they were likely all dead." A malicious glint flickered in the Grand Princess's eyes. No matter how clever or capable one may be, they cannot escape fate. Lin Lang, do not fret. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, I shall send you to your wedding. Should he be deceased, you shall remain a widow for the rest of your days. Her malevolence was palpable, and the onlookers regarded Lin Lang with sympathy, pitying her unfortunate predicament. Life is indeed frail. The once mighty ministerial estate had long since crumbled, leaving only remnants of its former glory. Chun Wanyi's sorrow transformed into delight, her eyebrows arching with joy. "I never anticipated this turn of events. It is truly splendid." Du Guye's heart ached as he gazed intently at Lin Lang, who appeared bewildered, utterly unresponsive. She was not the original Lin Lang, and besides, how could she abide by such an engagement? Du Guyi assumed she was preoccupied with thoughts of her betrothed, his expression darkening further as he turned to leave. I shall seek the Empress Dowager." The King of Jin hastened after him, grasping his arm. "Do not be reckless. Let us return home." Once they departed, the Chen family sighed in relief. Chun Wanyi, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Sister, congratulations. You have such a promising match. I am envious." Lin Lang smiled lightly, retorting, "So envious? Shall we switch places?" Chun Wanyi's countenance shifted dramatically, and she shot her a fierce glare. Such fortune should be enjoyed solely by Lin Lang. Aware that she could not compete with Lin Lang, she felt compelled to retreat, unable to suppress her frustration. Lin Lang's sharp tongue quickly countered, "Indeed, your luck is thin, and your fate is frail. Why would you be deserving of a good match? With an elder sister like me, I shall take good care of you." The chill in her words was unmistakable, a clear threat. Chen Wani felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Do you dare? Lin Lang smirked ominously, her eyes gleaming with mischief. As long as I am displeased, I shall ensure that everyone shares in my discontent. You know well that I dare to do anything. Chen Wani felt utterly unnerved, trembling involuntarily. You are a madwoman. Lin Lang scoffed, rolling her eyes. Only now do you realize? How foolish. Qian Tang, where the matriarch of the Chun family resided, was the most exquisite and lavish courtyard in the estate. The two courtyards enclosed a small garden filled with rare and beautiful flowers, pavilions, and intricate rock formations, with the gentle sound of flowing water creating a picturesque scene. Even without stepping outside, one could enjoy the beauty of nature and find solace. There was also a small Buddhist hall for the matriarch to observe her fasting and prayers on the 1st and 15th of each month, fully equipped for her needs. As the matriarch of the Chen family, she lived in luxury, enjoying peace and comfort. She typically refrained from managing affairs, delegating authority to the Grand Princess, focusing solely on her own pleasure, attended by dozens of servants. At this moment, she regarded her son across from her with a serious expression. Chen Ping mirrored her solemnity. Mother, have you made a decision? The matriarch's face turned grave as she nodded slightly. Yes, this child has been raised outside, lacking in proper etiquette and decorum. Though I do not favor her, she is, after all, of the Chen bloodline. While I still possess the strength, I shall personally instruct her. In due time, she shall become a refined young lady. Chen Ping's face lit up with joy as he rose to bow to his mother. Thank you, mother. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. A flicker of something passed through the matriarch's eyes, but Chen Ping remained oblivious. Her expression softened. You must not hurt the Grand Princess and the children. They are your most important family. Chen Ping's heart stirred. I understand what to do. Thank you for your concern, mother. Lin Lang was moved to the eastern wing of Qian Tang without anyone informing her. Her belongings were simply packed and transported. She was indifferent, as any dwelling would suffice. But Xiao Lian felt a tinge of worry. The matriarch is not a charitable person. Lin Lang was summoned before the matriarch at once. She lazily surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on the opulent decor, each piece a rare treasure, exuding wealth and elegance. The matriarch, noticing Lin Lang's wandering eyes, felt displeased. You are lacking in decorum. From now on, Mama Jiang will accompany you. She will teach you the proper manners you must adhere to. She was still preoccupied with reclaiming the 100,000 taels that had been taken from her and was devising a plan to retrieve it. Mama Jiang was her most trusted aide, capable of taming this wild girl. Lin Lang gazed at Jiang Mama with astonishment, as if she were a peculiar creature. The household's rules seemed so strange, with the master needing to heed the servant's counsel. She was merely a naive child, blissfully unaware. Mama Jiang stood frozen, while the matriarch appeared flabbergasted, her lips twitching as she struggled to maintain a semblance of a benevolent smile. Lin Lang, you misunderstand. I am doing this for your own good. Lin Lang regarded her dry smile, as one would view a child lacking understanding. Matriarch, your performance is lacking. Your expressions need to be more vivid and natural. Practice is essential. The matriarch's fury surged, and she could no longer contain herself, shouting angrily, I am your ancestor. Lin Lang, nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders, turned to leave. Her attitude only served to further infuriate the matriarch. Jiang Mama, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, Matriarch, please do not let this vex you. I will ensure you get your way. Managing a headstrong girl is not a daunting task. It merely requires a bit of strategy, discreetly of course. The matriarch's gaze turned inscrutable, steeped in mystery. Chapter 28. Disruption indeed. Madame Jiang resolutely prepared to deal with Lin Lang, her mind swirling with countless malicious schemes, ensuring that the girl would have no recourse to complain. She hurried to the eastern courtyard where Lin Lang resided, immediately asserting her authority. Miss, you shall rise at 5 each morning, transcribe Buddhist scriptures in the meditation room, greet the matriarch at 7, partake in breakfast, learn embroidery in the morning, and study the arts in the afternoon. In the evening, you shall meditate for an hour to reflect upon your day's actions. While these demands may seem innocuous, they were sufficient to torment the girl to the brink of despair, firmly keeping her under control. Lin Lang stifled a yawn, absorbing none of the words, and with a careless nod, dismissed Madame Jiang. As she exited the room, Jiang tugged at her lips, a cold smile creeping across her face. Tomorrow, she would show her true colors. With dawn breaking and silence enveloping the air, Lin Lang, in a deep slumber, was abruptly jolted awake. "Miss, rise quickly," Madame Jiang exclaimed. Xiao Lian, curled up in a corner, shot a resentful glare at Jiang, who, emboldened by her position, had intruded upon her mistress's quarters so rudely. How dare these people disregard the young lady's dignity? Yet, Lin Lang was not one to be trifled with. Awakening with a heavy temper, Lin Lang, suffering from a poor night's sleep, felt a headache brewing. With eyes still shut, she retaliated with a swift slap, striking her target directly. "Be quiet." The world fell silent. Madame Jiang, holding her swollen face, was left in shock, utterly astonished by the ferocity of the response. Xiao Lian approached with a smile. "Madame Jiang, I warned you. My lady detests being disturbed during her slumber. If you wish to be struck again, by all means, continue." Jiang stood frozen for a moment, like a wooden statue. Before stepping outside, her teeth clenched in frustration. The stares of the other maidservants stung her with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. Accustomed to elegant and refined confrontations, she had never witnessed such brutishness before. After an indeterminate wait, her legs numb from standing, the delicate young lady was helped up by her maid, her slender figure appearing fragile yet graceful, her demeanor reminiscent of a noblewoman from ancient times, gentle and demure, swaying like willows in the wind. Madame Jiang stared at her in a daze, momentarily doubting that the ferocious figure from earlier was indeed the same person. Xiao Lian prepared a cup of honey water and presented it to Lin Lang. "My lady, please bear with it. Breakfast will be ready in a short while." Lin Lang took a sip, her eyes narrowing. "A short while? I want to eat now." Her voice was sweet and melodious, akin to a mountain stream, utterly delightful. Emboldened, Jiang dismissed Lin Lang's previous demeanor as mere sleep-induced confusion, believing she would soon revert to normalcy. However, she trembled as she realized that this was against propriety, and the matriarch would undoubtedly disapprove. Jiang attempted to impose a sense of duty upon Lin Lang, thinking she could dominate the situation, but some individuals are simply unyielding to reason. Lin Lang chuckled coldly to herself. Establish rules for her? Huh. When hunger strikes, her temperament turns foul. Those who deny her sustenance would soon feel the sting of her palm. Her confidence radiated, her eyes glinting with determination, effectively suppressing Jiang. The latter, unwilling to endure another slap, found herself unwilling to suffer further humiliation. It was only then that Jiang realized that this young lady possessed a forceful nature, unwavering in her demands, allowing no room for dissent. Yet, what of the task entrusted to her by the matriarch? Xiao Lian ventured to the kitchen, returning shortly with an empty-handed, distressed expression. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. "What happened? No breakfast?" Xiao Lian timidly nodded, her face reflecting fear and anxiety, revealing not only the refusal of breakfast, but also an array of unpleasant remarks that were intolerable to hear. Even without her words, Lin Lang could surmise the situation. Scoffing as she swept out the door, sensing impending trouble, Jiang hurried after her. "Miss, where are you going?" Lin Lang, accompanied by Xiao Lian, strode briskly into the grand kitchen, resembling a gust of wind. The kitchen staff halted in astonishment upon her entrance. Was this not the legendary young lady? What brought her here? The kitchen bustled with activity. 2 to 3 dozen workers tending to their tasks, steam rising from a row of pots in a scene of industriousness. An elder woman, her eyes darting, obstructed Lin Lang's path. "Miss, this is not a place for you." While she addressed her as Miss, her tone was anything but respectful. She clearly held Lin Lang in low regard. These lower servants were adept at discerning the whims of their superiors, instinctively bowing to the powerful while belittling the weak. They understood their master's sentiments well, and thus showed no courtesy towards Lin Lang. Lin Lang cast a cold glance, a smirk tugging at her lips. "Where's my breakfast? How dare you show me such insolence?" Confronted with the audacity of a mere servant, Lin Lang's resolve hardened. If she retreated today, she would be trampled upon in the future. Such a notion was laughable. She would only tread upon others, never allowing anyone to rise above her. The elder woman's eyes shifted. "Miss, these pots are occupied. This one holds bird's nest soup for the matriarch, that one contains duck meat porridge for the marquis, and this pot is for the princess's white fungus soup. This one is for the eldest young master's seafood porridge, and this is the sweet soup prepared for the second young lady. There is simply no room left." "Not enough room?" Lin Lang sneered. "Smash it. Smash it hard." Not only did she vocalize her demand, but she also seized one of the pots and smashed it, hot soup spilling everywhere. Xiao Lian summoned her courage and joined in the fray, wreaking havoc throughout the kitchen. The sudden outburst left all present in a daze. None had anticipated that the esteemed young lady of the Chun family would display such brazen audacity. As the servants regained their senses, they rushed to intervene. "Miss, you mustn't." Lin Lang, lifting a pot of seafood porridge, glared frostily. "If anyone dares to approach, I shall hurl this scalding soup at their face, ensuring they bear a face full of blemishes." Her fierce demeanor was intimidating, leaving the servants trembling in fear, finally experiencing the wrath of this young lady. Madame Zhang retreated to the back, watching the scene unfold in a state of shock, drenched in cold sweat, struck by the realization of the tempestuous nature she had sought to subdue. It became evident to her that this young lady possessed a fierce tenacity, a boldness that dared to defy even the highest authority, an audacity that made her truly formidable. Lin Lang surveyed the room with a cold gaze, her presence demanding respect. Those who met her eyes quickly lowered their heads, unwilling to confront her. She conveyed a singular message to all present: if I am denied food, then none shall partake. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, eerily still. Before the eyes of all gathered, Lin Lang methodically smashed every pot, leaving none intact. And no one dared to intervene or utter a word of dissent. Chapter 29. Conflict let us go. After causing a commotion, she patted her rear and departed gracefully, leaving a room full of anxious servants. When the Chun family received the news, they were all taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief. "What did you say?" "She smashed the small kitchen?" The old matriarch of the Chun family was astounded, never expecting such audacity from her. Granny Jiang was drenched in cold sweat and cautiously replied, "Yes, the young lady was quite aggressive. No one dared to stop her." She also said. She hesitated, her face pale from fright. The old matriarch's voice rose sharply. "What did she say?" After a moment of hesitation, Granny Jiang stammered. "She said if she cannot eat, then no one else shall." The room fell into a heavy silence, and the eldest princess smirked, a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips. That impudent girl is clearly impatient with life. The old matriarch was furious, her face flushed with rage. "You foolish child. Pinger, is this truly your beloved daughter? You are driving me to madness." Chen Ping's expression was equally grim. "Where is she? Call her here at once." The eldest princess's cold voice sliced through the tension. "Tell her that hiding will not help. She should hurry and come to kneel and apologize." "This." Granny Jiang lowered her head, trembling. "Why aren't you going?" The eldest princess barked impatiently. Granny Jiang felt tears welling up. She had thought she could manage that girl. "The young lady has left the house." The old matriarch was momentarily stunned, her anger surging. "What? Why didn't you stop her?" I couldn't," Granny Jiang stammered. Her spirit was too terrifying to confront. Chen Ping slammed her hand on the table in frustration. "That disobedient girl. Send someone to bring her back." Yes. On the bustling streets, throngs of people moved about, with carriages rolling by. Truly, this was the imperial capital, vibrant and full of life, the wide avenues lined with quaint and exquisite shops. Strolling along the street, Lin Lang was in high spirits, her enchanting gaze flitting over the colorful shop signs. Xiao Lian followed behind her, trembling with apprehension. "Miss, have we gotten ourselves into trouble?" Lin Lang quickened her pace towards a small wonton stall, where a couple was busily working at two small tables. "With me around, what is there to fear?" Lin Lang, already famished, ordered 2 bowls of wontons. The proprietor, noticing her splendid attire, treated her with utmost respect. Each wonton was plump and translucent, garnished with fresh green onions and egg flowers, exuding an irresistible aroma. One bite filled her mouth with delightful flavors, melting away effortlessly. "So delicious, I'll have another bowl." Seeing her relish the meal, Xiao Lian waved away her worries. Whatever happens, there's always someone taller to handle it." After finishing 2 bowls, Lin Lang contentedly set down her bowl, paid the bill, and strolled away. As she walked, Lin Lang paused in front of a shop, her attention captivated. Xiao Lian looked over in confusion. It was a silver shop, Baohua building. "Miss, do you wish to buy some jewelry?" Lin Lang entered briskly, smiling as she declared, "I'll choose for myself. Whatever catches my fancy, I'll buy." "Thank you, miss." Xiao Lian's eyes sparkled. What girl doesn't love beauty? The shopkeeper approached, and Lin Lang straightforwardly requested, "Bring out your finest and most expensive jewelry." The shopkeeper, upon observing her attire and demeanor, immediately presented a tray of exquisite pieces. Lin Lang casually sifted through them and was drawn to a butterfly-shaped blue jade tassel hairpin. its head adorned with a dazzling pearl, elegant and ethereal. She also selected a jade bracelet, its surface smooth and lustrous, providing an indescribable comfort to the touch. Additionally, she chose a set of 24 pearl accessories, radiating brilliantly in the sunlight, and a stunning ruby set, exquisitely crafted and dazzling. "I'll take these and also these," she said, her demeanor exuberant. Xiao Lian gazed in awe, unable to decide what to select, prompting Lin Lang to assist her in choosing a few items, which she had the shopkeeper pack up. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, his eyes squinting with delight. "That will be a total of 5,200 taels." Lin Lang produced a silver note. "All right, this 200 taels is a deposit. Take this token to the Zhunnan marquis' residence to collect the money, and have everything delivered there." At such a time, of course, it was wise to exploit the Zhunnan marquis' estate. The shopkeeper paused. "You are from the Zhunnan marquis' family?" Lin Lang smiled gently, exuding elegance and poise, as Xiao Lian introduced her. "This is the eldest daughter of the Zhunnan marquis' residence, the legitimate heiress." Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from behind. "Are you the young lady just returned from the marquis' residence?" "Humph, who knows if you are even legitimate?" A pair of elegantly dressed youths strode in, looking to be in their teenage years, handsome boy and beautiful girl, both strikingly outstanding. However, the girl wore a disdainful expression, her gaze towards Lin Lang filled with scorn and hostility. Lin Lang remained unfazed, calmly retorting, "Whether you are legitimate or not, I cannot say. But only your mother knows for sure." Her icy words ignited the ire of the well-dressed girl. "What do you mean by that?" The boy beside her quickly restrained her, casting her a warning glance. "Sister, do not create a scene. Miss Chun, my sister is young and reckless. Please forgive her." They were the grandchildren of Cheng Yuliang, the esteemed prime minister, both born into privilege and accustomed to high expectations. Particularly Cheng Jiaojiao, who was spoiled and pampered, treated like a precious gem. "Not so young anymore. At least older than I am. Yet you expect me to forgive?" Lin Lang was not one to simply let bygones be bygones. Cheng Jiaojiao's face turned crimson with indignation. She had never encountered anyone who dismissed her authority so blatantly. One must remember, her grandfather was a formidable prime minister, and even the princes and princesses treated her with respect. She longed to retaliate, but was forced to swallow her anger upon catching her brother's warning gaze. "You, a destitute wild girl, where did you acquire such wealth to buy jewelry?" Lin Lang was disinterested in bickering, finding it beneath her. "Good sir, does your family have enemies?" Cheng Zilong was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Lin Lang, with utmost sincerity, replied, "If you have enemies, I strongly advise marrying your sister off to them. It will ensure chaos and unrest in your household." "Huh." Xiao Lian, standing by, burst into laughter. Cheng Jiaojiao, incensed and embarrassed, glared. "Who dares laugh at me? Seize her." Lin Lang stepped forward, shielding Xiao Lian behind her, laughing heartily. "I'm laughing at you. What will you do about it? Are you certain you wish to provoke the Qin family?" Cheng Jiaojiao glowered at her. "The Qin family does not favor you. What are you so proud of? If I take action, they will surely rejoice." Chapter 30. The overbearing Miss Su. This statement is an undeniable truth, and Cheng Jiaojiao's expression froze in disbelief. Cheng Zilang could not help but steal a few glances at Lin Lang. It was undeniable that she was quite extraordinary. Beneath her haughty demeanor lay a mind as intricate as a finely crafted jewel, marked by exceptional intelligence. The shopkeeper presented a jewelry box before Lin Lang with the utmost respect, saying, "Miss, please verify your items." Lin Lang gave a slight nod, glanced over the contents, and gestured for Xiao Lian to take it. As soon as Xiao Lian accepted the overflowing jewelry box, a delicate hand reached out and picked up a butterfly blue jade tassel hairpin. "Shopkeeper, I want this hairpin. How much is it?" The shopkeeper, trembling with fear, replied, "I am terribly sorry, Miss Cheng, but it has already been sold to Miss Chun." He recognized Cheng Jiaojiao, who frequently purchased jewelry from his shop and had always been treated with deference. However, he found himself in a predicament this time. Cheng Jiaojiao pouted, "I don't care. I want this hairpin. I will pay double." Her interest in the hairpin was insincere. She merely sought to provoke Lin Lang. The shopkeeper's face turned pale, and he pleaded, "Miss Cheng, please do not make things difficult for me." With a cold huff, Cheng Jiaojiao's expression darkened. "Very well, I will have my father shut down your shop, and you shall never conduct business again." The shopkeeper's complexion turned ashen as he begged incessantly, but Cheng Jiaojiao remained unmoved. Throughout this ordeal, Cheng Zilang merely observed with a cold gaze, choosing not to interject. The shopkeeper trembled, then suddenly knelt before Cheng Jiao. "Please, Miss Cheng, spare me." "Your pleas are of no use," she replied, casting a calculating glance at Lin Lang. The shopkeeper's heart raced as he shifted his focus, lowering his voice in desperation. "Miss Cheng, I implore you to part with it. You may choose any jewelry in my shop, free of charge." Lin Lang furrowed her brow. "Do I appear to be someone lacking in funds?" The shopkeeper shivered, looking pitiful. No, I beg you, my family relies on this shop for sustenance. Have mercy on me." It was evident that none of them were to be trifled with. Each was more formidable than the last. What a misfortune for him. Business was indeed arduous in these times. Lin Lang regarded him coolly. "Feel pity for you? That can be arranged. Thank you," the shopkeeper expressed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Cheng Jiao smirked in triumph. "It's nothing remarkable. At least she understands a bit of propriety." Lin Lang surveyed her surroundings and casually inquired, "How much is this shop worth? I shall purchase it." Everyone was taken aback, and the shopkeeper gaped in astonishment. "What?" Lin Lang's lips curled into a captivating smile. "Offer a fair price, and you may take your family far away. I have never understood the concept of restraint. If you provoke me, I shall shatter everything in my path." The implications of her words sent shivers down the shopkeeper's spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. But this has been passed down through generations. How can it be sold? However, in these times, lacking a strong backing made business exceedingly difficult, and life grew increasingly challenging with each passing year. Cheng Jiao, feeling humiliated, fumed with rage. "Chen Lin Lang, you are excessively domineering. This is coercion, and you could be reported to the authorities." She threatened loudly, but it was of no consequence. Lin Lang was unfazed, casting a nonchalant glance at the shopkeeper. "Sell it. Take the money and leave. If you refuse, brace yourself for the wrath of the Cheng and Qin families." Cheng Jiao trembled with fury. "Do not fear her. I will support you. What is the Qin family? Even princes and princesses dare not quarrel with me." "Sister, do not speak nonsense," Cheng Zilang quickly admonished. But it was too late. A mocking voice echoed from the entrance. "Ah, the miss of the Cheng family is truly formidable. Even princes and noble offspring must yield to you." A strikingly handsome young man strode in, exuding charisma and elegance. He was none other than the heir of the Jin Wang family, Du Guyi. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow in surprise. What a coincidence to encounter him again. Cheng Jiao's complexion changed drastically, filled with fear and anxiety. Cheng Zilang stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Du Guyi. "Greetings, heir of Jin Wang. My sister is merely acting on impulse. Please do not take offense." They had known each other since childhood, and their families shared a cordial relationship. "Elder brother, do not misunderstand. I was bullied." Cheng Jiao's earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by a feigned vulnerability. Her eyes reddened as if she had suffered great injustice. Du Guyi's expression remained indifferent. "Miss Cheng, my eyesight is intact." She was the one who instigated. Cheng Jiao, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Lang. Lin Lang watched this scene with a cheerful smile, her dark eyes sparkling like clear water, illuminating the room. Du Guyi's lips twitched in surprise at this unexpected side of her. "She is younger than you. How can you bully someone so defenseless? It seems I must pay a visit to the Cheng family to discuss this matter." Cheng Jiao's face turned pale, yet she stubbornly protested, "She is not defenseless. She is more ferocious than I am." Du Guyi feigned ignorance, his clear gaze directed at Lin Lang. "Do you have someone you fancy?" His tone was familiar and warm, as if they had known each other for years. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jiao's expression soured further. Were they that close? Lin Lang smiled knowingly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Yes, I have my eye on this shop." Without hesitation, Du Guyi replied, "Then purchase it. Where is the owner? Name your price." Lin Lang interjected cheerfully, "No, I shall buy it." She had ample funds, having recently acquired a substantial sum from the Qin family, and intended to spend it quickly. Du Guyi did not blink, readily agreeing. "Very well, it is entirely up to you. How much silver do you require?" He turned to the sweating shopkeeper. "I will lend you the money. Hurry and give me a straightforward answer, or I might resort to violence." His demeanor was brazen, domineering, and utterly unyielding. The shopkeeper was terrified, his face ashen. Everyone in the capital recognized this little tyrant. He was well known. 100,000? No, 50,000 will suffice. In the presence of the powerful, the common folk felt as insignificant as ants, ready to be crushed at any moment. This is 100,000. I am not taking advantage of you. Lin Lang generously produced a stack of banknotes, shoving them into the shopkeeper's hands as if handling a hot potato. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could a girl possess such wealth? For an ordinary family, this was an astronomical sum, one that could not be earned in a lifetime. Du Guye's eyes brightened. I wish to invest. Lin Lang was taken aback. Invest? Du Guye's tone was commanding, not a request. I want to take half the shares, Lin Lang. You owe me a favor that needs repaying. All right, Lin Lang agreed after a moment's thought. This was a fortuitous opportunity, with the Jin Wang family as her backing. What was there to fear? Chapter 31. Infatuation with beauty before the Chung family could react. The process had already been completed. Lin Lang, having unburdened her heart, was beaming with joy as she congratulated her partner. Partner? Du Guye paused for a moment, intrigued by the fresh term, yet he found it delightful. Congratulations, indeed. With her eyes crescent-shaped and her spirits high, Lin Lang declared, I hereby announce that this establishment shall not entertain members of the Chung family or their dogs. Please exit gracefully. No need for farewells. She held a grudge, her heart narrow, and promptly returned the affront. Chung Jiaojiao's lips twisted in indignation. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have? Du Guye interjected with a firm tone. Am I not qualified enough? Out you go. Brother, why are you helping her? Chung Jiaojiao bristled with resentment, feeling wrong that the one she sought to please was instead favoring another girl. I am simply pleased, was Du Guye's whimsical reply. Tears welled in Chung Jiaojiao's eyes, overwhelmed with grievance. She wished to protest further, but was forcibly pulled away by Chung Zilong. Once inside their family carriage, he released her grip, yet she was seething with rage, wanting to leap from the vehicle. Chung Zilong held her back, his brow furrowing. You know the nature of the young lord. Provoking him brings no good. Like a bucket of cold water splashed upon her, Chung Jiaojiao regained some clarity. However, she could not abide letting it go. I refuse to accept this humiliation. I've never been so embarrassed, publicly slapped in the face by a wild girl. Especially in front of Du Guye. Chung Zilong remained composed. She is merely a daughter of the Chun family. A stray, there are many ways to deal with her. There is no need to act rashly and offend the young lord. He was the most cherished grandson of the Chung family, groomed meticulously since childhood, possessing deep insight and keen judgment. Chung Jiaojiao's eyes lit up, affectionately linking her arm with her brother's. Brother, you must help me. Her alluring face radiated a charming smile, knowing her brother's capabilities, his mind filled with schemes. Chung Zilong lightly patted his sister's head, his gaze filled with fondness. Of course, grandfather has high hopes for you. Do not let him down. Her brother's significant words flushed her cheeks crimson. I understand. Lin Lang surveyed the room, her lips curling into a smile. This was her first venture, and it was something she was genuinely passionate about. Shopkeeper, would you consider staying on to manage this jewelry store? I can offer you a 10% share of the profits. Miss Chen, are you truly serious? Is there no concern? The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had grown accustomed to this line of work and had no desire to leave. Though unspoken, Lin Lang understood his implication and smiled calmly. Trust is essential. I shall not question your loyalty. The shopkeeper was overwhelmed with emotion when a cold voice interrupted. You wouldn't dare play tricks in my presence. Du Guye's gaze was icy. The Jinwang residence was not to be trifled with. The shopkeeper felt a wave of relief. Previously without support, he had navigated life in the capital with trepidation. Now, with the young lord's backing, he felt secure. No longer would he have to worry about the incessant threats from officials and thugs. Lin Lang's unexpected purchase of a silver shop delighted her. She relished such surprises. Stepping outside, the vibrant atmosphere of the marketplace enveloped her, rich and lively. As she meandered, her curious gaze flitted from one captivating sight to another. Overwhelmed by the abundance of novelty, her bright eyes sparkled with wonder, a smile lingering on her lips. Born into a family of esteemed physicians, she had adhered strictly to a rigorous regimen of studying both Eastern and Western medicine, leaving little room for leisure. Though she held no regrets, she yearned for a different approach to life, one that embraced freedom, joy, exuberance, and leisure. She purchased an array of exquisite trinkets, each unique and charming, despite their modest value. I want that sugar figurine. A hand reached out, snatching the very item she desired. Lin Lang turned, exclaiming in surprise, Hey, why are you still following me? Why did you take my sugar figurine? Du Guye was visibly vexed. Who is following you? Is this sugar figurine labeled with your name? You little brat. You did that on purpose. For reasons unknown, the usually composed Lin Lang lost her poise in his presence. Stupid girl, it was indeed intentional. What are you going to do about it? Bite me? Du Guiyi bit into the sugar figurine defiantly, his dark eyes glinting with provocation. Lin Lang's anger flared, and she lunged forward, biting the figurine he held, inadvertently brushing against his soft lips. Du Guiyi's face flushed crimson, yet he scolded her loudly. You violated me. You little harlot. Lin Lang felt her own face heat up, wishing to vanish into the ground. What had possessed her to engage in such a trivial dispute with him? It was an accident. Before she could finish her explanation, Du Guiyi interjected, clearly. You find me handsome, and you're deliberately taking advantage of me. This is not the first time. It is your honor. Not everyone is granted such a privilege. Lin Lang, both angry and flustered, realized too late that her words had slipped out in error. Du Guiyi paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lowered his voice. Then, who am I to you? What? Lin Lang's mind was in a whirl, unable to comprehend. If I am the first, I will forgive your fleeting infatuation with beauty. Du Guiyi's gaze darkened slightly. If not, his voice trailed off, laced with a hint of menace. If not, then I shall eliminate those before me. And naturally, I will become the first. Lin Lang stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape. Was this normal behavior? On the bustling street, the two stood face to face, a striking couple under the sun. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching plea pierced the air. Please, doctor, save my wife. I beg you. Not far away. A shabby man knelt on the ground, cradling an unconscious woman in his arms, pleading desperately. His cries of anguish fell on deaf ears as Doctor Who regarded him with disdain. Do you think we run a charity here? No money, no entry. The man, tormented, his eyes red-rimmed, pleaded in a low voice. Doctor, if you save my wife, I will sell myself as a servant, work for you like a beast. I beg you. The onlookers displayed sympathy, yet none stepped forward to assist. Get lost. Don't hinder our business. Doctor Who impatiently called for his assistance. Throw him out. Chapter 32. Punishment of the incompetent physician. Stop. A clear voice rang out, and a slender figure approached. Doctor, could it be that you lack the ability to save her? Are you merely a quack? Lin Lang had little regard for physicians devoid of medical ethics. A true healer possesses a heart akin to that of a parent. How could one stand idly by in the face of death? The physician's expression shifted dramatically, glaring fiercely at Lin Lang. Nonsense. Our Who family has been renowned physicians for 3 generations. Who does not know of our exceptional medical skills? Lin Lang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Shall we make a bet? A bet? Doctor Who was momentarily taken aback. This young girl, though small in stature, brimmed with clever ideas. Were it not for her exquisite attire, he would have dismissed her outright. Lin Lang lifted her fair chin, her eyes glistening like water, a picture of beauty. If you can cure her within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I shall reward you with 10,000 taels of silver. Should you lack the ability, then you will owe me the same amount. What audacity! You must first present the silver. Doctor Who scrutinized her. 10,000 taels was no trivial sum. Where could such a young girl acquire such wealth? With a cheerful smile, Lin Lang turned to Gu Yi, extending her small hand, palm facing upward, delicate as jade. Gu Yi, at a loss for words, murmured softly, Why are you asking me for money? I owe you nothing. Yet, despite his protest, he produced a stack of silver notes, placing them in her palm, inadvertently brushing against her fingertips, causing his heart to race inexplicably. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow, her smile directed at Doctor Who. If you are too afraid to accept the wager, then perhaps you should close your doors and cease your practice. To deceive the world while claiming to be a healer is utterly disgraceful. Doctor Who nearly spat blood in his fury, never having encountered such an audacious child. With the stakes laid bare, retreat was no longer an option. His eyes narrowed coldly, and with malicious intent, he declared, Your courage is commendable. Very well, I accept. But I have an additional condition. If I win, you shall become my servant, your life at my disposal. Gu Yi's expression darkened, casting a cold gaze at Doctor Who felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Lang appeared unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the threat. In that case, I too shall add a condition for fairness. If you lose, you shall serve me. Otherwise, this establishment will belong to me. Do you dare? Her dismissive tone ignited Doctor Who's face with indignation, his blood boiling. Fine, it's settled. The onlookers grew anxious, some tugging at his sleeve, whispering hurriedly in his ear. Doctor Who's complexion fluctuated between blue and white, a sight to behold. No, I nearly fell for your trick. Let us amend the terms. If I cure her within the time limit, I win, and both the silver and the girl are mine. However, if I fail, it does not count as a loss. Unless you possess the ability to heal her, then you win. Never had he encountered such a cunning child. He wondered from which family she hailed, as she seemed formidable. Without a second thought, Linling agreed. Very well, it is settled. Should I win, both this shop and your life will be mine to command. Gudu Yi, unable to intervene, felt a wave of panic. Is she out of her mind? She is not even a physician. Doctor Who scrutinized her face. Though young, her beauty was striking, and with time, she would undoubtedly possess a captivating allure. He swallowed hard. Very well, let it be so. Gudu Ye's eyes flashed with warning. This was madness. Linlang remained composed, casually suggesting, let us find a few witnesses, shall we? Who will oblige? The crowd exchanged glances, and a few eager souls stepped forward, willing to bear witness. Amidst the clamor, a clear voice rang out, I, the heir of the Jin Wang, would be honored to serve as a witness. Gudu Ye's countenance was regal and composed, exuding the aura of a noble scion. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and Doctor Who broke into a cold sweat, his face paling. He had not anticipated the involvement of the esteemed heir of the Jin Wang, favored by the Empress Dowager. Of course, please proceed. Linlong's brows unfurled, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, You do not intend to stop me? In stark contrast to his previous demeanor, Gudu Yi wore a lazy smile. I trust you. Whatever you choose to do, I will stand by your side. Even in defeat, there is no shame. One can always resort to coercion. Who would dare oppose him? The youth's striking features and dark, enigmatic eyes were captivating. Linlang ignited an incense stick, its fragrant smoke curling gracefully. Doctor Who trembled inwardly, regretting his decision, yet unable to retract it. After a protracted examination, he wore a despondent expression, evidently troubled. As the incense burned down, Doctor Who's expression grew tense. Though he maintained a facade of confidence, he could not fathom that a mere girl possessed such extraordinary skills. Mastery in medicine is a gradual accumulation of knowledge, not something easily achieved. All eyes were fixed on Linlang, who, with an air of calm, inquired, Do you have silver needles? They will be brought immediately. With the silver needles in hand, her demeanor transformed entirely, sharp and unyielding like a drawn blade. Doctor Who's heart sank as he recognized the resurgence of a long-lost technique. Heavens, who is she? Her slender fingers danced with fluidity, skillfully maneuvering the needles in a mesmerizing display, akin to a graceful dance. After a prolonged moment, she released a deep breath, and only then did the crowd notice the beads of sweat adorning her forehead, her face reflecting exhaustion. Yet, her porcelain visage emanated an ethereal beauty, seemingly enveloped in a soft glow. As the incense neared its end, the tension in the air grew palpable. All eyes fixed upon the unconscious woman. Suddenly, a gasp shattered the silence. She's awake. The patient has awakened. Remarkable. The woman slowly opened her eyes, bewildered, as her husband wept with joy, repeatedly calling her name. The atmosphere erupted into a cacophony, with voices rising in excitement, while Doctor Who stood in shock, his eyes nearly bulging. This is impossible. How could you possess such skill at your age? You must be colluding to deceive me. Indeed. Is that your notion? Linling scoffed. Skill in medicine is not dictated by age. Are you implying that I intend to default on my debt? Gudu Yi interjected coldly. You have shown utter disrespect towards the Jin Wang's household. Your audacity is astounding. And no, what I meant was, Doctor Who finally recalled his status, trembling in fear, his body weakening as he knelt before Linling. Miss, I implore you to show mercy. This is the culmination of 3 generations of our Who family's labor, decades of benevolence, aiding countless individuals. I cannot allow this pharmacy to perish in my hands. I beseech you, please, do not hold this insignificant man against me. Chapter 33. Accepting defeat, he pleaded in a low voice, tears streaming down his face, a sight that evoked sympathy for this seemingly pitiful man. Miss, let it go. It's not easy for an establishment that has been around for decades. Upon hearing someone advocate for him, Doctor Who felt a glimmer of hope. Yes, miss. Please do not make me an unfilial descendant. What a joke. What does this have to do with her? Linlang regarded the man on the ground with curiosity. Oh, unable to accept defeat? Then why gamble at all? If you had won, would you have spared me? Doctor Who was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. She seemed unconcerned about her dignity. What kind of person was she? An ominous premonition arose within him, his complexion paling. Of course I would. I was merely joking. No matter how pitiable he appeared, Lin Lang felt no compassion for him. Do not look up when fabricating lies, she admonished. Du Guyi, losing patience, commanded. Take him to the magistrate and charge him with mocking the royal family and offending the imperial authority. Doctor Hu trembled, his face ashen. This was a crime punishable by the annihilation of his entire clan. No, I concede. You have won the wager. He feared losing his pharmacy. But he feared even more for his life. Du Guyi looked down at him, exuding an air of arrogance. Is this your choice? Were you coerced? It was voluntary. Doctor Hu replied, his face as gray as ash, his voice barely audible. I cannot hear you. Du Guyi's expression remained as cold as stone, showing no sign of relent. Doctor Hu's body shook, terror evident in his eyes. I volunteered. I accept defeat. No one forced me. Lin Lang smiled gently, exuding sweetness akin to an innocent child, entirely devoid of her earlier sharpness. She smoothly took the property deed for the pharmacy from Doctor Hu and promptly renamed it Tongrentang. As for the pharmacy staff, she swiftly reorganized them, dismissing Doctor Hu's loyalists and retaining only a few honest workers. Though young, she wielded a decisive hand, sending the recalcitrant ones to the magistrate on charges of selling counterfeit medicine. This decisive action terrified the remaining staff, silencing any thoughts of disrespect. After a busy day, she finally put everything in order, with Du Guyi silently accompanying her, his dark eyes fixed on her, lost in contemplation. Just as Lin Lang settled down to sip her tea, the couple from earlier approached and knelt before her. Thank you, miss, for your great kindness. We are eternally grateful. We are willing to serve you as your humble servants. The woman's complexion was still somewhat pale, recovering from her ordeal, but it was far better than the danger they had just faced. Lin Lang waved her hand gently. There's no need for that. It was merely a small effort on my part. You may leave. The man bowed deeply. For you, miss, it may be a small effort. But for us, it is a life-saving grace. We implore you to keep us. Lin Lang pondered for a moment. Who are you? The husband, Yu Yong, explained that he had worked at a security bureau but had encountered some misfortunes. He had come to the capital seeking refuge with relatives, only to find himself homeless. His wife, Jiang, fell ill from the hardships they faced. Hearing his story stirred something within Lin Lang. What skills do you possess? Yu Yong replied respectfully. I have some rudimentary martial skills, and my wife is an excellent cook. Lin Lang pursed her lips, smiling slightly. Very well, I will take you both in. Remember this. Should you dare betray me, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. She was in dire need of assistance, with only a little helper. Xiaolian, by her side. Yes, Yu Yong responded, having seen the master. He and his wife bowed deeply, their expressions grave. A life saved must be repaid with gratitude. I vow to serve you, miss, without a second thought. Lin Lang helped them to their feet, smiling brightly. From now on, you are one of us. Anyone who dares to bully you, I shall deal with harshly. Du Guyi's gaze flickered, laden with deeper meaning. Lin Lang allowed them to recuperate at the pharmacy, assisting with the business while keeping a watchful eye. After completing her tasks, she turned to Du Guyi with a bright smile. Thank you, young master. Your contribution to this smooth operation is invaluable, and expressing gratitude is not unwarranted. After all, I managed to acquire 2 shops unexpectedly. Du Guyi was somewhat taken aback. Was this little firecracker capable of such grace? He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Thank me? First, call me elder brother young master and let me hear it. Get lost. Lin Lang rolled her eyes, refusing to offer him a pleasant demeanor. Lin Lang wandered through the bustling streets, her eyes sparkling with vitality and mischief. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she approached a ready-made clothing shop. Du Guyi walked beside her, inquiring, What do you intend to do now, my fiancée? He had never encountered such a lively and peculiar girl, a riddle wrapped in mystery, compelling him to unravel her secrets. Fiancée? Lin Lang pretended not to hear, her expression whimsical and her eyes gleaming with excitement. It's my first outing. Of course, I need to make a good impression. Du Guyi remained skeptical of her words, finding her laughter suspicious. What scheme are you concocting now? Not your concern, Lin Lang retorted, her wit sharp. What do you mean by that? Du Guyi was incensed. To be so dense as not to comprehend my words, it truly exhausts me. Chen Lin Lang. Du Guyi exclaimed in frustration. My surname is Su, do not forget. Her playful words danced in the air. At the Chun residence, a group stood in line at Xian Hall, wearing smiles of subservience while showering compliments and flattery. The elder matriarch gazed at them, her expression vacant, as if in a stupor. The grand princess, dressed regally, adorned with jewels, epitomized the image of a noble woman. However, in that moment, she was utterly taken aback, exclaiming loudly, "Repeat that." Miss Chun is truly filial, providing clothing for her family. Each piece crafted from the finest materials and the most fashionable styles, explained the proprietress of the silk shop with a beaming smile. This is the exquisite feast prepared by Miss Chun for the elder matriarch and the grand princess, hoping they may enjoy it. Should you find it to your liking, we shall prepare more next time. The kindness of Miss Chun is rare in this world. The owner of the capital's grandest restaurant personally delivered the lavish feast to the Chun residents, each table setting worth thousands of taels, filled with delicacies highly praised by diners. These are the exquisite trinkets personally selected by Miss Chun, meant as a gesture of respect for her elders. The antiquities shop owner grinned like a Buddha, showcasing items valued at a fortune. Miss Chun has chosen the 4 treasures for the study. Truly a good sister, exclaimed the stationery shop owner, his face brimming with admiration. Miss Chun has placed orders for several pieces of jewelry at our shop. Here is her signed order. Chapter 34. Unending Pit Silence. Return everything. This has nothing to do with the Chin family. Whoever ordered it should go demand payment from them. It was said that Lin Lang had made the purchases as gifts for her family, but in truth, only a deposit had been paid, and they were now being asked to collect the balance. Upon meticulous calculation, the total amount could reach at least 20,000, which was utterly outrageous. The crux of the matter was that she was using the family's funds to appear benevolent, enhancing her reputation, which was utterly contemptible. How could the grand princess endure this? No one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. This was the stepmother. After all, she was genuinely concerned about them. Yet they remained ungrateful. A deposit has already been paid. This statement deeply provoked the grand princess, who screamed in a fit of rage, "Throw them out, immediately." The servants promptly ejected the merchants, their actions coarse and their taunts sharp, all in a bid to curry favor with the grand princess. These individuals were ruthlessly expelled from the Chun residence, their expressions darkened by humiliation. This was an intolerable affront. My heavens, this is egregious. They have sullied Miss Chen's filial piety. Who could disagree? They had driven the mother and daughter away, usurping their place, and now they were unwilling to let go of the daughter. After all, she was a princess, unafraid of consequences. A dignified princess, who certainly need not resort to stealing another's husband. To persecute the legitimate daughter was nothing short of disgraceful. Yet, she was a princess, a member of the royal family. What could they do? They could only swallow their grievances. However, there were still actions they could take, such as spreading rumors. By the time the grand princess became aware, the whispers had already swept through the city, becoming fodder for idle chatter. Before she could pursue the matter, Chun Ping stormed into her chamber, his fury palpable. "So, when I was not watching, this is how you bullied Lin Lang? Princess, you have greatly disappointed me." The grand princess felt a pang of distress. "I have been framed. That girl is far too cunning." Chun Ping sighed with a bitter smile. "The person I owe the most in this life is Mayor. If I cannot protect her only daughter, what face do I have to meet her?" A nerve in the grand princess's mind snapped, and she shrieked in anger. "You wish to meet her underground? Have you considered my feelings, Chun Ping? Do you regret it? You have wronged her as well. We have both erred." Chun Ping was lost in thought, the visage of that extraordinary woman floating in his mind. Growing up together as childhood sweethearts, their bond was naturally profound. Yet, the deceased remain eternally beautiful in the hearts of the living. Even their flaws become virtues. Witnessing his deep reminiscence of her, the grand princess was consumed by jealousy. "Do you regret it? Fine, then I shall take the 2 children and leave, far from your sight." She turned to depart, but Chun Ping caught her, gently pulling her into an embrace. "What are you doing? I am fortunate to have encountered you. You are gentle and considerate, never carrying yourself like a princess. You are dutiful to your elders and have helped our Chun family flourish, a rare and virtuous wife and mother. You have worked hard these years." The grand princess was the most cherished daughter of the late emperor, the most powerful princess in the royal family. Who would dare offend her? Moreover, she bore 2 children, her only son born of her womb. She had ample confidence, yet Chun Ping felt the weight of many concerns. Listening to his tender words, the grand princess gazed upon his handsome features, a flicker of infatuation crossing her eyes, her anger dissipating. "As long as you understand my intentions, I can endure any grievance." Chun Ping silently exhaled in relief, showering her with sweet words. With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire? Princess, I know the outside world has misunderstood you. I implore your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess transformed her anger into joy. We are family. Why speak of pleasantries? I only despise those with ulterior motives. The insinuation in her words went unheeded by Qin Ping, who softly reassured her, Lin Lang is still young and has suffered greatly outside. Please bear with it a little longer. In a few years, we shall marry her off, and everyone will find peace. I will heed my husband's words. The Grand Princess's gaze flickered, an inner smirk forming. She nestled closer to Qin Ping, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her dark thoughts. As night fell and the last rays of the sun disappeared, Lin Lang bid farewell to the young heir and strolled leisurely into the marquis's residence. All eyes within the room turned to her, some filled with indignation, others seething with resentment, and some burning with jealousy. Lin Lang calmly surveyed the scene. All members of the Chun family were present, not a single one absent. The elder matriarch's countenance was grim, clearly displeased. The Chun siblings were expressions of fury, as if brimming with unspoken grievances, ready to burst. Qin Ping frowned deeply, letting out a slight sigh. In contrast, the Grand Princess appeared the calmest. Yet beneath her serene facade lay a blazing fury and a chilling intent to kill. Lin Lang understood the dynamics well, offering a sweet smile. Are you all waiting for me? How delightful. Could she truly smile in such a situation? Chun Wani could no longer restrain her anger, shouting, You little wretch, what have you done today? How would I know what a little wretch does? Lin Lang retorted coolly. Chun Wani felt as if she had been slapped, trembling with rage, while Lin Lang ignored her, turning to Qin Ping with a beaming smile. By the way, father, I bought the 4 treasures of the study from the Bai Niao Tang for you today. Did you receive them? Like a dutiful daughter eager to please her father. Qin Ping's emotions were complex, caught in a dilemma. Those items had all been returned, but he struggled to find the words to express it. Lin Lang gazed at him expectantly, seemingly intent on winning his favor. Do you like them? I can send you more next time. Faced with his daughter's innocent gaze, Qin Ping felt inexplicably guilty, turning his eyes away. Unable to meet her gaze, the elder matriarch furrowed her brow, disapproving of her son's lack of ambition, stepping in. Lin Lang, dear, you are spending money lavishly, which is not good. Her serious tone dripped with reproach and anger, as thoughts of the money that had been squandered filled her with frustration. Oh, what a perfect opportunity to reclaim that money. Lin Lang, with her bright, innocent eyes and flowery smile, responded. I am more than willing to spend any amount on gifts for my family. Her Na'vi charm dazzled many. However, the elder matriarch was not swayed. Coldly questioning, then why did you only pay a deposit? Lin Lang feigned innocence, her smile unwavering. I borrowed the money from the son of the Jin Wang. It was not enough. Oh, and Grand Princess, please remember to help me repay it. At this proclamation, shock rippled through the room. What was happening? How did this involve the son of the Jin Wang? The Grand Princess, initially reluctant to intervene, could not restrain herself. What did you say? What mischief have you been up to? Speak clearly. Chapter 35. United in glory, having borrowed 5,000 taels, remember to repay it. Lin Lang maintained her radiant smile, unaffected by the surrounding inquiries. Regardless of how others pressed her, she consistently replied with the same phrase, exasperating everyone to no end. A glint of coldness flickered in the eyes of the Grand Princess, yet she feigned a benevolent smile, saying, Very well, I shall help you repay it. By the way, you are still quite young. It is unsafe for you to keep money by your side. It is better entrusted to me for safekeeping. Rest assured, when you marry, it will all be considered part of your dowry. Lin Lang scoffed inwardly, having anticipated this. Did they truly believe they could deceive her as if she were a mere 3-year-old child? This idea was clever. It would be executed as proposed. With a resolute decision, old Lady Qin declared that she had endured enough. Lin Lang, with a twinkle in her eye, responded cheerfully, I think that sounds splendid, but... She appeared troubled, her brow furrowed in feigned helplessness. The Grand Princess's smile grew even more tender. What is there to worry about? The household covers all your monthly expenses. Plus you receive 10 taels of allowance, ample for a young lady like you. Qin Ping nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Lin Lang as a woman of great understanding. A chill ran down Lin Lang's spine. It was laughable how they attempted to manipulate her. Oh, is that so? Why didn't you mention it sooner? You have taken too long to say such things. Her expression was one of regret, her large, dark eyes sparkling with vitality. The Grand Princess's heart sank. a sense of foreboding creeping in. What do you mean? With her hands spread wide, Lin Lang declared, I've spent it all. Not a single coin remains. A perfect picture of a spendthrift. Yet no one believed her. After all, how could one possibly exhaust 100,000 taels in an instant? Shenwani scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Playing tricks again, are we? If you don't intend to reveal it, just say so. Lin Lang waved her sleeve gracefully, her movements as fluid as flowing water. I truly have spent it all. If you doubt me, you may inquire with the Crown Prince. He witnessed it firsthand and can testify on my behalf. Shenwani could no longer contain herself and loudly demanded, how could you have encountered the Crown Prince? What were you doing together? Her voice was sharp and rude, but Lin Lang only smiled, her brilliance more dazzling than before. Ah, that is fate. One encounters it wherever one goes. Shenwani rolled her eyes in frustration. How could I possibly have such luck? Who do you think you're fooling? I find myself rather fatigued and wish to retire to my chambers. Farewell. Lin Lang elegantly curtsied and turned to leave. Old Lady Chen watched her go, her face flushed with anger. How outrageous. We, the Chen family, do not have such a daughter. Mother, please calm down and have some tea, Chen Ping coaxed softly. Get out. All of you out. Old Lady Chen erupted in fury, her voice robust and commanding. A shadow crossed the Grand Princess's eyes as she gritted her teeth in silence. Chen Lin Lang, just you wait. As the morning light streamed through the window, Lin Lang stretched lazily. Exhaling deeply, a new day dawned, and a new battle was about to commence. Onward, Lin Lang. Xiao Lian approached upon hearing the commotion, assisting Lin Lang in dressing by selecting a pale apricot-colored gown for her. Miss, we should have purchased several garments yesterday. Though Lin Lang had returned to the Qin family, they did not favor her, and the Grand Princess loathed her with a passion. Nothing had been prepared for her, let alone clothing or jewelry. To this day, she possessed only the 3 outfits she had brought back, alternating between them. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Chen family had fallen to such depths. It was indeed lamentable. A smirk tugged at Lin Lang's lips, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. No need to rush. Garments and jewelry will come in due time. None shall be lacking. Xiao Lian held a natural confidence in her mistress, believing that whatever Lin Lang said was undoubtedly correct. However, upon seeing the breakfast delivered from the kitchen, Xiao Lian was infuriated. Merely a small dish of tofu, a small plate of peas, and a bowl of porridge, none of which appeared particularly fresh. Who was this intended for? The servants eat better than this. Lin Lang's lips curled in amusement. Is this the Grand Princess's response? Quite unremarkable. Is this truly the breakfast for today? It seems beneath the standard of the Chun residence. The servant, having received orders, nervously defended. How can that not be? There are 2 dishes and millet porridge. Miss, please do not be so picky. The disdainful tone infuriated Xiao Lian. What audacity! How dare a servant speak to the eldest daughter in such a manner? Lin Lang shot a glance at Xiao Lian, who silently exited the room. Rather than growing angry, Lin Lang smiled. As far as I know, Old Lady Chin's standard is 10 dishes, 2 soups, and 2 snacks, while the Marquis and the Grand Princess have 8 dishes, 2 soups, and 2 snacks. Shenwani and her siblings are entitled to 6 dishes, 2 soups, and 1 snack. Yet, how is it that I received 2 dishes and 1 soup? Servants typically receive 4 dishes and 1 soup, often of better quality. Are you certain there isn't a mistake? To so miserly with her provisions was indeed petty. She genuinely looked down upon it. The Grand Princess could not even maintain the most basic appearance of propriety. How ridiculous! The servant internally lamented, realizing this young lady was not to be trifled with. Yet, what could she do? She gritted her teeth. Her master had instructed that the family was short on funds, necessitating cuts to each household's expenses, even old Lady Chun's. Surely, the eldest daughter would not demand special treatment, would she? But she had miscalculated. Lin Lang glanced at her coolly, a smirk playing at her lips. So, the Chun family is so impoverished? Then you ought not to keep so many servants. Perhaps it is time to sell off some of you. The servant's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as fear coursed through her. Miss, please spare me. I was only following orders. As the esteemed eldest daughter of the Qin family, Lin Lang knew she could not touch those in power, but selling a few servants was well within her reach. Toying with her chopsticks, Lin Lang's alabaster face glimmered like jade. Is this truly the Grand Princess's command? How miserly! Where is the dignity befitting a matriarch? How could the royal family produce such shameless individuals? A sudden, thunderous voice interrupted. Silence. To insult a royal princess is to invite the annihilation of one's clan. How dare you? Chun Wani barged in without announcement, intending to strike a fallen foe, only to be incensed by Lin Long's words. Lin Lang remained unfazed, her expression serene. Ah, how delightful. The Qin family has hundreds of mouths to accompany me in demise. What a fair exchange. My dear sister, how pitiful that at such a tender age, you face a tragic end. Chun Wani was left speechless, suddenly realizing she too belonged to the same clan. Yet, she had never regarded Lin Lang as part of the Qin family. Lin Lang's gaze hardened, and she abruptly adopted a serious demeanor, admonishing, as daughters of the Qin family, we share glory and disaster alike. Sister, do not entertain any nefarious thoughts that could harm the Qin family or our father. Chapter 36. Mutual downfall. Having faced repeated setbacks at the hands of Lin Lang, and further fueled by the matter concerning the crown prince, Qin Wan had long been harboring a tempest of anger within her. With a single provocation, it erupted vehemently. Surging to her head, Lin Lang furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. Are you implying that my father is blind? That I've deceived him? He is indeed blind. Chun Wan retorted, her words escaping her in a fit of rage, completely disregarding reason. What did you say? An angry voice thundered. And Chun Wan found herself staring blankly at the suddenly appearing Qin Ping, her mind a blank slate. As the realization of her earlier words dawned on her, fear gripped her heart. It was not her intention. Qin Ping was incensed, unable to fathom that his beloved daughter could utter such words. Did she truly see him as nothing? His authority felt gravely challenged, and he was pierced by the anguish of betrayal. Lin Lang pressed her lips together, swiftly stepping in front of Chun Wani. Father, do not strike my sister. She is merely proud and focused solely on the royal family. Please, teach her gently. While this appeared to be a defense of Chun Wani, it subtly cast a heavy shadow upon her. If she only regarded the royal family, did that mean she dismissed the Qin family entirely? Was it truly acceptable for a daughter of the Qin family to think this way? Where would that leave Qin Ping's dignity? Qin Ping was consumed by rage, his anger palpable. Without the Qin family, where would you be? You, with your capriciousness at such a tender age, are spoiled by my indulgence. His children had been under the care of the Grand Princess, and he had once felt reassured, confident in her wisdom and principles. Yet now he realized that reality was far removed from his expectations. Both children had been nurtured to be willful, unreasonable, and dismissive of their elders. Chun Wani, feeling a mix of fear and grievance, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Father, no, it's not like that. Seeing her distress, Chun Ping felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was his cherished child. Lin Lang, however, caught a glint of derision in her eyes. Sister, do not be upset. Father does not intend to hurt you. When he strikes you, it pains him more. She understood perfectly well that Chun Wan and her brother were Chun Ping's true treasures, while she was merely an afterthought, a source of guilt rather than genuine affection. In essence, all he did was for his own comfort. Qin Ping found solace in Lin Long's words. Listen, your sister is so understanding, yet you disrespect your elders and bully your older sister. It disappoints me gravely. You shall kneel in the ancestral hall for the night. Though he spoke of a knight's penance, the Grand Princess would never truly allow such a thing. It would merely be for show. However, Chun Wan, having been pampered her entire life, had never faced any reprimand, never even a harsh word. Father, you have changed, seeing only this villain. What right does she have to be considered my elder sister? Years of pent-up anger erupted like a volcano, and Qin Ping, despite his indulgence, could not tolerate being scolded by his daughter. His expression hardened. Are you questioning me? Chun Wan, with tears streaming down her face, retorted, is she truly that important? More than the three of us. Father, have you lost your mind? How outrageous. Qin Ping's authority was undermined, his face pale with fury as he raised his hand to strike. At that moment, a commotion erupted as a group burst in, led by the old lady Chun, who immediately bellowed, what is happening here? Why are you throwing such a tantrum? Wan, come here, do not be afraid. Your grandmother will protect you. Seeing her savior arrive, Chun Wan rushed over, weeping bitterly. Grandmother, father does not love me anymore, woo-woo. Old lady Qin's heart broke for her beloved granddaughter. Glaring fiercely at Lin Lang. You wretched child, kneel. Lin Lang stood resolutely, raising an eyebrow. Me? Why should I? Her defiance only fueled old lady Chun's displeasure, for she believed Lin Lang disrespected her younger sister, disregarded her elders, and sowed discord between father and daughter. What right do you have to be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Qin family? All her ire was directed at Lin Lang, a culmination of old grievances and new frustrations. She had never regarded Lin Lang as her own granddaughter. Her disdain for the Su family and for this headstrong, unruly Lin Lang was palpable. Lin Lang stood firm, suddenly covering her face and weeping loudly. Mother, mother, you should not have died so early. Children without mothers suffer terribly. Bullied and treated as if they were thorns in others' sides. They wish to see me perish. Her cries were pointedly directed at the Qin family. You. Old Lady Chun was taken aback, feeling as if Lin Lang was openly defying her. Qin Ping, however, was struck by a wave of guilt, recalling Su Shi. His heart heavy. Lin Lang, do not cry. I will protect you. Mother, you are too biased. In front of him, she showed no hesitation in her favoritism, scarcely acknowledging Lin Lang as a granddaughter, which seemed excessive. Even if she disliked Lin Lang, she should have shown some regard for his feelings. Old Lady Chen shot him a cold glare. This is a matter of the inner court. As a man, you should not interfere to avoid being ridiculed. Take her away and let her kneel in the ancestral hall until she understands her mistakes before releasing her. Her command was ruthless, devoid of any familial affection, and her contempt for Lin Lang was evident to all. Chun Wan secretly relished this turn of events, seizing the moment to glare fiercely at Lin Lang. Lin Lang could not help but shake her head inwardly. Thankfully, she felt no affection for this family, or she might well have succumbed to rage. This family was utterly wretched. The elder was heartless, and the younger was selfish, a reflection of poor upbringing. With a quivering lip and reddened eyes, she thought, Old lady, I am also your granddaughter. Why can you not accept me? Old Lady Chen sought to chastise her thoroughly, dismissing her words entirely. Behave yourself and do not play tricks before me. I will not fall for it. Mother, Chen Ping interjected, unable to bear the cruelty any longer. It was truly heartless. Old Lady Chen, accustomed to her domineering ways, had been pampered and coddled, refusing to entertain dissent. I am disciplining the younger generation. You be quiet and take her away. Two matrons forcibly dragged Lin Lang away, and although Xiao Lian rushed forward to save her mistress, she too was dragged along. As Lin Lang passed by Old Lady Chen, she cast a cold glance at her, causing a shiver of unease to run through the older woman. Chun Wan gleefully seized the moment. Chen Lin Lang, your day will come. Her hatred for Lin Lang was palpable, filled with venomous resentment, her gaze as chilling as a winter serpent. Lin Lang merely smiled faintly. Soon enough, it will be your turn. Do not fret. In this moment, she felt no fear. Instead, she remained utterly composed, exuding an air of calmness. Chun Wan Yi's expression froze, her fury palpable as she stomped her feet. Despicable. Chapter 37. You are my ancestor. The servants of the Chun family pushed Lin Lang and Xiaoyan inside, and after a moment's hesitation, Granny Jiang followed them in, the heavy door slowly closing behind them, separating two worlds. Lin Lang surveyed her surroundings with curiosity. There were numerous ancestral tablets of the Qin family, amounting to several hundred. Why aren't you kneeling? Granny Jiang barked angrily, as she was tasked with overseeing them. And if I choose not to? Lin Lang replied, a smirk playing on her lips, her expression both teasing and defiant. Granny Jiang felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively recoiling at the memory of Lin Lang's ferocity. Yet, as a servant, she was compelled to carry out the old mistress's orders. If it came to it, she would not hesitate to resort to violence. Wielding the ruler in her hand, she assumed a fierce demeanor. Before she could finish her sentence, a small, white fist struck her in the chest. Is this how it is? Lin Lang asked innocently. Granny Jiang gasped in pain, the ruler slipping from her grasp as she stumbled backward. Don't act recklessly, she warned. Lin Lang picked up the ruler, curiously fiddling with it, all the while contemplating her next move. As long as you don't provoke me, I doubt I will have to take a life today, she mused, a fleeting glimmer of menace in her gaze. Granny Jiang's face turned pale as she realized the implications of Lin Lang's words. Lin Lang swung the ruler through the air with an air of authority, declaring, if I am well, everyone is well. If I am not, no one shall have peace. Granny Jiang watched in trepidation, fearing a retaliatory strike. Miss, she stammered, the prospect of subduing Lin Lang seemed ludicrous. The old mistress had long struggled to manage her unruly nature. Finally, Lin Lang ceased her theatrics, placing a hand on her rumbling stomach. I am hungry. I. Granny Jiang momentarily faltered before quickly ordering someone to bring breakfast. You are quite considerate, Lin Lang remarked, though her demeanor belied her youthful age. exuding an air of maturity that was almost comical. A plate of steamed buns, 2 bowls of steaming beef noodles, and a pot of hot tea were soon placed before her. Xiaolian's eyes widened in disbelief. They had truly delivered food. Granny Jiang, standing at a distance, could only watch helplessly. As Lin Lang savored the warm noodles and broth, she felt a sense of comfort envelop her. However, just as she finished her last sip of soup, the door was forcefully swung open, and a group of people entered, their eyes widening in shock at the scene before them. The old mistress's face flushed with anger. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded, incredulous that Lin Lang dared to feast in such a sacred place, meant for suffering rather than indulgence. Granny Jiang felt faint, her body giving way as she involuntarily knelt. "Mistress, I erred. I should not have been lenient." The old mistress, furious, ordered Lin Lang to be dragged away and punished with 10 lashes. "Chen Lin Lang, do you understand your fault?" Her aura was chillingly ominous. Xiaolian turned pale, trembling in fear, well aware that when the old mistress was enraged, everyone faced dire consequences. Lin Lang set her utensils down elegantly, retrieving a handkerchief to dab her mouth. "If I am to be punished, I would prefer to be released afterward," she stated calmly, her demeanor unaffected. This was hardly the posture of someone acknowledging their mistakes. The old mistress, brimming with rage, retorted coldly, "What, pray tell, is your error?" Having weathered many storms, she was confident she could subdue this audacious little girl. If it were not for the prince's residence, she would not hesitate to eliminate Lin Lang altogether. After all, she had grandchildren and lacked for nothing. Lin Lang sensed the cold malice emanating from her, her gaze sharpening. The true error lay in being born into the Qin family. "You." The old mistress nearly spat blood, her fingers trembling with fury. Lin Lang regarded her coolly, a slight smile touching her lips, as if mocking her. The greatest mistake was indeed her very existence, a thorn in the side of certain individuals. "Old mistress, if you wish to rectify your mistake, you can only do so by ending my life. But in the presence of our ancestors, do you dare?" Her words pierced through the old mistress's hidden thoughts, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence, too fearful to lift their heads, wishing to vanish from sight. The old mistress, humiliated and enraged, declared, "Let her remain here, cut off from all provisions. No one is to deliver anything to her." "Understood." The servants complied, eager to escape the old mistress's wrath. The old mistress could no longer bear the sight of Lin Lang's insufferable face. She resembled an ancestral spirit rather than a granddaughter. A wailing echoed in the distance. "Ancestors of the Qin family, someone is mistreating your descendants. If you cannot tolerate this, come to seek justice tonight." A cold wind swept through, sending shivers down everyone's spine, an inexplicable chill enveloping the room. The old mistress nearly collapsed, her temper flaring. "Chen Lin Lang, stay quietly here until you learn to be sensible. Starve for a few days. Let us see how you persist in your defiance." Lin Lang raised her voice. "Take your time. Ancestors will come for you tonight." The old mistress staggered, her vision blurring. As the servants hurried to support her, ushering her away, they departed swiftly, leaving without a single glance back. As the door closed, 2 worlds were once again separated. Lin Lang adjusted her clothing and leaned against the wall, resting with her eyes closed, gathering her energy. Seeing her calm demeanor, Xiaolian's heart gradually settled. With her mistress present, there was no fear of the sky collapsing. After a brief slumber, Lin Lang awoke to find the room shrouded in darkness. "Is it already night? Are there no candles?" "Miss, you are awake?" "There are no candles, nor has anyone brought us food," Xiaolian replied, her voice tinged with despair, her stomach growling. Lin Lang, equally hungry, turned to the window only to find it locked. "What a bother," she muttered. "Miss, it's so cold here. It's frightening," Xiaolian said, closely trailing Lin Lang. "What is there to fear? If one has no guilty conscience, one need not fear the knocking of ghosts at the door," Lin Lang replied, her eyes glinting with determination as thoughts raced through her mind. Xiaolian felt a pang of sadness, having hoped that returning to the Chun family would usher in a better life, only to discover that they treated her mistress as anything but kin, finding ways to bully her instead. "Do not be disheartened, Mississippi. The old mistress simply does not understand you yet. In time, she will come to appreciate you. The approval of others is of little consequence," Lin Lang declared, revealing a dagger in her hand. With a swift motion, she cut through the window, gently pushing it open to let a beam of moonlight stream in. Xiaolian stared in astonishment. "Where did you get that dagger?" "Ah, what a delightful aroma," Lin Lang remarked, as a tantalizing scent wafted in from outside. She swallowed hard, glancing back to see a figure standing in the moonlight, tall and graceful. Silver moonlight bathed his face, illuminating him with a celestial glow, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. Chapter 38. Be serious. No, smiling young master, what brings you here? Little Lien exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Come here. Du Guboyi smiled under the moonlight, a smile that captivated the soul. What delicacies do you have? Linlong's attention was entirely on the food as she sniffed the air. Du Guboye's eyes curved playfully. Call me elder brother and I shall share. Elder brother, Linlang chirped cheerfully, flashing him a charming smile, almost wagging her tail in delight. For the sake of food, one must shed all shame. Du Guboye's lips twitched, a complete little glutton. He handed her the small basket he held, and Linlang cheered, eagerly accepting it. She tore open the tea leaves to reveal a fragrant roasted chicken, tearing off a leg for little Lien before devouring it herself. Though she had eaten already, her desire for food was insatiable. What to do? She consumed swiftly yet elegantly, devoid of any rudeness. A flicker of inexplicable light danced in Du Guboye's eyes. You treat the servants better than the Qin family. There exists a distinction. Little Lien is my kin. Since the moment she opened her eyes, little Lien has remained by her side. The Qin family, however, are mere strangers, no enemies. She had no intention of meddling in the Chun family's affairs, originally planning to fulfill her mother's wishes and depart quietly, but the Chun family's methods incensed her deeply. Damn it, now she was entangled with them. Eat slowly. Here, have a cup of tea. Du Guboyi produced a steaming cup of tea from seemingly nowhere. Linlang, unreserved, drank it down in one go. How did you find me? How did you know I was in the ancestral hall? Observing her feast, Du Guboyi felt a twinge of heartache. The Qin family treated her so cruelly, it was unconscionable. He casually asked, would you dare to leave with me? He watched Linlang carefully, fearing to hurt her feelings. Wiping her mouth, she nodded nonchalantly. What is there to fear? I was just about to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Such a carefree girl. Du Guboyi quietly sighed in relief, yet felt a pang of sorrow on her behalf. Linlang looked up at him, her large, dark eyes bright and clear, as if she could see through his thoughts. If you never expect, you shall never be disappointed. But thank you for coming all this way. Her earnest gratitude made Du Guboyi uneasy. His gaze wandered, unable to meet hers, his heart racing wildly. You think too much. The moonlight is simply too beautiful and enchanting. I was merely wandering aimlessly. Wandering into someone else's home? A glimmer of amusement flashed in Linlong's eyes. Is that so? Indeed, do not overthink it. Du Guboye's cheeks burned crimson, nearly blood red. But thankfully the dim light concealed it. Huh. Linlang chuckled, her smile radiant. Du Guboye's handsome face flushed, reflecting the youthful sweetness of his thoughts. What are you laughing at? No laughter permitted. He protested. Just as Linlang was about to retort, a long hand reached over and covered her mouth. What is this about? Linlang glared fiercely at Du Guboyi, who lowered his voice urgently. Someone is coming. Linlong's expression changed, her brows knitting together as she quickly beckoned little Lien to hide. Wang Ziqing hesitated outside the door, indecisive. This isn't good, is it? Last time, I caused trouble and was sent home by old Madame Chun for self-reflection. Although I didn't suffer, it was far from the comfort of the marquis' residence. Chun Wanyi's eyes darted around as she assured him, what is there to fear? I have it all arranged. Nothing will happen. Her smile was peculiar, insidious, like a rat scurrying from the light. Wang Ziqing knew that his little cousin was favored. Pleasing her would only bring benefits. He recalled the ethereal beauty in white, a longing stirring within him. If old Madame Chun gets angry, you must help me. Of course, hurry inside. Chun Wanyi smiled, giving him a gentle push from behind. The door creaked open, and Wang Ziqing stealthily slipped in, while Chun Wanyi locked the door behind him, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Chun Linlang, this time you shall not escape. Inside, Wang Ziqing held a candle, calling out, cousin, my sweet little darling, come out. Your dear cousin has arrived. His words dripped with insincerity, making Linlong's skin crawl. Ugh, how repulsive. Behind her, Du Guboyi stiffened, his expression darkening as he glared icily at the wandering man. A surge of anger rising within him. Wang Ziqing searched around, unable to find that slender figure. Where are you? Are you hungry? I brought you something delicious. Where is she? A clear voice chimed in. What is it? A slender silhouette emerged from the shadows, her large, dark eyes shimmering brightly. Wang Ziqing's face broke into a sly grin as he approached excitedly. Cousin, I brought you some nourishing soup. It's very delicious. He spoke affectionately, as if forgetting their previous encounter. Linlang stepped back 2 paces, her tone frosty. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no appetite. Wang Ziqing was aware she looked down on him, but so what? After tonight, she would be his to toy with, her every whim dictated by him. Senses surged as Wang Ziqing prepared to force the hot soup down her throat. Suddenly, he sealed Wang Ziqing's pressure point and forced the hot soup down his throat. Seeing a person, Wang Ziqing felt less fear. But the tainted soup had already settled in his stomach, panic enveloping him. Don't do anything rash. I am the only male descendant of the Wang family. Old Madam will protect me. As his terrified words spilled forth, a wave of heat surged within him, rushing towards a particular area, overwhelming him. Wang Ziqing's face turned pale as the effects of the drug took hold. Outside, Chun Wan-yi, accompanied by her maid Taohua, listened intently. Their ears perked up to catch any sounds from within. A cold wind swept by, causing Taohua to shiver. Miss, we should hurry back before anyone discovers us. Let us wait a bit longer. Chun Wan-yi's face twisted into a sinister smile, unwilling to leave before that wretched girl faced her misfortune. Chapter 39. Reaping the consequences at dawn the next day, Chen Linlang found herself in a lamentable state, caught in a compromising situation, with only the option of drowning in disgrace left to her. No matter how downcast the Wang family had become, they would never accept a woman who had lost her virtue before marriage. This is the fate that befalls those who obstruct her path. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed in her ears. Let go of me, let go. It was Chun Linlang's voice, and Chun Wanyi felt a surge of joy, laughing heartily. Chun Linlang, you are finished. This is the consequence of crossing me. Her laughter rang out. Scream all you like, it won't matter. I've already sent everyone away. For this moment, she had meticulously planned and devoted immense effort, solely to bring about Chun Linlang's downfall. Once she was gone, everything would return to normal. Her parents would cease their quarrels. She wouldn't be ridiculed during social gatherings, and the crown prince would belong to her. Everything would be perfect. Inside, Linlang's furious voice questioned, Chun Wanyi, are you trying to harm me? Why? I thought we were sisters. The more furious Linlang became, the more pleased Wanyi felt. Don't be foolish. You have tarnished my mother's good name, caused my brother and me to be mocked, and turned the Qin family into a laughingstock. You still dare to dream of being the legitimate daughter of the Qin family? Perhaps in your next life. In this life, you are destined for ruin. To be discarded like a worn-out shoe, ridiculed, and trampled underfoot. Haraha. Her laughter abruptly ceased as she stared in horror at the crumpled figure of Taohua, a shadow appearing like a specter against the moonlight, obscuring its features. Chun Wanyi was drenched in cold sweat, her lips trembling. Who are you? Let go of me. I am the eldest daughter of the Qin family, the biological daughter of the Grand Princess. Who dares to insult me? I will have the Emperor punish your entire family. The figure turned slightly, revealing a handsome face. It was Dugi, whose expression was as cold as snow under the moonlight. Chun Wanyi was taken aback. Crown Prince brother, why are you here? Dugu tugged at Chun Wanyi's collar and pulled her into the ancestral hall, throwing her heavily to the ground. I want to see if your uncle will punish his own family. Wanyi felt weak and unable to move, her face as pale as paper. In the faint moonlight, Jing rolling on the ground, in agony and despair. Meanwhile, Linlang stood unaffected, a cold smile gracing her lips. Even she, in her naivety, understood that the situation was dire. Her first instinct was to plead for mercy. Crown Prince brother, this is a misunderstanding. Please let me go. A chilling voice resonated in the darkness. Such cruelty at such a young age is inexcusable. Dugu Yi, having witnessed the darkness of the imperial harem, was astonished that the seemingly innocent Chun Wanyi could commit such a cruel act. Without regard for kinship or a shred of familial affection, she displayed moral depravity, selfishness, and coldness. At such a tender age, she would resort to any means to achieve her goals. Such a person was terrifying, and she would reap the consequences of her actions. This would serve as her punishment for touching his reverse scale. Chun Wanyi panicked, finally understanding fear. Crown Prince brother, it was Chun Linlang who seduced Wang Ziqing. It has nothing to do with me. Even at this moment, she continued to cast blame on Linlang, showing no sign of remorse. Linlang looked down at her, feeling a deep sense of ridicule, how lowly she was, and casually walked outside, saying, "Let them suffer the consequences of their actions." As he departed, he unsealed Wang Zicheng's acupoints. Lin Lang hesitated, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Du Guyi pressed on her sleeping acupoint and carried her away. The door slowly closed, the sound of the lock echoed, and darkness enveloped the room. Chen Wani was filled with terror. "Don't leave, Crown Prince brother. Save me, save me. Ah, don't come any closer, Wang Zicheng. I warn you not to act recklessly, or you will face dire consequences. Don't come near. Help. Father, mother, grandmother. Come save me." The moon, unknown to her, had hidden behind the clouds, the sky darkening, thick with ominous clouds, and soon, torrential rain began to pour, washing away all the filth. Not far from the Duke of Southtown's residence, in a guest house, Lin Lang opened her crystalline eyes, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Upon seeing a familiar figure, she paused. "Why are you still here? Du Guyi, why are you still here? Ah, where is this? It seems to be an inn." Remembering the events before her fainting, she sighed softly within, not wanting to ask anything further. Du Guyi sat at the edge of the bed. Hearing the movement, he turned and quickly looked away, his heart racing. "It's raining. I can't go back. Come and drink some ginger tea." "Thank you." Lin Lang noticed his slightly flushed ears, and an inexplicable warmth spread through her. She smiled faintly, raised the ginger tea to her lips, and took a sip, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her as she exhaled deeply. "You can't stay out. Your family will worry. The esteemed crown prince should not be wandering about aimlessly. It would cause chaos." "I won't," Du Guyi replied unusually, his words terse, devoid of enthusiasm. Lin Lang tilted her head to look at him. "Are you worried?" It must be noted that royal offspring mature quickly, their intellect surpassing that of ordinary people. Self-inflicted misfortune. Understanding this, Du Guyi was still unconvinced and gently grasped Lin Lang's hand. "How will you protect me?" Lin Lang gazed deeply into his eyes, her expression complex. Her life would be ruined. The thought of this caused a pang of pain in his heart. "I will marry you soon. Once you come of age, then." His voice trailed off, suddenly flushed. Lin Lang blinked her large, dark eyes, playfully asking, "Then what?" How adorable she was. He felt an irresistible urge to pinch her cheek. But how could he? Du Guyi stared, dumbfounded, as her small hand brushed against his face, caught off guard, his lips twitching. "Su Lin Lang, you are teasing me. How dare you defy me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Lin Lang realized she had lost control of her hand, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 40. "I bite you, you've turned shy," exclaimed Du Guyi, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at her, his voice rising in excitement. "Be quiet," Lin Lang retorted, her embarrassment morphing into anger. In a moment of heated impulse, she lunged forward to cover his mouth. However, her momentum was too great, and she found herself tumbling onto the bed, her body sprawled atop his. They locked eyes, each staring wide-eyed at the other. The atmosphere in the room suddenly thick with ambiguity, a subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Lin Lang's mind went blank, and she felt utterly at a loss. While Du Guyi simply stared at her, bewildered and unresponsive. They remained in this trance-like state, and after what felt like an eternity, Lin Lang finally snapped back to reality. She leapt up abruptly, but her legs felt weak, causing her to fall back onto him once more, her hands pressing against his chest, resembling a rather forward woman. Flushed with shame and embarrassment, Lin Lang wished she could vanish from sight. She struggled to regain her composure, clearing her throat awkwardly. "That was an accident. Truly an accident. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Su Lin Lang, you have taken liberties with me," Du Guyi remarked, his face reddening, his neck flushed as his bright, dark eyes stubbornly remained fixed on her. "I already said it was an accident." Lin Lang could hardly endure his burning gaze, feeling a surge of indignation. "I need to rest. You should leave." "Why should I leave?" Du Guyi replied, nonchalantly lying back fully clothed. Lin Lang felt as if her eyes might pop out. Isn't it customary for people in ancient times to be more reserved? What is this? A hint of amusement flickered in Du Guyi's eyes. "Why are you dawdling? After all the work we did last night, aren't you tired?" You could let me, he teased, and for the first time, Lin Lang found his audacity astonishing. He was actually flirting with her, making her break into a sweat. Share the same bed, Dugu Yi replied earnestly. It's convenient for you to launch a surprise attack at night. I am being considerate. Lin Lang's rationality shattered, her cheeks ablaze. You shameless rogue. You are the real wolf here. Ugh, I'm leaving. Just as she turned to step away, Dugu Yi grasped her sleeve. There's only one room. If you're frightened, you can sleep on the floor. Lin Lang felt a wave of disdain wash over her, her anger flaring. Who is afraid? Why aren't you the one to sleep on the floor? I paid for the room, he replied, his expression entirely innocent and pure. His reasoning was so sound that Lin Lang found herself momentarily speechless. Great, the one who pays is the boss, she thought, resigning herself to her misfortune. As she attempted to exit, Dugu Yi sprang up, wrapping himself in a blanket and lying down on the floor, his eyes gently closing, his movements swift as the wind. Lin Lang stared in disbelief. Hey, what are you doing? I'm done teasing you. You sleep on the bed, he declared, shutting his eyes as the candlelight cast a soft glow upon his face, revealing a tenderness she hadn't noticed before. Lin Lang's heart fluttered, and she smiled brightly. Thank you, Prince Brother. Dugu Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Call me that a few more times. I find it delightful. What a greedy fellow, Lin Lang thought, rolling her eyes heavenward. Go to sleep. She expected to struggle to fall asleep, yet to her surprise, as soon as her head touched the pillow, she drifted into a deep, dreamless slumber. As dawn broke, painting the horizon with light, a new day began. The eldest princess awoke early, having slept poorly throughout the night, her mind restless and uneasy, sensing that something was amiss. Chen Ping had spent the night in the side chamber, and the eldest princess felt increasingly agitated, unable to find comfort in anything she did. The maids, noticing her distress, fell silent, serving her with utmost caution. Once she had dressed, she awaited her children's arrival to pay their respects. Her chief maid, Ji Xiang, entered, her head bowed as she reported, Princess, Bai He requests an audience. The eldest princess furrowed her brow. Bai He was Chun Wanni's personal maid, ranked alongside Tao Hua, Xinghua, and Mei Hua. Let her in. A slender figure rushed in like a flame, panic etched across her face. Princess, it's terrible. The eldest princess, furious, flung her teacup onto the table and coldly reprimanded. What nonsense is this so early in the morning? Speak sense. Who is in trouble? Without hesitation, Bai He struck her own face twice as punishment. Miss is missing. She had always been composed and gentle, which is why the eldest princess had entrusted her to her beloved daughter. But now, she appeared utterly frantic, her demeanor completely unhinged. The eldest princess felt a jolt of dread, her expression changing. What did you say? Repeat that. Bai He, tears brimming in her eyes, cried, Miss is missing. Tao Hua is also gone. She went to bed last night, and this morning, she was nowhere to be found, no matter how hard we searched. Like a thunderclap, the eldest princess felt darkness encroach upon her vision, her fury erupting. Why didn't you say this sooner? Go find her at once. The servants scrambled in a flurry, searching high and low, while the eldest princess rushed to the residence where Chun Wanni was staying. As she arrived, the servants all knelt in submission, fuming and anxious. The eldest princess thundered, How could you care for my daughter so poorly? With so many eyes around, how could you lose track of a living person? If anything happens to Ear, none of you will have it easy. She called for her daughter repeatedly, her temper flaring, creating chaos and disarray. A commanding voice broke through the noise. What is going on this early in the day? Chen Ping appeared, supporting Lady Chun, who wore a displeased expression, her brow furrowed. Seeing them was like finding a lifeline. The eldest princess's eyes turned red. Mother, husband, Ear is missing. Both men were taken aback. Chen Ping's face a mixture of shock and anger. What? How is that possible? Summon Chief Steward Chun Jian at once. Chun Jian hurried in, paying his respects to the eldest princess, Lady Chun, and the marquis. As a scion of the Chun family, with both his grandfather and father having served as chief stewards, he naturally followed suit. Chen Ping's expression darkened. Was there anything unusual last night? Was anyone intruding? Chun Jian's heart sank. Something was indeed wrong, and it was serious. Carefully, he replied, No, I assure you, the guards were vigilant, not a fly could enter. Though his words were resolute, he felt an unsettling premonition lurking within. Chen Ping, still trusting the steward, frowned deeply. Then what could have happened? After searching all morning through the Chun residence, they had found no trace of Chun Wanni, and as time passed, their anxiety deepened. A servant reported, "Sister Chang from the ancestral hall has arrived." The ancestral hall. The eldest princess snapped impatiently. "Tell her to leave. I have no time for her." She was unconcerned about Chen Linlong's fate. In fact, if she were dead, it would be for the best. At this moment, her sole concern was her precious daughter's whereabouts. Her heart filled with trepidation. Chen Ping, still possessing a semblance of conscience, said, "Is something wrong with Linling? Let her in." The eldest princess was displeased. "Husband, how can you think of others at a time like this? Our daughter is missing." In her heart, Chen Wani was a treasured gem, cradled delicately as if fearing she might break, while Chen Linlang was merely a stumbling block, destined to be eliminated. Chapter 41. A thunderous shock. She harbored no fondness for Chen Linlang, viewing her not as a granddaughter, but with indifference. The servant hesitated momentarily, and then Sister Chang stated that there was an urgent matter to report regarding the second Mississippi. The tone of the Grand Princess shifted dramatically, commanding her to enter at once. Sister Chang was a capable and shrewd woman, yet at this moment, her complexion was ashen, her expression troubled. The Grand Princess, fraught with anxiety, urged her to speak. What had happened to the second miss? Last night, the second Mississippi. Sister Chang's heart raced with trepidation. She summoned her courage to reveal that the second miss had come to request the key and ordered them away, forbidding them from approaching the ancestral hall. The news of the second miss's disappearance had just reached her, and she was stricken with fear, terrified of being implicated. The Grand Princess felt her mind whirl. How could this be? At such a late hour? Yes, in the dead of night, and Sister Chang closed her eyes, struggling to articulate her words, bringing the young master with her. They were not fools. They understood the gravity of the situation, yet as servants, they could only obey orders. The Grand Princess's heart raced inexplicably, a wave of panic washing over her, her palms slick with cold sweat. The ancestral hall was situated in a remote area, strictly off-limits to servants, and no one had thought to check there. Chen Ping's face turned ashen, and he abruptly stood. "Let us go and see." Old Madame Chen cast a deep glance at the Grand Princess before following suit. The Grand Princess sat in stunned silence, her face pale as parchment, hesitating for a moment before resolutely rushing over. A throng of people hastily arrived at the ancestral hall, only to find the heavy doors tightly locked, the surroundings eerily desolate. Chen Ping gestured casually, "Open the door." "Yes." The servant hurriedly approached to unlock it, but as the door swung open, a terrified scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Everyone outside was taken aback. The elderly maid beside old Madame Chen chided. "What is the meaning of this? How dare you cause a scene in front of the master? Accept your punishment." "Yes, yes." The servant dashed out, fleeing as if pursued by a ghost. The onlookers exchanged glances, all aware that something had gone awry inside. Yet none dared to step forward. The Grand Princess stared at the chilling door, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, a dreadful premonition gnawing at her. Her feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, rendering her immobile. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from within, "Help!" The Grand Princess's body jolted, her complexion shifting dramatically. It was Wan Yi's voice. Forgetting her fear, she bolted inside, the sight before her freezing her very blood, a thunderclap of horror dimming her vision. "Ira!" Chen Wan Yi stood disheveled, her clothing torn, hair unkempt, revealing her pale skin marred by bruises, her expression frenzied, as if she had lost her mind. Beside her lay Wang Ziqing, unconscious, bloodied and battered, a ghastly sight. The Grand Princess's heart shattered, pierced by 1,000 arrows of anguish. How could her beloved child endure such a horrific ordeal? She rushed forward, enveloping her daughter in her embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Wan Yi, it is mother, awaken." Chen Wan Yi stirred from her daze, gripping her mother's arm with desperation. "Mother, mother, save me. Do not fear, mother is here, no one can harm you." The Grand Princess wept uncontrollably, her heart wrenched in agony. How could this be? Oh heavens, how could anyone be so cruel? Having suffered a night of torment, Chen Wan Yi's mind was clouded, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet the hatred in her eyes deepened. It was Wang Ziqing, he is a beast. "Mother, kill him for me." The Grand Princess's rage ignited fiercely. Without a second thought, she gestured for her maid to strangle Wang Ziqing. Wang Ziqing finally regained consciousness. His face flushed red as he struggled fiercely. "Stop!" A furious voice rang out. Old Madame Chen glared at the maid, who, startled, instinctively released her grip. "Help me, miss." Wang Ziqing crawled desperately toward old Madame Chun, clinging to her leg for dear life. The Grand Princess seethed with indignation, but upon witnessing his pitiful state, her heart softened. Her eyes burned with hatred, consumed by the desire for vengeance on behalf of her daughter. "Mother, how can you protect this beast? He has committed unspeakable acts. I must kill him." This was the singular hurdle she could not overcome in her otherwise smooth-sailing life. Even if she killed Wang Ziqing, it would not extinguish the hatred festering within her. Old Madame Chun surveyed the scene, her mind spinning with anguish. On one side stood her beloved granddaughter, and on the other, her family's sole bloodline. No matter the choice, it felt wrong. She bit her lip, making a swift decision. This was the only lineage of the Wang family. He could not be harmed. She had to preserve the roots of the Wang family. Otherwise, how could she face her parents and brothers? The Grand Princess, incensed, contorted her face in rage. "In your eyes, ear is worth less than a stranger? Old madam, though you bear the Wang surname, you are still a daughter-in-law of the Qin family, and you must prioritize the Qin family." Her resentment toward old Madame Chun flared. Had she not insisted on involving her family, frequently keeping Wang Ziqing close, such calamity might have been avoided. Old Madame Chun felt a pang of guilt, but was unwilling to relent. "Princess, please calm down. Let us discuss this calmly." Typically imperious, she now spoke with an unprecedented humility for the sake of her grandson. However, the Grand Princess could not accept this. "We shall speak no more. Let us execute him. Please return to your quarters, old madam." Wang Ziqing trembled uncontrollably, pleading for his life. Old Madame Chun, enraged, struck the ground with her cane, her voice seething with fury. "Who dares to make a move? Grand Princess, though you are a noble princess, you are still my daughter-in-law. Do you wish to rebel?" The Grand Princess's expression turned frigid, barely concealing her murderous intent. "As a daughter-in-law, I do not dare to defy, but I will not spare this demon. I vow to kill him." Old Madame Chun inhaled deeply, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. "Given the circumstances, let us unite and Chung in marriage. Let us merge the families, and a shared blanket shall suffice." Previously, the disparity in their family backgrounds had inhibited her from considering such a union, but now, after such an incident, who would still desire to marry Yi? "This is a splendid idea." Wang Ziqing's eyes lit up, instinctively glancing at Chen Wan-yi, who trembled violently, shaking her head in abject horror. The Grand Princess's face flushed with anger. "Dream on. Such a wretch is unworthy of my daughter." "Old madam, you have lost your senses." Chen Wan-yi curled into the Grand Princess's embrace, lost in a fit of panic. "Mother, I do not wish to marry him. Please, no." The events of the previous night felt like a dreadful nightmare, terrifying enough that she never wished to see him again in her lifetime. The Grand Princess, heartbroken, comforted her daughter gently. "It is all right. Mother is here. Do not be afraid." Chen Wanyi's mind was still clouded, filled only with hatred. "I want to kill Chen Linlang." Chapter 42. Finding a scapegoat. Something was amiss. It should have been Chen Linlang who suffered this misfortune. So how had it turned into Wani? Was she the victim of a scheme? Women born into the palace are more sensitive than anyone else. Tears streamed down Chen Wanyi's face as she seethed. It was her fault. She orchestrated all of this. She is a demon. She must die. Only her death can cleanse her sins and absolve the suffering I have endured. As for her own proactive harm towards others, she had chosen to forget entirely. In her eyes, she was the most precious, while others were mere stepping stones, easily discarded at any moment. The Grand Princess's murderous intent surged forth. "Very well. I shall kill her for you, slicing her into 1,000 pieces to avenge you." Chen Ping stared blankly at the scene, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost his wits, remaining silent, utterly disheartened. A melodious voice broke through the tension. "Why is it so lively? What has happened?" A visage of snow-white beauty appeared before everyone, with arched brows and a charming smile, bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin as delicate as if it could be broken by a breath. It was Lin Lang, who had unknowingly stood at the door, tilting her head slightly. Like the morning sun, fresh and radiant, exuding vitality. The Grand Princess's hatred erupted. "Seize her, kill her. If looks could kill, Lin Lang would have been slain hundreds of times over." A tall figure stepped in front of Lin Lang, coldly commanding, "Who dares?" Chen Wan-yi emitted a sharp, anguished cry, burying her head in the Grand Princess's embrace, trembling all over. "Make him leave, quickly." How could she let him see her in such a disheveled state? The Grand Princess swiftly wrapped her cloak around Wan-yi, covering her head, and then icily stated, Young master, this is a family matter of the Qin clan. Kindly step aside. And if I refuse? Duguyi responded with an air of defiance, his brows raised, exuding a rebellious spirit. The Grand Princess, incensed, replied with a chilling expression, then our families shall be enemies. I will petition His Majesty for justice, even if it meant a mutual destruction. She would destroy the one who harmed her daughter. Her aura radiated an overwhelming murderous intent, yet Duguyi remained unfazed. What justice? You intend to kill me? Kill my father? Do you truly believe that is possible? You. The Grand Princess felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her body trembling. Though she was the beloved daughter of the late emperor and the aunt of the crown prince, a natural rift existed. The emperor and the crown prince were full-blooded brothers, while she was born of a concubine, creating an inherent divide. Qin Ping furrowed his brow, sternly demanding, Enough, Linlang. What exactly happened last night? Why were you outside? Why did you appear alongside the crown prince? His gaze turned skeptical, as if suspicion had taken root. Despite his feelings of guilt towards Su Linlang, his allegiance lay with his beloved Chun Wan Yi and her brother. Duguyi's clear voice interjected first. We were not together. I visited openly and encountered my fiancé, Yi, Lord Chun. I am unclear about your insinuations. This. Qin Ping hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Family scandals should not be aired publicly. Father, Linlang hesitantly spoke. I was so hungry last night that I snuck out to find something to eat. And after I was full, I simply found a place to sleep. I am sorry, Father, I was wrong. Lowering her head, she feigned a compliant demeanor. Chun Wan Yi's desire to kill her surged, and she screamed in fury, Liar. You are lying. Linlang sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Sister, you always target me, blaming me for bringing shame to your family, but is it truly my fault? Do not consistently place your faults upon the innocent. Chun Wan Yi was on the verge of madness, lying before her, attempting to absolve herself. It was a delusion. Her emotions intensified. You harmed me. You poured the spiced soup down Wang Zicheng's throat. You dragged me in to suffer for you. It was you. For reasons unknown, she attributed Duguyi's actions to Linlang. Linlang, with a cold smile inwardly, gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes. Spiced soup? What does that mean? When did I drag you in? Vile creature. Qin Wanyi, driven to madness, shrieked. Do not attempt to shirk responsibility. Qin Linlang, you are not human. You are a beast. She behaved as if deranged, completely abandoning her gentlewoman's facade. Everyone regarded Linlang with suspicion, as if they had already condemned her. Who could blame them? She held the least standing in the family. When trouble arose, it was only natural to seek a scapegoat, and removing the thorn in the mistress's side was an excellent choice. Linlang, having witnessed the cruelty of the world, flashed a subtle smirk. Enough? Qin Wanyi, do you dare swear to heaven? If a single word of what you say is false, may you meet a wretched end in your next life as a slave or a courtesan. Her words detonated like a heavy bomb among the crowd. The Grand Princess gritting her teeth in silence. Qin Wanyi stood stunned, her lips trembling. You. So venomous. How could you? Her voice quivered, unable to articulate further. Linlang gazed at her with clear, piercing eyes. I ask you only this. Do you dare? I. Qin Wanyi's face flushed crimson, yet she could not utter a word. This silence spoke volumes. It indicated her fear and her deceit. Madame Qin and Qin Ping felt displeased, yet they understood her feelings and remained silent. However, Duguyi could no longer tolerate it. He could not bear to witness Linlang being bullied. Lord Qin, the emperor often says that governing a nation and managing a household are intertwined. If you cannot even manage your own family, how can you expect to govern effectively? I shall mention this to the emperor. Qin Ping's expression darkened. Princess, please take Yi back. Her health is paramount. I will summon the physician. No. Both Chun Wan Yi and the Grand Princess simultaneously refused. Flustered and exasperated, Qin Ping commanded, tie up Wang Zicheng and confine him to the woodshed. No one is permitted to enter or exit without my orders. Wang Zicheng cowered behind Madame Chun, feigning death. Upon hearing Qin Ping's words, he panicked. Uncle, spare me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I will never dare again. Take him away. Qin Ping's face flushed with anger. It was not that he did not harbor hatred, but he had been enduring for Madame Chen's sake. Before Madame Chun could intercede, he turned to Linlang. As for you, return to your room and transcribe the Buddhist scriptures 100 times. Yes. Linlang obediently complied, appearing exceedingly docile. The Grand Princess fixed her icy gaze upon her. a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within her eyes. She could not allow Lin Lang to see the dawn of another day. She could not endure even a moment longer. This scene unfolded before Du Guye's eyes, and he pressed his thin lips together. Lord Shun, I have a request, though it may be unwelcome. Chen Ping respectfully bowed. Please, speak. He could not afford to offend. He must treat Du Guye with utmost deference, no matter how foul his temper. He was the most favored descendant of the royal family, living in a manner more splendid than even the princes. Chapter 43. Either live or die. Feng He, clad in azure garments, possessed an exquisite beauty and an air of distinction that set her apart from ordinary maidservants. The expression on the Grand Princess's face shifted dramatically. Young master, what do you mean by this? She inquired. Lin Lang, have you complained to the young master about the inadequacy of your maidservants? Fear not. I shall send you 4 by tomorrow. Her plans were thwarted before they even commenced, inciting a deep-seated resentment within her. For death warrants? Du Guye's demeanor hardened, his resolve unwavering. The Chen family is in such disarray. I cannot entrust my fiancée to their care. If my words lack weight, I shall have my father speak on my behalf. He was determined to achieve what he set out to do. The Grand Princess was about to refuse when Chen Ping shot her a warning glance and smiled apologetically. The young master is jesting. Of course, it can be arranged. After years of marriage, he was acutely aware of the Grand Princess's intentions. Having such a maidservant by Lin Lang's side would indeed be beneficial. Du Guye nodded in satisfaction. Feng He, recognize your mistress. From this moment forth, you shall heed only her commands. It is your duty to care for and protect her. Should anyone dare to harm her, you shall annihilate them and their entire family. Should the heavens fall, the Jin Wangfu will provide shelter. Such was the formidable confidence of the Jin Wang's heir. I shall obey your orders. Feng He stepped forward, performing a deep bow. I have met my mistress. Lin Lang was charmed by this capable young woman and smiled warmly. Rise, please take good care of me. I am in need of assistance, especially from someone as competent as you. She felt as though she would awaken from a dream filled with joy. Her amiable demeanor and sweet smile caught Feng He off guard. Did the young master prefer such girls? A voice filled with astonishment echoed from Feng He's residence. What did you say? The Grand Princess stared blankly at her daughter, as if she were a stranger. Chen Wan leaned against the bed, her face etched with determination. Mother, I wish to marry the Jin Wang's heir. You. The Grand Princess's brow furrowed in distress. How could her daughter be so stubborn? Had such a situation not arisen, perhaps there would have been hope, but now that the Jin Wang's heir had witnessed the event, how could it be possible? The Jin Wangfu was not one to be trifled with, and the Empress Dowager was no mere decoration. Chen Wanyi's agitation surged. If not, I shall die. Following the shock, her temperament shifted drastically, becoming irrational and frighteningly obsessive. The Grand Princess's heart ached as she tightly embraced her daughter. Here, do not be agitated. I shall find a way. She could not concern herself with the details. All she knew was that she would do whatever it took to fulfill her daughter's wishes. Tears welled in Chen Wanyi's eyes as she looked pitifully at her mother. Mother, you will help me, won't you? If she could not find happiness, then neither would anyone else. They would all descend into hell together. Du Guye, Chen Lin Lang, and Wang Zicheng. None would be spared. The Grand Princess wept, gently caressing her daughter's delicate cheek. Of course, you are my only daughter. Even if I must retrieve the moon from the heavens, I shall do so for you. Chen Wanyi smiled through her tears, nestling into her mother's embrace like a newborn child. Once her emotions had settled, the Grand Princess hesitated for a moment before struggling to ask, what exactly transpired? Chen Wanyi's body trembled, and a fierce hatred flickered in her eyes. After recounting her story, the Grand Princess felt her heart wrenching with pain, her eyes reddening with fury. How could they do this? To abandon you with that scoundrel? She could hardly believe that Du Guye had committed such an act, assisting an outsider in betraying his own kin. Chen Wanyi's heart brimmed with hatred. Her features contorted. Mother, now you understand? This is a debt he owes me. Let him repay it for the rest of his life. The Grand Princess pounded her fist against the bed's edge, seething with anger. This is intolerable. Very well, it is decided. As for Chen Lin Lang, rest assured, the suffering she has inflicted upon you shall be repaid 100-fold. I will make her life a living hell. Her daughter had faith in her. Chen Wanyi suddenly recalled something, her expression darkening. Mother, none of those present today must be spared. Anyone who had witnessed her disgrace must die. Very well, not one shall be left alive. To the Grand Princess, those servants were insignificant compared to her daughter's reputation. A simple decree from her led to a bloodbath in the Chun residence. After the gruesome cleansing, no one remained in Chun Wanyi's courtyard. The maidservants were rendered mute and sold into brothels, while the matrons met with execution. Those who had witnessed the scandal were all eliminated, creating an atmosphere of fear among the remaining servants. With the exception of a few masters, the servants were entirely replaced. The Grand Princess's ruthless measures instilled terror in all. Even the elderly matriarch of the Chun family dared not offend her. However, to preserve the last scion of the Wang family, she was compelled to lower herself and plead with her daughter-in-law. Wang Zicheng, despite his shortcomings, was the only link to her family. Presently, he had received 20 lashes and was confined in the woodshed without food or water. If this continued, he would surely perish. The Grand Princess remained silent for an extended period. As time trickled by, the Chun matriarch's forehead glistened with sweat, just as despair began to settle in. The Grand Princess finally spoke softly. "If you wish to save his life, it can be done." The elderly matriarch's heart leaped with joy. "Daughter-in-law, I know you are the most dutiful." The Grand Princess scoffed with disdain. She held a deep-seated loathing for her. But Chen Linlang must die. This was the price of the bargain, one life for another. Of course, this was merely temporary. Wang Zicheng's fate was already sealed. Must it be this way? The elderly matriarch faltered, her brow furrowing in distress. The Grand Princess's gaze was frigid, devoid of warmth. "It is either Wang Zicheng or Chen Linlang. Choose for yourself." After a prolonged silence, the matriarch gritted her teeth and made her decision. "Very well, I accept." She chose to spare Wang Zicheng, casting Chen Linlang as the sacrificial pawn. After all, she held no affection for her. If she must die, so be it. The Grand Princess was not surprised by this outcome. In the old woman's eyes, only Wang Zicheng mattered. The bloodline of the Wang family far outweighed that of the Chen family. "I await your good news. When Chen Linlang dies, Wang Zicheng shall be released." Within the opulent chamber, only the Chun matriarch remained, the space eerily silent. She stared vacantly at the flickering candlelight, her aged, withered face illuminated and shadowed, unsure of how much time had passed. Finally, a look of determination crossed her features as she called out, "Summon the eldest daughter." A respectful voice responded from outside, "Yes." As dusk deepened, the air grew heavy, thick with an almost palpable stench of blood. A storm was brewing, the winds were beginning to rise. After finishing her dinner, Lin Lang strolled through the courtyard to aid her digestion. Just as she prepared to wash up and rest, the Grand Matriarch's head maid, Ju Er, approached her, requesting her presence. So late, Lin Lang peered at the darkening sky, puzzled, but she knew she had to heed the Grand Matriarch's summons. "Then let us go?" Chapter 44. Poisoning Yes. Feng He, please take good care of the young lady. Xiao Yin was not averse to the newly arrived Feng He, continuously addressing her as sister because she recognized Feng He's significant abilities and her affiliation with the Jin Wangfu, which assured the young lady's protection. Feng He was taciturn, dignified, and composed, offering a slight nod as her response. The main hall of San residence was splendid, adorned with lavish decorations, each piece a treasure, a true haven of opulence. The matriarch, old Madame Chun, had lost her husband in her early years and had single-handedly raised her son, fostering a deep bond between them. Chen Ping was exceedingly filial, allowing her to live comfortably. Although the Grand Princess managed the household, nothing was delivered that was not of the finest quality. It could be said that old Madame Chun was the most pampered, yet at that moment, her brow was furrowed, her eyes clouded with worry. Lin Lang entered. "Grandmother, did you call for me?" She performed a respectful bow, her etiquette impeccable, moving gracefully, her smile fresh and sweet, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Old Madame Chun sighed softly within, yet her expression softened into a loving smile. "Please, sit down. Since your return, we have not had the chance to have a proper conversation." She appeared just like a grandmother from an ordinary family, radiating kindness. It was rather strange. Lin Lang did not exhibit surprise, but rather a hint of caution, though she did not reveal it. "What would you like to discuss?" She was acutely aware of old Madame Chin's displeasure toward her. Such a sudden change in demeanor surely held ulterior motives. What could she, with nothing of value, possess that would pique old Madame Chin's interest? Old Madame Chin's gaze shifted to Jing He, and she commanded with authority, "Ajiang, take everyone out and bring in a pot of fine tea." "Yes," Ajiang replied, ushering the maids away, yet Feng He remained, steadfast, as her mistress was Lin Lang. Old Madam Chen's displeasure surfaced. What? Are you not reassured by my presence? Grandmother, you jest, Lin Lang replied with a gentle smile, waving her hand. Prompting Feng He to bow and step back. Lin Lang was curious about the intentions behind the courteous facade. Kindness without reason often concealed treachery. However, she was unafraid, prepared to confront whatever might come. With a tender gaze, old Madam Chen listened as Lin Lang recounted past events, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You have suffered over the years. It is the Chen family's fault. However, we shall make amends moving forward. She spoke earnestly, yet Lin Lang sensed a hint of insincerity. Old Madam Chen presented an exquisite jewelry box to Lin Lang, who opened it to find a dazzling array of jewels, radiant and precious. What does this signify? Lin Lang inquired silently, her large, expressive eyes conveying her curiosity. Surprised by Lin Lang's calm demeanor, old Madam Chen remarked, These are my jewels from my youth. Do you like them? They are all yours. All for me. Alarm bells rang in Lin Lang's mind. It was unusual for old Madam Chen to bestow such a lavish gift. Maintaining her composure, Lin Lang responded, Thank you, grandmother, but I believe they should be kept for my sister. She may never marry, and should have some precious items for her protection. She feigned the role of a devoted sister, evoking sympathy. Old Madam Chen frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. Rest assured, the Grand Princess has plans for her. As for you, without a mother, I must take extra care. Despite the pleasant words, the underlying irritation was palpable. Lin Lang pursed her lips, her gaze sharpening, yet her smile brightened. Thank you, grandmother. I would be ungrateful to refuse such a generous gift, so I shall accept it. She graciously accepted the offering, exuding the poise of a well-bred young lady, devoid of any crudeness, her elegance innate. That is more like it. Old Madam Chen's eyes dimmed momentarily, a flicker of internal conflict crossing her features as Ajiang entered with a tray, presenting a pot of hot tea and an assortment of snacks. Old Madam Chen exchanged a glance with Ajiang, who silently positioned herself behind her, her expression blank. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar, and Lin Lang sensed the tension, her gaze drifting toward Ajiang. Clearing her throat, old Madam Chen interrupted Lin Lang's thoughts. Here, taste this to Hong Pao. It is a tribute bestowed by the emperor himself, a mere 2 taels, quite precious. The excessive attentiveness felt odd to Lin Lang. She was skeptical of old Madam Chen's genuine affection, suspecting ulterior motives. Cradling the teacup, she smiled and remarked, So precious? I shall save it for my father. It is a daughter's filial piety. Old Madam Chen's expression froze. Very thoughtful of you. You enjoy your tea. I have set aside a tael for him. Lin Lang observed everything keenly, her heart sinking slightly, a foreboding sensation enveloping her. Yet she masked her unease, lowering her head to sip the tea, softly exclaiming, Indeed. It is fine tea. Old Madam Chen watched her drink, her gaze faltering, her head tilting slightly in reluctance. As long as you like it, Lin Lang. Do not blame your grandmother. I care deeply for you. Regardless, she recognized that as a descendant of the Chen family, sacrifices were inevitable. Lin Lang lifted her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her large, clear eyes reflecting understanding. I comprehend your intentions, grandmother. I shall be dutiful and honor you well. Good child. I am sorry for any hardship you endure. Old Madam Chen, unable to meet Lin Lang's gaze, hid her discomfort behind her teacup. Any hardship is better than the deceased. Lin Lang's gaze bore into her, profound as the ocean. What do you mean? What deceased? Old Madam Chen's hand trembled, spilling hot tea across the floor. Grandmother, why are you so anxious? Lin Lang feigned surprise. My mother passed away early. It is such a pity. If she were here, she would surely bless me. Indeed, indeed. Old Madam Chen lowered her gaze, her brow knitting slightly, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Suddenly, Lin Lang's complexion paled, clutching her abdomen, sweat cascading down her brow. My stomach hurts terribly. Grandmother, I think I have eaten something bad. Old Madam Chen leaped to her feet, retreating hastily. A mixture of guilt and remorse evident in her demeanor, but not regret. Lin Lang, do not blame me. Blame? Lin Lang's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. Writhing in pain. Upon hearing those words, her expression froze, disbelief etching her features. Grandmother, did you poison the tea? At this juncture, there was little left to say. Although old Madam Chen felt remorse, she did not grieve deeply. After all, how could one feel affection for someone who had not grown up by their side? Her affections were reserved for 3 individuals: her own son, Qin Ping, her grandson, and her nephew, Wang Zicheng. I am left with no choice. I shall offer more paper money for you. Chapter 45. The transformation into evil. As for her own culpability, she believed she was entirely blameless, merely forced into her predicament. Lin Lang collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen, trembling as she clutched her abdomen, and sarcastically remarked, "What a benevolent old matriarch! How ruthless to poison her own granddaughter without fear of retribution." It was only at this moment that she grasped the depths of old Madame Chen's scheming, who said that the elderly would be tender-hearted. Everyone extols the virtues of high-born nobility, yet who could fathom the sordid realities that lie beneath the surface? Old Madame Chen initially felt a tinge of remorse, but upon hearing Lin Lang's words, her indignation flared. "Who told you to return? Who asked you to be so restless? You have only yourself to blame." These were her descendants. She had the authority to decide who should live and who should perish without needing to justify her actions. Why? Lin Lang, in a daze, was reeling from the devastating blow. Old Madame Chen glared down at her with a stern expression. "Who told you to offend the Grand Princess? Your unfortunate fate is no one's fault but your own." Lin Lang felt a chill in her heart. She knew well the Chen family's inherent coldness, yet she had not anticipated such heartlessness. Indeed, being a daughter of the Chen family meant an ill-fated existence. Alas, I had no power to choose my parents or my lineage. Though she had never regarded these people as family, their cruel methods instilled fear even in outsiders. "May you proceed on your journey." Old Madame Chen feigned a compassionate demeanor, shaking her head with a sigh, when suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen. It hurts." Her body weakened, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Jiang Momo rushed over in a panic. Madam, what has happened to you?" It hurts. Quickly, summon the physician." Old Madame Chen was drenched in sweat, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Lang slowly rose from the ground, her expression complex. "Old Madam, it seems you have been poisoned. This is what they call harming others while harming oneself." Old Madame Chen's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. "Impossible, how could this be? How are you unharmed?" "I did not drink it. I spat it all onto my sleeve." Lin Lang extended her right hand, revealing a damp patch inside her wide sleeve. She had grown wary and learned to be cautious. It seemed the ancients were right. One should harbor no ill intent towards others, yet always remain vigilant against them. Unexpectedly, she had preserved her own life, while the old matriarch's scheming had backfired. Old Madame Chen's face turned pale, a mixture of shock and pain evident as she glared at Jiang Momo. "Was it you? When were you bribed?" "I didn't notice a thing." Jiang Momo stumbled back. Panic-stricken, Lin Lang's mind raced, feigning sympathy. "Old Madam, while you poisoned me, someone else poisoned you as well. Quite a clever maneuver, eliminating 2 thorns at once." "No." Old Madame Chen's vision darkened, and she spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood, her head tilting as her strength waned. Jiang Momo trembled, her voice rising in alarm. "Help! The old madam has been poisoned by the young lady. Quickly, summon the physician." As her words fell, a throng of people surged into the room. Qin Ping, leading the group, was horrified by the scene before him. Mother, hold on. The physician will be here shortly." "I loathe." Old Madame Chen's vision faded, her grip tightening on her son's sleeve as she glared at the Grand Princess behind him. Wretched woman. The Grand Princess, taken aback, instinctively stepped back. She had countless words to express, countless grievances to voice, yet time was running out. Her strength slipped away, her breath faltered, leaving her with only a pair of unwilling, aged eyes. "Mother, no." Qin Ping's heart twisted in agony, his vision darkening as he fainted. The Grand Princess secretly sighed in relief, quickly asserting, "Arrest Lin Lang. She has poisoned her grandmother, devoid of all compassion, worse than a beast." Her response was swift. Although a mistake had occurred, it was perhaps for the better. Lin Lang regarded her coldly, akin to observing a farcical spectacle. With her head held high and her back straightened, she exuded an air of defiance. "Who dares?" Feng He burst into the room, stunned by the sight before her, and immediately positioned herself in front of Lin Lang. The Grand Princess's gaze turned frigid, as if regarding 2 corpses. "Seize them all. Miss, I shall protect you as we escape." Feng He finally regained her senses, waving her hand as a firework exploded in the night sky, illuminating the darkness. It was a signal flare. The Grand Princess's expression hardened. "Kill, without mercy." Several servants rushed forward, only to be repelled by Feng He, who, despite appearing delicate, exhibited remarkable skill. Linlang stood behind Feng He, devoid of anger or joy, contemplating. Was this an attempt to silence me? Grand Princess, what does it feel like to poison your own mother-in-law? I have always known your wickedness. Yet I never imagined you would be so bloodthirsty, transforming into a fiend, willing to slay your own mother-in-law while plotting to poison me. The Grand Princess's complexion shifted, signaling an increase in her minions. Feng He began to falter. Qin Ping regained consciousness just in time to hear these words, his face paling in realization. What did you say? The Grand Princess, startled, hastily defended herself. Husband, she has returned for revenge. Her first target was Wan Yi. Now it's the old madam, and next, it will be us. Her methods are too cruel. Qin Ping's mind was a chaotic void, gazing blankly at his wife, whose usually gentle and noble face was now filled with urgency. He could not believe that she was capable of such deeds. His gaze fell upon Chen Linlang, recalling her ruthlessness in disregarding familial ties. Do you truly harbor such hatred for us? Hatred enough to kill? The Grand Princess secretly exhaled, her murderous intent intensifying. Linlang let out a cold laugh, her expression frosty. Father, I did not commit murder. Do you dare accompany me to the court of justice to confront this matter? Grand Princess, do you dare? Kill, was the Grand Princess's only reply. Linlang pointed to the heavens. You dare not. The heavens bear witness to the deeds of men. Grand Princess, your misdeeds are numerous, and retribution will soon follow. The Grand Princess, disregarding all, sought only to kill the girl before her, her expression twisted with malice. You will not have the chance to see it. Several elderly maids, seemingly ordinary, revealed profound martial prowess, outnumbering their opponents. In a short while, Feng He was injured, bloodied, her movements growing sluggish. Miss, I am of no use. Although Linlang had trained in martial arts, she was no match for true masters. Seeing no way to escape, she surrendered her struggle. Two elderly maids seized her, a sword pressed against her neck. Linlang sighed wearily. You have done your utmost. To seek virtue is to attain virtue. Thank you. She had not anticipated such an outcome. She had underestimated the Grand Princess. Yet who could foresee the presence of such formidable allies by her side? Chapter 46. A critical moment, a chilling voice penetrated the air, reminiscent of the winter snows of December. The Grand Princess's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling with rage. Kill her. The old matron's sword moved, and Linlang could only manage a bitter smile, closing her eyes in resignation, ready for death. A piercing scream echoed through the air. The old matron collapsed in a pool of blood, her sword-wielding arms severed, writhing in agony upon the ground. The stench of blood filled the atmosphere, and the brutal scene felt like a descent into hell, overwhelming the onlookers with shock and horror. Linlang's body fell into a warm embrace, and instinctively, she opened her eyes to behold a handsome face before her. She froze in place. I arrived too late. Donggu Ye's heart raced, filled with dread. Had he arrived a moment later, the consequences could have been dire. With this thought, he held Linlang tightly, consumed by a furious desire for vengeance. Linlang gazed at him, his urgency, his pain, and his anger enveloping her like a warm spring, soothing her cold heart. Even if the entire world turned against her, he remained steadfast, stepping forward to protect her. His presence was a comfort. Her nose tinged with bitterness, her eyes glistening. She thought, it is enough that you are here. Donggu Yi, accustomed to her spirited demeanor, felt a pang of heartbreak upon seeing her vulnerability and reddened eyes. The Grand Princess screamed in fury, Year, step aside. This matter does not concern you, and it will bring no benefit to you or the Jin Wangfu. She seemed transformed, radiating hostility that made others uncomfortable. Donggu Yi met her gaze without fear. Aunt, I care not how many lives you have taken, but if you dare to harm my fiancée, you shall find no passage. His declaration of fiancée was resolute and obstinate, his sole desire being to shield those he cherished. In life, one must choose their battles wisely. The Grand Princess's eyes turned frigid. You would protect such a villain who has slain our Chun family's matriarch? Donggu Ye's gaze fell on Qin Ping, disappointment washing over him. This man, who had promised to compensate Linlang for her losses, stood idle in her moment of need. How could he be a father, a husband, or a man of honor? It was not she who killed. She is too proud to harm an elderly woman defenseless against her. This was Donggu Ye's response. Linlang's heart jolted, warmth flooding her veins, spreading rapidly throughout her body. Qin Ping, uncomfortable under Donggu Ye's scrutiny, finally spoke. You have known her for but a short time. How can you possibly understand her nature? Donggu Yi looked down on him from the depths of his being. He was unworthy to be Linlong's father. Some people connect instantly, while others can know each other for decades, yet remain strangers. I ask only this. What benefit would she gain from killing the matriarch? What motive could she possibly have? Would she trade her entire life for a fleeting hatred? She is not so foolish. Do not insult her intelligence. She is not a killer. She is forthright, possessing a clarity of sentiment rare among the highborn. Her love and her hate are plainly evident. The Grand Princess responded with veiled malice. Those with twisted minds cannot be understood by normal individuals. Indeed, I cannot fathom your grotesque nature. Linlong's expression softened with pity, her voice laden with sympathy. I pity you. Existing in such a convoluted world, where treachery thrives and murder is commonplace. Grand Princess, how many lives do you hold in your hands? Unperturbed, the Grand Princess, having grown up in the palace, had witnessed the darkest of humanity and had become tainted herself. Do not presume you can smear my reputation, for I am a royal princess, and I will not tolerate your slander. Linlong's eyes narrowed, curiously asking, are all the old matrons by the princess's side so formidable? Their martial prowess and ruthless tactics seem indispensable for murder and deceit. You. The Grand Princess's voice faltered, her face paling, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. She had overlooked something. Though Donggu Yi did not understand the source of the Grand Princess's fear, he had no time to ponder. Seizing Linlong's hand, he urged, we must go. Suddenly, several men in black emerged, encircling Donggu Yi and Linlang in protection. The Grand Princess, increasingly alarmed, hastily commanded, seize them all. This incident must not be disclosed. Not a word. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. She would go so far as to target the Jin Wang's heir? Was she truly mad? The Grand Princess's expression was grave, her eyes shifting like shadows. Year, you are blinded by folly. You will thank me later. Donggu Yi felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Linlang sensed the impending danger and urgently addressed her father. Father, as a marquis, you surely understand the law. What punishment awaits those who abuse their power? When did the matriarch of the Chun family rise above the law and the emperor? Her words struck like a heavy blow, reverberating in the hearts of all present. Should this information leak, it would spell doom for their family. Chen Ping's face paled, his thoughts in disarray. The Grand Princess, panicked and enraged, cried, silence. Seize her immediately. No more words could be allowed. It was too perilous. Who dares? Donggu Yi boldly positioned himself in front of Linlang. A tumult ensued. The old matrons, skilled in combat, surpassed even the Jin Wangfu's guards, defeating them with ease, leaving the guards reeling in defeat. Before long, the ground was littered with the fallen, blood flowing like a river. Chen Ping stood frozen, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before him. Those once docile servants had transformed into lethal warriors, striking with deadly precision. This was not a mere royal princess's entourage. The Grand Princess, consumed by her thoughts, had but one idea: eliminate all witnesses. Yet her greatest concern remained, the Jin Wang's heir. How to deal with him? He could not be harmed, but neither could he be allowed to escape and speak of this. As one old matron sought to gain favor, she charged towards the Jin Wang's heir, only to be met with a thunderous crack as a gunshot rang out. A gaping hole appeared in her chest, blood gushing forth as her lifeless body was hurled aside. Donggu Yi stood firm, brandishing a firearm, a defiant smirk gracing his lips as he aimed at the Grand Princess. Why complicate matters? Let the Grand Princess take matters into her own hands. Chapter 47. The Sacred Artifact of the Empire Across the Realm. Only 2 muskets exist, one in the hands of the Emperor and the other surprisingly in the possession of the Prince of Jin's heir, underscoring the Emperor's favor. In such circumstances, to take action would be tantamount to opposing the Emperor. Who would dare? The Grand Princess felt a surge of blood rush to her head, trembling with rage. Do you dare to raise your hand against me? I am your elder. She recognized the weapon. She had once beseeched the late Emperor for it, but he had denied her request. Dugong Ye's expression was frigid, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Did you not also bring about your own mother-in-law's demise? I learned it from you. His voice was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth, fully enraged, and filled with contempt for this aunt. Everyone knew how favored Dugong Yi was, and his capacity for harm was well recognized throughout the court. The Grand Princess felt a shadow of dread loom over her. Malicious slander was perilous. She was furious to the point of spitting blood, yet she dared not act recklessly. She did not wish to offend the heir of the Prince of Jin too severely, for she still hoped to marry her daughter to him. Dugong Yi had always disdained this aunt for her hypocrisy, and now he perceived her as malicious. Whether it is true or not is not for you to decide, nor for us. So who does decide? Chen Ping interjected hastily. It is, of course, His Majesty, Dugong Yi replied, lifting his chin to gaze at the palace. With the emperor himself involved, who would dare speak out? Chen Ping inhaled sharply. This matter was escalating. Regardless of who had poisoned, the news would be scandalous. The emperor had already regarded him with indifference. He would likely look down upon him even more. The grand princess's countenance turned ashen, struggling to maintain a facade of amiability, which was quite taxing. The emperor is occupied with state affairs. Such trivial matters should not trouble him. Dugong Yi raised an eyebrow, a smirk on his lips. Since the beginning of the court, filial piety has governed the realm. Filial duty is of utmost importance. How can this matter, involving filial duty, be deemed trivial? Are you feeling guilty, Grand Princess? He no longer referred to her as aunt, indicating his deep-seated anger. Given the situation, the Grand Princess swiftly weighed the pros and cons and reluctantly chose to endure. Very well, I believe the emperor will render justice for me and our Qin family. Dugong Yi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Of course, His Majesty is the epitome of fairness. No one would dare to scheme beneath his gaze. As he prepared to leave with Lin Lang in tow, the Grand Princess felt her ire rekindle. You cannot take her away. I am uneasy. Dugong Yi tugged firmly at Lin Lang's hand, stepping out step by step. I am even more uneasy. This is your territory, and it would be all too easy to eliminate another. The Grand Princess's lips twisted in fury. You scoundrel! Just as she intended to intervene, Chen Ping waved his hand, declaring, let them go. Husband! The Grand Princess shouted in exasperation, completely shedding her usual grace. Lin Lang regarded Chen Ping with indifference, her expression reminiscent of autumn leaves. Cold and foreboding. Father, I will not flee, nor will I seek an end to my life. As a daughter of the Qin family, I possess my pride. I refuse to live bearing infamy, nor do I wish to die unjustly. Her gaze was chilling, an unspoken accusation that left Chen Ping speechless. You. Lin Lang's eyes flickered as she casually remarked, by the way, father, grandmother's last wish was to protect Wang Zicheng. With that, she departed gracefully, casting a deliberately provocative glance at the Grand Princess. This was her trap, one that the Grand Princess could not avoid. Let the battle commence. Even if the entire world stands against me, I shall fear not. All departed silently, leaving only Chen Ping and the Grand Princess, a couple in turmoil. Chen Ping gazed into the distance, his expression desolate, as if lost in thought. The Grand Princess's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, her thoughts racing to a breaking point. Husband! Wang Zicheng must perish. She had lost her usual composure, her heart racing with anxiety. If this is not handled properly, it could lead to disaster. Chen Ping's weary voice broke the silence. Is that why you've held a grudge against my mother? His suspicion chilled her. However, the Grand Princess understood his nature well and dismissed his doubts. Do you not trust me? Though I am a princess, I have always been dutiful to my mother-in-law, never flaunting my status. Who does not praise our harmonious bond? It is exemplary in the court. Chen Ping, easily swayed, found himself half convinced by her heartfelt words. It is best this way. A thorn of doubt pierced his heart, making it impossible for him to share a chamber with the Grand Princess any longer. The mere sight of her face stirred his suspicions regarding his mother's demise. Seeing him attempt to leave, the Grand Princess felt a pang of panic and grasped his sleeve tightly. Husband, where are you going? I am so unsettled. Please stay and talk with me. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a fragile white flower in need of protection, a lesson taught by her pampered mother. Typically, Chen Ping would be moved by such displays, showering her with affection. Yet this time, he remained unmoved, his demeanor stoic. I will personally oversee my mother's funeral. You should rest. His mind was too chaotic. He needed solitude to contemplate. He longed for a moment alone. At that moment, he had no desire for tender exchanges. The Grand Princess felt a tremor of despair. She grew more fragile, almost as if the wind could sweep her away. No, I am too flustered. How can I not oversee my mother's significant affairs? Fear not, husband, I will handle everything meticulously. But Chen Ping absorbed none of her words, sweeping away from her. Watching him vanish, the Grand Princess stowed away her facade of vulnerability, her gaze turning icy. How detestable, allowing that wretched girl to escape. A chilling voice echoed from behind her. With both witness and evidence present, the charge of murder cannot be evaded. It was an unremarkable old maid, yet an aura of menace radiated from her. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Princess felt a flicker of satisfaction, but it was fleeting as she sighed. My husband has grown suspicious. The old maid frowned slightly. The Lord's heart is the softest. He merely needs to be coaxed. Currently, you three are his closest kin. He would never abandon you. The Grand Princess felt a slight easing in her heart. That I do not fear. Now, go and see to a few matters for me. She whispered her commands, her eyes gleaming with intent. Understood, the old maid replied, vanishing like a specter into the night. The Grand Princess pressed her hand to her chest, exhaling a soft sigh that dissipated into the evening breeze. In a single night, the entire city learned of the Chun family's newly returned young lady, who, in an act of vengeance, had poisoned her grandmother. The news ignited fierce outrage, with the populace vehemently denouncing Chun Linlong's heinous actions, calling for the authorities to impose severe punishment to quell the public's fury. Chapter 48. Tantrums and petulance. Even the secluded concubines in the inner palace were aware of the commotion, causing quite a stir. Whispers of Chun Linlong's misdeeds echoed everywhere, creating a sensation throughout the city, a piece of news so explosive that it had been a while since anything of this magnitude had surfaced. Yet, for reasons unknown, the emperor suppressed the memorials, leaving the ministers to speculate quietly on the imperial will. Sinang Palace, the residence of the Empress Dowager, was adorned in opulence. The empire's most esteemed woman beamed with joy, her heart lightened by the arrival of her beloved grandson. However, upon hearing the words of Duke de Yi, her expression darkened. She admonished him not to meddle unnecessarily and to remain a dutiful heir apparent. How could Dugu Yi remain compliant? What a jest! He grasped the Empress Dowager's arm, shaking it playfully. Grandmother, it is not as you think. From a young age, he had been adept at reading expressions and charming those around him, having once enchanted the Empress Dowager to the point of being pampered beyond measure. Yet this time, her brow furrowed, indicating her displeasure. Regardless of the truth, do not involve yourself further in this matter, lest you drag the Jin Wangfu into turmoil. The Jin Wang was her own flesh and blood. She had once envisioned a noble path for him. If he could not be an emperor, then at least a virtuous king. However, the untimely demise of the Jin Wangfei had altered him drastically, leading him to become a reckless and debauched lord. While others feared the Empress Dowager, Dugu Yi stood unafraid, defiantly asserting, Grandmother, you no longer care for me? I cannot surrender Linglang. She is my fiancée. He pouted in indignation, resembling a child who relied on parental affection, causing quite a ruckus. The Empress Dowager felt a pang of sympathy, but maintained her stern demeanor. Nonsense. Who acknowledges her status? The daughter of the Qin family is unworthy of my most accomplished grandson, particularly that child of the Su family. The name Su stirred memories she preferred to suppress. Dugu Yi clung to her, persistently whining. I have given her the exquisite Linglong jade. For my future happiness, grandmother, please assist me. He pleaded and flattered, hoping for her agreement. However, disappointment awaited him, as the Empress Dowager firmly rejected him for the first time. I will assist you in all matters, but not this. It involves far too much. Dugu Yi, puzzled by his grandmother's unusual demeanor, furrowed his brow and said, Grandmother, you are not conceding to that Shagifi, are you? It is her daughter who has committed wrongs. Shielding her is tantamount to yielding to that woman. His words, though reckless, flowed with a grace that made them amusing to hear. The Shagifi was a thorn in the Empress Dowager's side, causing her to frown deeply, suppressing her anger as she gently patted her grandson's back. This is a different matter. Do not be obstinate. Your grandmother would never harm you. You are now grown. You should understand these matters. The Jin Wangfu had only him, her precious jewel, who would one day support the entire estate. Thus his future wife must not be weak. Very well, Dugu Yi replied, pouting in resignation. Grandmother, I do not ask you to clear her name. I shall not intervene myself, but grant her a chance. Initially, he had no expectation of the Empress Dowager intervening. He merely sought to negotiate. The Empress Dowager shook her head slightly, feeling a headache coming on. Her proud grandson's regard for the daughter of the Chun family was troubling. If she stepped outside, the furious populace would surely turn against her. How could she possibly grant a chance? Dugu Ye's eyes sparkled with determination as he cheerfully declared, She will find a way. She is very clever. His prideful tone unsettled the Empress Dowager. After a moment of contemplation, she conceded, "Very well, I shall grant her an opportunity to defend herself. However, regarding the topic of fiancés, do not bring it up again. I have already selected a suitable candidate for you, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, intelligent and talented, possessing both literary and martial skills, gentle and virtuous." This was a veiled attempt to set conditions, but De Guyi was not swayed, smiling mischievously. "If she is so wonderful, why not summon her to the palace to accompany you? I would not dare to compete with my royal uncle for a woman." "Do not be absurd," the Empress Dowager admonished, lightly striking his shoulder. "Can you not be sensible? You are giving me a headache." Other royal grandchildren were dutiful and respectful in her presence, but De Guyi had never feared her. The moment he saw her, he would rush over for a hug, showering her with sweet words, calling her dearest grandmother, melting her heart. De Guyi wore a cheeky grin, playful and roguish. He would not hesitate to bundle the Zhou family's daughter into the palace, offering her to his royal uncle. The Empress Dowager felt utterly helpless, realizing she had no means to discipline him. "When will you grow up?" Seeing her relent, De Guyi rejoiced, producing a multitude of trinkets as offerings. "Grandmother, I have brought you many delightful little items. Do you like them? Each one is carefully chosen from the marketplace. Quite charming, don't you think?" His words dripped with sweetness, causing the Empress Dowager to beam with delight. "Yes, yes," she exclaimed, admiring the quaint and intriguing treasures, filled with joy, appreciating her grandson's thoughtful gesture. De Guyi left with great success, not only carrying away a bounty of gifts, but also gaining the Empress Dowager's support. Not long after his departure, the emperor arrived at Sinang Palace. Upon entering the chamber, he was met with the Empress Dowager's radiant smile, prompting him to shake his head with a smile of his own. "Has Year left? Has he stopped pestering you?" Only De Guyi could bring such joy to the Empress Dowager, as if she had unearthed a treasure. Indeed, the Empress Dowager shielded her precious grandson, gesturing at the scattered items. "Pestering? He specifically brought me gifts. Look, all these are from Year." The emperor's mouth twitched slightly at the sight of the inexpensive trinkets, small fans, kites, and baubles, somewhat crude in craftsmanship. Yet, their novelty and freshness exuded a vibrant energy. The Empress Dowager, accustomed to exquisite treasures, surprisingly found joy in these charming little items, her happiness evident. She handed a fan to the emperor, saying, "Here, this is for you." The pendant was personally chosen by Year. It bears the character for fortune. Quite thoughtful, wouldn't you agree? The emperor felt a warmth in his heart. As the ruler of the realm, he had seen countless valuable items, but it was this genuine, selfless sentiment that he cherished. He toyed with the fan, nodding with a smile. "That rascal has some conscience after all." "Mother, what are your thoughts on the Chun family situation?" The Empress Dowager absently played with a tea set also gifted by De Guyi, noting the relentless ambition of Yunfeng, who had brought ruin to the Qin family, which suited her just fine. Her words conveyed a wealth of information, yet no one dared to respond, standing like statues, pretending not to hear. The Grand Princess, deeply favored by the late emperor, had her title intertwined with her name, Yunfeng, the solitary phoenix, the first princess of the previous dynasty, basking in glory even surpassing that of the princes. A cold smile crept across the emperor's lips as he remarked, "Shenping has submitted a request to me." Chapter 49. Drumming for justice. The empress displayed a frigid demeanor, seemingly harboring little fondness for the Qin family. "What is it?" she inquired. The emperor let out a cold chuckle, intent on uncovering the true culprit before the funeral of the old matriarch, thus granting her a semblance of justice. "Justice?" The empress could not help but emit a derisive laugh, deeming it mere retribution. In the tumultuous events of yesteryear, the old matriarch had firmly aligned herself with the Grand Princess, only to now find herself sent to the netherworld by the very hand of that same princess. It was, one could argue, a clear manifestation of fate. The wheel of karma had turned. The emperor, lost in thought, grew increasingly distant in his gaze. In light of the loyalty demonstrated by the old marquis to the nation, he resolved to afford him a measure of dignity, allowing Miss Chun to bear the weight of this crime while temporarily sparing Yunfeng from any repercussions. The empress paused, recalling her grandson's request, and sighed inwardly, conceding to grant the girl a chance, having inadvertently aided their cause. The emperor's expression flickered, relenting to his mother's wishes, believing the girl posed no real threat. Alas, she should not have returned, the empress lamented. Such is fate. On the day of the Marquis of Junnan's funeral, the sky was overcast, and a light drizzle fell, enveloping the Chun residents in white mourning attire, with all members appearing as if they were in deep mourning. Chen Ping, clad in white mourning garments, bore a haggard visage, while the Grand Princess appeared ghostly pale, on the verge of fainting. The Chen siblings walked silently beside their parents, their eyes rimmed with red. The attendees were prominent figures, yet gossip thrived amidst their sorrow. It was a tragic spectacle indeed, the venerable matriarch of a noble house meeting her end at the hands of her own granddaughter. The shocking demise of the old matriarch, coupled with the revelation that it was her granddaughter who had caused it, ignited a flurry of speculation. Those older among the guests reminisced about past grievances, noting that the Chun family had not acted honorably back then. They recalled the heartlessness with which they had cast aside the pregnant Sue, leaving mother and child to fend for themselves on the streets. Such transgressions could not be overlooked. How could a younger generation poison an elder? Such rebellion warranted severe punishment. Where is Miss Chen? Someone wondered aloud. Why is there no word from her? I know not. It is indeed peculiar. Rumor has it she is not in the Ministry of Justice's prison, came the reply. Yet, it was clear that the second Miss Chun looked terribly unwell, having lost considerable weight. The onlookers acknowledged her as a dutiful child. As the crowd murmured, a servant rushed in, agitated and breathless, whispering urgently in Chen Ping's ear. His expression shifted dramatically as he shot an accusatory glare at the Grand Princess and hurriedly exited, neglecting to acknowledge the guests. The Grand Princess stood frozen for a moment before gritting her teeth and following him with her children in tow. The guests exchanged glances, realizing that something was amiss. News quickly spread. A significant incident had occurred. The crowd gathered, inquiring, "What has happened?" "Miss Chun has gone to the Shuntian prefecture to beat the drum for justice," one exclaimed, excitement coloring their cheeks. The audience fell silent, incredulous at her audacity. She was risking everything to absolve herself. "No, it is not that." The informant gestured frantically, perspiration beading on their brow. "She seeks to exonerate her grandmother, accusing the Grand Princess of poisoning her own mother-in-law." "My heavens!" gasped the crowd, collectively drawing a breath of disbelief. The magistrate of Shuntian, upon receiving the accusation, was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. With so many citizens gathered outside, it was impossible to suppress the matter. He had no choice but to accept the accusation and notify the Marquis of Junnan's residence. In the courtroom, Magistrate Zhang held the accusation as if it were a pile of excrement, overwhelmed by the weight of this unprecedented case. Bound by duty and morality, he understood the necessity of addressing the matter, yet he dared not offend the Grand Princess. He scrutinized the girl clad in white, her bright eyes and delicate features strikingly beautiful, resembling a plum blossom blooming defiantly in winter. Despite his disapproval of her boldness, he could not deny that Miss Chun was remarkable and singular. While ordinary girls would tremble in such a setting, she stood tall, exuding pride. He pounded the table, seeking to assert control. "Chen Linlang, your accusation against the Grand Princess is an act of treason, both legally and morally." Linlang raised her chin defiantly, her pale face reflecting her seriousness and indignation. "I am aware, but I cannot allow my grandmother to die unjustly. I accept the scorn of the masses." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stood straighter, declaring, "Sir, filial piety is a virtue every individual should uphold. It is the foundation of governance. It concerns both the state and the people. I cannot forsake this principle for the sake of personal gain. I implore you to support my cause." The crowd erupted in fervent agreement, rallying behind her words. What of the Grand Princess? Is killing one's mother-in-law an act of humanity? Such a princess brings shame to the royal family. Magistrate Zhang's brow furrowed deeper. Her passionate rhetoric had escalated the matter to national significance, transcending personal grievances. The onlookers, officials, and even the emperor himself were now witnesses to this unfolding drama, the implications too vast for him to contain. The Chen family emerged, their expressions grim, with the Grand Princess radiating fury as she coldly rebuked, "Silence, Chen Linlang. I am your biological mother. To slander me is a grave act of rebellion. As a princess, you are a subject, and thus your actions are treasonous. Guards, strike her 100 times as a warning to others." She immediately elevated her status, wielding her power to intimidate, causing the crowd to shake their heads in disapproval, secretly fearing for Linlang. Regardless of the circumstances, Linlang remained a victim, a forsaken daughter of the Qin family, while the Grand Princess, emboldened by her status, emanated an air of insecurity. as the Chun family's attendants surged forward to seize Linlang. She was ready, swiftly dodging their grasp and disregarding their murderous glares. Grand Princess, though you hold the title, remember that the law applies equally to all. No one is above the law in this court. Furthermore, you are not my biological mother, but merely a stepmother, bound to my mother's memorial with the rights of a concubine. Impudent. The Grand Princess could not bear such a slight, her anger boiling over as she rushed forward. Arm raised high. Chapter 50. Challenging the Grand Princess. Grand Princess, you have always been arrogant and overbearing, striking and killing at will. However, I implore you to be mindful of your status and refrain from tarnishing the royal family's reputation. Moreover, this is not your court to command. The Grand Princess, with an attitude of haughtiness and supremacy, declared her intentions to strike and scold at will, prompting the onlookers to furrow their brows. What has become of the decorum expected of a royal princess? Consequently, Lord Zhang found it impossible to feign ignorance any longer, letting out a soft sigh internally as he maintained a serious demeanor, asserting that if the princess wished to display her authority, she ought to return to her estate. For this is a court of law. The Grand Princess dismissed him entirely, considering him no more than a petty official unworthy of even carrying her shoes. Lord Zhang, I am incensed by this unfilial daughter, and I shall discipline her accordingly. Bring her back, she commanded, projecting an air of superiority as if she were the sovereign of the world, disdainfully gazing at Linlang. Linlang, with a composed expression, retorted coldly, "Are you planning to take me back to silence me?" This remark incited a clamor among the crowd. The Grand Princess's complexion darkened considerably. Take her away. She prided herself on her noble status, being a Grand Princess of the highest rank, believing herself above all present, showing no regard for the court proceedings. Her demeanor elicited discontent among many, who, daunted by her power, dared not speak up, yet secretly worried for Linlang. As a servant approached to seize Linlang, she swiftly drew a dagger, her voice icy. Who dares to come closer? The Grand Princess, infuriated, demanded to know her intentions. Linlang's gaze shifted behind her, landing on her biological father, Chen Ping, the Duke of Southern Town, who remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, allowing his wife to wield her authority unchecked. A flicker of derision crossed Linlang's features. Such a man was unworthy of being her father. Rather than perish in obscurity, she would choose to die spectacularly. Standing here, she had never contemplated survival. All present were momentarily stunned, gazing at the petite, beautiful girl with defiant brows, exuding a spirit of reckless bravery, willing to risk everything despite knowing the futility of her actions. Taking a deep breath, Linlang felt a resolve blossom upon her alabaster visage, yet before her demise, she vowed to unveil the true nature of the Grand Princess to all. A dignified princess, yet shamelessly coveting another's husband, engaging in illicit relations, and bearing a child out of wedlock. These were indeed acts of injustice. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as the last revelations reached even the common folk, leaving them agog. It was certain that gossip would soon spread throughout the city, becoming the talk of every street and alley. With her secrets laid bare before the public, the Grand Princess seethed with humiliation. Nonsense. Slap her. The servants attempted to act, but were halted by Lord Zhang, whose authority could not be undermined. Linlang caressed her flushed cheek, her eyes brimming with disdain. I am not finished speaking. Dare you listen further? The Grand Princess longed to strangle her on the spot. Yet with Lord Zhang obstructing her and so many witnesses present, she could not simply slaughter them all. This baseless accusation is beneath my consideration. Since you are here, you must listen. Linlang vehemently chastised, asserting that as a royal princess, nourished by the populace, she should return the favor rather than view them as mere insects. In a single night, she had ordered the execution of 59 servants in her household, 9 of whom were subjected to capital punishment. This was sheer inhumanity. Upon hearing this, the crowd listened intently. My heavens, even a princess, to kill so recklessly, is utterly excessive. Servants are human too. To slay at whim is chilling. Even Lord Zhang was taken aback, pondering what calamity had transpired overnight. Linlang's gaze turned frigid as she accused, as a stepmother, you brought outsiders into the Chun family ancestral hall with the intent to defile your own 10-year-old legitimate daughter. How unkind. Her words detonated like a bomb among the assembly, sending ripples of shock throughout. Good heavens, how terrifying. Such a cruel act. Do you not fear retribution? Although the commoners tended to shy away from conflict, This malevolence exceeded their imagination, leading to widespread disdain for the Grand Princess's character. The Grand Princess gasped, astonished by her own ruthlessness. Very well. Let her face the consequences and perish in disgrace. Chen Linlang, have you lost your mind? You, at such a tender age, consorting with outsiders in the ancestral hall. And you dare to speak such words? How shameless. Chen Wan-yi, the Grand Princess's daughter, was deeply wounded, her lips trembling. Yes, Chen Linlang, you wretched girl. May you suffer a terrible fate. She directed all her hatred towards Linlang, believing her to be the architect of her ruin. As for her own transgressions, they were conveniently forgotten. Such is the nature of selfishness. Linlang internally scoffed, pondering who the true wretch was. Sister, isn't it unkind to insult your own flesh and blood? You are unworthy of being my sister. Chen Wan-yi was consumed by hatred, a desire for vengeance so deep that even the thought of dismembering Chen Linlang could not alleviate her suffering. Linlang bore an expression of helplessness, pain, and sorrow. Are you harboring resentment towards me? Sister, I assure you, I am not the cause of your suffering. It was the Grand Princess who lured that man into the ancestral hall, inadvertently ensnaring you in her trap. Your mother orchestrated this scheme. Do not place blame upon me. Her words, though subtle, sparked the crowd's curiosity. Ensnared? What does that mean? Miss Chen's reaction was overly dramatic, her gaze terrifying. As if she were ready to kill, hardly the demeanor of a noble lady. The way she treated her own sister, devoid of any familial affection, was utterly intolerable. Chen Wan-yi's complexion paled, fear and panic inundating her, beads of cold sweat streaming down her face. Nonsense. You speak nonsense. Her voice, shrill and jarring, startled everyone present. Linlang sighed softly, her expression tinged with compassion as her melodious voice rang out clearly. I do not blame you, truly. Sister, I pity you and sympathize with your plight. At such a young age, to endure such a horrific experience, it has ruined your entire life. You may never find a husband. I understand the pain you are feeling right now. Every word struck at the very core of Chen Wan-yi's anguish, causing her to shatter completely. In a fit of uncontrolled screaming, she cried, shut her mouth. Quickly, kill her. Kill her. She shrieked desperately, resembling a madwoman, her expression wild and fearsome. The crowd exchanged glances. Ruined? Never to marry? Could it be? The Grand Princess was taken aback, rushing forward to embrace her daughter, covering her mouth soothingly. Her forehead slick with cold sweat. Yet Linlang felt no sympathy for them. Sister, the sins committed by your mother have all returned upon you. Alas, how tragic. The more she spoke, the more it provoked Chen Wan-yi into a frenzy, crying and screaming, engulfed by terror, fearing the revelation of the truth. Unable to endure the scornful gazes of others and the incessant pointing, she yearned to kill, to eliminate everyone present, believing that then she would be safe. With no one to uncover the truth. Chen Ping bellowed, cease this talk at once. Chapter 51. A desperate battle. Linlang lowered her eyes, concealing her disdain, and finally found the courage to speak. Yes, I heed my father's words. However, the cause of my grandmother's death remains shrouded in mystery. Do you wish to investigate? As a son, is it not a moral obligation to seek the truth? To turn a blind eye would be to invite scorn from the world. Chen Ping felt a lump in his throat and shot a cold glare at Linlang. Why had she returned? Was it her intention to upheave the household? If only she had chosen not to come back, they could have lived in harmony, a picture of maternal kindness and filial piety. Regret washed over him. He should never have acknowledged her presence. Lord Zhang, I implore you to handle my mother's case with utmost diligence. Lord Zhang grimaced, a headache brewing. This. He hesitated, knowing full well that this was a quagmire, fraught with peril should he become involved. Just then, several individuals entered. Led by a striking young man with a graceful demeanor, his features exquisite and his presence captivating. Beside him stood a man of imposing stature, exuding an aura of authority. Upon recognizing them, Lord Zhang sprang to his feet, bowing low. I have the honor of meeting the sixth prince and the esteemed Jiang Taifu. One was the favored sixth prince, cherished by the emperor, while the other was the remarkably talented Taifu, held in high regard. The crowd, upon realizing the significance of their presence, widened their eyes in curiosity and excitement. Greetings to my aunt and uncle, the sixth prince said with elegance and poise, every movement radiating royal grace. The Grand Princess returned the gesture, her expression a mixture of emotions. Why have you come out? It is my father's command. The sixth prince's gaze fell upon the woman clad in white, his memory of her still vivid. Small, stubborn, unyielding. Her cold yet fervent spirit was a rare amalgamation he had never encountered before. Linlang smiled faintly, her lips curling. Finally, they had arrived. Observing her composed demeanor, the sixth prince felt a flicker of curiosity. Did she not fear the tumult she had stirred? Time and again opposing the grand princess. Even escalating matters to the court. Was this sheer naivety or a deliberate choice? She resembled a summer lotus, exuding a subtle fragrance, proud and brilliantly blooming. Jiang Taifu, embodying the essence of scholarly elegance, declared, "The emperor has dispatched me and the sixth prince to oversee this hearing. As we depart the palace, His Majesty has instructed that we must uncover the truth without bias or injustice." This royal edict sent a chill down Lord Zhang's spine, deepening his anxiety. What was the emperor's true intention? The insistence on impartiality struck him, revealing a glimmer of understanding. A clear voice rang out. "The emperor's wisdom is a blessing to all subjects." Captivated by those unblemished eyes, Lord Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Had she anticipated this all along? Was everything part of her intricate design? Chun Linlang, recount the events of that night in their entirety, without concealment. Very well. Linlang's expression turned wistful as she delved into her memories. That night, a significant event had transpired at home. Her grandmother, in a state of unease, had summoned her to keep her company. Her words, however, were muddled. Lord Zhang, perceptive as ever, sensed this might be pivotal. What had transpired within the Chun household? The expressions of the Chun family shifted in unison, particularly that of the Grand Princess and her daughter, their faces paling in fear. Linlang hesitated, clearly troubled. "This is not appropriate to disclose." Lord Zhang's brow furrowed, seriousness etched upon his face. "This matter is of great consequence. Concealment is unacceptable." Linlang faltered, visibly torn, battling an internal conflict. The Grand Princess glared at her, fierce as a predator, laden with threats. Chun Wani trembled involuntarily, her face a ghastly hue. Terror evident. Jiang Taifu regarded Linlang with a profound gaze, his voice steady. "Miss Chun, speak freely. I am here to ensure your safety." His support was clear, urging her to cast aside her fears. Linlang closed her eyes, resolved to speak out. "It is true. Due to the Grand Princess's machinations, my grandmother's nephew, Wang Zicheng." Upon uttering this name, Chun Wan erupted, shrieking, "Silence! If you dare utter another word, you shall regret it." Jiang Taifu, a staunch advocate of propriety, was incensed. How outrageous! To bully your legitimate sister in a court of law. This is the upbringing of the Chun family? Lord Chun, it is your failure to guide your adopted daughter that has led to this calamity. Chun Ping wore a pained expression. "It is my fault, indeed. Alas, this is a family disgrace. My daughter Linlang, having been cast out, returned with resentment, creating turmoil, and resorting to poison. I bear the guilt before our ancestors and my mother. I take full responsibility and beseech you to cease the investigation." As he spoke, emotion overtook him, his tears flowing like the lament of a cuckoo, evoking sympathy from those present. The common folk cast suspicious glances at Linlang. Could a stepmother truly harm her? Surely her biological father would not betray her. The Grand Princess's expression softened. She sighed in relief, acknowledging his compliance. Linlang, however, was struck with disbelief, her heart heavy. "Father, 10 years ago you chose to abandon your innocent wife to elevate the Chun family status. A decade later, you chose to forsake me. We, mother and daughter, are eternally the discarded, merely because we lack power and influence?" Her accusations left Chen Ping pale, unable to meet her gaze. "Linlang, you must not poison your grandmother." "Very well, I shall comply, dear father. If it is my fault, then let me bear the consequences. Kill me if you must, there is no need for trial." How could it be so? Was she not truly his flesh and blood? To forsake wife and daughter for wealth and power, only to have his daughter shoulder the blame. Such a father was better cast aside. The people murmured in discontent, unable to bear the injustice. The law does not punish the masses. Jiang Taifu frowned, his voice cold. There are laws of the land and family rules to adhere to. Since this case has reached the court, it is no longer a mere family affair. We will uncover the truth for clarity's sake. Lord Chun, step back for now. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. The evidence was undeniable. She had accepted it. Is this acceptance? Jiang Taifu's voice cut sharply. Do you think my eyes are blind? Do you believe the eyes of the people are blind? Or do you wish to avoid discovering the true culprit? Do you not desire to vindicate your deceased mother? Chapter 52, offending the public's fury? No, Master Jiang, I. Master Jiang shook his head in disappointment, as if gazing upon the most unfilial offspring in the world. Zhen Ho, that is your biological mother, the one who has endured years of hardship and sorrow to raise you. Do you wish for her to remain unjustly wronged in the afterlife, unable to find peace? His words were fierce and commanding, forcing Qin Ping to retreat step by step. With an imposing presence, Master Jiang expressed his righteous indignation, declaring, even if you wish to shield her under the law of the land and in the court, it is not your place to decide. Sweat beaded on Qin Ping's forehead, his mind in turmoil, utterly at a loss. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the Grand Princess immediately intervened, exclaiming, enough, Master Jiang. Mind your words and actions. Master Jiang was renowned for his unwavering integrity, a loyal minister to the emperor, heeded only the emperor's commands, and never bowed to flattery. He held a prestigious reputation in the court, and thus he was unperturbed by the Grand Princess's anger. Coldly, he replied, only the emperor holds the right to utter such words, Grand Princess. You have overstepped. Disregarding the Grand Princess's flushed face, he turned his gaze toward Lin Lang. Miss Chun, please continue. The emperor is also eager to know the truth. By invoking the emperor, he challenged anyone to dare oppose him. Lin Lang pressed her lips tightly together, anguish evident upon her countenance. After much internal struggle, she finally spoke. That night, Wang Zicheng. In an instant, a figure lunged forward like the wind, seizing Lin Lang by the throat, screaming in a frenzy, die. Why are you still alive? Just die? Everyone stood transfixed, unable to believe their eyes. It was sheer madness. If such boldness was displayed in court, one could only imagine what transpired at home. The disparity in fates among the daughters of the Chun family was heart-wrenching, one spoiled, the other tormented, even her own father unwilling to protect her. Lin Lang struggled desperately, her face turning crimson, nearly suffocating. Yet she could not break free from Chun Wani's grip. Chun Wani seemed deranged, her strength akin to that of a bull, her eyes bloodshot. The sixth prince, sensing the impending disaster, stepped forward to pull Chun Wani away. In her loss of reason, she viciously bit him, prompting him to shove her hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. The Grand Princess was heartbroken, rushing to embrace her beloved daughter. Ear, calm down, do not be afraid. Qin Ping and his son quickly surrounded them, offering their care and concern. Meanwhile, Lin Lang knelt alone on the ground, coughing to the point of faintness, her small body trembling in despair, evoking deep pity. Witnessing this, the onlookers fumed with indignation. The perpetrator received lavish pampering, while the victim was utterly disregarded. How tragic. How could this be? Both were daughters of the Qin family, who held greater nobility. Was it simply because one lacked a mother? The sixth prince, observing the scene, shook his head slightly and approached Lin Lang, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Lin Lang coughed violently, her hands clutching her throat, panic and fear evident. Clearly traumatized. Thank goodness, you are not dead. The four words conveyed a profound sense of desolation. A flicker of compassion crossed the sixth prince's eyes, and he sighed deeply. In this world, misfortunes abound. Mr. Zhang, filled with anger and humiliation as the presiding judge, felt utterly discredited. Miss Chun, your outburst in court, disregarding the law, is intolerable. Take her away and administer 10 strikes. If he did not impose punishment, how could he face others? He could not afford such disgrace. Above all, he must not lose the emperor's favor. Who dares? The Grand Princess fiercely protected her daughter, her arrogance palpable. You shall have to step over my dead body. It was as if she viewed herself as the sovereign and all others as her subordinates, her demeanor exuding utmost defiance. Chun Lian positioned himself in front of his sister, glaring menacingly at the white-clad girl. Chun Lin Lang, if you dare utter a word, you will meet your end. I swear I will ensure you have no burial place. His hatred for Lin Lang was intense, and he was so spoiled by his parents that he felt entitled to say and do anything. The room fell silent in shock. Was there truly no humanity left? Was this even a person? With no regard for familial ties, only hatred and murderous intent. Having such relatives was terrifying. What sins had Miss Chun committed in her past life to deserve such a wretched existence in this one? Lin Lang gazed at them. A look of sorrow etched upon her face, her small countenance pale as paper, despair written all over her features. Master Jiang squinted, his expression icy. The murmurs of the common folk grew louder, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. The more this unfolded, the more it indicated something was amiss in the case. It was merely a frame-up, aimed at discrediting the Chun family's eldest daughter. A sharp sound of applause echoed through the court. Chun Lian stood in stunned silence, a look of disbelief on his face. "Father, you struck me? You actually struck me for her?" His cheek burned painfully, yet the greater pain was in his heart. He had never experienced such humiliation. Chun Ping's eyes flickered with a moment of tenderness, quickly replaced by anger as he chastised. "It is my fault for indulging you siblings too much." Chun Lian's heart surged with intense hatred, pointing accusingly at Lin Lang. "Father, it is her fault. If she were to disappear, we could return to our previous harmony as if nothing had happened." At such a young age, he lacked the composure to mask his true emotions. When wronged, his feelings erupted. The crowd gasped in realization. Indeed, they could not abide Lin Lang. But was such ruthlessness necessary? This family was devoid of decency. Each member was more selfish and cold-hearted than the last, a testament to a flawed lineage. Lin Lang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly pressed her lips together, refusing to let her tears fall. "Even if I disappear, without grandmother, how could we ever be close again?" Chun Lian radiated palpable hostility. If it were not for her, their parents would have been loving, and his sister would not have faced such horrors. Grandmother would still be alive. All of this was Lin Lang's doing. She was the bringer of misfortune. "You killed grandmother. It is you. My lord, kill her immediately and avenge grandmother." The more he raged, the greater the public's discontent grew, and the more sympathy they felt for Lin Lang. All eyes turned to Mr. Zhang, who took a deep breath, resolved to press on. "Miss Chen, please continue. As long as it is the truth, I will protect you." Initially, he had intended to shield the Chen family, but their arrogance had incited public wrath, and with the sixth prince and Master Jiang watching closely, he was left with no choice. A cold glint flashed in the Grand Princess's eyes as she mentally noted this incident. Lin Lang's disappointment in the Chun family reached its zenith, and she spoke with fervor. "Thank you, my lord. Wang Zicheng is the only bloodline of my grandmother's family. Despite committing the heinous act of defiling Chun Wani, my grandmother still wished to preserve his life." The revelation struck like a summer thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned. Even the sixth prince and Master Jiang displaying expressions of shock. Chapter 53. The Shocking Truth. Heavens. Is this the truth that the Chun family has desperately concealed? It is utterly shocking, too terrifying to comprehend. Chun Wan felt her vision darken and fainted, her complexion as pale as snow. The expressions of the Chun family members were equally grim. Chun Lian was beside herself with rage, exclaiming, "She is lying. Do not listen to her nonsense." Lin Lang's delicate face was ghostly white, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterflies, trembling ever so slightly. That night, a thorough cleansing took place within the estate. Blood flowed like a river, and everyone lived in fear, with Wang Zicheng as the main culprit. Yet, grandmother was determined to protect him, leading to a fierce argument with the Grand Princess. That evening, grandmother, distressed, summoned me to keep her company, but unexpectedly. Her voice faltered, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with deep sorrow. Mr. Zhang's gaze flickered. What had he not anticipated? Lin Lang sniffled, her voice choked with emotion. "Grandmother specially treated me, having Zhang Mama brew the exquisite De Hong Pao tea. I was so overwhelmed that I hesitated to drink. It was too precious. However, grandmother drank the tea and then coughed up black blood. I was terrified and at a loss." Just then, the Grand Princess barged in, perfectly timed, as if it had been orchestrated. Her words were delivered with finesse, refraining from naming anyone directly, yet everyone listening sensed the underlying issues. Mr. Zhang frowned slightly. It was indeed uncanny, as if prearranged. The Grand Princess shot a glance at Chen Ping, who sighed inwardly. "Mr. Zhang, do not heed her one-sided account." As a father, instead of aiding his child in clearing her name, he desperately obstructed. What were his true intentions? This sentiment resonated among all, their disdain palpable. "Father, you were not present. You have no right to speak." Lin Lang could no longer contain her indignation, her small face flushed with anger. At that moment, I barely had time to drink the tea. In my fright, I knocked over the cup, drenching my clothes. Everyone accused me of being the murderer, each claiming to have witnessed it firsthand. I became cautious and preserved the wet garment. "Please have someone examine it." She presented the dress she wore that night, which bore a distinct tea stain, impeccably preserved. Mr. Zhang was taken aback, not expecting such cunning from someone so young. It was soon verified by the apothecary, who announced, "It is he Ding Hong." The crowd was momentarily stunned, their expressions growing more complex. Mr. Zhang could not suppress a frown. He Ding Hong was a poison exclusive to the royal family. Grand Princess, do you have anything to say? It was shocking that the Grand Princess would resort to killing her own mother-in-law, a heinous act. Even more disgraceful was Qin Ping, who, knowing the truth, aided in the concealment. Such a disloyal descendant was a misfortune for the Qin family. The Grand Princess's expression shifted. How could she know where the poison came from? Having been outside for so many years, she must have mingled with all sorts of people to obtain it. Who would believe such nonsense? Royal poisons are not as common as cabbages, accessible to anyone. At this point, the facts of the case were largely clear, yet how could the Grand Princess willingly confess? Lin Lang glared at her in fury. You wanted to poison me, didn't you? A double strike to eliminate 2 thorns in your side while pinning the blame on me. Your scheme was meticulous. Alas, your calculations were thwarted. The heavens are indeed watching. The Grand Princess was taken aback, regretting her oversight, wishing she had dealt with Lin Lang earlier to avoid such troubles. Nonsense. I could never harm my mother-in-law. Nor would I harm you. Surely, you must be suffering from paranoia. She categorically denied any wrongdoing, but Lin Lang would not let her escape so easily. Grandmother obstructed your path. You would have to kill her to eliminate Wang Zicheng and avenge that grievous insult. The Grand Princess, pricked by Lin Lang's words, immediately turned hostile. Silence. Wan Yi is your sister. How dare you defame her and tarnish her reputation? Do you not fear retribution? Lin Lang, fired up, retorted. If that is the case, let us have someone examine Qin Wan Yi to see if she is still intact. Then the truth will be revealed. Jiang Taifu applauded. A splendid idea, let us proceed with that. The Grand Princess's anger twisted her mouth into a sneer. She felt murderous towards those who opposed her. How dare you insult my daughter? No, I will not permit it. Qin Lin Lang, do you intend to force her to her death? Do you still wish to be recognized as a member of the Qin family? This was a threat, but Lin Lang was indifferent to the surname Chun or Su. She felt no attachment to the Qin family. Moreover, wealth and glory held no significance for her. She raised her head defiantly, her spirit unyielding. Sir, I have nothing more to say. Whether I live or die is for you to decide. At this juncture, even a fool could discern the truth laid bare before them. Yet the Grand Princess sought to obscure it with her power, attempting to shroud the reality. Mr. Zhang frowned slightly, patiently advising, Grand Princess, given the circumstances, your refusal to allow an examination will only leave Miss Chen Tu unable to clarify her innocence for the rest of her life. It may ruin her. Should we proceed with the examination? Is it reluctance or fear? Jiang Taifu coldly interjected, Grand Princess, if you refuse the examination, then let it be treated as a loss of virtue. Ignoring the fury of the Grand Princess, he continued calmly, Mr. Zhang, the case is clear. Let us pass judgment. Mr. Zhang hesitated briefly, but decisively made his choice. Miss Qin from the Qin family is innocent. She did not murder the elder matriarch of the Qin family. They reached a swift verdict akin to the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The Grand Princess was greatly agitated, struggling to regain her composure. Mr. Zhang, have you made a mistake? How can she be innocent? The evidence and witnesses are substantial. She should be executed. Her commanding tone disregarded the opinions of the people and the dignified expressions of the officials, her arrogance reaching its peak. The 6th prince's gaze turned icy. Aunt, you have gone too far. Such behavior is unbecoming and brings disgrace upon the emperor and the court. As if doused with cold water, the Grand Princess regained some clarity, suppressing her fury. 6th prince, I have never asked anything of you. This time, I only request that you do not interfere, merely observe. Aunt, the 6th prince could not acquiesce, as the matter was too grave. Jiang Taifu had already made his stance clear. How could he remain uninvolved? He could not allow the people to think he was complicit. The reputation of the royal family was paramount. Chapter 54. The Empress Dowager's Decree. 6th Prince. Do not force my hand. The Grand Princess's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, her aura imposing. On one side stands the 6th Prince, the Emperor's most cherished son. On the other, the Grand Princess, the beloved daughter of the late Emperor and the foremost among the royal family. Both are of noble blood, yet neither is willing to yield, creating a palpable tension in the air, as if the situation could erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a commotion arises at the entrance. The Prince of Jin has arrived. A gentleman of striking demeanor steps inside, embodying grace and nobility. It is none other than the Prince of Jin, the Emperor's full-blooded younger brother. The Grand Princess's heart sinks, though her face betrays a smile. Brother, what brings you here? The prince casts her a knowing glance, his expression enigmatic. I have come on the Emperor's orders to bring the matron from the palace to examine Miss Chenair. His tone is resolute, devoid of unnecessary verbiage, directly addressing the matter at hand. The Grand Princess's complexion pales, panic setting in as she pleads, No, brother, I beseech you, for the sake of our kinship, spare your niece. The repercussions of this examination could irreparably tarnish Ear's reputation. I assure you, she is an innocent girl. She cannot allow her daughter's future to be compromised, as she still harbors hopes of marrying her into the Prince of Jin's household. The prince's eyes, sharp and cold, reply, This is the Empress Dowager's decree. The Grand Princess trembles, desperation clawing at her heart. I shall appeal to Mother, imploring her mercy in light of the late Emperor's legacy. She invokes the late Emperor once more, believing it to be her only means of safeguarding their interests. Yet, the prince remains unmoved, his fraternal sentiments long since faded. The arrival of Wang Zicheng brings further dread. He is led in, his pallor waxen, eyes dim, lips frightfully white, and his body frail and devoid of vitality. How could this be? The Grand Princess's face drains of color, her shock rendering her speechless. She had orchestrated Wang Zicheng's removal, believing it to be a foolproof plan. How could her subordinates betray her? Wang Zicheng's gaze, filled with venomous hatred, meets the Grand Princess's. The prince inquires, Wang Zicheng, what is your relationship with Miss Chenair? Wang Zicheng's heart churns. Had the prince not intervened, he would have surely perished at the hands of the Grand Princess. With his life hanging by a thread, he musters his resolve. Replying to your grace, we are cousins. The matriarch of the Chun family is my aunt. The prince nods slightly, regal and composed. It has come to my attention that Miss Chenair has lost her virtue to you. Is there truth to this claim? Wang Zicheng hesitates, the room falling into a deafening silence, all ears attuned. The Grand Princess, sensing impending doom, hisses a warning. Wang Zicheng, think carefully before you speak. In a desperate act, Wang Zicheng kneels before her, sincerity lacing his words. Grand Princess, in a moment of foolishness, I have tarnished cousin Wan Yi's purity. I am willing to marry her. The Grand Princess's vision darkens. She seizes a phoenix hairpin from her head and thrusts it towards Wang Zicheng's eye. Die! Wang Zicheng, paralyzed with fear, collapses to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes as he realizes his impending doom. At that critical moment, a figure lunges toward the Grand Princess, colliding with her and sending her sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. Wang Zicheng seizes the opportunity, scrambling away, his body quaking with terror. The Grand Princess, filled with rage, attempts to pursue him but is restrained. Overwhelmed with anguish, she collapses before the prince, tears streaming down her face. Brother, if you truly care for me, allow me to eliminate this despicable man. His words are deceitful, mere fabrications. Her frantic desperation spirals into incoherence. Thoughts consumed with the need to silence Wang Zicheng and protect their secret. The prince, towering above her, regards her with a calm indifference. Who has bribed you? The Grand Princess points accusingly at Lin Lang, her eyes flashing with fury. That wretched Chen Lin Lang is behind this. Brother, you must believe me. Lin Lang gazes back innocently, a hint of mockery dancing on her lips, further inciting the Grand Princess's ire. Nonsense. Chen Lin Lang is powerless and marginalized. How could she bribe anyone? The prince interjects sharply, then softens his tone, addressing her with earnestness. Yin Feng, consider this. Allowing Wang Zicheng to marry Wan Yi could be a prudent solution. Never. In your dreams. The Grand Princess vehemently refuses, asserting that her daughter deserves the finest suitor the world can offer. Seeing her obstinacy, the prince's patience wanes. Master Zhang, expedite the conclusion of this matter. We cannot afford delays. Master Zhang, not daring to hesitate, promptly delivers his verdict. Chen Linlang is exonerated, having no connection to this case. As for the murder of the matriarch, Lord Chen, do you wish to continue the investigation? He casts the dilemma onto Chen Ping, knowing the Chen family would be engulfed in scandal. Chen Ping stands frozen, like a statue, grappling with his turmoil. Regardless of his choice, he faces a lifetime of regret. Closing his eyes, he feels his heart shatter, resolving to let it end here, to spare the departed from further disturbance. His mother may be gone, but his wife and children still live. The crowd gasps, incredulous at his unwillingness to pursue the investigation. Is he not a filial son? The scandals lurking beneath the surface are likely far more numerous. Ah, the nobility, each more disgraceful than the last. Linlang shakes her head, sighing softly. Father, with such a dutiful descendant, our ancestors would rise from their graves in joy. Chen Ping's face flushes with shame, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. He knows he is unfilial, yet what choice does he have? Family secrets cannot be aired. Moreover, how can the deceased hold more weight than the living? The Grand Princess, however, regains her composure, a glint of cold malice flashing in her eyes. Husband, Chen Linlang has sown chaos and harmed our kin. She must be taken away and dealt with. Her daughter's fate is in jeopardy, and she refuses to let anyone escape unscathed. Chen Linlang must die. Chen Ping hesitates, his heart torn. Linlang, disdainful of his cowardice, lifts her delicate face, tears glistening in her eyes. Father, are you truly going to kill me? You should not have returned. Chen Ping's face is etched with anguish, his head pounding with the weight of his choices. Linlang's expression turns sorrowful. I regret it too, father. You should never have brought me into this world, nor married my mother. Sympathy washes over the crowd, knowing that should she return, her life would be forfeit. Yet, the affairs of the Qin family are not for outsiders to meddle in. The fate of the daughter lies solely in Chen Ping's hands. Take her away. The Grand Princess's icy resolve remains, her singular obsession clear. She must eliminate her. Chapter 55. Like mother, like daughter, the Grand Princess stood in a daze, utterly astonished. Why would Her Majesty wish to see her? It was the Empress's decree. The Prince of Jin spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotion. The Grand Princess ground her teeth in silent rage, her heart aching with resentment. Very well, I shall enter the palace as well. Sinang Palace. The most opulent and powerful place in the world, a realm everyone yearns for. The Empress, adorned in deep crimson robes, draped in jewels, appeared as a beautiful woman in her 30s, exuding a subtle authority and an air of grandeur that commanded respect. As the rightful empress of the late emperor and the mother of the current sovereign and the Prince of Jin, she enjoyed unparalleled honor, making her the most powerful woman in the empire. Upon entering, the Grand Princess knelt before the Empress, tearfully presenting her grievances. Please, Mother Empress, seek justice for your son. Chen Linlang has humiliated a royal princess, a crime most unforgivable. She seized the initiative, turning the tables. The Empress squinted at the silent Linlang. You are Chen Linlang? Raise your head. As Linlang complied, the Empress momentarily faltered, her expression flickering with a hint of confusion. The girl bore a striking resemblance to that woman. Linlang's bright, expressive eyes were clear and unwavering, inviting scrutiny with an air of calm dignity. In the tense atmosphere, where others struggled to breathe, Linlang remained composed, her gentle smile evoking a flicker of intrigue in the Empress's gaze. When the Empress remained silent, Dugu Yi suddenly moved closer, shoving the Grand Princess aside to embrace the Empress's thigh, grinning with a charming innocence. Grandmother, isn't she lovely? I adore such a sweet girl, obedient and understanding. Obedient? Understanding? The Empress's lips twitched. Indeed, the girl was strikingly beautiful. The Su family had once been renowned for their beauty, and the Chun family was famed for their handsome men. Naturally, their daughter would be exceptional. It had been a long time since anyone dared to meet her gaze directly. This girl was remarkably bold. How peculiar that Chen Ping was timid as a mouse, and Su was gentle and virtuous, yet they produced such a composed and audacious daughter. This statement darkened the expressions of the Chen family, particularly the Grand Princess, whose face flushed with anger. Yet, no one cared for her feelings. Dugu Yi smiled at Linlang. Linlang, may you grow up swiftly. Why? Linlang asked innocently. Dugu Yi, unable to resist pinching her cherubic cheek, responded, when you grow up, you will be even more beautiful, surely captivating the hearts of many. I can hardly wait to marry you. How shameless. Linlang retorted, swatting his hand away. I thought the Grand Princess was the most beautiful. Indeed, that's what everyone in the household says, he replied, comparing her to the Su family. In the eyes of those people, the Grand Princess was a celestial being, noble and exquisite, while Su was akin to the dirt beneath her feet. Dugu Yi chuckled, surely. It is only because your mother is no longer around that she has ascended to her current position. Linlang blinked, realization dawning upon her. So that was it. No wonder the Grand Princess was driven to madness with jealousy, trying to claim her man and wishing harm upon her daughter. The exchange continued. unabashedly mocking the Grand Princess without a shred of decorum. The Grand Princess's face burned with humiliation, trembling with rage. Impudent. This is the palace. Chen Linlang. Cease your vulgar behavior and spare us this disgrace. Linlang looked at her with innocent curiosity, her words sharp as daggers. But I have not stolen anyone's man, nor destroyed anyone's family, nor harmed my mother-in-law, nor ruined my daughter. What is there to be ashamed of? Each word pierced the Grand Princess's heart like a venomous blade. Overwhelmed with fury, the Grand Princess shouted, "Guards, take her away and execute her." Duguyi sneered, "What an absurd display, parading before grandmother. Who are you trying to impress?" "You." The Grand Princess felt as though a bucket of cold water had been doused over her. Gazing at the Empress's indifferent demeanor, her heart sank. "Do not support her, Year. You are still naive and easily deceived. She harbors ill intentions." Despite her discontent towards Duguyi, she dared not voice a single word of reproach in the presence of the Empress. In this royal setting, she was far from enjoying the same favor that Duguyi did. Duguyi coolly retorted, "Is your benevolence not what led to the downfall of the Chun family and the ruin of your own daughter? Who would want your misguided compassion?" The Grand Princess was seething with rage yet held back her outburst, maintaining a forced smile. "Such a thing is untrue. Wan Yi is innocent. Do not listen to those slanders. She has admired you since childhood, viewing you as her future husband. You must not allow her to suffer." At this proclamation, the atmosphere shifted awkwardly. Chun Wan Yi, kneeling at the back, timidly raised her head, glancing furtively at the Empress. Duguye's face flushed with indignation. "She has admired me since childhood? How shameless. Truly, like mother, like daughter." The harshness of his words left the Chun family stunned. They had never endured such humiliation. Lin Long's eyes sparkled with suppressed amusement, relishing the sharp rebuke aimed at them. If they still sought to ingratiate themselves, they had only themselves to blame for the scorn they faced. Chun Wan Yi trembled, her eyes glistening with tears. "Cousin, your words pierce my heart. Very well. I shall seek death," she wailed, creating chaos in the room. The Grand Princess clutched her daughter tightly, tears welling in her eyes, her heart aching. "Wan Yi, he truly cares for you. It's merely that he is distressed by those unfounded rumors. Once the misunderstanding is cleared, everything will be fine." But Chun Wan Yi seemed deaf to her words, repeatedly crashing against the wall, blood pouring from her forehead, trickling down her face in a ghastly manner. The Chun men rushed forward to stop her, resulting in a chaotic scene. The Grand Princess's heart raced with anxiety as she cried, "Year, you must say something. You grew up together, childhood sweethearts. She is devoted to you. Can you bear to watch her perish?" Duguyi had already taken Linlang to stand before the Empress, deliberately shielding her. But what did it matter if he felt compassion? He coolly observed the farcical scene, refraining from intervening as the Qin family became entangled in turmoil. The Grand Princess's eyes brimmed with tears. Only your marriage to her can vindicate Wan Yi and clear her name. Thus, she resorted to desperate measures, attempting to drag Duguyi into this mess, hoping to coerce him into marrying Chun Wan Yi. Linlang could not contain her laughter. "How ridiculous. The Chun family truly amuses me, overestimating their importance and attempting to blame the Prince of Jin for this turmoil. It is utterly absurd. Even as a princess, one cannot force a marriage, can one?" Chapter 56. The Severance of Affection. Duguyi wore a look of disdain. "Am I truly that foolish?" he scoffed. It seemed the Grand Princess had lost her wits, behaving uncharacteristically with such clumsy tactics. How disappointing. Despite her myriad of schemes, her deep affection for her daughter had completely thrown her off balance. "Will you stand by and watch her perish? She is your own cousin. We are family." The Grand Princess merely wished to fulfill her daughter's infatuation, to preserve her reputation, and to ensure her happiness, indifferent to the fates of others. Chen Wan Yi raised her bloodied face, looking pitiful. "Cousin, I will be a good wife and serve you well." Chun Lian knelt before Duguyi, pleading, "Cousin, please save my sister. She is truly a good girl, devoted to you. Your Grace, have mercy on Wan Yi." Chen Ping's eyes were red with anguish for his daughter, his heart aching painfully. The Chun family employed every means at their disposal, desperate for Duguyi's acquiescence. All eyes were fixed upon him, oblivious to the Empress Dowager's ominous expression. Linlang observed everything with a sense of calm, amused by the unfolding drama. Duguyi's voice cut through the tension. "Cold and clear, I find it repulsive." His expression conveyed utter disgust. Like a bolt of lightning, Chun Wan Yi felt darkness engulf her, despair overwhelming her. "He knows everything?" I am innocent, cousin. Why don't you believe me? Then I shall die to prove my resolve. She believed that by steadfastly denying everything, she could erase the events of that night, as if it had all been a nightmare, eliminating all witnesses, and thus remain the pure and innocent Chun family daughter. Duguyi regarded her from a lofty position, as one might look upon a fool. You survived the incident, yet now you come to the palace to threaten death? What does that signify? How naive can one be? Do you think the prince's subordinates are fools? That the palace spies are mere decorations? All that is known is likely an open secret among the elite, while the Chun family naively believes they can hide it completely, utterly foolish. The Grand Princess instinctively glanced at the Empress Dowager, trembling as her face paled, and she knelt to the ground, her forehead bruising with each bow. Mother, this is all Chen Linlong's doing. I seek justice for Wani. A chill coursed through her, as if a gaping wound had opened within her, a coldness spreading rapidly through her limbs. The Empress Dowager regarded her with a frigid gaze, unmasking her displeasure. Miss Chen, what say you? Linlang looked at the Grand Princess, whose face had turned ashen, and felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed she, too, had someone to fear. Your Majesty, I wish to change my surname to Su. I request your gracious permission. At this declaration, the room fell silent, the Chun family staring wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. Chun Ping's lips trembled, unable to fathom what he had just heard. This would turn their world upside down. The Empress Dowager's lips curled into a slight smile, recognizing the cleverness and decisiveness of the girl, reminiscent of a certain someone. Have you considered this thoroughly? Linlang knelt once more, bowing deeply with unwavering resolve. Yes, when the elders are unkind and push me towards ruin, I, as the younger generation, dare not speak out. I only seek to distance myself from the Chen family and escape this quagmire. Her words were delivered with grace, yet her determination left no room for negotiation. Chun Ping fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Chen Linlang, without the family's protection, you are nothing. He could cast her out, but how dare she propose it herself? Linlong's gaze was bright, filled with fearless defiance. For the past 10 years, I have lived honorably and without shame, father. Though you are my biological father, you have never fulfilled your responsibilities. From this moment forth, our ties are severed, never to be restored. The Chen family had become a wreck. The Grand Princess would not spare her, and Chen Ping had already entertained thoughts of abandoning her. If she remained, her fate would be sealed death. Better to sever ties and seek survival. Chen Ping's face flushed with humiliation and rage. You do not wish to place your mother's spirit in the Chun family ancestral hall. Do not forget her last wishes. To use such a matter as a threat only deepened Linlang's disdain for him. A man without courage was worth little. She would not even wish him death. If her father were to support her, she would be eternally grateful. If not, she would not force him. Her calmness unnerved Chen Ping. If you willingly confess, I will ensure the Su family is allowed into the Chun family ancestral hall. At this proclamation, all eyes turned to him, filled with disdain, ridicule, and scorn. Duguyi sighed softly. Lord Chun, thank you for teaching me what it means to be a thief and a harlot. What it means to wear a facade of virtue while being a beast. My gratitude is profound. He performed a deep bow, yet the sarcasm in his smile revealed his true thoughts. Without hesitation, he stood firmly beside Linlang, publicly slapping Chen Ping in the face. Chen Ping's face turned crimson with rage, his hands trembling. You, Linlang, with a serious demeanor, bowed slightly. I also thank Lord Chen for your teachings, which have illuminated the priority of self-interest over familial bonds. I believe one day the Chen family will fall by your hand. You shall be remembered as their eternal villain, facing a miserable end. But rest assured, in light of our father-daughter bond, I shall ensure your remains are cared for. Chen Ping was utterly undone, his fury surging. He raised his hand to strike her, but Linlang did not flinch, staring him down coldly. A figure stepped forward, pulling her behind him, shielding her. Chen Ping glared at Duguyi, retracting his hand with great difficulty, his anger intensifying. Wretched girl, you are no longer my daughter. The Chen family shall sever all ties with you. Even if you beg on your knees, I shall never. Before he could finish, Linlang performed a courteous bow. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Ping felt as if he had been struck in the throat, nearly choking on his ire. Though he had weighed his options and decided to forsake this daughter, her proactive stance ignited his rage. The Grand Princess's eyes were cold as she lunged at Linlang, wielding a dagger imbued with a chilling aura. Since you are no longer a Chun family daughter, then perish. No one expected her to dare attack within the Sinang palace. Just as the dagger was about to plunge into Linlong's chest, the Grand Princess's arm went numb, all strength lost, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. The Empress Dowager's gaze darkened, her voice icy as she commanded, "In my domain, when did it become permissible for others to take charge?" The Grand Princess reacted swiftly, dropping to her knees in a pitiful display. "Mother, please intervene." Her earlier ferocity vanished, replaced by a fade of helplessness. "Enough, Chun." The Empress Dowager's expression was regal as she issued her orders. Su Linlang is to be confined to the Shuxiu Palace. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Tomorrow, we shall ascertain the facts before deciding on further actions. Chapter 57. The Blossoming of Friendship. Mother, the Grand Princess, still unwilling to relent, harbored intentions of bringing Linlang to her demise. "I am weary. Everyone, please leave." The Empress Dowager's demeanor was frigid, offering no kindness. The Grand Princess had no choice but to suppress her resentment, replying, "Yes, mother." In the presence of the Empress Dowager, her arrogance faltered. Her status as a royal daughter was but a fragile shield. Despite the Dowager's disdain, she could not protect an outsider. Linlang unhesitatingly followed suit, casting not a single glance towards the Qin family, who stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Once the room was emptied, only Duguyi remained. He cheerfully retrieved a cup of hot tea, blowing on it gently before presenting it to the Dowager. "Grandmother, please enjoy this ginseng tea." His sweet words and considerate demeanor reflected his filial piety. The Empress Dowager was pleased, her eyes crinkling with delight. "You do not wish to intercede for that girl?" Duguyi, with a playful grin, leaned closer. "Grandmother, you are wise. No one can deceive you. What is there for me to worry about? You rascal. Always trying to please me." The Dowager chuckled, her warmth reminiscent of a loving grandmother. Gently ruffling her beloved grandson's hair, she suddenly recalled the earlier events, a sense of indignation swelling within her. Did the Qin family truly have the audacity to disregard her, attempting to marry off that troublesome daughter to her own? Did they think the Dugu family easy prey? She noted this grievance, promising to repay it in due time. Duguyi squirmed in her embrace. Resembling a child who had not yet matured, his voice tinged with grievance. "Grandmother, you must stand up for me." The Dowager's heart ached. Not only could the Jin Wangfu not tolerate such insolence, but she herself could not abide by it either. That wretched girl sought to cause trouble atop her status. She would have to wait until the next life. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest injustice." Duguye's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Thank you, grandmother. You are truly kind to me." The Empress Dowager beamed with joy, her brows lifting in delight. "Be obedient, be filial, and study diligently." "Understood. I shall heed your counsel." Inside the dimly lit Shuxiu Palace, Linlang sat curled up in a corner, her mind racing without pause. Her exquisite features marred by seriousness and indifference. As darkness deepened, sleep eluded her, her stomach grumbling in protest. Would it be too much to ask for 3 meals a day? A soft knock echoed from the window, and a familiar voice broke through the silence. "Open the window." Linlong's heart leapt, and she hurried to the window, swinging it open to reveal the handsome, youthful face of Duguyi. "What brings you here?" Duguyi leaped into the room, extending his arms to envelop Linlang. "Are you upset?" "They do not want you, but I do." She gaped, staring at him in bewilderment. Was it truly appropriate for him to be so direct? Something felt amiss, yet she couldn't quite grasp it. Duguye's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features, yet he looked at her resolutely. "Why do you not respond?" Linlang, still in shock, stammered, Should I say thank you?" Duguye's lips twitched in frustration. Why couldn't she behave like a normal person? Bathed in the dim moonlight, he scrutinized her closely, relieved to find no tears marring her face. "Eat this." He pressed a bun into her hands. It was a steamed bun. Linlong's face lit up with joy. How thoughtful of him. Duguyi felt a pang of disappointment. Was her affection so easily won over by a mere bun? Starving, Linlang devoured the bun with gusto, as if feasting on a banquet of delicacies. Duguyi, witnessing her delight, suddenly felt his own hunger rise, and without hesitation, he leaned in to take a large bite from her bun. Linlang stared in disbelief at the now half-eaten bun in her hands. "Hey, why are you stealing my bun? There's still more." Duguye's cheeks puffed up, instinctively tightening his embrace around Linlang, declaring possessively, "Mine, all mine." His tone was undeniably domineering, as if it were his birthright. Linlong's fair cheeks flushed, feigning ignorance. If you give it to me, then it belongs to me. Dugu Ye's eyes flickered with disappointment as he glared at the bun in her grasp. Are you still going to eat? If not, let me have it. Absolutely not. Linlang, fearing he might snatch it from her, quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Watching her relish the bun brought Dugu Ye an odd sense of satisfaction. Was it truly that delicious? Linlang nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. Yes, it tastes even better than delicacies from the mountains and seas. Thank you, young master. This was his heartfelt offering, precious in its sincerity. Her unreserved smile was extraordinarily beautiful, igniting warmth within Dugu Ye's heart, stirring something deep within him. Yigu. Linlang bit her lip. I will call you a Yi. The term Yigu felt too sentimental, sending shivers down his spine. Her voice was soft and melodious, possessing a magical quality that made Dugu Ye's smile widen uncontrollably. Remember to present the exquisite jade tomorrow to plead for me. Of course, Linlang nodded in understanding. Her smile sweet as honey. Their eyes met in the dim light, their shared smiles reflecting kindred spirits, an unspoken bond blossoming in the tranquility of that night. Such a good child, Dugu Yi began, but suddenly became alert, glancing toward the door, instinctively pulling Linlang closer. What is it? Linlang whispered, her bright eyes shimmering in the darkness. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Someone is approaching. Linlang stiffened, pushing him away with urgency. You must hide quickly. Before Dugu Yi could protest, Linlang had already pushed him onto the bed, covering him with a blanket and hastily lowering the curtains. Dugu Yi stared at her in a daze, his mind blank as he allowed her to dictate his actions, only her faint scent lingering in the air. After completing her task, Linlang exhaled deeply, just as a knock echoed from the door. Come in. The door swung open to reveal a graceful palace maid, one hand holding a lantern and the other carrying a food box. I have met Miss Chun. The maid bowed respectfully, her demeanor humble, her appearance ordinary yet marked by her attentive manners. Linlang raised an eyebrow, surveying her coolly. I am Su. May I ask who you are? What brings you here? The maid opened the food box, and a delightful aroma wafted out, revealing an exquisite spread of 4 dishes and a soup, still steaming. Yes, Miss Su, I am Xianger, sent by the young master of Jin Wangfu to deliver these meals. Still warm. Please enjoy. Linlang paused, a look of astonished delight spreading across her face. Is it truly the young master who sent you? Xianger smiled sweetly, her demeanor gentle and accommodating. The young master specifically instructed me to ensure you ate well, as he is concerned for your health. I see. You have gone to great lengths, Linlang replied, her lips curling into a smile, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Please, do proceed. Xianger's expression faltered. What? Chapter 58. Testing the poison. How could this be? Xianger stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning, taking a long while to regain her senses. Yes. I am here to serve you, my lady. She meticulously tasted each dish, finally placing the food before Linlang. Linlang, with her delicate, jade-like hands, raised one and asked, Why aren't you drinking the soup? The creamy fish soup exuded an enticing aroma, with vibrant green scallions floating atop, quite a feast for the eyes. Xianger's expression stiffened. She had always been repulsed by fish soup since childhood, instantly retching at the mere taste. How strange. How could such a maid exist in the palace? Linlang's large, dark eyes blinked innocently, clearly incredulous, as if to say, Don't take me for a fool. With no alternative. The maid took a sip, only to spit it out immediately. I apologize, my lady. Please drink it yourself. Her face turned pale, reflecting her discomfort. Linlang wrinkled her nose in disdain and waved her hand dismissively. I've lost my appetite. I feel nauseated. Xianger, feeling anxious yet maintaining a gentle demeanor, coaxed. Just sip it slowly. You'll be fine in a moment. Miss Su, the fish soup must be consumed while hot. Linlang's eyes sparkled with mischief. This bowl of soup is a gift for you. Drink it at your leisure. It's truly unfortunate that you're unaccustomed to it. Drink, drink. I am not a harsh mistress. Eventually, I will request you from the young master, and you shall serve me well. I shall treat you kindly. With that, she placed the fish soup before Xianger, whose face twitched, yet she reluctantly accepted it. Thank you for your generosity, my lady. Linlang replied with a smile. Do make sure not to spit it out again, or it would be a sign of disrespect. Gritting her teeth, Xianger took a sip, and, upon seeing Linlang's radiant smile, steeled herself and swallowed the entire content. I've finished, Miss Su. The food will grow cold. You should eat. This time, Su Linlang did not refuse. She picked up a spoonful, bringing it to her lips, but suddenly set it down. How long have you been in the palace? Who else is at home? Are you well here? Xiang'er looked longingly at the bowl of fish soup. It's been 7 years. I have brothers and sisters at home. The masters in the palace are kind, and life here is quite good. You have borne much. Linlang casually blew on the fish soup to cool it. Her demeanor relaxed. Xiang'er, what is wrong with your face? It looks dark. You aren't poisoned, are you? Startled, Xiang'er instinctively covered her cheek, her heart racing. I'm quite well. Thank you for your concern, Miss Su. How could I be poisoned? Linlang scrutinized her for a moment and suddenly raised her voice. Help. Call the physician. Someone is poisoned. The unexpected shout shattered the night's silence. Xiang'er's face turned pale, and she rushed forward. Don't shout. Linlang, prepared for this, stepped back. What are you trying to do? Assassins. Help. Go to hell. Xiang'er, panicking, finally realized something was amiss and swung her hand. A figure darted from the shadows. Swift as lightning, delivering a kick that caught Xiang'er off guard, causing her to gasp in pain and spit blood. Thud. Xiang'er fell heavily to the ground, finally recognizing her assailant, her eyes widening in shock. Young master. Du Guohua looked down at her, fury etched across his features. How dare you impersonate my name? Speak. Who sent you? You. She. Xiang'er finally comprehended that she had been played, manipulated by a mere maid. You knew all along. Linlang smiled sweetly. How does it feel to taste the poison you served? Such a delightful experience, no? You tricked me? Xiang'er was nearly faint with rage. The world around her dimming. Linlang glowed with the warmth of spring sunshine. Oh, now you realize how foolish you are. Your master is even more foolish to employ someone as dim-witted as you. Fuming, Xiang'er leapt up. I will fight you. She had underestimated Linlang, only to find herself thoroughly outmatched. Thud. Du Guohua struck her chest with a resounding slap, sending her crashing against the wall. Linlang coolly advised, don't kill her. We need a live witness. Not long after dragging her away, Du Guohua returned, his expression grim. Linlang, noticing his demeanor, inquired, what happened? Du Guohua clenched his chest. During the interrogation, she bit down on the poison hidden in her teeth. This is a death soldier. Linlang slowly pieced it together. Someone who ordinarily would not be maintained by a typical family. Are you certain they are not from the royal family? Du Guohua replied coldly. They are certainly not under the command of my uncle or grandmother. Linlang paused, intrigued. This revelation suggested the presence of someone else's death soldiers within the palace. An unexpected twist indeed. A sudden realization struck her, and she instinctively glanced at Du Guohua. He pressed his lips together, a faint, icy smile gracing his features. Too bad there is no evidence. Such a pity. The Empress Dowager had thought the same. They were so close to catching the Grand Princess's elusive tail. Nevertheless, pursuing this thread had yielded some useful intelligence, revealing a number of spies. Meanwhile, at the Chun residence, the Grand Princess was in a furious rage, smashing items in her room, leaving chaos in her wake. An ordinary-looking old maid knelt on the floor, soothingly coaxing, My lady, calm yourself. We have cleaned everything thoroughly. They will not trace it back to us. Her piercing eyes shone with intensity, her posture straight, exuding an aura of authority that suggested she was not an ordinary person. The Grand Princess was incensed. She had lost several trusted aides, vital to her operations, each one worth 100 ordinary souls. Previously, she had been able to keep tabs on palace happenings thanks to these loyal servants. Now, rendered blind to the affairs of the palace, how could she not be furious? Useless. Incompetent. I command you to find a way to eliminate Su Linlang immediately. The old maid, accustomed to her temper, patiently soothed, My lady. Now is not the time for rash actions. We must remain calm. If we arouse the Emperor's suspicion, it would be counterproductive. The Grand Princess was well aware of this logic, yet the frustration boiled within her. This significant loss had removed many of her eyes and ears in the palace, making future operations all the more difficult. Just the thought of it made her heart ache. All of this was Su Linlang's fault. Taking a deep breath, she forced her anger down, issuing orders to remain hidden and await her command. Yes, my lady. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Princess's eyes flickered with a sudden thought, and she coldly instructed, Make some moves on the Empress Dowager's side. The old maid secretly sighed in relief. Yes, I will arrange everything properly. And the Grand Princess was about to say more when a commotion erupted outside. Chapter 59. I desire the best. The old matron's figure flickered and swiftly vanished into the night. The young maid, Ji Xiang, who accompanied the Grand Princess, hurried after her, frantic and unable to catch up. With an exasperated wave, she exclaimed, "Where did this second miss come from? We only have one young lady in our household." Baya's eyes were red, as if she had been crying. "This servant deserves to die 1,000 deaths." The Grand Princess, momentarily setting aside her anger, felt a surge of anxiety. What had happened to Yer? Baya was beside herself with worry. The young lady has an unrelenting fever. She is delirious. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess could no longer remain seated and hurriedly rushed to her daughter's chamber. Chunwani lay there, her face flushed, eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat, writhing in pain and incoherently calling out for her mother, pleading for rescue. The Grand Princess's heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she immediately summoned the royal physician. The physician examined her for a long while, remaining silent. The Grand Princess, consumed by anxiety, pressed him. "What is the diagnosis?" She was cold and unyielding to others, but her love for her children was boundless and indulgent. The physician, after careful consideration, replied, "She is overwhelmed with worry. An evil wind has invaded her body." Such a young age, yet burdened with such distress? It appears the rumors are true. The Grand Princess's phoenix eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling aura. "Cure her, or none shall find peace." Ignoring objections, she insisted that the physician remain in the estate solely to attend to Chunwani. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager, adorned in a resplendent light blue gown, exuded grace, yet lacked her usual commanding presence. She frequently glanced towards the entrance, anxious to know why Yer had yet to arrive at court. She doted on that grandson of hers, despite his willful and unruly nature, often regarded as a mischievous troublemaker by others. Yet, to her, he remained her clever, playful, and filial darling. The chief maid, Cha Xiang, gently reported, "The young master has gone to the Shusho Palace." The Empress Dowager's expression darkened, and she cast down the teacup in her hand, causing a loud clatter. Cha Xiang cautiously added, "The young master seems quite taken with Miss Su. It is said." She hesitated, sensing she had overstepped. "Continue," the Empress Dowager commanded, her countenance stern yet composed. Cha Xiang's voice was low as she divulged, "It is rumored that the young master gifted a Linglong jade to Miss Su." This seemingly innocuous statement incited the Empress Dowager's wrath. Preposterous. Such a treasure should not be given away so carelessly. Go summon him at once. Cha Xiang gently urged, "Your Majesty, the young master's temperament is obstinate. He delights in opposition. Do not let a mere outsider create a rift between you and your grandson." The Empress Dowager fell silent for a moment, her expression softening. "I understand." A short while later, light footsteps echoed as a figure swept in like the wind. "Grandmother, I've come. I've missed you so." Duguyi gleefully dashed into the Empress Dowager's embrace, playfully pouting, which caused her to smile. "Oh, I thought you only had eyes for that girl." The remark carried a hint of jealousy, and Duguyi laughed heartily. "Grandmother is jealous. How delightful." The Empress Dowager playfully smacked his shoulder, feigning irritation. "You rascal. When will you grow up?" In her eyes, he would always be her child, in need of her care and protection. Duguyi puffed out his chest, animated and bright-eyed. "I have grown. Look, I'm as tall as father now." His playful antics and charming demeanor were the most effective means of endearing himself to the Empress Dowager, something only he dared to do. All her irritation melted away, replaced with affection. "Indeed, you have reached the age of marriage. In a few days, I shall summon several daughters of esteemed officials to the palace. Observe and let me know which one you fancy. I shall arrange the match for you." Esteemed officials? Duguyi scoffed at the thought of marrying the demure and compliant daughters of the nobility. "Really? That is wonderful. I wish to marry Linlang. Please issue the decree at once." His tone was so casual, as if he were certain of her approval. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in disbelief. "Nonsense. A girl without parents like her is hardly worthy of you. Yer, do not utter such things again, lest you become the subject of ridicule. I shall find you the most exceptional girl in the realm to be your wife." Duguyi responded with a grin, "But Linlang is the best, and even father agrees." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager became furious. "I do not consent. No matter how formidable your father may be, he must heed my wishes." In her anger, she momentarily forgot to refer to herself in the first person. Understanding her unwavering nature, Duguyi refrained from direct defiance. "Grandmother, you seek the most outstanding girl. What if I find someone who surpasses her?" "Very well, it shall be as you say." The Empress Dowager agreed, her skepticism unwavering. She did not believe those young ladies, groomed from childhood, would be outshined by anyone else. The sun shone brightly in the imperial garden, where flowers bloomed in profusion, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A gentle breeze rustled the petals, enhancing the garden's allure. In a pavilion by the lake, sheer white drapes billowed, perfumed with floral scents, while soft laughter echoed around, creating a lively atmosphere. A group of elegantly dressed maids flitted about a few noble ladies, all daughters of high-ranking officials, each one as beautiful as a flower. Exuding grace and poise, their garments exquisite and enchanting. The ladies sipped tea and savored delicacies, chattering animatedly, embodying the vibrancy of court life. All had been summoned by the Empress Dowager and were aware of the purpose of their gathering. Even amidst their playful banter, they maintained a dignified demeanor, oblivious to the possibility of being scrutinized from the shadows. Naturally, a verbal sparring was inevitable, for the crown prince could only have one official consort, and all aspired for that position. Miss Su Linlang has arrived. A hush fell over the gathering as everyone turned to behold her. Clad in white, Linlang gracefully entered the pavilion, casting a casual glance around at the array of stunning young women, each adorned in their finest, radiating beauty and nobility. Though they were all around 13 or 14, the perfect age for betrothal, no one stepped forward to greet her, nor did anyone speak, treating her as if she were inconsequential. Linlang smiled nonchalantly and offered a polite bow. Greetings to all. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's summons, she would not have bothered to attend. After completing her greeting, she elegantly settled into a corner, opting not to crowd with the others. From somewhere, she produced a book and began to leisurely peruse its pages, finding solace in her own company. With delicate, jade-like hands and a face as fair as porcelain, her long lashes fluttered as her bright eyes and pearly teeth shone. Her profile was calm and serene, embodying a poetic beauty with an ethereal grace. The other young ladies gazed at her in disbelief, their expressions souring. They had intended to challenge her, but were taken aback by her composure, realizing she did not regard them at all. Chapter 60. If you dare to marry, I dare to wed. Her aunt is the emperor's favored concubine, and her father is the Duke of Zheng, enjoying considerable favor at home. Calling out a couple of times, she noticed that Linlang, lost in her thoughts, did not respond. A servant nudged her, and she finally looked up, revealing her youthful, innocent face. Me? Miss Qian's eyes widened, radiating a sense of entitlement. What? I am a lady of the Duke of Zheng's residence. Asking you to serve tea is a mark of my esteem. Linlang, engrossed in her observation, remained seated, merely nodding dismissively, silently wishing to be looked down upon. Miss Qian's reaction was unusually stifled. Her face turned an angry shade of crimson, filled with embarrassment. I heard you've been cast out by the Qin family? How unfortunate. If you find yourself in dire straits, you may come to our Qin family. Given our brief acquaintance, I might grant you a bowl of rice. Is this truly the person whom Dugu Yi intends to marry? So young? She hardly seems alluring at all. Miss Qian seized the opportunity to belittle Linlang, trampling her beneath her disdain. Linlang paused momentarily, a flicker of pity crossing her face. Such a pity, for she was quite lovely, yet seemingly dim-witted. What did you say? Miss Qian was visibly flustered. Linlang, in her daze, reflected that it was she who had looked down upon the Qin family, a lineage of thieves and harlots, a family that had committed heinous acts against their ancestors and kin, and had proactively severed ties with them. She had never regarded the Qin family as her own, thus felt no psychological burden. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Fine, she can be ruthless. Another Miss Jiang chimed in. I heard you're still clinging to the heir of the Jin Prince? Allow me to remind you, you are not a match for him. One must possess self-awareness. Do not let your fleeting beauty cloud your judgment. Her words were harsh, yet Linlang appeared oblivious, gently caressing her own face and smiling sweetly. Thank you for the compliment. I too believe I am rather beautiful. Miss Jiang nearly choked on her indignation. What sort of person was this? Did she not understand the implication of her words? This was hardly praise. The heir of the Jin Prince merely pities you. Do not naively take it to heart, or you shall be the one to suffer in the end. Linlang harbored no animosity toward them. Straightforward individuals possessed fewer ulterior motives. Furthermore, such verbal assaults were inconsequential to her. She pursed her lips and suddenly felt inspired. My dear sisters, your kindness is truly touching. I have decided to share your words with the heir, so he may understand just how benevolent, selfless, and noble you all are. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the young ladies shifted dramatically. No, no. We wish our good deeds to remain anonymous. Indeed, generosity should not seek reward. Dugu Yi is not to be trifled with. Should one offend him, they must brace themselves for misfortune. Linling beamed. You are all such wonderful people, exemplary models of virtue. I truly admire you. The onlookers exchanged glances. Did this not sound like a veiled insult? Was it merely a misperception? A light laugh echoed. What a lively scene. A group approached, surrounding the Empress Dowager, with the most striking being a young man supporting her arm. He was handsome, with an elegant demeanor, embodying the ideal that countless young women admired. Dugu Yi. Everyone in the pavilion knelt, greeting the Empress Dowager and the heir of the Gene Prince. Linling glanced around and, following suit, lowered her head in a display of obedience. Dugu Yi gazed at her dark hair, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Empress Dowager surveyed the crowd, rise. Indeed, all were ladies of noble birth, possessing both beauty and grace, well suited for year. As the crowd stood, they gathered around the Empress Dowager, chattering excitedly, inadvertently pushing Linling into a corner. Linling remained unfazed, calm and composed, unaffected by the shifting dynamics. Dugu Yi winked at her, and Linling's lips twitched at the childishness of it all. Their interaction drew the Empress Dowager's attention, who frowned subtly, pondering what could be causing such merriment. Miss Qian, with a sweet voice, interjected, we were just discussing how the Empress Dowager possesses the keenest eye for fashion. Each of her outfits is a refreshing sight. You young ladies look lovely in anything you wear, the Empress Dowager replied, her smile indicating her pleasure. The other girls, feeling the pressure, clamored to voice their opinions, eager to impress the Empress Dowager. She then turned her gaze toward the somewhat withdrawn Linling. Miss Su, how have you been getting along with these esteemed ladies? What have you discussed? Linling sighed inwardly, wishing to escape scrutiny. Empress Dowager, these sisters are truly kind. They were advising me that the heir of the Gene Prince is beyond my reach, urging me to be more realistic. The room fell silent, everyone stunned into immobility. Miss Qian blushed furiously. And no, Empress Dowager, it's not like that. We merely meant to say. Linling feigned realization, covering her mouth and allowing her large, expressive eyes to reveal her surprise. Oh no, I accidentally spoke the truth. What should I do? The sisters asked me to keep it secret, saying that good deeds should go unrecognized. Empress Dowager, could you pretend you didn't hear that? Miss Jiang was on the verge of a breakdown. Fool. You are the one who cannot aspire to the heir of the Gene Prince. If your ears are failing, seek a physician immediately. How infuriating. Must you make things difficult? Indeed, you must have misheard. The heir of the Gene Prince is perfect and worthy of anyone. Every girl dreams of marrying him. Linlong's eyes widened further. You all think highly of him. You all wish to marry him. Silence enveloped the room, each girl blushing furiously, too shy to utter a word. They were ladies of noble upbringing, reserved, dignified, and elegantly poised. Linling found it increasingly perplexing. If something is good, it is good. If it is not, then it is not. If one likes someone, what is there to hide? She spoke candidly, her face betraying no shame. The crowd was taken aback. How could she express such thoughts without any decorum? Dugu Ye's eyes sparkled. Linling, I like you and wish to take you as my wife. His fearless declaration, filled with passionate intent, stirred hearts. The expressions of the young ladies darkened, and the Empress Dowager frowned, softly rebuking, Year, mind your surroundings. Indeed, she was a wild girl from the countryside, brazenly discussing love, unashamed. Dugu Yi, seemingly undeterred, fixed his gaze intently on Linling. What about you? His gaze was so fervent that Linlong's fair face flushed, her dark eyes reflecting a fierce determination. If you dare to marry, I will dare to wed. Dugu Yi erupted into laughter. Excellent. It is settled then. The other young ladies felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, their hearts heavy with disappointment. Such a decline in social standards was truly disgraceful. Linling, with a bright smile, declared, what is shameful about openly expressing affection? The man is unmarried, and so am I. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Her radiant smile and squinted eyes exuded an irresistible charm. Dugu Yi, unable to resist, reached out to pinch her cheek, thoroughly delighted by the sensation. Miss Qian's heart raced with disbelief. This was simply wrong. Chapter 61. Competing talents in the prime of youth. Encountering the finest of individuals, what is wrong with pursuing what one desires? This novel declaration struck like a heavy bomb, leaving everyone momentarily dazed and at a loss. It seemed to open the door to a new world, profoundly shaking the hearts of several budding young ladies. Miss Qian hesitated, deeming such frivolity would lead to public scorn, and inevitably, abandonment. Yet, deep within her, she began to waver, replaying Lin Lang's words repeatedly, finding them increasingly remarkable. Lin Lang, with an air of nonchalance, declared that if one is heartless, then so be it. Losing her would be a significant loss for the other party. Furthermore, why should she concern herself with the criticisms of others? Living freely and joyfully was what truly mattered. The crowd stared at her, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. A faint sense of envy stirred within the hearts of the young ladies. Was she truly so carefree, or was it simply youthful ignorance? Did she not fear leaving a lasting disgrace? Lin Lang shrugged innocently, responding that as long as she lived happily, she would not fret about the deluge that might follow her demise. It was delightfully audacious, yet charmingly playful, causing a subtle smile to grace the lips of Du Guyi. The Empress froze, as though seeing Lin Lang for the first time, scrutinizing her intently. A melodious voice interrupted the moment. "Your Majesty, Jiao Jiao has arrived late. Please forgive me." It belonged to a lovely girl adorned with jewels, draped in a flowing purple gauze gown that seemed ethereal. Her delicate face was quite enchanting. She bowed deeply, respectfully knocking her head to the ground, not daring to lift it. Lin Lang recognized her immediately. It was Cheng Jiao Jiao, the very person she had quarreled with previously. What a small world it was. The Empress toyed with her long nails, her voice calm. "Why are you so late?" Cheng Jiao Jiao timidly replied that her grandmother had been unwell, and she had been attending to her medication, which caused her delay. She spoke softly, her demeanor fragile and delicate. The Empress smiled slightly. Such filial piety deserves a reward. Bring forth that jade ruby to Miss Cheng. Cheng Jiao Jiao was overjoyed and bowed deeply, thanking the Empress profusely. The other girls looked on with envy, some feeling a tinge of jealousy, but they could do nothing. She was simply too adept at winning favor. Cheng Jiao Jiao rose with the help of a palace maid, and, upon seeing Lin Lang, smiled sweetly. "Miss Su, we meet again." Her smile was pure, untouched by past events. Miss Qian could not help but inquire, "Have you two met before?" Cheng Jiao Jiao smiled gently, recounting their encounter on the street, where the young master had helped her retrieve something from Lin Lang, adding, "But I bear no ill will." She portrayed herself as gentle and refined, completely shedding her previous arrogance. Resembling a well-bred young lady from a prestigious family, Lin Lang raised an eyebrow, noting the art of conversation, whether with the living or the departed, was indeed a skill. "Oh, you bear no ill will? Then why mention it?" The Empress frowned, addressing Du Guyi. "How could you dare to take something from Miss Cheng? Apologize at once." Du Guyi remained seated, appearing indifferent, as though he had not heard her. Cheng Jiao Jiao rapidly waved her hands, expressing her reluctance to escalate the matter, stating that it was trivial and unworthy of the Empress's attention. "If your Majesty insists on an apology, it would trouble my heart." How perceptive and considerate. The Empress mused, not genuinely intending for her grandson to apologize, merely performing for appearances. She grew fonder of Cheng Jiao Jiao, engaging her in conversation. "You are all the most talented daughters of your respective families. I am eager to witness your abilities." In compliance with the Empress's decree, everyone bowed. Unspoken understanding passed among them, recognizing the implications. Each young lady had undergone meticulous training, excelling in various arts, eager to present their finest selves before the Empress and the Crown Prince. Particularly, Miss Qian's rendition of Spring River, Flower Moon Night astonished everyone, garnering widespread admiration. The Empress shared her approval, acknowledging the remarkable skill of someone so young, rivaling even seasoned musicians. After Miss Qian completed her performance, she smiled, inviting Lin Lang to offer her critique. Deep down, she looked down upon Lin Lang, believing a country girl like her had never been exposed to such refined arts. However, Lin Lang, having grown up amidst an explosion of information, was well acquainted with renowned melodies, particularly the famous Spring River, Flower Moon Night, having heard it countless times. While Miss Qian's playing was indeed exquisite, her technique flawless, Lin Lang possessed a discerning ear, well versed in the nuances of music. Yet what? Miss Qian's smile faltered, her temper flaring at what she perceived as a deliberate provocation. Lin Lang replied coolly, "The essence is lacking. You are too preoccupied with showcasing your technique, neglecting the inner emotions that unite with the melody. You still have much to learn, of course." Her words struck a chord with those present, their gazes shifting to her in surprise. Undoubtedly, her insights were piercingly accurate. Du Guyi beamed with pride, reveling in her cleverness. Miss Qian, accustomed to viewing herself highly, could not suppress her irritation. If you're so capable, why don't you play? I cannot. Linlang leaned against the crimson railing, maintaining her composure. Miss Qian, infuriated, lashed out recklessly, questioning Linlang's qualifications to criticize others. Unfazed, Linlang smiled and asked, "Can you cook?" Feeling humiliated, Miss Qian shot her a withering glare, incredulous. "How could I possibly cook? The Qian family has plenty of servants." Linlang smiled lightly. "Then you should refrain from eating. What can someone who cannot cook consume?" Miss Qian was rendered speechless, unable to formulate a retort despite knowing her statement was flawed. Cheng Jiao beside them laughed heartily, relishing the spectacle. Linlang observed this with amusement before announcing, "Now it's Miss Cheng's turn. What will you perform?" Cheng Jiao stood tall, exuding confidence as she declared, "I shall paint." With swift strokes, she elegantly depicted a peony on paper, its resplendence akin to the morning sun. As the audience gazed upon her work, they felt perplexed. What was so extraordinary about this? Cheng Jiao presented her painting with reverence, stating, "I dedicate this to the Empress, wishing you eternal youth. Like the noble flowers of our world, ever blooming." Understanding the Empress's fondness for gentle and obedient young women, she deftly played to her preferences. "Well done," the Empress responded. Clearly pleased, despite the painting being somewhat lackluster. It was the thoughtfulness behind it that pleased her. The onlookers felt a pang of regret as they realized she had once again stolen the spotlight. Yet, they mused, the painting was hardly remarkable. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and someone exclaimed, "Look, butterflies! Butterflies!" Chapter 62. Intricate schemes. Hundreds of butterflies danced gracefully around the peony painting, their brilliance illuminating the scene, creating a dreamlike spectacle. The onlookers were mesmerized, exclaiming in awe at the extraordinary sight. Even the Empress was taken aback, unable to comprehend how such a painting could attract butterflies. Was it truly that remarkable? Cheng Jiao smiled sweetly, attributing the phenomenon to the Empress's divine fortune, claiming that they were fortunate to witness such beauty due to her presence. She deftly redirected all praise towards the Empress, charming her into high spirits. Yet, who could forget the true contributors to this marvel? The crowd erupted in laughter and cheers, a scene of jubilance and merriment. However, Du Guyi remained aloof, choosing instead to quietly approach Linlang, where the two exchanged whispers, their heads close together, sharing radiant smiles that were a sight to behold. Cheng Jiao, basking in the limelight, felt her heart sink upon witnessing this glaring tableau. "Miss Su, may I request your critique?" Linlang raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. Cheng Jiao, unable to bear the closeness between Linlang and Du Guyi, understood the Empress's sentiment and endeavored to win favor for herself. She was no exception, plotting relentlessly to capture Du Guyi's attention. "Yes, please," Linlang replied coolly, "intricate schemes." Her words were not particularly pleasant, causing Cheng Jiao's face to flush with anger. Miss Jiang, puzzled, inquired, "What does that mean?" Linlang cast a casual glance at the painting, unimpressed. While the technique was mediocre, it lacked any soulful essence. Cheng's maid, incensed, retorted vehemently that her mistress's painting had indeed drawn the butterflies, attesting to its vividness and perfection, thus creating a rare spectacle. She then knelt, tears brimming in her eyes, pleading for the Empress to defend her mistress. The Empress's gaze flickered. "Su Linlang, you have been overly presumptuous. Seize her and punish her with 100 strikes to instill some sense." Du Guyi stepped protectively in front of Linlang, gently advocating, "Grandmother, why not allow her to finish her thoughts? She is not one to speak recklessly." The Empress, for her grandson's sake, restrained her fury. Linlang maintained her composure. Unperturbed as she instructed, "Bring me ginger, honey, star anise, and angelica, along with a box of ordinary ink." Cheng Jiao's body trembled, her complexion paling in disbelief. "What are you planning to do?" Linlang ignored her, and as the ingredients arrived, she set to work. She crushed the ginger for its juice, measured out 2 spoonfuls of honey, sliced the star anise and angelica, wrapped them in cloth, and simmered the mixture for a few minutes before cooling it and adding it to the ink. With a brush in hand, she elegantly inscribed the words "intricate schemes." Her calligraphy was sharp and graceful, flowing like water in the wind, captivating to behold. The crowd watched her in bewilderment, perplexed by her actions. Just then, the butterflies suddenly changed direction, flocking towards the four characters, replicating the earlier spectacle. Cheng Jiaojiao felt darkness cloud her vision, her heart in turmoil, rendered speechless. The onlookers were frozen, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The empress furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What is happening?" Lin Lang, with a smile, explained, "It is quite simple. I merely added something to the paint, a trivial skill, hardly worthy of admiration." With her demonstration, clarity dawned upon the crowd, realizing they had been duped. Lin Lang raised her thumb in praise, exclaiming, "Miss Cheng is indeed remarkably clever, tricking everyone, even the illustrious empress." The empress's face reddened with embarrassment, her dignity tarnished. Cheng Jiaojiao, her head pounding and legs weakening, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Empress, Jiaojiao only wished to amuse everyone. There was no malice intended. Miss Su, you are overthinking this." Even at this moment, she attempted to drag Lin Lang down with her. Lin Lang, genuinely unimpressed, thought it laughable that Cheng Jiaojiao believed she could compete with her. Had it not been for Lin Lang's timely clarification, Cheng would have achieved a legendary status witnessed by the empress herself. Everyone could understand the desire for recognition, but to rise by stepping on others was simply too much. One must be gracious. Once again, these words rendered Cheng Jiaojiao's lips twisted in anger. "Su Lin Lang, are you a calamity destined to thwart me?" The empress and the other young ladies, already furious, were incensed. How hypocritical, so pretentious, displaying cunning. Miss Qian, ever shrewd, seize the opportunity, you treat us as fools. But how dare you deceive the empress? This is insubordination. No, it's not like that, Cheng Jiaojiao protested, her face ashen, shaking her head vigorously. She had envisioned a splendid future and a beautiful marriage, only to find it shattered. Entirely Su Linlong's fault. The empress, unable to contain her wrath any longer, commanded coldly, "Enough. Send Miss Cheng home, and inform Prime Minister Cheng to discipline his granddaughter properly." "Yes." Cheng Jiaojiao lay sprawled on the ground, her expression lifeless, tears cascading down her cheeks, her fate sealed. Despite the incident, the atmosphere remained buoyant as the young ladies exchanged banter, rekindling the cheer as if nothing had transpired. They were adept at charming the empress back to laughter. Lin Lang, however, chose to observe quietly from a distance, enjoying the palace scenery. Du Guyi personally brewed a pot of tea, offering her a cup to sample the royal blend. In their secluded corner, they shared laughter and joy. Lin Lang savored a sip, her eyes brightening. Longjing tea from Westlake? It's exquisite, with a lingering sweetness. A true connoisseur, it surpassed countless other teas. Du Guyi's eyes sparkled with pride. "Of course, we possess 2 pounds of this tribute, and if you enjoy it, I shall have it delivered to you." Lin Lang, not particularly fond of tea, replied, "No need. I can make floral tea, which is beneficial for beauty and health." Under the afternoon sun, sipping a steaming cup of floral tea paired with delicate snacks felt divine. While Longjing tea was delightful, it could not be enjoyed excessively. Du Guyi perked up, "I want some too." Lin Lang rolled her eyes at him. "You, a grown man, drinking floral tea?" "I want beauty," Du Guyi retorted confidently. Lin Lang sputtered, tea spraying from her mouth, her expression a mix of disbelief and amusement. "Who are you trying to shock?" Chapter 63. A proud spirit. Miss Qian's eyes flickered as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Miss Su, I almost forgot about you. It's your turn to showcase your talent." The others wore peculiar expressions, unconvinced that she possessed any remarkable skill, having wandered aimlessly for years without the opportunity for meticulous cultivation. Lin Lang had no desire to engage in such frivolous games. Pitting herself against a group of girls merely to win the affection of a man seemed utterly absurd. "Not at all," she replied boldly, unashamed. Du Guyi was particularly fond of this side of her. Her sincerity and straightforwardness reflected a heart unburdened by scheming or calculation. Life inevitably involves intrigue, yet he yearned for a companion who would bring him solace. Miss Qian's eyes danced mischievously, her smile sweet. "Come now, Miss Su, don't be modest. How about a dance?" Only courtesans and entertainers would perform such a display. Typically, ladies of noble birth would not lower themselves so. "Very well," Lin Lang contemplated briefly, then changed her mind. "Excellent. We shall feast our eyes on the spectacle," several girls exclaimed, their excitement palpable, secretly looking down upon Lin Lang. Indeed, she was an uncultured wild girl, oblivious to propriety. Yet Du Guyi smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Lang rose gracefully. "Bring me a sword." Before anyone could react, Duguyi proactively handed over his sword. Here, take it. Lin Lang grasped the long blade, struck a pose, and began to dance. The sword danced through the air, fluid and powerful, akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, exuding an imposing aura, as if shooting down the 9 suns. She moved with the elegance of a dragon soaring through the sky. Her presence was thunderous, as if the storm had gathered, and when she ceased, the atmosphere was thick with awe. The audience stood transfixed, too astonished to breathe. The Empress Dowager maintained her composure, though a flicker of intrigue crossed her gaze. The long sword arced toward Miss Qian's face, causing her to tremble in fear, hands covering her face, as she let out a panicked scream. She completely lost the grace she had just exhibited, reduced to a state of utter disarray. The others paled, afraid to utter a sound, stunned by the ferocity of the display. How was my performance? Lin Lang held the sword aloft, smiling at her. Miss Qian, now in tears, nodded frantically. Yes, yes. It was excellent. Regret washed over her for having offended this little sorceress. Lin Lang smirked with satisfaction, sheathed her sword with elegance, exuding confidence and poise. Clapping resounded like a clear bell. Duguyi beamed with pride, his eyes shining brightly. This was the girl he adored, calm as a maiden, swift as a cunning hare, embodying both strength and gentleness, with an indomitable spirit. Grandmother, she is the most outstanding, isn't she? The Empress Dowager observed her surroundings, noting that Su Lin Lang was neither the most beautiful nor the most graceful, yet she radiated a brilliance that overshadowed all others. Su Lin Lang was vibrant and lively, her eyes sparkling with a unique aura that shone brightly. The noble ladies, though esteemed for their grace and knowledge, paled in comparison to her, overshadowed and dimmed. Even if Lin Lang wished to consider their dignity, she could not turn a blind eye to the truth. By the pristine lakeside, the Empress Dowager dismissed everyone, leaving only Lin Lang, who met her gaze with unwavering determination, a palpable pressure enveloping the moment. Even the highest-ranking officials would feel trepidation before the Empress Dowager, yet Lin Lang remained indifferent, sipping her tea, unconcerned by the scrutiny. Accustomed to the harsh realities of life, Lin Lang possessed an unyielding spirit. The Empress Dowager studied her for a time, her brow furrowing tighter. This was a formidable adversary, a 10-year-old opponent, astonishing yet undeniably real. After finishing her tea, Lin Lang grew impatient. Time was precious and should not be squandered. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? The Empress Dowager paused, eschewing her usual roundabout manner, and addressed the matter directly. Yi holds great affection for you, but I will not consent to your union. Her stance determined the fates of many, as well as countless lives. Indeed, Lin Lang responded with an unruffled demeanor, nodding slightly. Her reaction was unexpectedly calm, devoid of rage or surprise, catching the Empress Dowager off guard. You have nothing to say? I have nothing to say. Lin Lang understood well that the authority of the Empress Dowager was not to be trifled with. However, the Empress Dowager's influence over the heavens and the earth did not extend to her thoughts. The Empress Dowager's intentions were clear. Words would be futile, even if she were to kneel and plead. Yet, Lin Lang had no desire to plead. She was not reliant on Duguyi. While she held a slight affection for him, she was far from being in love. The more someone tried to suppress her, the more she felt compelled to rebel against it. The Empress Dowager marveled inwardly, unable to decipher this young girl's mindset. However, she conceded, if you truly wish to be together, it is not impossible. I could make an exception. Once he marries his official wife, you may take the role of a concubine. But do not overstep your bounds. Always show respect to the primary wife. Such words were not meant for a mere child, yet she inadvertently began to regard Lin Lang as an adult, one capable of mature discourse. The primary wife maintained appearances and engaged in public affairs. The concubine could be indulged at home, treated as a mere plaything until she was no longer of interest. Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh, as if she were being tricked into believing she was a child. The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed in displeasure. What is so amusing? Lin Lang toyed with her fingers, speaking nonchalantly. I wish to marry a true hero, a paragon worthy of my lifelong devotion, a man whose heart and mind belong solely to me. In other words, she scoffed at the notion of being a concubine, let alone sharing a husband. And her standards were high. She looked down upon ordinary men. The Empress Dowager, already aware of her eccentricity, was taken aback by such peculiar thoughts, her concern deepening. Deviating from convention and lacking awareness of her own limitations, This was the extent of the Empress Dowager's leniency towards her. With a stern visage and an imposing presence befitting a woman seated upon the highest throne of power, she radiated authority. Yet, it was ineffective against Linlang, who maintained a clear gaze, directly meeting the Empress Dowager's eyes. With a hint of mockery, she stated, "Your Majesty, do not speak of being a concubine for the Crown Prince. Even if offered the position of the Emperor's sole wife, I would refuse." She did not yearn for power nor envy the wealthy. She cherished a life of freedom. Preposterous. The Empress Dowager was taken aback, unable to fathom such audacity, such blatant defiance. To disdain the honor of being an empress, to disregard royal authority, and to hold herself above it all. She was truly a marvel. How had her mother raised her? What kind of absurd notions had been instilled in her? Linlang was a person who thrived under pressure, growing stronger against adversity. Even in the face of overwhelming royal power, she would not be coerced. "I live my life unencumbered, unafraid of death. This is my stance. Do as you will." Chapter 64. Why must I sacrifice? Rather than living in a subdued manner, I would prefer to perish with grandeur. You, the Empress Dowager, blessed with lifelong honor, has never encountered such a fiercely proud young lady. In her eyes, imperial power holds no significance. She scorns everything, fearing neither heaven nor earth. As long as it displeases her, no one can compel her. For the sake of year, are you unwilling to yield even an inch? Linlang proudly raised her chin, her spirit soaring, her bright eyes shimmering like water. Why should it not be he who concedes? Why should it not be he who sacrifices? Merely because I am a woman? Merely because I am not of the royal lineage? I am Su Linlang, one of a kind. The Empress Dowager was profoundly shaken, her mind in disarray. Linlang's inherent pride surged forth. "Empress Dowager, refrain from uttering the notion of female sacrifice. I detest it. Men and women are equal in my eyes, and the royal lineage is merely ordinary to me, devoid of significance. Such concepts are inherently absent. Who is nobler than whom? For her to bow her head is inconceivable." The Empress Dowager opened her mouth, a torrent of words trapped within, unable to escape her lips. It was undeniably a fallacy, a profound act of rebellion. Yet it was articulated with such reason that she found herself unable to refute it. This was the most peculiar woman she had ever encountered, brimming with whimsical thoughts and peculiar words, yet inexplicably moving her. The Empress Dowager remained silent for a long while, and Linlang, growing impatient, said, "If you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave." She possessed no sense of hierarchy, nor an ounce of servility. She only understood one principle: those who are kind to me, I shall reciprocate, and those who wish to bully me, I shall repay 100-fold. The Empress Dowager's emotions were intricate, her brow furrowed. "Your disposition is quite unfavorable. It will make your path difficult, perhaps even cost you your life." It was not that she liked her, nor that she disliked her. There was merely a faint envy, an admiration for her unrestrained spirit and unconfined nature. Linlang's voice was calm, yet resonant. "So what? I have no regrets." With that proclamation, she strode away, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. A figure emerged from the shadows, standing beside the Empress Dowager. "Your Highness, this girl is rebellious. She will pose a grave threat. We must eliminate her quickly." The Empress Dowager understood this principle, yet for reasons unknown, hesitated. "Let me ponder it for a moment." The voice of the figure was low, yet could not conceal the urgency. "Your Highness, harboring a tiger is perilous. You must not show mercy. Though the young lord may struggle to accept it now, in time, he will forget entirely." The Empress Dowager remained silent for a while, granting Linlang a cup of tranquil essence. "Indeed, your Highness is wise." Linlang wandered aimlessly, the small bridge and flowing waters, the red pavilions and terraces arranged artistically, creating a picturesque scene that soothed her spirit. Without a guide, she leisurely admired the beauty. This was indeed a royal palace, resplendent in opulence, with exquisitely crafted gardens, strange flowers and rare plants, and peculiar rocks standing tall. Each step revealed a new vista, and no matter the angle, it was worthy of a painting. One must admit, this was the most exquisite garden she had ever beheld. A figure rushed toward her from afar, grasping her arm. Linlang, your grandmother did not trouble you, did she? Why have you not returned?" Dugu Yi had waited for ages, to the point that the flowers had wilted. Yet she had not appeared. Instead, it was the Empress Dowager who returned first, which caused him great distress. "I got lost." Linlang blinked her long eyelashes, feigning innocence. Dugu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. As long as you're fine, allow me to guide you. Look, the stones of this artificial mountain were transported from the south, and there are many beautiful brocades here. Would you like to take a look? His tone was natural and familiar, as though they were longtime friends, his gaze warm, yet the hand he held was warm to the touch, his heart racing, and his ears subtly reddening. Sure. Lin Lang remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor. She had no desire to return to face those people. Their personalities clashed, and they were not kindred spirits, leaving her with nothing to discuss. It was far more enjoyable to explore the scenery with Dugu Yi. The two strolled leisurely, unaware that someone was searching for them. A young eunuch spotted them, his eyes lighting up as he hurried over, bowing. Young lord, the Empress Dowager requests that you both come quickly. Preparations for a lakeside outing are underway. Upon arriving, they were met with a lively scene. Not only had the princes and princesses arrived, but even the emperor was present, drawing attention from all. The emperor was surrounded, quite conspicuous, with a throng of people eager to curry favor, each displaying their talents. The eunuch approached to report, and all eyes turned to them. The Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed, glinting coldly in the sunlight. The emperor's lips curled into a smile as he waved. Year, where have you been hiding? Come here quickly. His tone was warm and gentle, brimming with affection. The princes and princesses had grown accustomed to their father's favoritism toward his nephew, often receiving better treatment than his own flesh and blood. Yet it still stung a little. Dugu Yi led Lin Lang forward, beaming as he bowed. Greetings, Uncle Emperor. Lin Lang quickly greeted him. It was evident that he was favored, and his relationship with the emperor was quite close. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Lang discreetly observed the emperor. He was in his prime, exceptionally imposing, exuding an air of authority, with penetrating eyes that radiated the presence of a ruler. Why call him Your Majesty? Dugu Yi, be more affectionate. We're all family here. He had already regarded her as his future bride, awaiting the day she matured to take her as his wife. Lin Lang's lips twitched. Who considers the emperor family? No. Who considers him family? She had no interest in marrying into a royal household. Even a second-rate family like the Chun family was rife with internal strife, filled with scheming and backstabbing, let alone a royal household. The more glamorous the exterior, the darker the secrets behind it. A cold voice cut through the air. Year, you are truly foolish. Such a term as Uncle Emperor is not something a mere dog can utter. It tarnishes the royal dignity and dishonors the emperor's noble name. Lin Lang turned to see the eldest princess and her son, both wearing grim expressions. Chun Lian glared fiercely at Lin Lang. Indeed, a person of unknown origin, lacking decorum, ought not to be brought into the palace. If anything were to happen, who would take responsibility? A commoner? How noble could he be? Being born of the same father, yet a different mother? I concur, this is not a place for her. She should be expelled. A flamboyantly dressed concubine piped up, her voice sharp. She was a favored consort, presented by the eldest princess, and naturally spoke in her defense. Lin Lang cast a fleeting glance at her, not recognizing her. Yet she dared to belittle her, thinking her easy to bully? She was disinclined to argue with a fool, her small face scrunching up. Empress Dowager, someone is dissatisfied with you. Perhaps they believe you have grown old and are obstructing their view. Chapter 65. A trap without discussion. Dugu Yi's eyes widened, and he bellowed angrily. Who dares? The atmosphere grew tense. The Empress Dowager's face turned ashen, and the Grand Princess felt utterly dejected as she meekly explained, Your Majesty, we did not mean it that way. Out of the blue, Su Lin Lang was dragged into the fray, turning the tables on them. Lin Lang, with unyielding confidence, retorted, I was summoned to the palace by the Empress Dowager. You both have repeatedly insisted that I should not enter the palace, which implicitly questions the propriety of the Empress Dowager's actions and tarnishes the royal family's reputation, does it not? The accusation was too heavy for the Grand Princess to bear, and Chun Lian was rendered speechless, shaking his head vigorously. No, that is not. Lin Lang pressed on, her questions relentless. Do you believe that the palace is dictated by you? Are the Empress Dowager and the imperial consort merely ornaments? Chun Lian's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing in fear. The Grand Princess, both furious and agitated, exclaimed, Su Lin Lang, do not go too far. The imperial concubine's face turned pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably. She never expected Lin Lang to be so ruthless and reckless with her words. The emperor's expression was cold as he declared, The imperial concubine has shown disrespect to the Empress Dowager. She shall be demoted to a commoner and sent to the cold palace. The imperial concubine's vision darkened, and she fainted. The crowd fell silent, all heads bowed in fear, yet Lin Lang remained undaunted, lifting her chin defiantly. What about the Grand Princess? The Emperor cast her a surprised glance. She was unafraid of him. It was well known that no one in the harem dared to meet his gaze. However, her audacity aligned perfectly with his thoughts. The Grand Princess, filled with resentment, had her title revoked, her lands confiscated, and was forbidden from summoning or entering the palace. The Grand Princess felt a wave of dizziness. Stripped of her title and lands, she held the title of princess with none of its substance. What good was that? Your Highness, this is utterly unfair. I am aggrieved. Father, you departed too early. She wept bitterly, calling upon the late emperor as if she had suffered great torment. Her sorrow was palpable, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Each utterance of late emperor struck a chord of pity. The emperor's expression darkened as he glared at the Grand Princess, wondering if she was attempting to invoke the late emperor against him. Typically astute, the Grand Princess had lost her wits in her desperation, recklessly dragging the late emperor into the matter. Indeed, it is unjust, Lin Lang interjected with a distressed expression, her clear voice ringing out. Your Majesty, how can you impose such a light punishment? The Grand Princess shows no regard for the Empress Dowager or the Emperor. This is an affront to your authority and deserving of death. How can she shamelessly weep for the late Emperor? If he were to learn of such a daughter, he would find no peace in the afterlife. Her unabashed accusations rained down on the Grand Princess. The attendees were astonished. How could she dare to scold the Grand Princess so brazenly, and in the presence of the Emperor no less? The Grand Princess trembled with rage. On the verge of collapse, stars dancing before her eyes as she struggled to breathe. The Emperor and Empress Dowager exchanged glances, a flicker of amusement passing between them. Delightful. Lin Lang noticed and secretly sighed in relief. Her guess had been correct. The two powerful figures harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Grand Princess. Yet the reasons remained shrouded in mystery. The palace was rife with secrets, and she did not wish to pry. She merely understood that despite the Grand Princess's esteemed status, she too harbored fatal weaknesses and lacked the glamour that the world perceived. Lin Lang grew bolder, deciding to spare the Grand Princess from a death sentence, merely imposing a fine instead. She feigned magnanimity, displaying an air of benevolence that left the Grand Princess seething, her eyes bloodshot with rage, wishing to tear Lin Lang apart. The Emperor remained silent, while the Empress Dowager's eyes flickered. What do you think is a suitable punishment? Lin Lang secretly exhaled, having anticipated this moment. A smile graced her lips. The Grand Princess had once boasted that no one in Qin Kingdom was wealthier than she. When she stamped her foot, the entire empire trembled. Her words drew envious glances from all around. The Grand Princess stood agape, incredulous at the audacity of Lin Lang's claims. That is utter nonsense. I never said such a thing. This is slander. Mother, brother, our grievances are well known. She seeks to defame me. She desperately tried to clarify, unwilling to be ensnared in a trap that many had long awaited. Lin Lang interrupted her with a cheerful demeanor. The Grand Princess, with her immense wealth, generously rewarded me with 100,000 taels of silver, despite our enmity. How evident her riches are. The Grand Princess's fury erupted like a volcano. You seized it through underhanded means. Her anger was so consuming that she failed to realize it was a tacit admission. Lin Lang raised her hands innocently, as a delicate woman, powerless and without influence. How could I possibly seize anything from you? You are the Grand Princess. You. The Grand Princess fumed, exasperated by the cunning girl who had left her in a quandary. To concede would imply her incompetence, being bested by a mere girl, losing her dignity. To deny it would expose her as a liar, a consequence she could not bear. Having already lost her title and lands, the thought of losing her wealth was unbearable. Before she could finish, Lin Lang mischievously tilted her head and said, "Let us impose a fine of 1,000,000 taels of silver. We cannot allow the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's honor to be tarnished." A stifled laugh erupted from the crowd, the atmosphere electrified. Observing the Grand Princess's vividly changing expressions, the onlookers secretly reveled in amusement. Dugu Ye's eyes sparkled with mirth as he stepped forward. "Uncle, for the sake of our shared lineage, let us settle on a fine of merely 1,000,000. The feeling of throwing salt on her wounds was exquisite. The Emperor's lips curled into a wry smile, resigned. Since Year has interceded, let it be so. The Grand Princess, utterly disheveled and trembling, felt as if she might faint at any moment. The Grand Palace ship was adorned with golden splendor, the red palace lanterns swaying in the breeze. The emperor, accompanied by the empress dowager, concubines, princes, and princesses, enjoyed their time aboard, engaging in laughter and merriment, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The palace ship glided smoothly across the lake, where the guests indulged in feasting, relishing the river breeze and admiring the scenic views along the banks, thoroughly content. The Empress Dowager had taken special care to have Lin Lang by her side, signifying her favor, drawing countless curious glances and envious remarks. Yet Lin Lang, with her keen wit and eloquence, faced few rivals. Bold and unabashed, she silenced the murmurs of discontent. However, feeling weary of the scheming life, she seized an opportunity to sneak away to the bow of the ship to rest, holding a plate of pastries. Du Guiyi observed her from a distance, eager to join, but the Empress Dowager held him back with incessant chatter, leaving him to endure it in silence. Chapter 66. Astonishing medical skills. A maid gently nudged her. "Miss Su, I am feeling somewhat unwell. Please present the drink to Her Highness the Empress Dowager. She requires it daily." Without awaiting Lin Lang's response, she thrust the steaming sesame paste into Lin Lang's hands. Lin Lang pursed her lips, letting out a resigned sigh. Lin Lang presented the sesame paste, and as customary, the maid inspected it. Once satisfied, the Empress Dowager began to eat slowly. Just as Lin Lang intended to step aside, an old matron beside the Empress Dowager offered a cup of hot tea. "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Lin Lang. This is flower tea with honey. Do give it a taste." Surprised, Lin Lang lifted her gaze to find Du Guiyi smiling at her, warming her heart and prompting an involuntary smile in return. Their eyes met, exchanging smiles brimming with understanding. "Thank you," Lin Lang replied. Her spirits lifted, her demeanor transformed into one of charm and innocence, completely shedding her earlier boldness. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. "Empress Dowager, what is wrong?" The Empress Dowager, surrounded by a crowd, lay with her eyes shut, her face as pale as parchment, struggling to breathe, appearing on the brink of collapse. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Du Guiyi rushed forward, supporting the Empress Dowager and refusing to let go. The emperor, witnessing this, was filled with rage, his expression dark as he repeatedly called for the imperial physician. Chaos ensued, with screams and cries filling the air. Lin Lang furrowed her brow, preparing to step forward when a sharp voice pierced through. "Su Lin Lang, what did you give the Empress Dowager?" A young maid, her face flushed with anger, pointed accusingly at Lin Lang. "Your Majesty, it was Su Lin Lang who poisoned her. She intends to harm the Empress Dowager." This accusation struck like a thunderclap, and the emperor's icy gaze fell upon Lin Lang, brimming with lethal intent. The crowd recoiled from her, regarding her as though she were a plague, their disdain palpable. Lin Lang remained composed, unflinching, holding her head high with a clear conscience. Du Guiyi rushed to stand in front of Lin Lang, exclaiming urgently, "Your Majesty, Lin Lang would never do such a thing." The young maid, her face flushed with indignation, retorted, "Young master, the Empress Dowager loves you dearly. How can you protect the one who seeks to harm her? Is this your repayment to her?" Du Guiyi disregarded her, his resolute gaze fixed on the emperor. "Your Majesty, I would stake my life on the fact that she is not that kind of person." The emperor's countenance was as cold as ice, an impending storm brewing within him, oppressive in its intensity. The young maid, loyal to the core, vociferously accused, "Your Majesty, we all witnessed it. The Empress Dowager consumed the sesame paste she handed to her." Before she could finish, Lin Lang dashed to the table, seizing a pair of gilded chopsticks. Her bizarre behavior left everyone bewildered. Even the emperor paused, questioning her intentions. Seizing the moment, Lin Lang rushed to the Empress Dowager's side. Quickly lay her flat on the ground. Act swiftly. Without hesitation, Du Guiyi took the Empress Dowager and gently laid her on the floor. Their actions were so swift that no one could react in time. Guards attempted to approach to intervene, but were blocked by Du Guiyi, plunging the scene into further disarray. The Empress was taken aback. "Su Lin Lang, what are you doing?" Lin Lang crouched by the Empress Dowager, her delicate fingers gliding over her chest, commanding without looking back, "The Empress Dowager is in grave danger. Everyone, remain silent, disperse, and ensure proper ventilation." The Empress Dowager's complexion grew increasingly ashen, her breaths weaker, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Panic ensued, no one listening to reason. The emperor's brow furrowed deeply, while the young maid shrieked, "She is attempting to harm the Empress Dowager. She deserves the severest punishment. Seize her immediately." Lin Lang paid no heed. thrusting the chopsticks forcefully into the Empress Dowager's chest with remarkable speed and precision. The Empress Dowager's body jolted, a muffled groan escaping her lips, a hint of blood trickling forth. Everyone stood frozen in shock, bewildered by her actions. Had she lost her mind? This was tantamount to committing treason against the Empress Dowager, a crime deserving of annihilation. Out of nowhere, the Grand Princess emerged, her eyes blazing with fury, yelling, "Quickly, kill her!" Duguyi, with a cold demeanor, declared, "Who dares to take a step closer?" The Grand Princess emanated a chilling aura. "Year, you are bewitched by this vixen. Your Majesty, swiftly order her execution." The Emperor's gaze flickered uncertainly as he studied Duguyi, who stood defiantly, resolutely defending Linlang. "Your Highness," a weak voice emerged, and the Empress Dowager slowly opened her eyes, revealing a look of confusion but significantly improving, the deathly pallor fading. The Emperor released a long breath, personally aiding the Empress Dowager to her feet, with Duguyi supporting her on one side. "The Empress Dowager has awakened. The Empress Dowager has awakened." The crowd erupted in tears of joy, whether genuine or feigned. They displayed overwhelming elation. The Emperor assisted the Empress Dowager to a soft couch to rest, while the Empress directed the maids to busily prepare ginseng soup for her. The Empress Dowager, though lacking vitality, managed a few sips, looking exhausted yet markedly better than before. The Emperor, deeply concerned, asked, "Mother, how do you feel?" "Much better. What has happened to me?" The Empress Dowager clutched her chest, her voice weak with inquiry. The Emperor abruptly turned to Linlang. "You explain." He was still muddled, struggling to grasp the situation. Linlang, having been pushed aside by the crowd, stepped forward at his request, her graceful figure resembling a lotus emerging from the water. "Empress Dowager, you suffered from a fit of rage. Do not worry. With some time and care, you will recover." "A fit of rage?" The Empress Dowager paused, recalling her susceptibility to asthma during seasonal changes, questioning how this could occur now. "Indeed," Linlang calmly elucidated, "an obstruction likely triggered your ailment, blocking your airways and leading to your fainting spell." In essence, she had saved the Empress Dowager, rendering her blameless and, in fact, commendable. Linlang regarded the Empress Dowager with poise and sincerity. "Your Majesty, please have a bowl of herbal soup prepared for the Empress Dowager." She remained undisturbed, neither reveling in her success nor seeking accolades. As if nothing had transpired, her demeanor serene and composed, reminiscent of a disciple of a transcendent sage. "Go." The Emperor granted his approval without hesitation. Yes. The eyes of the onlookers glistened with envy. How fortunate was Su Linlang. The Grand Princess clenched her fists tightly, her eyes glimmering with resentment as she glared at Linlang. The imperial physician has arrived. Several royal physicians hurried in, led by Song Yijing, a seasoned court physician renowned for his expertise, responsible for the health of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. The Emperor waved his hand, dispersing the maids surrounding the Empress Dowager. After a prolonged examination, the physicians exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. The Emperor, growing impatient after their prolonged silence, inquired, "What is the verdict?" Chapter 67. A murder. He secretly rejoiced that nothing had gone awry. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy, and his family would suffer as well. As the chief physician responsible for the Empress Dowager's health, he bore full responsibility. "I shall prescribe a decoction of hu chai, which she should take for a few days to recuperate," he stated, echoing Linlong's earlier sentiments. The expressions of those present were varied and complex. It was indeed true. Su Linlang had saved the Empress Dowager's life. The Emperor's anxieties were momentarily alleviated, yet a deeper confusion arose. Was the emergency treatment truly effective? Song Yijing, the imperial physician, dared not raise his head. "Might I inquire who the skilled practitioner was? Such methods are unprecedented and remarkably proficient. I wonder if I could be introduced?" The other physicians behind him displayed eager expressions, unable to contain their excitement. Everyone instinctively turned to Linlang, who sat calmly, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. It must be said, her temperament was peculiar. When assertive, she appeared ready to shatter the heavens, yet when modest, she resembled a mute, leaving others perplexed. Had it been anyone else, they would have eagerly sought recognition, reveling in accolades, but Su Linlang showed no inclination for self-aggrandizement. The Grand Princess, her face flushed, coldly mocked, "Isn't that a bit excessive? Imperial physician? You are the chief court physician, renowned for your medical expertise. Why do you seek counsel?" Song Yijing humbly replied, there are indeed individuals beyond our ken, and this person's skill surpasses mine by a considerable margin. You may not know, but this type of affliction is the most perilous. Typically, one would just a step away, the Empress Dowager could have perished. Thus, it was sheer fortune that she survived. Even with all his efforts, all he could do was preserve her life. The stroke was unavoidable. This was the first time he witnessed such a miraculous recovery. It was extraordinary, truly extraordinary. From his words, it was evident he spoke with genuine admiration. Linlang smiled gently. Thank you for the compliments. It was merely a trifling skill. For her, it was a minor affair, hardly worthy of mention. Who is this? Song Yijing asked, bewildered, finally realizing the atmosphere was awry. Du Gongyi raised an eyebrow, filled with pride. It was she who saved the Empress Dowager. The imperial physician stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. How could it be? This child was merely a few years old. Du Gongyi, beaming with pride, picked up a pair of chopsticks. With these, she simply poked the Empress Dowager's chest. And she was well again. Though he lacked medical knowledge, it did not deter his desire to boast. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. She was saved by this child? Was it a jest? Instinctively, she glanced at her son, who nodded slightly. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Linlang. The physicians were left agape, and Song Yijing was incredulous. Poking the chest? What was the rationale behind it? Linlang extended her delicate hand and tapped her chest lightly, her porcelain-like face serene as still water. This was a case of pneumothorax puncture, performed between the ribs and the lung. The second intercostal space along the midclavicular line is the puncture point. It must be swift, decisive, and precise. One strike, and it is done. She elucidated meticulously, leaving nothing concealed. The depth of medical knowledge flourished through mutual inquiry. Song Yijing's eyes suddenly brightened as he exclaimed, is this the location? How had he not considered it? Puncture? He was absolutely correct. The other physicians soon grasped it. Gathering around her, their eyes sparkling with excitement as if they had discovered a delectable feast. Linlang remained composed, exuding the grace of an accomplished lady. Indeed, emergency treatment was paramount. Thereafter, one could gradually adjust the regimen. Despite her youth, her eloquence and profound understanding of medical principles were striking, revealing her mastery of the art. No longer would Song Yijing underestimate her. In this world, nothing was impossible. I am grateful for your guidance. May I inquire from whom you received your training? It was evident that such a proficient young woman must have been a disciple of a great physician. Just a rural practitioner, hardly noteworthy, she replied dismissively. The more she downplayed her achievements, the more somber the expressions of the physicians grew. True masters often concealed themselves in the countryside. Could you divulge your teacher's name? Is your master residing in the capital? Their ears perked up. A great physician was a rare find, especially in times of peril. Linlong's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of nostalgia. He refers to himself as Xianyuozi, a wanderer who roams the world. I am uncertain of his whereabouts. Understanding her youthful age might render her less credible. She needed a source for her medical prowess. It would not suffice to claim self-acquired skills. Moreover, having such a revered master would deter those who might seek to harm her. Her words were delivered with conviction, and as she spoke, she crafted a protective aura around herself, convincing all present. It was the only way to elucidate how such a young girl possessed such remarkable medical skills. Blessed by a divine physician, her fate was indeed extraordinary. Song Yijing felt a sense of unfulfilled longing. Should the divine physician ever appear in the capital, he hoped for an introduction. Linlang smiled gently, of course. The crowd was filled with envy and resentment. No wonder she was so confident. The Empress Dowager's gaze flickered, and she suddenly spoke, Su Linlang, come forth. Linlang approached with a remarkable sense of poise, her gaze bright and fearless, radiating an innate elegance. The Empress Dowager took her hand, smiling, you saved my life. I wish to reward you. What is it that you desire? The crowd felt a surge of jealousy. Such a life-saving grace was indeed unparalleled. Linlong's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, Your Majesty, I wish for a decree. What decree? The Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed, her expression inscrutable. Linlang smiled sweetly, her eyes glistening with mischief. No one shall pressure me into providing medical treatment, nor shall anyone wield authority over me. Once again, the request astonished all present. She sought neither power nor wealth, nor any grand advantage. Was she foolish? Such a golden opportunity was squandered, truly absurd. The Empress Dowager regarded her intently, somewhat surprised. What an astute girl, with a heart that perceives all. The Grand Princess leaped forward in outrage. This is too brazen. There is no precedent for this, Your Majesty. Do not make an exception for someone so lowly. She could not tolerate Linlong's favor from the Empress Dowager, nor could she bear the sight of Linlang standing proudly before all. Linlang shot her a cool glance. Your Majesty, this incident was no accident. It was orchestrated. The atmosphere froze. The Empress Dowager's complexion paled, and the Emperor's suppressed voice resonated. Repeat that. The monarch's wrath could devastate kingdoms, yet Linlang felt no fear. It was not her doing, so why should she tremble? In other words, it was murder. Her words fell like thunder, striking the audience with disbelief. Gasps of astonishment erupted. Heavens! The Emperor's expression hardened. What have you discovered? Chapter 68. The position of the princess, the elderly matron by the Empress Dowager's side, was momentarily taken aback, firmly denying the possibility. It was inconceivable, for the Empress Dowager never touched almonds. Linlong's clear, sparkling gaze was as tranquil as water. If I am not mistaken, the sesame paste indeed contained ground almonds. The Empress Dowager frowned. How could that be? Almonds possess a distinct flavor. She was particularly sensitive to the taste of almonds and could not tolerate even a hint. Linlang beckoned to the chief physician. My lord, could you come here for a moment? She handed the bowl to him, and upon tasting a small amount, his expression changed. It was indeed infused with specially processed almond powder, colorless, tasteless, and difficult to detect. The Emperor's countenance darkened, and he erupted in fury, demanding a thorough investigation, declaring that no one implicated should escape justice. The Grand Princess spoke ominously. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, this sesame paste was delivered by Su Linlang. She is under suspicion. She spared no effort in trying to frame Su Linlang, wishing to cast her into eternal disgrace. Duguyi retorted sharply. Then why did she save the Empress Dowager? The Grand Princess coldly smiled, to earn the Empress Dowager's gratitude, a classic case of the thief crying out to catch the thief. Her reasoning resonated with the assembly, leaving them in a state of ambivalence. The human heart is indeed inscrutable. Linlang, far from flustered, responded with a smile. Firstly, I was unaware of the Empress Dowager's allergy to almonds. Secondly, even if I had known, as a newcomer to the palace, I am not so powerful as to command others to procure almond powder for me. Thirdly, do you presume everyone in the palace to be blind and deaf? Grand Princess, I am aware of your limited intellect, but must you showcase it so frequently? Is it not embarrassing? Her unreserved retort struck at the Grand Princess's core, causing her eyes to redden with rage. Linlang was not one to be easily intimidated. If the Grand Princess wished to tarnish her reputation, she had best consider the consequences. Grand Princess, cease your interference in the investigation. If you continue, I may begin to suspect you as an accomplice or even the mastermind behind this scheme. The Grand Princess, seething with anger, displayed a ghastly pallor as a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Your Highness, Mother, Yunfeng is innocent. Linlang coolly added, did you not lose your title of princess? Why do you still refer to yourself as Yunfeng? Are you disregarding the Emperor's authority? The Grand Princess was momentarily stunned, caught in her own trap. Her face a mix of green and purple, so splendidly vivid that she felt blood rise in her throat. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her noble head. Your Highness. Fenger spoke out of turn. I beg for your forgiveness. For once, she displayed wisdom, refraining from further argument and directly seeking pardon, though her gaze towards Linlang brimmed with animosity. Linlang met her gaze with unwavering composure, unafraid. Regardless of the circumstances, their fates were destined to be adversarial, a relentless struggle where one would emerge triumphant while the other succumbed. All eyes turned to the Emperor, who remained silent for a moment. Exchanging a glance with the Empress Dowager before swiftly arriving at a decision, Su Linlang heeded the decree. Linlang stood motionless, but Duguyi nudged her forward. She stumbled and fell to her knees, barely managing to glare at him before the Emperor's resonant voice declared, Su Linlang has rendered merit by saving the Empress Dowager. Henceforth, she shall be granted the esteemed title of princess, named a Ning, to be nurtured within the Empress Dowager's palace. So it is decreed. Instantly, an uproar ensued. All present were astounded, the eyes of the princesses and consorts burning with jealousy. The abandoned daughter of the Chun family had suddenly ascended to the status of a princess, a transformative change that elevated her to the lofty ranks of nobility. The Grand Princess's countenance darkened to an extreme, her lips trembling in disbelief. Could this wretched girl truly have risen so high? When her own daughter was born, She had eagerly sought the title of princess, only to be thwarted by the palace's regulations, awaiting the appropriate time for bestowment. Yet now, Su Linlang, a mere illegitimate daughter of a noble family, had been bestowed the title first. How could she possibly accept this? The elegantly attired sixth prince approached, exuding charm and warmth. Congratulations, Sister Linlang. He was the first to extend his goodwill and offer his felicitations. Thank you, sixth prince, Linlang replied, lowering her gaze, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, remaining unchanged. Her calmness in the face of honor surprised many, prompting them to regard her with newfound respect. Du Yi furrowed his brows, pulling Linlang protectively behind him, his vigilance apparent. The sixth prince arched an eyebrow, but said nothing further. Despite Linlang's outward serenity, her heart was in turmoil. She was still grappling with the absurdity of her new title. How had she become a princess? And why must she reside within the palace? Goodness, she felt utterly vexed. She had no desire to remain in this wretched place, where deceit and treachery ran rampant. In her disarray, she reached for her cup to take a sip and calm her nerves, only for someone to swiftly snatch it from her grasp. She blinked in confusion. The tea had just been brewed, and she had yet to taste it. The elderly eunuch beamed. The tea has cooled. It is harmful to the stomach. Someone, bring Miss Su a fresh cup of hot tea. Yes, my lord. Linlang's heart stirred slightly, her gaze darkening. Her status had been elevated, and she found herself surrounded by flattery, inundated with insincere praises. Once seated in the Sinang palace, she exhaled heavily. Finally, a moment of peace. The Empress Dowager's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon her, as deep as the ocean, leaving Linlang pondering the depths of her thoughts. Lost in reverie with her chin resting in her hand. Seated nearby, Du Yi observed this and that, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, the Empress Dowager cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention back to her. This is Yao Mama. She will be by your side from now on, teaching you etiquette and propriety. Your status has changed. You must exercise restraint. Her tone was indifferent, tinged with subtle disdain. Disdainful of her? Linlang felt a wave of discontent rise within her. It was not as if she had sought this out. With a sweet smile that resembled that of an innocent young girl, she replied, "But I do not wish to be a princess, Empress Dowager. Perhaps you could discuss it with the emperor? Please allow me to leave the palace. Who would want to remain in such a dismal place, where humanity was questionable and nothing but scheming prevailed?" The Empress Dowager's expression turned sour. You do not wish to stay in the palace? Do you know how many women long to enter? The palace represented the pinnacle of imperial power, the highest and most influential realm, drawing countless individuals like moths to a flame. Who would ever be so ungrateful? Linlang genuinely could not comprehend. If she was so disliked, why was she being retained within the palace? That certainly does not include me. Although the palace is splendid, it is exceedingly dull and unsuitable for a free-spirited girl like myself. Du Yi spat out his tea, utterly bemused. Was this truly happening? The Empress Dowager's lips twitched. Her words were not to be taken lightly. Behave and reside here obediently. As long as you are sensible and compliant, I shall ensure your safety. Linlang chuckled, feeling as if she were being treated like a puppet. Empress Dowager, I am so beautiful, so charming, so capable. There are far too many envious people in this palace. I certainly do not wish to become a target. Chapter 69. Where is the face? Where is the integrity? You. The Empress Dowager was once again astounded by her bold remarks. Where is the face? Where is the integrity? Du Yi gently pressed on Linlang's shoulder, soothingly encouraging her. Embrace what comes your way. Do not fear. If anyone dares to bully you, retaliate without hesitation. I will stand by you. At this juncture, there was no turning back. He merely hoped for her well-being. Linlang's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded with a grin. All right then, prepare me some life-saving tools. Get me a sharp dagger. Anyone who provokes me shall feel its sting. And a bit of poison too, for those I find disagreeable. She spoke freely before the Empress Dowager, unafraid of the consequences. The Empress Dowager could not help but scold lightly. This is the royal palace. Was it truly acceptable to discuss such treachery in her presence? How had she developed such a temperament? It was indeed exasperating. To reverse this behavior would be no small feat. Linlang pouted. The palace is the most perilous place in the world. One misstep could cost one's life. I am still young and wish to live a long life. The Empress Dowager was utterly speechless. What sort of person was this? Faced with such a rogue, she could neither strike nor scold. It was truly vexing. As the sky darkened, Dugong Yi stood to take his leave. "Grandmother, it is getting late. I must depart. I shall visit you again soon." Though he was of an age that rendered it inconvenient to reside in the rear palace, his concern for her was unwavering. Before leaving, he covertly exchanged a glance with Lin Lang. She, quick-witted, stood up with a sweet smile, as if honeyed. "Your Majesty, I shall escort the young lord." Without waiting for the Empress Dowager's response, Lin Lang hurriedly followed after him, her joy palpable. The Empress Dowager's lips twitched in irritation. She had a terrible premonition. In the depths of the courtyard, the two strolled along the path paved with blue bricks. Lin Lang wore a troubled expression, yearning to accompany him, reluctant to remain behind. What to do? A flicker of pity crossed Dugong Ye's eyes, tinged with helplessness. "You miss me? Fear not. I shall visit you daily." "Daily?" Lin Lang was taken aback. Suspecting it might not be feasible, Dugong Yi gently patted her head, worry lining his brow. How could a girl without connections survive in such a perilous palace? Although she had saved the Empress Dowager's life, it was evident that the Empress Dowager was not particularly fond of her. "The Empress Dowager will certainly have you attend the Royal Academy. I shall be there as well." Lin Lang understood that she could not change her fate and sighed deeply, accepting the reality. But what does the Emperor truly mean? Suddenly bestowing upon me the title of a princess and allowing me to reside in the palace feels awry. If he intends to repay the Empress Dowager's kindness, surely gold, houses, and carriages would suffice. Dugong Yi furrowed his brow, finding the situation peculiar. The Emperor's heart was unfathomable, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like them. "Stay far from trouble. Do not cause me worry." She wished to avoid trouble, but it seemed trouble sought her out, leaving her powerless. Noting her furrowed brow, Dugong Yi felt a pang of concern and gently massaged her brow. "The Grand Princess has suffered a significant setback today. Do be cautious." Lin Lang's heart tightened. Understood. Dugong Yi, still uneasy, advised, "The relationships within the palace are intricate. Do not get entangled, and do not trust anyone easily." Lin Lang's eyes twinkled mischievously as she asked with a smile, "Including you?" A sharp pinch to her cheek caused her to roll her eyes in annoyance. "Hey, why are you pinching my face? It hurts." As a beam of morning light cascaded upon the world, playfully dancing and gradually illuminating the horizon, Lin Lang stretched lazily and rose. Several palace maids approached to assist her in dressing, grooming, and attending to her needs, bustling around her. Before long, Lin Lang was elegantly attired in a flowing pink palace garment. Her hair styled into two small buns adorned with exquisite floral embellishments, cascading black tresses behind her. Her red lips and pearly teeth, coupled with her picturesque brows and eyes, embodied a fresh elegance akin to morning dew. After breakfast, she was escorted to the academy. Upon entering, she felt the weight of several gazes upon her. Lin Lang remained undeterred, choosing a seat by the window, methodically arranging her stationery and refreshments. Prepared for the day, she leisurely surveyed her surroundings. To her left sat the princes, four in total, clad in princely attire with serious expressions. The sixth prince occupied the last seat, his handsome features and gentle demeanor exuding nobility, the blue of his robe accentuating his regal air. Upon noticing Lin Lang, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Sister Lin Lang, please choose a seat. The teacher will arrive shortly." As the son of a favored concubine, he held a high status, second only to the third prince, and was well regarded both inside and outside the palace for his amiable nature. In response to his kindness, Lin Lang smiled back, her eyes crescent-shaped and charming. However, the other princes were displeased. The third prince shot the sixth prince a reproachful glance, yet the sixth prince maintained his smile, unperturbed. Lin Lang paid them no mind and continued to observe the others. Behind her sat several companions, all dressed in fine attire, indicating their noble backgrounds. Among them was a familiar face, Cheng Zilong. To her right were several princesses and county ladies, including Chen Wani, who appeared much thinner than before, her eyes filled with malice, her demeanor ominous. The companions of the princesses sat behind, each a daughter of prestigious families, with Cheng Jiaojiao among them, her attire bright and eye-catching. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. The Cheng family's children had both entered the palace as companions. It was evident how favored they were by the emperor. At that moment, Cheng Jiaojiao's sharp voice pierced through. "Hey, are you blind? Why do you not pay your respects? Those seated here are all persons of high status. All present were of noble birth, future powerhouses in the realm." Chen Wani's cold gaze turned toward Lin Lang, who had grown up in the wilds, unaccustomed to etiquette and rules. After suffering a few setbacks, she had learned to temper her behavior, but her skill in sowing discord had only sharpened. Linlang feigned ignorance, leisurely pouring herself a cup of tea and sipping it slowly, exuding an air of tranquility, completely ignoring the so-called elite around her. In her eyes, there were only three types of people: rivals, friends, and bystanders. The expressions of those around her darkened. After all, she was merely a wild girl. That she could sit among them was a testament to her ancestors' good fortune. How dare she be so impudent? It was no wonder the Qin family had cast her aside. Linlang toyed with her teacup, admiring the blue and white porcelain, its delicate patterns enchanting. If she was unafraid of the Empress Dowager, why would she fear these children? The third princess, seated closest to the window, was displeased. Do you not understand? Allow me, this princess, to teach you what is proper. Come here. Chapter 70. Isolation. Are you deaf? Did you call for me? Linlang inquired, her innocent eyes sparkling with mirth. I have a name. I am not simply He. Chun Wani's gaze flickered, and she shouted, How dare you offend the princess? Slap her. The sixth prince's lips moved slightly, though he seemed lost in thought, his brows arching and a subtle smile gracing his lips. A palace maid lunged forward to strike Linlang, but before her hand could make contact, she was sent flying, crashing against a table, which toppled over, sending books scattering to the floor as she rolled in disarray. Linlang calmly retracted her right leg, adjusting the hem of her slightly disheveled attire, exuding an air of tranquility as if nothing had transpired. It appeared as though the perpetrator of this violence was not she. Onlookers stared in astonishment, taken aback by this fierce young woman. The sixth prince concealed his handsome visage within the folds of his ample sleeves, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. He had witnessed Linlang's explosive power on more than one occasion. Her formidable presence was a force to be reckoned with. She was an enigma, a girl both strange and complex, shrouded in a veil of mystery. Despite her tender age, her seemingly frivolous actions were executed with meticulous intent, each step calculated and deliberate. When she raised her voice in protest, she had already devised a plan to unseat the most illustrious of the former dynasty's princesses while emerging unscathed, a skill that sent shivers down one's spine. Such tactics were not uncommon among royal offspring. It boiled down to who wielded them more adeptly. The most alarming aspect was her ability to don an innocent facade, manipulating the world and those within it as if they were mere pawns in her game. Such maturity of spirit was likely forged through years of tribulation and hardship. The third princess felt as though she had been struck herself, her face flushing with humiliation and rage. Su Linlang, do you dare to rebel? Seize her and punish her without mercy. Rebel? Linlang replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at her. Oh, do you wish to emulate Empress Wu Zetian? Do you believe your father and brothers are all deceased? Or do you wish to eliminate them? Her tone was light, yet her words were nothing short of scandalous. An eerie silence enveloped the room, the tension palpable. The third princess sprang to her feet, her face flushed with fury, stammering incoherently. You are slandering me. Linlang maintained her airy demeanor, yet her words cut deep like a nuclear bomb. Only one person in this realm can proclaim rebellion, and that is the emperor. You lack the stature to do so. No one had ever dared to speak to the third princess in such a manner. She was consumed by a mix of anger, fear, and a chilling tremor coursed through her body. Linlang was not to be trifled with. She established her authority by confronting this foolish princess. If you dare to defy her, then what remains is to eliminate the obstacles in your path, including your father and all your siblings. None shall be spared. Upon her arrival, there were always those who sought to bully newcomers. However, she was no pushover, easily molded by anyone's whims. The eyes of the princes and princesses turned icy as they regarded the third princess. The third princess felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, engulfed by a sense of dread. Silence. This is utter nonsense. This was an attempt to pit her against her siblings, to cast her as a target for their arrows, an utterly treacherous scheme. The fourth princess, who often clashed with her, remarked with a stern countenance, Sister, we are taken aback by your ambition. With the eldest and second princesses married off, the third, fourth, and fifth princesses remained within the palace for their upbringing, all of similar age and prone to comparison. The third princess was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. I am innocent. You must believe me. This is a deliberate trap set by her. Su Linlang, you must defend me. Linlang casually dug a pit for the most favored princess, dismissing her plight. What are you saying? Why don't you teach me? The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly bizarre. Unable to withstand it any longer, The third princess shouted. Of course, you are deliberately framing me out of jealousy for us princesses and princes. You wish to see us destroy one another. She hastened to clear her name, eager to cast the blame upon Linlang. You are so malicious. If the Empress Dowager were to learn of this, she would never pardon you. Linlang gazed with wide, sparkling eyes and a pure smile. Do you perhaps have some walnut powder? Let this princess have a bowl. It would be good for her brain. The third princess was beside herself, her anger boiling over. You are the one who needs the brain boost. Linlang wrinkled her small nose, a slight frown creasing her brow as if troubled. As a princess, one must possess grace and dignity. If you wish to be respected, you must first be a good person. Do not be foolish and allow yourself to be used by others. It diminishes your worth and tarnishes the royal family's reputation. She spoke without reservation, unafraid to voice her thoughts. The third princess, however, was bound by her concerns, constantly striving to win the favor of the emperor and empress dowager, fearful of losing their love to others. You, Linlang chuckled, reveling in the sight of the princess's enraged visage. I find this all quite amusing. Furthermore, I am a gentle and amiable person. I do not instigate trouble unless provoked. If someone crosses me, I shall make them regret their actions. Alas, I am young and have a fiery temperament. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, I seek satisfaction and relief. Thus, one ought to avoid provoking her. The onlookers were taken aback. Was this what she deemed gentleness? Her amiability? Pure deception. The third princess finally came to a realization. You are a mad woman. Linlang nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. I am mad, and I take pride in it. A stifled laugh erupted from the crowd. The third princess's face darkened, her fury palpable. Engaging with a madwoman would only render her a fool. Unable to argue her point, she could only bide her time. After this uproar, the way the others regarded Linlang shifted, now laced with a hint of caution and seriousness. The third prince conversed animatedly with the sixth prince, primarily discussing political matters. The two were occasionally sent out by the emperor for training, inciting envy and resentment among the other younger princes. No one approached Linlang to speak. They intentionally isolated her. Yet Linlang was unfazed, happily nibbling on a piece of chestnut cake, sipping floral tea, indulging in snacks, and perusing miscellaneous books. She lived blissfully like a deity. Regardless of the circumstances, she could always find comfort and joy. Suddenly, a loud reprimand echoed through the room. Su Linlang, step to the back. Why? Linlang tilted her snow-white face, perplexed, resembling a naive child. Pray tell, who are you to scold a noble lady so? Is there no respect for royalty? Before her stood a middle-aged man, his expression stern, gazing down at Linlang from a position of authority. Upon witnessing this, the third princess sprang up, exclaiming, That is Lord Gu, the Minister of Revenue. He is our father's appointed teacher, praised by him for his understanding of propriety. Heh! Linlang could not suppress a laugh. Gu Wei furrowed his brow, deeming this wild girl, who defied even her own father, unfit to remain in the palace. He coldly commanded, If I tell you to stand, then stand. Hurry. Chapter 71. The Bet Gu Wei paused momentarily, his countenance dark as coal. This is a classroom, not a place for frivolity. Do you see what lies upon your desk? If you are disinterested in your studies, do not disturb others. Go stand at the back. He was a prodigy, renowned for his intellect, a candidate for the future prime minister, exalted by all. Even the princes and princesses held him in high esteem. When had he ever been so belittled? Su Linlang, you show no respect for your elders, exhibiting an utter lack of regard. I shall personally inform the emperor. This lofty and aloof demeanor repulsed Linlang. She fixed him with a steady gaze for a moment before abruptly rising and striding towards the exit. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone gaped in astonishment. She dared to challenge Mr. Gu? How audacious! Gu Wei's eyes turned icy. Where do you think you are going? Out. Su Linlang did not falter in her steps. Gu Wei felt humiliated in front of everyone, his face devoid of color. And he could not help but feel a surge of anger. Very well, if you are so obstinate, I cannot teach you. Should the emperor inquire, do not regret your actions. Linlang possessed a resolute spirit, thriving under pressure, and she raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. Lacking virtue and character, unworthy of being a teacher. How could the emperor select such a person? It was no wonder the third princess was so short-sighted. At last, I have discovered the reason. Truly a disservice to the youth. The third princess gaped, her mouth agape, appearing as though she might faint. Gu Wei's face shifted from green to white, entirely devoid of the scholarly demeanor he usually possessed. What did you say? Repeat that. The angrier he became, the more delighted Linlang felt. She teasingly stuck out her tongue, proclaiming, "You are a fool, devoid of intellect, morals, and talent, unfit to be a teacher to the princes." A nerve in Gu Wei snapped, and he bellowed in outrage, "How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am well versed in astronomy and geography, proficient in all subjects, a top scholar appointed by the emperor. You dare say I lack talent? Morality?" Linlong's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Very well, let me test your knowledge. If you answer correctly, I shall bow and apologize. If you fail, then—" Gu Wei's forehead twitched, and without hesitation, he declared, "I will resign immediately and never attend court again." He was so flustered that he lost all composure, intent on forcing Su Linlang to submit. Linlang waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. Just apologize to me." Gu Wei clenched his teeth, his blood boiling. "Fine." The spectators were electrified, their eyes wide with anticipation, waiting for Su Linlong's humiliation. They knew Gu Wei was a genius, a once-in-a-century talent, praised by even the emperor. Would he truly lose? Absurd. "You know everything, don't you?" Linlang grinned mischievously. Gu Wei frowned impatiently. "Yes, stop dawdling. Let's begin." He was eager to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. Linlang extended a slender finger, smiling sweetly. "All right, let's start with the simplest question. You have one incense stick to answer this. A monkey gathers 100 bananas in a pile, 50 meters away from home. The monkey can carry a maximum of 50 bananas at a time, but for every meter it walks, it consumes 1 banana. How many bananas can the monkey take home?" Gu Wei was momentarily speechless. The princes and princesses rallied behind Gu Wei, believing him to be omniscient. "Mr. Gu, you can do it." As the incense stick burned, Gu Wei's mind raced, scribbling on paper, his expression grave. Linlang rested her chin on her hand, yawning in boredom as time ticked away, yet Gu Wei's brow furrowed deeper. No one dared to speak, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Finally, the incense stick extinguished. "Mr. Gu, time is up." "Aye." Gu Wei's face turned ashen, as though struck by a great blow. "I cannot answer. What is the solution?" "The answer is 25 bananas," Linlang said with a cheerful smile. The third princess was the first to protest. "Huh, who knows if that's correct? You must be making it up." Linlong's smile grew sweeter. "Well, let me prove it to you, and if you lose, will you place a bet?" The crowd hesitated, unsure of the propriety of such a wager. A clear voice rang out, "I bet on Sister Linlang to win, 100 taels of silver." It was the sixth prince, his demeanor bright and gentle, like a spring breeze. The third princess stomped her foot in frustration. "Sixth brother, are you out of your mind? She is just a wild girl. How could she possibly win against Mr. Gu? That must be a trick by Su Linlang, the cunning little girl," she scoffed. Linlang arched her brow, lifting her delicate chin. "Enough chatter. Place your bets." The third princess pressed her lips tightly together, suddenly removing a jade bracelet from her wrist and biting down fiercely. "I bet on Mr. Gu to win." "I do as well." The crowd quickly began producing their wagers, overwhelmingly betting on Gu Wei's victory. Seeing this scene, Gu Wei felt a whirlwind of emotions. "How will you prove it?" Linlang was in high spirits, her smile radiant. "Mr. Gu, have you ever heard the saying, 'Practice reveals the truth'? Allow me to demonstrate. Enlightening you all, is it truly acceptable to be so audacious? Who, then, is the true simpleton?" The dragon and phoenix offspring protested in disbelief. "Bring me 100 incense sticks," Linlang commanded decisively. She took the incense and had the maidens and eunuchs gather round, instructing them step by step, discarding 1 stick for every meter they walked. The final result left everyone in shock, their mouths agape, utterly speechless. "It truly is 25. Gu Wei could hardly believe his eyes, shaking them in disbelief, his heart racing. Linlang laughed triumphantly. "Ah, you all have lost. I apologize. But all this now belongs to me. Sixth prince, here is your share. Your judgment is indeed excellent. Follow me, and you shall feast." She gleefully handed the silver notes to the sixth prince, her demeanor that of a triumphant little villain. The sixth prince chuckled, amused by her spirit. What an entertaining girl. Each time he saw her, she seemed different, sometimes pitiful, sometimes indifferent, sometimes playful, and at other times exuberant. He could not discern which was her true self. "Thank you, dear Sister Linlang," he said with a chuckle. The third princess's eyes nearly popped out of her head, and her frustration only deepened. "This must be a trick. I refuse to believe it. Let us do it again." Linlang shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well, As you wish. A calm voice interjected, Enough. Do you not feel ashamed yet? At this, everyone knelt down, exclaiming, Your Majesty. We pay our respects to Father, they chorused. We pay our respects to the Emperor. Chapter 72. Acts of Kindness. The Emperor's gaze finally settled upon Linlang. Linlang, you possess quite the audacity. His expression remained inscrutable, devoid of both joy and sorrow. Unlike others, Linlang's fair visage radiated confidence, devoid of any trace of fear, as she smiled brightly. This is what I call genuine character, unconstrained by trivialities. In this era, those who dare to speak the truth to you are as precious as national treasures. Your Majesty, cherish them. The Emperor, with a stern countenance, inquired, I hear you have insulted my princess? Who grants you such boldness? Linlang blinked her large, glistening eyes innocently, resembling a harmless child. Well, Your Majesty, would you prefer the truth or a white lie to placate you? Silence enveloped the room. How daring to speak thus to the Emperor. The corners of the Emperor's mouth twitched. How does one articulate a falsehood, and how does one convey the truth? Linlang earnestly replied, A falsehood is akin to the 9 sons of the dragon, each distinct. There are the clever and the foolish alike. It pains my heart to witness the foolishness of some and not intervene. As she spoke, she cast a playful glance at the princes and princesses, seemingly alluding to them. The royal siblings were at their wits' end, yearning to confront her. What a predicament! Yet, as she claimed it was a falsehood, how could they hold it against her? The feisty third princess could no longer contain her outrage. Where exactly am I foolish? Clarify your words. Linlang merely pouted. Look, I did not name names. Yet you were so quick to reveal your own intellect. The third princess was livid, tugging at the Emperor's sleeve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Father, see how she bullies me. The Emperor gazed at his most cherished daughter, bemused. She had accepted the falsehood as truth. Was she not foolish? And what of the truth? Linlang straightened, her eyes narrowing with determination. The truth is, while the princess may be naive, she is still your own flesh and blood. How can we allow mere outsiders to use her as a pawn? I am merely teaching the princess to discern the hearts of men. No need for thanks. It is but an act of kindness. Her words were eloquently stated, imbued with righteousness, leaving no room for rebuttal. Several young ladies clenched their teeth, their faces paling. Yet they dared not speak up. It was a tormenting predicament. The third princess adamantly refused to accept her foolishness. You speak nonsense. Linlang raised her chin towards the attendants, pointedly avoiding any names. Having uttered both good and ill, the young lady's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet they remained silent, struggling internally, their teeth gritted in restraint. Speaking up would be seen as a defense, while silence would be perceived as acquiescence. Was there no escape from this torment? The third princess's face flushed crimson. A breath lodged in her chest, caught in an uncomfortable limbo. Should I then thank you? Not at all. It was merely a trifling effort, Linlang replied, her smile radiant and refreshing, though the underlying malice was exasperating. The Emperor, somewhat speechless, challenged her once more, eager to see what other tricks she had up her sleeve. Linlang nodded cheerfully. Very well, please pose your question. I am the most beautiful girl, she declared. Gu Wei squinted, startled, while others stared blankly, unable to comprehend the phrase. Chun Wani coldly interjected, What nonsensical scribbles are these? Su Linlang, to toy with the Emperor is a grave offense. Linlang ignored her, her gaze fixed on Gu Wei. Mr. Gu, can you decipher this? Is this Western script? Gu Wei frowned. He had encountered such writing before, yet could not understand it. Linlang's delicate brows arched with intrigue. You are quite astute. Indeed, it translates to I am the most beautiful girl, a clear voice rang out. Linlang gasped, her eyes widening. Your Majesty? You understand it? How impressive. Her unvarnished praise delighted the Emperor, who smiled in return, a mere parlor trick. Linlang's expression morphed into one of admiration and astonishment. Your Majesty, you are so clever. Does your mother know? The Emperor laughed heartily, his joy palpable. The crowd brimmed with envy and admiration for Linlang's fortune, jealous of the Emperor's attention towards her. Gu Wei glanced at the phrase again, then at the Emperor, puzzled. Your Majesty, is this truly the answer? You are also well versed in Western script? The Emperor, a wise ruler, had not been known for extensive knowledge. He smiled faintly, exuding the authority of his rank. I have dabbled in it. But Su Linlang, how do you comprehend it? Facing the Emperor's scrutiny, Linlang responded confidently. I have a remarkably knowledgeable mentor, skilled not only in medicine but also in English and mathematics. With knowledge that knows no bounds, her demeanor radiated pride and allure, capturing attention. The emperor's eyes sparkled with realization. He yearned to meet this remarkable figure. Now he understood why Linlang was so extraordinary. Her intellect and ambition far surpassed her peers, a reflection of her exceptional mentor. Linlang beamed. I too wish to meet him. Your Majesty, your wisdom and valor are unparalleled, and the common folk are blessed to have such an emperor. Her flattery, though somewhat clumsy, was delivered with sincerity, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. The emperor could not help but smile slightly. His mood lifted. Even as a sovereign, he relished commendations. The third princess, unable to tolerate it any longer, felt flames of jealousy ignite within her. A sycophant, a petty flatterer. Linlang raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise. Are you suggesting that His Majesty is not wise? Incapable? The third princess, taken aback, shook her head vigorously. No, that is not what I meant. Father, I simply cannot abide by her obsequiousness. Linlang widened her innocent eyes, declaring earnestly, I am merely an honest girl who enjoys speaking the truth. The onlookers twitched at the corners of their mouths. Who claimed she was incapable of charming others? Step forward, we shall silence her. Gu Wei, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions, swept his sleeve and knelt before the emperor. Your Majesty, my knowledge is limited. I dare not presume to teach the princes and princesses. Please seek another with greater wisdom. The emperor regarded him thoughtfully, yet before he could respond, the third princess interjected eagerly. Father, Mr. Gu is immensely learned, a prodigy. How could Su Linlang compare? She merely dabbles in the trivial. Linlang interrupted, frowning. Do you not know how to speak? I possess a smattering of knowledge in many areas, but am not an expert. One must leave you some room to breathe, no? Her haughty demeanor was ludicrously vivid, eliciting both laughter and exasperation. Shenwani's eyes glinted ominously. Mr. Gu's knowledge surpasses yours. You cannot solely pose questions. Are you brave enough to compete with us? Chapter 73. A victory without merit I dare not, Linlang said, casually shrugging her small hands and shaking her head, deeming it a waste of her time. Her words were delivered with such conviction that she showed no sign of embarrassment. Shenwani swung her fist heavily, only to hit air, the impact soft and ineffective, leaving her deeply frustrated. It must be done. Yes, it must be done. The third princess led the charge, intent on suppressing Su Linlang. Linlang shook her head, observing the group of immature children too weighed down by the desire for victory. It was quite unbecoming. Despite being younger than the princes and princesses, her tone carried an air of superiority that was utterly amusing. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their lips twitching in disbelief. How old are you, really? The emperor could hardly contain his amusement. This girl never failed to elicit both laughter and tears. The sixth prince struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning red from the effort. The third princess was flustered, biting her lip and declaring, if we lose, we shall trouble you no more. Indeed, or else you can expect our daily torment, she added. Linlang regarded them with the bemusement of a playful sprite watching a group of unruly children. The sixth prince burst into laughter, while the emperor looked up as if witnessing some grand spectacle. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see the effort he made to stifle his laughter. The crowd exchanged glances, torn between laughter and reprimand, their emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. Can we not have a proper argument? Ha ha. Joyful laughter erupted from the doorway, a sound so delightful it was infectious. Just as the crowd was about to voice their displeasure, they turned to see a striking young man, with graceful features and an air of elegance, none other than the heir to the Jin Wang, Dugu Yi, renowned as a little tyrant. Who would dare provoke him? Shenwani's eyes lit up, only to dim quickly as she pursed her lips, her expression shifting like a flickering candle. Dugu Yi approached the emperor first, bowing with impeccable decorum. I apologize for my tardiness. Uncle, he addressed the emperor warmly, explaining that family matters had delayed him. The emperor, full of concern, reassured him that it was of no consequence, encouraging him to take his time when necessary. His eyes shone with affection, treating Dugu Yi as if he were his own son. With Dugu Yi's arrival, everyone instinctively stepped back, for in the emperor's gaze, there was only Dugu Yi. The emperor clasped his hand warmly, inquiring after his well-being, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a loving father and son. The princes and princesses watched with envy, their hearts heavy. In this royal court, Dugu Yi was the most favored, eclipsing them all. The third princess felt a pang of jealousy. aware that no matter her own status, she could never measure up to her cousin. Yet, there was little she could do. Anyone could be provoked. But Duguyi was someone no one could afford to offend. In her youth, in a fit of childishness, she had once splashed hot tea on him, only to face the wrath of her uncle, the scolding of her grandmother, and a punishment from her father that felt like a nightmare. Since then, she understood who was untouchable and who was not. Duguyi, undeterred by the gazes around him, confidently approached Lin Lang, presenting her with a box of pastries. "I'm late. Lin Lang, I brought these for you." He completely disregarded the other princes and princesses, displaying his usual arrogance. Lin Lang's eyes sparkled as she eagerly grabbed a piece, savoring its exquisite taste. Shenwani's expression darkened further, her gaze icy upon Lin Lang. "Young master, we are currently in a contest with Miss Su. Perhaps you could bear witness?" Cheng Jiaojiao chimed in with a sweet voice. Duguyi promptly declined without a second thought. "No, I'm on Lin Lang's side." The atmosphere became tense and playful banter was interrupted. The third princess, feeling disgruntled, forced a charming smile. "Father, please order Lin Lang to compete with us." She dared not challenge Duguyi, but Su Linlang was fair game. Regardless of her title, without blood ties, how sincere could she be? Lin Lang's cheeks puffed up adorably, resembling a little squirrel. The emperor exchanged a knowing glance with Duguyi before addressing Lin Lang. "Do not forget to eat. This seal shall serve as a prize. Whoever wins shall take it home." It was a piece of exquisite Shoshan stone, smooth and lustrous, a true treasure. Lin Lang shrugged dismissively. "It's nothing I desire. It holds no value for me." The emperor, exasperated, thought to himself how peculiar she was, unfettered by societal norms, unafraid of the royal authority. What kind of person had raised her? His curiosity about this enigmatic figure grew. Duguyi, pondering, suggested, "You may give it to me. My birthday is approaching. Do you like it?" Lin Lang tilted her head, considering. "All right, if I win, I shall gift it to you." Her tone was matter of fact, igniting Cheng Jiaojiao's ire. Such audacity. "You should be wary of your words." Lin Lang, unfazed, popped another delicious pastry into her mouth, waving her hand dismissively. "Enough with the chatter. I asked 2 questions earlier. Now it's your turn to ask 2. "Let us have a couplet," Cheng Jiaojiao said, a smug smile gracing her lips. The third princess eagerly volunteered. "I shall present the couplet. 500 miles of Dianqi Lake, rushing into view. Open your collar and gaze. Delight in the vastness of the boundless sky. Look, east gallops the divine steed. West soars the ethereal spirit. North winds along the serpentine path. South flies the pure and white. Great talents and refined scholars. Why not choose a peak to ascend? Venture to Crab Island and Snail Isle, styling your hair in the misty clouds. Even the sky's reeds and earth's grasses, adorned with emerald feathers and rosy clouds. Do not waste, surrounding fragrant rice, vast sunny sands, summer-s lotus, and spring-s willows." Lin Lang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unexpected couplet. The crowd murmured among themselves, stifling laughter, certain she would fail to respond. This couplet, passed down through the ages, was legendary, with only the upper line known, leaving countless scholars to lament their inability to complete it. Gu Wei shook his head slightly, feeling the challenge was somewhat unfair. He had not been able to respond either, but it was good to temper Su Lin Lang's arrogance. After all, she was rather insufferable. The 6th prince watched Lin Lang intently, his expression a mix of concern and helplessness. Duguyi noticed this, furrowing his brow and stepping protectively in front of Lin Lang, glaring at the 6th prince. "What are you staring at? Lin Lang, I believe in you. You can do it," he declared, his faith in her unwavering. The 6th prince was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. The emperor sipped his tea, observing the unfolding scene with a detached gaze, taking in everyone's reactions. Lin Lang, with a smile on her lips, remained unfazed, radiating confidence. "So simple, can you not engage your minds?" The onlookers were exasperated, their frustration mounting. "How is it that you're so audacious? Well then, listen closely and witness my prowess." Lin Lang cleared her throat, her voice resonating clearly. "Thousands of years of history flood my mind. Raise a cup to the void, lamenting where have all the heroes gone. Consider the Han-s luxurious boats, the Tang-s iron pillars, the Song-s jade axes, the Yuan-s leather bags. Great deeds and accomplishments, exhausting efforts to move mountains, adorned with jeweled curtains and painted rafters, unable to rival the evening rain and morning clouds, leaving behind only broken steels and remnants of history, surrendering to the fading light. All that remains, a few strokes of a distant bell, half a river of fishing lights, 2 lines of autumn geese, and a pillow of frosty clarity. Chapter 74. I only like you, heavens, she actually responded, and so perfectly. With such rhythmic elegance, what manner of creature is she? The emperor gazed blankly at the petite girl, as if he were meeting her for the first time. Dugai grasped Linlong's hand with a radiant smile, overflowing with pride. Linlang, you are extraordinary. You could shame all the talents of the world. His delight was palpable. As if he had accomplished this feat himself, his chin held high in unabashed arrogance. Gu Wei was utterly bewildered, his mind racing with those few lines, finding them increasingly exquisite. Marvelous, ineffably so. His eyes sparkled, and he applauded in admiration, lost in contemplation, captivated. Every word interlaced seamlessly, a marvel of craftsmanship, uncommonly brilliant, unparalleled in history. What astonished everyone further was the talent, breadth of vision, and insight displayed in the couplet, a rarity not seen in a millennium. It emerged from the lips of a mere 10-year-old girl, leaving one to wonder if there had been a mistake. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, feeling as though struck by lightning. Could it be that the unmatched couplet, which stumped all the scholars, was effortlessly solved by Su Linlang? It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Was this truly a once-in-a-millennium genius? Hearts were heavy, filled with confusion. The room was filled with stunned expressions, including that of the lofty emperor. Having encountered countless talents in his lifetime, he had never witnessed such brilliance. Why must it be a little girl? Were she a boy, he would surely shine in the court. Linlang rested her chin on her hand, feigning boredom. Next question. Take your time to ponder, collaborate as a group. But do not present me with such simple riddles again. Her provocative words drew involuntary twitches at the corners of many mouths, yet this time, no one dared to ridicule her. After all, she had the confidence to back it up, did she not? Chunwani could no longer contain herself, shrieking, "You must have cheated. There is no way you thought of this." Linlang leisurely brushed a stray hair from her forehead, nonchalantly replying, "It was you who thought of it. Isn't that enough?" Indeed, it was not her own creation, but rather something she had encountered in a past life online. Reputed to be the absolute best of all time, Chunwani was nearly apoplectic. How dare she mock her? Su Linlang Yu. Her menacing expression was quite fearsome, prompting the emperor to furrow his brow and cough lightly. The third princess quickly tugged at Chunwani's sleeve, signaling her to be quiet. "Sister Wani, do not cause a scene. Sister Su is undeniably a prodigy." Chunwani's anger simmered, but upon seeing the emperor's displeased countenance, she bit her tongue and held back. A group of people gathered, brainstorming difficult questions, aiming to stump Su Linlang. However, their enthusiasm waned, their heads drooping in defeat. They had been thoroughly discouraged and found themselves lacking confidence. Dugai boldly took Linlong's small hand and led her to his side to enjoy tea and pastries. The atmosphere amicable. "Aren't you afraid they will resent you?" Linlang mischievously winked with her right eye. "I actually relish their resentment, especially when they find themselves helpless against me." Dugai erupted into hearty laughter, completely unfazed by the odd glances from others. The emperor, standing by the window conversing with Gu Wei, turned back and could not help but shake his head slightly. What a source of envy. Finally, the third princess was nominated to present an exhausting question to Linlang. What action renders one unable to act freely? She had lost all her earlier bravado, resembling a deflated balloon. Linlang pursed her rosy lips. Is this really so simple? Put in a bit more effort. Her words were infuriating, and once more the third princess was provoked. Enough with the chatter, answer quickly. I will count to 3. If you do not respond, you lose. 1, 2. Before she could finish, Linlang cheerfully replied, dreaming, of course. The crowd fell silent. Well, her intelligence was indeed unmatched. Your Majesty, where's my prize? Linlang was unfazed by the others and extended her delicate hand, boldly requesting her reward. The emperor gazed at her for a moment, then silently presented her with a piece of Shoshan stone, murmuring softly, "What a pity." His voice was barely above a whisper, but Linlang heard, raising an eyebrow, pretending not to notice, her smile radiant. The first day of class was chaotic yet utterly captivating. After class, Dugai personally escorted Linlang back to Sinang Palace. Along the way, he held her small hand tightly, chattering incessantly, praising her to the skies. In his eyes, she could do no wrong. Linlang listened with a bright smile, resembling an innocent young girl, radiating joy. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely, their contrasting heights perfectly matched. Have you forgotten something? Du Gai suddenly halted, gazing intently at her. Lin Lang chuckled inwardly and produced the Shoshan stone. This is for you. Du Gai examined the stone from every angle, beaming with delight. This is the first gift I have ever received. Thank you. You are the crown prince. What could you possibly lack? Lin Lang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Du Gai cherished the Shoshan stone, declaring, "It is different. This is your first gift to me. Can you carve seals?" No. As he escorted Lin Lang to the entrance of Sinang Palace, Du Gai remained uneasy. Do not engage with those princesses or your companions in the palace. I have warned them all. He was busy with classes and martial arts training, leaving little time for such matters. As for the other princes, keep your distance. They are all trouble. Lin Lang could not help but burst into laughter. Is it really appropriate to speak of your cousins in such a manner? Du Gai's relationship with his cousins was strained, primarily due to his favored status leading to their exclusion, yet he seemed unbothered. It is true, they are all unworthy, each one more cunning than the last. Especially the sixth prince. Keep your distance from him. Lin Lang was somewhat surprised. He seems quite amiable. He has defended me on multiple occasions. Du Gai scoffed, dismissing her words with a curl of his lip. That kind of favor is worthless. Anyone can perform a free act of kindness. He merely wears a facade of gentility to charm young girls. His words dripped with bitterness, and Lin Lang gazed at him with a smile. Do you have a grudge against him? Did he steal a girl you fancied? Du Gai appeared aggrieved. You misunderstand me. I only like you. Lin Lang's heart quickened. Du Gai's gaze lingered on the blushing girl, his fondness deepening. You must behave, grow up quickly. I will work hard to earn money and marry you sooner so we can be together every day. Do you prefer boys or girls? I like girls, but we could have a boy first. A brother protecting his sister is the most loving arrangement. He had planned everything for their future, when he would marry her, when they would have children. Even the names for the children were already decided. Su Lin Lang was left astounded. His thoughts had wandered far afield. I don't believe I ever agreed to marry you. Chapter 75. The Missing Jade Pendulum. Lin Lang spoke softly. It was an accident. With a soft thud, Lin Lang dazedly touched her flushed cheeks, feeling both embarrassed and angry. How dare he kiss her like that? She would give that rascal a good thrashing if he dared to run away. After showcasing her intelligence and talent, the atmosphere around Lin Lang turned notably quieter, with no one daring to challenge her brilliance, yet they subtly ostracized her, unfazed by their actions. Lin Lang preferred solitude and freedom, much to the chagrin of those who sought to see her fail. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Lang had resided in the palace for over a month. Each day began with her paying respects to the Empress Dowager, followed by school, and then returning to complete her homework, passing her days in this manner. The Empress Dowager's demeanor towards her was neither warm nor cold. She treated Lin Lang as an ordinary guest, neither neglecting nor overly favoring her. Lin Lang accepted this with equanimity, observing the ebb and flow of life. As a gentle rain fell outside, droplets pattered against the banana leaves, shrouding the scene in a misty haze. After a particularly dull class, Lin Lang, feeling drowsy, stood up and stretched, taking a stroll down the corridor accompanied by Xiaoyan. Having stayed up late reading medical texts the previous night, she was somewhat lethargic that morning. Xiaoyan looked at her with concern. Miss, you know so much already. Why do you need to learn all this? What good is mastering music, chess, and the classics if it cannot fill your stomach? Lin Lang replied nonchalantly, it is the Empress Dowager's wish. There is also the Emperor to consider. She was uncertain about their intentions, but she decided to wait and see. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan fell silent. Turning around, she spotted a group of figures traversing the rain, exclaiming in surprise, aren't those the third and sixth princes? Have they been summoned by the Emperor again? They were indeed the most favored. The Emperor occasionally tested the princes by bringing them to court or assigning them small tasks for their training. Lin Lang's gaze followed, noticing the eunuchs swiftly escorting the two princes away, soon vanishing from sight. She bit her lip, suddenly missing De Guyi, who had been absent for several days without a word. How frustrating it was that he hadn't sent any news. Oh, she finally understood the saying about the depth of the harem. Without the Emperor's decree, leaving the palace was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Upon returning indoors, Lin Lang sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as if something had occurred. Cheng Jiaojiao's eyes were red, indicating she had been crying. As soon as she saw Lin Lang, she rushed over. Su Lin Lang, my jade pendant is missing. Lin Lang was taken aback. What? Why tell me? What pendant? Where did you lose it? Let's look for it again. Cheng Jiaojiao's expression was tense, her face pale. It was the purple jade pendant bestowed upon me by the Empress. What should I do if I can't find it? The purple jade pendant? The one you often flaunt? Linlang recalled seeing it tied to Cheng Jiaojiao's waist that morning. Don't panic. It must have fallen around here. Let's keep searching. With tears welling in her eyes, Cheng Jiaojiao insisted, that pendant is very important. I cannot afford to lose it. The Empress will blame me, and I cannot bear the consequences. Linlang frowned. If she had the time to complain, why not search instead? The third princess, frowning and with a stern expression, declared, Su Linlang, we have searched everywhere, except for you. I hope you will cooperate. Linlang was utterly speechless. Were they accusing her of stealing the pendant? She coldly retorted, who gave you the authority to search me? Huh, so you all searched? Who do you think you're fooling? The third princess, sensing an opportunity, exclaimed loudly, are you afraid to be searched? Are you guilty? Cheng Jiaojiao, with a pitiful demeanor, pleaded, Su Linlang, I beg you. If we can't find the pendant, the consequences will be dire, far beyond what I can handle. Please help me as a fellow classmate. Linlang was furious, replying icily, I did not take your pendant. Go look for someone else. How could they just search her as they pleased? If they searched her today, who would still respect her? Her dignity was not to be trampled upon by anyone. The third princess mocked her, if you didn't steal it, what are you afraid of? Chen Wani, adding fuel to the fire, chimed in, exactly. Are you too precious to be searched? Linlang, feeling increasingly irritated, snapped, enough. Don't provoke me. The third princess, now furious, commanded, come here, seize her, and search her thoroughly. A group of palace maids rushed forward, pouncing on Linlang like wolves. She furrowed her brows, swiftly pivoted, and knocked over her desk, scattering its contents across the floor. With a loud crash, a purple jade pendant flew out, landing heavily on the ground, shattering into two pieces. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Cheng Jiaojiao lunged forward, cradling the broken pendant, filled with a mix of shock and anger. Ah, my pendant. It's shattered. Linlang paused for a moment, then understood, letting out a cold laugh. How unimaginative. Cheng Jiaojiao sprang up, swinging her arm to strike Linlang. Su Linlang, it was indeed you, you wretched girl. As she swung, Linlang was prepared. She swiftly stepped back, but accidentally collided with someone, causing both to tumble down. With a thud, Linlang opened her eyes to see Chen Wani pinned beneath her, her face pale and drenched in cold sweat from the fall. What a case of failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice. Everyone stood in stunned silence, some at a loss for words. Cheng Jiaojiao pointed at Linlang, angrily accusing, Su Linlang, I never imagined you to be such a person, a thief, a bandit, a country bumpkin. Linlang lay still, her eyes glinting with amusement. Several classmates echoed in agreement. Are you stunned? Haha, after such a disgraceful incident, how can you remain our classmate? I cannot accept a thief who engages in petty theft. It's too embarrassing. She must be expelled. Linlang seemed unfazed, leisurely rising and brushing off her slightly disheveled clothes. Her nonchalant demeanor only enraged Cheng Jiaojiao further. Su Linlang, you're finished. Aren't you going to kneel and beg for mercy? Linlang shot her a sidelong glance and replied indifferently, and you think you are worthy of that? Cheng Jiaojiao's gaze shifted behind Linlang, a strange smile appearing on her lips. Fine. If I am not worthy, what about the Empress? The Empress has no say over me. Linlang retorted. She had met the Empress a few times. She was not a very astute woman, short-sighted, and of humble origin, lacking the Emperor's favor. The Empress Dowager regarded her with indifference, delegating authority to her, making her the mistress of the harem, yet lacking the means to suppress the concubines. However, it was precisely due to her lack of powerful relatives that the third prince had a chance at the throne. Just as those words left her lips, a chilling voice came from behind. Su Linlang, you have greatly disappointed me and wasted the Empress Dowager's efforts. Seize her and punish her with 20 strikes. A group of palace maids surrounded a noblewoman who stepped forward, adorned with a crown and resplendent jewels, exuding an air of grandeur. It was none other than the Empress, the sovereign of the harem. Linlang met the Empress's unfriendly gaze with calmness, a playful smile gracing her lips. What a fortuitous arrival. This was becoming quite interesting. Chapter 76. Who is the thief? With the assistance of the palace maid, Chen Wani struggled to rise, her eyes gleaming with malice. Your Majesty, is this punishment not too lenient? It is far too merciful for her. Look at her, seemingly a delicate young lady, yet harboring such darkness within. The queen's expression grew solemn. After all, she had been raised in the Empress Dowager's palace, and out of respect for her, she could not impose severe punishment. The other female attendants exchanged glances, smiling as they praised, "Your Majesty is truly benevolent. We are all in profound admiration." The palace maids rushed toward Linlang, attempting to drag her away, but Linlang, producing a dagger from who knows where, waved it carelessly, slicing through the air with cold arcs. "Your Majesty, do you not fear offending the Empress Dowager by slapping her face like this?" From the moment she laid eyes on the queen, Linlang sensed the queen's disdain for her. Though the reason eluded her, the chill in the queen's gaze was unmistakable. The crowd recoiled, wary of her sharpness. The queen, observing Linlang's resemblance to the Su family, felt an increasing revulsion. "I am here to discipline you on behalf of the Empress Dowager. How dare you be so unruly? A person who ought not to exist. Why do you appear before me?" Before the queen could finish her words, Linlang interjected, "I understand now. This is a trap. On the surface, it appears to target me, but in reality, it aims at the Empress Dowager. At her advanced age, even if she is a thorn in your side, she does not deserve such treatment." Upon hearing this, the queen's countenance shifted drastically. "Nonsense. Drag her away." Linlang snorted coldly. "So this is the esteemed Empress. How disappointing. If the Empress Dowager were aware of your intentions, I wonder how she would respond." The queen recalled the Empress Dowager's ruthless methods, her heart racing. "My loyal intentions toward the Empress Dowager cannot be tarnished by anyone's slander." Listening to the queen's insincere words, Linlang could not help but shake her head. "Are you afraid to hear me out, Your Majesty?" The queen, annoyed, felt her status as the nation's matriarch was being challenged. How dare anyone speak to her in such a manner, save for the emperor and the Empress Dowager? Chenwani, keenly observing the situation, secretly rejoiced. "Your Majesty, she is the master of sophistry. Do not allow her to speak." Linlang feigned surprise. "Are you contemplating silencing me? Or perhaps coercing me into confession?" "Your Majesty, you have miscalculated today, significantly miscalculated." The queen, now furious, retorted, "How dare you? As the dignified mother of the nation, do you think I need to scheme against someone as insignificant as you? What are you, anyway?" Linlang laughed lightly, pointing at herself. "I am the Princess Anning, bestowed by His Majesty." "Your Majesty, what do you consider me to be?" This was a direct affront to the emperor. The queen's expression darkened, her displeasure evident as she realized she had unwittingly provided Linlang with leverage. Although this princess held little weight, no one could openly dismiss her. To declare that the emperor's bestowed title held no value would be to undermine the emperor's dignity. She suppressed her anger. "Very well, for the sake of your title, I shall allow you a few words." Chenwani attempted to intervene, but it was too late, her face flushed with indignation. Linlang raised her chin, smiling sweetly. "Your Majesty, how much do you believe this jade pendant is worth?" The sudden shift in topic bewildered the queen. "What?" Linlang tilted her head, her large, dark eyes sparkling. "Please respond." The queen furrowed her brow, replying casually, "This is a tribute of Hitian jade, worth at least 10,000. Do I appear impoverished to you?" Linlang countered. The queen hesitated. "Are you wealthy?" Seeing the queen being led by Linlang, Cheng Jiaojiao grew anxious. What does this have to do with whether she stole the jade pendant? Linlang had been waiting for this moment. The connection is significant. No matter how precious the pendant, I could purchase it. Why would I risk my reputation to steal something so useless? A gathering of dimwits. Comparing intelligence with them was truly exhausting. She turned to one of the female attendants. "Miss Qin of the Qin family, let me ask you, if you were in my position, would you steal a jade pendant? Something that cannot be eaten, drunk, or sold. Utterly useless." Miss Qin raised her chin proudly. "I am the esteemed eldest daughter of the Qin family. How could I ever resort to theft?" "You agree it is not worth it," Linlang said, crossing her arms, teasingly inquiring. "So, who is cleverer, you or I?" Miss Qin was rendered speechless, her face flushed crimson. Unable to respond. Linlang's brilliance was well known, her sharp intellect acknowledged by all. Recently, she had bested numerous rivals with her talents. Miss Qin felt a swell of frustration. Even if Linlang was clever, it did not rule out her guilt. After all, Linlang had grown up outside the elite circles, her perspective limited. Upon seeing something valuable, she might be tempted to covet it. Furthermore, where would she have acquired the funds? Linlang casually waved a stack of banknotes in the air. It was 50,000 taels. "I am not lacking in funds." Her tone was grandiose, her demeanor casual, as if she held mere scraps of paper, entirely unconcerned. Goodness, what a lavish display, evoking envy and resentment. The onlookers' jaws nearly dropped. Where had she procured such wealth? Despite their affluent backgrounds, These noble sons and daughters could hardly possess such sums. A few hundred taels in private savings would elicit laughter. They had been told of a destitute wanderer. Yet here she was, shocking them all. Cheng Jiaojiao felt a mix of emotions, her glare directed at Lin Lang. The queen was troubled, her head throbbing. Miss Qin, sensing the tension, exclaimed, "But the pendant was found on your desk. Everyone witnessed it." Lin Lang seized the pendant and thrust it into Miss Qin's hands. "Now everyone sees the pendant in your possession, Miss Qin. How could you have stolen it?" She chastised her with righteous indignation. Miss Qin stood dumbfounded, her mind in disarray. "You are framing me." Lin Lang wore a mocking smile. "Indeed, I am framing you, just as I learned from you." Her gaze sparkled, as if she could pierce through Miss Qin's thoughts. Miss Qin instinctively took a few steps back, panic flooding her face. Suddenly, she recognized the gravity of the situation, her eyes welling with tears. "You are spouting nonsense. Your Majesty, I implore you to uphold justice for your servant." The queen rubbed her aching temples, realizing how troublesome this was. Before she could speak, Lin Lang snapped her fingers. "Actually, I already know who placed the jade pendant in my desk." Everyone fell silent, including the queen, who was astonished. "What?" Lin Lang's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Your Majesty, would you like to know the truth? If not, I shall go inform the Empress Dowager." Chapter 77. Retribution. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Should you dare to deceive me, do not blame me for being merciless. Even as the esteemed Empress, there are those who must tread carefully, and one must always maintain a facade. Lin Lang nodded confidently, indicating her willingness to observe the unfolding drama. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze flitting across the faces of those present, taking note of their expressions, some mocking, others disdainful, some anxious, and a few reveling in the spectacle. Truly, life presents a myriad of faces. Everyone extended their hands. The third princess was the first to protest. On what grounds? Lin Lang tugged at the corners of her mouth, her demeanor icy, as if to question whether this was mere guilt or a misguided sense of superiority over the Empress. She returned her words with a sharp rebuke, slamming them back into their faces. The third princess, feeling frustrated, realized Lin Lang's pettiness and vengefulness. Yet, the tides of circumstance were against her, and she begrudgingly extended her delicate, pale hand. Humph! She would not believe that Su Lin Lang could turn the tables. Lin Lang took her time, meticulously inspecting each hand, scrutinizing them one by one, leaving no one overlooked. The princes watched her with keen interest, increasingly convinced of her peculiar nature. The princesses, however, were less forgiving, their expressions sour, but Lin Lang remained unfazed. What was she truly after? The maids and eunuchs lined up, all extending their hands. Lin Lang examined them closely, ultimately fixing her gaze on a maid clad in green. "You, step forward." The green-clad maid trembled, her complexion paling slightly, fear flickering in her eyes. Yet, it quickly vanished, and she composed herself, stepping forward gracefully. "Miss Su, what is your command?" A glimmer of intrigue danced in Lin Lang's eyes as she proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, this is the one who has conspired to frame me." The declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Silence enveloped the space, the air thick with tension. "Impossible. You speak nonsense." A sharp voice shattered the stillness. It was the aggrieved Cheng Jiaojiao, her face flushed with rage. "She is your maid?" Lin Lang raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. "Is this a case of a treacherous servant betraying her master, or did she act under your orders?" Cheng Jiaojiao felt as though she had been struck, trembling uncontrollably. "This concerns my reputation. How dare you make such baseless accusations?" "Su Lin Lang, you are bullying me." The green-clad maid collapsed to the ground, tears welling in her eyes, her voice filled with despair. "Miss Su, I have no enmity with you. Why must you harm me? Even if you wish to extricate yourself, it is unjust to frame an innocent." Lin Lang looked down upon her, her eyes brimming with derision. "No, you are not innocent. I do not provoke others, but if they seek to harm me, they shall face the consequences." The third princess stepped forth, reprimanding her with righteous indignation. "Su Lin Lang, do not speak without evidence. One must rely on proof." "Proof, you say?" Lin Lang's lips curled into a slight smile, her gaze frosty. "Please bring me 2 basins of warm water." The warm water was swiftly delivered, and Lin Lang commanded that she immerse her hands in it. The maid, bewildered, complied, and soon, a film of oil began to rise to the surface. Seeing this, Lin Lang chuckled meaningfully, casually tossing a shattered jade pendant into the other basin, causing ripples to form. gradually revealing a layer of oil atop the water. Do you see? This is the answer. The onlookers stared in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of confusion, surprise, and realization. I still don't understand, remarked another young nobleman, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Linlang sighed dramatically. Ah, the burden of genius is often loneliness. In a provocative tone, she turned to the silent empress and asked, Your Majesty, do you comprehend? The empress seethed with indignation, her patience tested by such public questioning of her intellect. This maid's hands have touched the palace candles, acquiring a unique grease, which she then transferred to the jade pendant. Linlang feigned surprise. Indeed, the empress, wise as ever. Though her words were flattering, her expression conveyed a subtle disbelief at the empress's unexpected cleverness. The empress turned her gaze away, unwilling to meet Linlang's eyes, fearing the anger it might provoke. Cheng Jiaojiao's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, a spectacle in itself. The green-clad maid trembled, her face ashen. But, ventured the young nobleman from the Qian family, perhaps it was Miss Cheng's maid who. Linlang interjected coolly, Cheng Jiaojiao is the pampered daughter of the Cheng family. Accustomed to a life of luxury, when would she have had the opportunity to touch a candle? Is her maid merely a decoration? Well said, murmured the crowd, unable to counter her logic. Suddenly, Chen Wani's voice cut through the air. No, other maids might also have touched the candle oil. Cheng Jiaojiao, as if awakening from a dream, eagerly nodded. Yes, that reasoning is insufficient. I cannot accept it. Linlang scoffed, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Still attempting to turn the tide? That depends on whether I permit it. It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin, nor relent until you reach the Yellow River. Thus, allow me to convince you thoroughly. Sighing, she continued, I did not wish to crush your spirits, but with such foolishness. How can you face the world? Her words infuriated Cheng Jiaojiao, her face flushed with rage. Enough of your prattle. Do you possess any further evidence? Linlang's expression remained indifferent. It is quite simple. The jade pendant bears two distinct fragrances. One is Cheng Jiaojiao's jade beauty, made from rose powder, fragrant and elegant, crafted by Xie Tangshan, priced at 10 taels of silver per box, favored by many young ladies in the capital. As she spoke, the audience's eyes widened, all turning their gaze to Cheng Jiaojiao. Clenching her sleeves tightly, Cheng Jiaojiao's complexion turned ghostly pale, her body swaying precariously. Linlang continued, shaking her head slightly, her voice clear and resolute. The other is lotus powder from Baiwa Tang, made from summer lotus, priced at 1 tael of silver per box. Only she among us has used it. Her slender fingers pointed accusingly at the green-clad maid, as sharp as a blade, tearing through the facade to reveal the truth. The green-clad maid collapsed, her face devoid of color, on the brink of fainting. No further words were necessary, for her expression spoke volumes. The crowd gasped collectively, astonished at Linlang's prowess. Linlang raised her head defiantly, a look of disdain upon her face. The truth is singular. You and your maid conspired against me, Cheng Jiaojiao. Fully aware you are no match for me, yet repeatedly challenging me. It is truly eye-opening to encounter someone so foolish in this world. Chapter 78. A mind in need of healing. However, others remained oblivious, perceiving her as an enigma, so astute that she seemed almost superhuman, evoking profound respect and trepidation. The crisp sound of applause resonated, punctuated by exclamations of approval. A group of eunuchs surrounded 2 men as they approached, the foremost being the third prince. A striking figure with delicate features and an imposing stature, his sharp gaze unmistakably that of the queen's progeny. As the legitimate son, the third prince was deemed the most likely candidate for the throne, garnering praise wherever he went. The other was Cheng Zilong, the eldest son of the Cheng family, who accompanied the third prince everywhere. The crowd inclined their heads in reverence, acknowledging the third prince's presence. Su Linlang discreetly retreated a few steps, harboring an aversion towards the third prince, who often regarded her with a peculiar gaze, as if she were prey, which she found unsettling. Upon seeing her son, the queen's face lit up with a smile. My son, what brings you back? Where is your 6th brother? The third prince bowed with a beaming smile. I have come to see you, mother. My 6th brother is out attending to matters. He produced a golden pearl, his expression one of pride. Father has just praised my reliability and gifted me this. Though small in size, the token represented a significant honor. The queen's expression brightened. While she may not have been particularly astute, her ability to navigate the intricacies of the palace relied heavily on this son. Very well. You must work even harder to live up to your father's expectations. Indeed, the third prince replied respectfully, suddenly shifting his gaze to the left, extending the golden pearl towards Su Linlang. This is for you. Gasps of surprise filled the air. What was happening? Su Linlang stood at a distance, her expression indifferent. I do not want it. Her disdain for the third prince was genuine. He was exalted far too highly, bearing an arrogance that was unbearable. The third prince's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly morphed into a grin. Do not worry. Such trivial matters will not incur my father's ire. You are quite clever, and I appreciate that. The implication in his words startled the queen. My son. Although she was aware of her son's peculiar interest in Su Linlang, she certainly would not entertain the idea of such a daughter-in-law. Lacking a distinguished family background, moral character, and possessing a rather difficult temperament, she was not suitable. The third prince cast a reassuring glance, leading the queen to ponder further, silent thereafter. This son was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute, understanding the art of compromise. His overt actions must bear deeper significance. The third prince smiled contentedly, gazing affectionately at Linlang. Please accept this. It is my sincere intention. With me around, who would dare to bully you? A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Was he truly prepared to defend her? As anticipated, the third prince's icy gaze fell upon Cheng Jiaojiao. Miss Cheng, your deliberate malice towards Linlang is inexcusable. Cheng Jiaojiao's complexion paled, her lips pressed tightly together. On the verge of tears, appearing pitiful, the queen furrowed her brow. My son, Miss Cheng meant no harm. She was merely jesting with Su Linlang. Cheng Chun, the influential minister, was a cunning and powerful figure, someone whom they sought to align with. Despite Cheng Zilong's close association with the third prince, the head of the Cheng family remained noncommittal. Thus, the ambition to wed Cheng Jiaojiao to the third prince would naturally secure the Cheng family's position alongside them. However, the Cheng family had been evasive, even attempting to forge ties with the Jin Wangfu, which was infuriating. It was time to apply some pressure. Cheng Zilong glanced anxiously at his sister, sighing internally. Why would she not heed his advice? Why must she antagonize Su Linlang? Knowing she stood no chance, yet still daring to provoke, was sheer folly. The third prince, shifting his tone, generously declared, however, out of respect for Cheng Chun and Zilong, I shall not hold this against you, but you must apologize to Linlang. Cheng Jiaojiao, unwilling to concede, widened her eyes, while Cheng Zilong gently nudged her, hurry. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Cheng Jiaojiao suppressed her humiliation and forced out, Su Linlang, I was merely joking with you. You wouldn't mind, would you? The implication was clear. It seemed she expected Su Linlang to be magnanimous and forgiving. Su Linlang smiled slightly, without hesitation. She seized a basin of water and splashed it forcefully. Splash. Cheng Jiaojiao was drenched, water cascading down her hair, her clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Enraged, she yelled, Su Linlang, have you lost your mind? Unfazed, Su Linlang discarded the basin carelessly, replying nonchalantly, Oh, it was merely a jest. You wouldn't mind, right? The crowd was left speechless, astonished by her petulance and unwillingness to endure even the slightest grievance, her audacity utterly infuriating yet enviable. Cheng Jiaojiao, consumed by rage, trembled with fury, raising her hand to strike. Cheng Zilong, sensing impending trouble, swiftly embraced her waist. Sister, calm down, do not cause a scene. The third prince's expression turned serious, clearly displeased. Cheng Jiaojiao, Linlang is now under my protection. Do not bully her any further, or... At these words, silence enveloped the space. Even the usually boisterous Cheng Jiaojiao fell silent, staring blankly at the third prince. Su Linlang displayed a look of astonishment, scrutinizing him. Third prince, has your mind gone awry? Summon the physician. The third prince's demeanor cooled. Linlang, though you have been cast out by the Cheng family and lack the status to be my primary consort, I assure you that I will cherish you above all others. In truth, this was not a proposal of marriage, but rather an offer to take her as a concubine, which relieved the queen. However, Su Linlang was incensed, incredulous that he would presume to consider her. To cherish me? Not worthy of being the primary consort? Linlang echoed incredulously, feeling a mix of bitterness and amusement. They deemed her unworthy of serious consideration, yet failed to reflect on their own qualifications to pursue her. The third prince held his head high, as if in a condescending bestowal. As my secondary consort, you shall not be wronged, and will bask in wealth and privilege. Ha ha. Lin Lang could not contain her laughter. The third prince was not foolish, yet having been exalted for so long, he had developed an air of arrogance. Believing his status demanded adoration and submission from all, he expected gratitude from those he favored, as if they ought to kneel in appreciation. With a reserved smile, he remarked, "I know you are delighted, but do not let it show. That would invite ridicule." Lin Lang rolled her eyes heavenward, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. "Indeed, you must seek treatment for your troubled mind." The third prince's expression darkened slightly. "I speak earnestly. My father has granted his approval. You should patiently await your position as my secondary consort. I favor gentle and amiable girls. Henceforth, you need not attend lessons, but rather focus on how to serve your husband." He was overly self-important, intent on molding Lin Lang into a subservient figure within the confines of his household. Just the thought of the rebellious Su Lin Lang being compliant sent a thrill of excitement through him. Chapter 79. Speaking frankly, the third prince, brimming with self-satisfaction, had come to regard Lin Lang as his possession. He believed that by obtaining Su Lin Lang, he could acquire extraordinary medical skills and lay claim to her talents and intellect as bargaining chips. Most importantly, she was the beloved of Duke Duguyi. Observing the calculating expression on his face, Lin Lang felt a surge of revulsion. With a disdainful huff, she thought how foolish the emperor must be. "My choice of whom to marry is my own affair, and it is not for others to dictate." The third prince's smile faltered, taken aback by her audacity in openly criticizing the emperor. "Silence," he commanded, his countenance darkening. "I do not appreciate your brashness. Learn to be more submissive, and I shall pretend I did not hear your previous remarks." His self-righteousness was utterly distasteful. Chen Wani's delight grew with each passing moment. "Su Lin Lang, congratulations on your ascent to greatness," Cheng Jiaojiao added without restraint. "Aren't you going to kneel and express your gratitude? This is a blessing you have earned in your past life. How splendid! You no longer have to compete with her for the crown princess favor." Lin Lang shook her head at their grotesque expressions, bemused by their delusions. They had calculated every angle, yet they could not fathom that she was not of this era. Harboring no reverence for the royal family or its power, did they truly believe that marrying into the royal household as a concubine was a grand favor? One could not help but note the innate arrogance of these royals, their self-importance and overwhelming sense of superiority. The third prince's expression darkened further. He was astonished by her blatant disrespect. "What did you say?" A cold voice emerged from the doorway. "You dare to call her a toad, third brother? Do you not understand that one must not insult a brother's wife?" A tall, elegant figure stood at the threshold, his gaze frosty, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The third prince was startled. How had he entered the palace? Nonsense. She is no one's wife. Duguyi swiftly stepped forward, enveloping Lin Lang in his embrace. "She is my wife. This is the proof, third brother. Are you certain you wish to contest this?" He produced the treasured Linglong jade from the Jin Wangfu, his expression dripping with disdain. Lin Lang inhaled the familiar scent, her wandering heart finding solace. And she offered him a subtle smile. Her smile was sweet and endearing, like a gentle spring breeze that warmed Duguyi's heart, prompting a smile in return. As their eyes met, the chemistry between the handsome young man and the beautiful young woman was striking, a captivating scene of youthful exuberance. This tableau inflicted deep pain upon the third prince's heart, and he set his jaw, admonishing her not to speak so recklessly. "Father and uncle will never agree to this, Dugu cousin. If you truly care for her, do not speak such foolishness that may endanger her." He endeavored to adopt a protective brotherly demeanor, but Duguyi was unfazed. "Speak plainly." Knowing he harbored feelings for Lin Lang, yet still dared to vie for her affection, was a clear sign of his need for correction. How amusing, Lin Lang thought. He is not even the crown prince, yet he wishes to elevate himself by stepping on others. She could not help but chuckle at his adorably foolish demeanor. The third prince's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the tempest of emotions within. When brothers vie for the same woman, what fate awaits her? Is that a threat? Duguyi raised an eyebrow. "All I know is that anyone who competes with me for her will live to regret it." He publicly humiliated the third prince, entirely unconcerned about offending a royal. He was accustomed to such boldness, being the favored grandson of the empress, able to traverse the palace with impunity. Even the princes had to tread carefully around him. The third prince felt a burning humiliation, his face aflame with rage. "Very well, I shall see how you intend to compete with me," he brooded. Vowing that once he ascended to the throne, his first act would be to dismantle the Jin Wangfu. Linlang gently tapped Duguye's arm, her tone softening as she advised. "Yi, why waste your breath on someone mentally deranged? He cannot comprehend, just ignore him." Her rare display of tenderness was immensely gratifying to Duguye, bringing a sweetness to his heart. "All right, as you wish. I have brought you a gift. What is it? Let me see." Linlang's curiosity piqued as she gazed at the large parcel. Duguye methodically unveiled its contents: books, delicacies, and toys, everything one could desire. They leaned in together, engrossed in their shared excitement, laughing and conversing, entirely oblivious to those around them. The third prince stood dumbfounded, his fury churning within him. "Su Linlang, do not forget your station." Unable to provoke Duguye, he redirected all his ire towards Linlang. Why should she be exempt from his scorn simply because she was a woman? Linlang glanced at him with indifference, her eyes filled with disdain rather than affection. She held him in contempt, fully aware of his intentions, which only deepened her aversion. To him, she was merely a pawn, a tool to be manipulated. Did he expect her gratitude? What did his status as a prince matter? Did he think he was the most likely to inherit the throne? If that is the case, then let us ensure he never ascends. My identity. I am Princess Anning, the savior of the Empress. What of it? Should every man perish? I would never cast my gaze upon you. Linlang declared her intent with fierce resolve, unconcerned about the repercussions. As for retaliation, she was not one to be intimidated. If he truly irked her, she would find a way to eliminate him. She had no intention of living a life of compromise. "Just so you know, I have a short temper. When angered, I cannot be restrained. So do not provoke me, or you may find yourself regretting it." The third prince remained blissfully unaware that his actions had already incited two formidable adversaries. His path to the throne would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, perhaps even doomed to failure. With two such formidable opponents, this was nothing short of a nightmare, yet he remained oblivious to this reality. The third prince was consumed by a sense of disgrace. To be so openly scorned was a profound humiliation. "You dare to defy the emperor's command?" Linlang could not help but laugh in disbelief. What consequences could arise from such defiance? It seemed this fool knew nothing of her. Surely he should have done his homework first. How can she possibly be laughing? The third prince was rendered speechless, his mind struggling to comprehend her demeanor. Duguye disliked seeing her smile at anyone else, even if it was a mere smirk. He gently turned her face towards him. "Beheading? Imprisonment? In this life? She belongs only to me. There is no alternative." Linlang pouted. "Beheading is rather dull, but I am intrigued by the dungeons. Perhaps I shall explore them one day." "Do you imagine the dungeons are a place for leisure? You cannot simply waltz in for a day trip." Linlang narcissistically caressed her own flawless face, radiant as a flower. "Third prince, I am aware of my unparalleled beauty and exceptional intelligence. Anyone would fall for me. However, you are not only dim-witted but also unattractive, and I would not wish to burden the next generation with your genes. Therefore, I permit you to harbor a secret crush on me, but do not dare to aspire for more." She raised her chin high, exuding an air of pride and superiority. The third prince's expression darkened, while the empress turned pale, nearly choking on her indignation. Duguye burst into laughter, finding her antics utterly delightful. Chapter 80. Whose thoughts have strayed? The queen was equally displeased. "My son, Su Linlang, is ungrateful. If you wish to eliminate her, why be so vexed? She treats human life as inconsequential. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager, she would have been executed long ago." The third prince furrowed his brow. "No, we must not act against her just yet." The queen was baffled. "Could it be that you truly harbor feelings for her?" She found nothing remarkable about Su Linlang, who was merely pretty. Beauty was abundant in the royal family. The third prince scoffed. "How could that be? She is but an immature girl, and I have seen far more in my life. I am surrounded by beautiful women, and although I have not married, I have 4 concubines." The queen remained confused. Then why this hesitation? The third prince's expression darkened, his eyes filled with calculation. "She is a vital pawn in restraining Duguye. Consider this. Does Duguye not favor her? Should she marry me, her fate rests in my hands. What choice will Duguye have but to support me?" He valued the influence of the Jin Wangfu and the power behind it, seeking their assistance in his quest for the throne. The queen's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see. My son is indeed clever to conceive such a strategy." She yearned to ally with the Jin Wangfu. Yet that father and son duo were as obstinate as stones in a cesspit, unwilling to side with her and her son. However, Would Dugu Yi truly risk everything for Su Linling? The third prince smirked, confident. He will. He nodded affirmatively. Thus, Su Linling must belong to me, and she must willingly serve my purposes. Through careful observation, he had discerned Dugu Ye's deep affections for Linling. Emotion was a double-edged sword, ripe for manipulation. The queen nodded in agreement. Indeed, my son is the best. The mother and son conversed with great rapport, yet failed to consider the true nature of Su Linling. Would she be willing to be used by them? Such thoughts were irrelevant to them. They were focused solely on achieving their ends by any means necessary. The desires, lives, and happiness of others were but fleeting shadows. While they plotted in the shadows, another scene unfolded in harmony. The gentle rain fell softly, the night deepening as the two shared an umbrella, strolling through the rain. Linling lightly linked her arm with Dugu Ye's and smiled. Where have you been? Why have you not entered the palace? Dugu Ye held the umbrella, walking slowly, carefully supporting her to prevent her from stumbling. Did you miss me? He teased, only to be taken aback when Linling nodded slightly. Yes. Dugu Ye's eyes brightened with surprise, unable to contain his joy. He pulled her closer, his smile wide. I knew you would come to like me. His radiant smile revealed a row of white teeth, sparkling in the dark. His enthusiasm and happiness were laid bare before her. Linling cherished his innocence, a stark contrast to others who flaunted their affections. Yet, he treated her as an equal from the beginning. She playfully teased, I have many admirers. I like Xiao Lian, Feng He, and Prince Jing. Dugu Ye's expression froze. You like my father? Even in his self-admiration, he had to concede that his father was an exceptional man, handsome and mature. Countless young women in the imperial capital dreamt of marrying him. Seeing Dugu Ye's changing expressions, Linling secretly laughed. Indeed, he was quite handsome. Dugu Ye's face shifted, and suddenly he grasped her small hand. I am handsome too. In a few years, I will be even more so. His reaction was amusing, and Linling couldn't help but giggle. That's debatable. Dugu Ye gently pinched her cheek, soft as the finest silk. Su Linling, you only tease me. But I understand. Beating is affection, and scolding is love. Such arrogance. Linling rolled her eyes playfully, though her lips curled into a smile. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Why are you holding me so tightly? Dugu Ye tightened his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder. Let me hold you for a moment. I miss you terribly. His deep voice resonated in her ear, laden with longing. Linlong's heart softened. She did not push him away. You may only miss me, she declared with a hint of possessiveness. So willful, so stubborn, yet it captivated Dugu Ye. He sighed contentedly. You little rascal. You scoundrel, she retorted. The two remained in a quiet embrace, savoring the rare tranquility. The rain continued to fall, the cold wind gusting, yet warmth enveloped their hearts. Dugu Ye retrieved a bundle from seemingly nowhere. This is for you. I chose it especially. Didn't you already give me a gift? Inside was a red soft whip, capable of coiling around her hand. Dugu Ye infused it with energy, and the whip sliced through the air, toppling a nearby tree. Linling watched, wide-eyed. How fierce. She touched the whip, unsure of its material. Neither iron nor something else, but it could wrap around her wrist. I love it, thank you. Dugu Ye's lips curled into a smile. What use is mere gratitude? Show your appreciation through action. Linling hesitated, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, making a soft sound. Dugu Ye's face flushed crimson. You kissed me again. Huh. Linling blinked, taken aback. Isn't that the thank you wanted? Dugu Ye gazed at her flushed face, struggling to utter a single word. Yes. In truth, he had merely said it casually, not expecting her to be so proactive. However, he preferred this form of gratitude. Realizing her misunderstanding, Linling felt a rush of embarrassment and dashed into the Sinang palace. Dugu Ye, unable to catch up, could only laugh heartily at her retreating figure. Upon hearing the report from her servants, the Empress Dowager waited anxiously for her beloved grandson to arrive. She grasped his hand, concerned. Year, why are you lingering outside? It's cold out. Dugu Ye beamed, his smile bright as sunshine. The moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. I couldn't help but gaze at it. The Empress Dowager glanced outside. On a rainy night, where's the moon? Dugu Ye stepped closer to the Empress Dowager to pay his respects, presenting her with a small trinket he had found outside. The Empress Dowager was delighted, praising her grandson's filial piety. The duo shared laughter and conversation, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Dugu Ye flattered the Empress Dowager, making her exceedingly happy. As time passed, nearing the palace's closing hour, he prepared to take his leave, but the Empress Dowager insisted he stay. On a rainy day, We must keep our guests. Spend the night here at Sinang Palace. The more she looked at her grandson, the more she cherished him, wishing he would remain by her side. After days apart, her longing grew. Among her many grandchildren, he was the one she favored the most. Simply seeing him brightened her mood. Duguyi glanced outside, hesitating. Is that really appropriate? Since turning 13, he rarely stayed overnight in the palace, especially with all the beautiful concubines present. Just this once doesn't matter, the Empress Dowager decided for him, instructing the maidservants to prepare a room in the side hall. Chapter 81. Exercise restraint. Lin Lang sampled each dish, her appetite insatiable, eager to indulge in everything before her. As she savored her meal, her expression radiated sheer delight. Opposite her, Duguyi observed her intently, tasting whatever she had as if it enhanced the flavor. The Empress Dowager, witnessing the gluttony of these two, could not resist consuming an additional bowl of rice. Duguyi personally poured a bowl of hot soup and handed it to Lin Lang, who responded with a sweet smile. Sipping delicately from the bowl, charmingly obedient. Their interactions were filled with warmth, their gazes tender. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly, disapproving of the pairing and wishing for their separation. Yet, she refrained from overt interference, knowing that youthful affections only intensified when opposed, particularly with Duguyi's temperament of yielding to gentleness rather than force. She felt compelled to acquiesce. Duguyi seemed to sense her discontent and poured the Empress Dowager a cup of hot tea, his brow furrowed. Grandmother, I have offended the third prince and the Empress today. They now loathe me, and my future will be fraught with difficulties. The Empress Dowager, not pleased, playfully poked his forehead. If you are aware, why provoke them? She had known about the altercation all along, understanding the nuances of right and wrong with perfect clarity, yet was taken aback by Duguyi's candidness. Duguyi, looking quite aggrieved, retorted, How can I be blamed? They dared to vie for Lin Lang. If I endure such affronts, I would be seen as a pushover, and the Jin Wangfu would lose its standing. While his reasoning was sound, the Empress Dowager remained unsettled, responding coolly, ultimately. This all stems from Su Lin Lang. Seated quietly, Su Lin Lang displayed no reaction, sipping her tea with indifference. She had no expectations of them, thus faced no disappointment. It was natural for the Empress Dowager to defend her grandson and direct her ire towards another. Duguyi frowned in displeasure. How can Lin Lang be at fault? Grandmother, it is clearly the third princess error. Ignoring him, the Empress Dowager turned her gaze to the silent young woman. Su Lin Lang, given the circumstances, what do you have to say? At such a young age, her composure was remarkable, both a blessing and a curse. Summoned, Su Lin Lang slowly raised her head, revealing her exquisite beauty, and with a gentle sigh proclaimed, Ah, it is a cruel fate to be graced by such beauty. I am proud, I am vain. The Empress Dowager sputtered her tea. Su Lin Lang, propping her chin with her hands, adopted a flower-like pose, cheerfully teasing, Grandmother, even the third prince has been well raised. How can he be so cold and indifferent? Does he truly harbor feelings for me, disregarding all propriety? Such self-adulation, was it truly commendable? The Empress Dowager could only shake her head, urging her to reflect upon herself. With a wave of her hand, a palace maid presented a small round mirror. Su Lin Lang took the mirror, pinched her cheeks, and earnestly remarked, Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the fairest in the land? Oh, it is the Empress Dowager. Duguyi could not suppress his laughter at the astonished expression of the Empress Dowager. She has quite the discerning eye. My grandmother was indeed a breathtaking beauty in her youth. Su Lin Lang, bemused, thought how poor her conversational skills were. Even now, the Empress Dowager possessed a majestic grace and invaluable wisdom bestowed by the passage of time. Though her face remained impassive, her heart was undeniably pleased. It must be said, Lin Lang was eloquent and adept at charming others, provided she was inclined to do so. But remember, Su Lin Lang, do not play games between the two princes. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. This was a warning, as she wished to prevent discord among her grandsons over a mere girl. Su Lin Lang furrowed her brow slightly, and replied coolly, Please inform the third prince that I harbor no interest in him. It seems he cannot comprehend my rejection. I truly look down upon that self-important individual. The Empress Dowager felt a pang in her heart. Conversations between the two were fraught with tension. Why could they not converse like ordinary people? To disregard the royal family and openly disparage her descendants was quite intolerable. A hint of mockery danced at the corners of Su Lin Lang's mouth. And what of it? Should I be grateful for his scheming? I refuse to be a pawn in the ambitions of others. The Empress Dowager's heart stirred at her words. What do you mean? Su Linlong's eyes flickered. Knowing full well her entanglement with Du Guyi, she mused whether he had come to stir trouble or if he had ulterior motives. Was the pride of a prince lost to the dogs? Nearby, the palace maids were visibly distressed at such remarks about a prince. Du Guyi could no longer remain silent. Is that how you speak? What do you mean by an unclear entanglement? Is this a compliment? Su Linlang, with utmost seriousness, inquired. Then how should I phrase it? Du Guyi gazed at her with warmth, their mutual affection unmistakable. Su Linlang, her large, expressive eyes wide, cautioned him, young man, exercise some restraint. Du Guyi chuckled. If I marry you, I shall be blissful for a lifetime. Watching their playful banter, the Empress Dowager felt a throbbing headache. Where had their decorum vanished? One was a prince, the other a noble lady, both of high status, yet they exchanged glances and laughter so freely before her. How vexing. Just as she prepared to interject, a palace maid entered, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, the third prince has come to pay his respects. The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow. Let him enter. Du Guyi abruptly pulled Linlang up. Let us withdraw. I wish to avoid him. Without awaiting the Empress Dowager's response, he led Linlang into the inner chamber, openly displaying his discontent. The Empress Dowager sighed silently, her head throbbing. The third prince strode in, surveying the room with a smile before approaching to pay his respects. I greet you, grandmother, and wish you good health. The Empress Dowager's expression softened. Rise. In her youth, she had been as shrewd as they come, yet with age, she had become more restrained, showering her descendants with affection. The third prince settled beside her, sipping tea and engaging in light banter. But soon, he shifted to a more serious tone. Grandmother, today I had a disagreement with Cousin Yi. He is still young and naive to the world's perils, and has misunderstood me. However, I hold no grievance against him. After all, we are family. From the inner chamber, Linlang and Du Guyi exchanged glances, bemused by his words. While he spoke sweetly, casting himself as a magnanimous older brother, the reality was that he had come to lodge a complaint. The Empress Dowager scrutinized the third prince, her brow furrowing. What transpired? The third prince, feigning helplessness with a hint of anger, replied, Su Linlang harbors ill intentions, seeking to sow discord between Cousin Yi and myself. Alas, Cousin Yi refuses to believe me and insists on arguing. It pains me greatly. The Empress Dowager fell silent for a moment, the third prince's heart racing. Had he erred? Finally, she questioned, holding the tea lid delicately. If Su Linlang is indeed so undesirable, why then consider marrying her? Chapter 82. The tragedy of the third prince. He presented himself as a figure wronged, harboring unspoken grievances, while considering his brothers, almost resembling a saint. Du Guyi rolled his eyes in disdain, thinking that a tree without bark is destined to die, and a person devoid of shame is invincible. Linlang was equally disgusted. This man was utterly shameless, willing to undermine Du Guyi merely to curry favor with the Empress Dowager. A flicker of disappointment flashed in the Empress Dowager's eyes. She found him unworthy, even if he were her own grandson. She could not help but acknowledge that Su Linlang was too exceptional to be dismissed. She was not to be judged by ordinary standards. Taking a concubine? She regarded the position of the emperor's consort with disdain. How could she possibly consider a mere prince? Even if he were of legitimate birth, he was beneath Su Linlong's notice. This statement infuriated the third prince, igniting a fervent rage within him. What a lowly being, an orphan girl without parents. And yet this prince favors her. It is her ancestors' merit. He suddenly realized his folly, quickly suppressing his anger to apologize to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, I was momentarily overwhelmed with anger. It was not my intention to behave improperly before you. Please forgive me. It was hardly surprising he lost his temper. He simply could not abide such disparagement. What was Su Linlang to dare look down upon him? The more she refused, the more he yearned for her. The Empress Dowager sipped her tea, her expression indifferent. I intend to marry Su Linlang into the Jinwang residence as a concubine, so she may keep an eye on Yi. Before she could finish, the third prince grew frantic. Absolutely not. That which has too great an influence over Cousin Yi. The repercussions could be dire for both the nation and my personal interests. I implore you to reconsider, Your Majesty. In his desperation, he even referred to her as a witch, highlighting how much he detested Su Linlang. Du Guyi's complexion darkened, becoming frighteningly cold. Linlang gently tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head. She was unconcerned about such matters. The Empress Dowager's gaze lingered on the third prince's head, her expression complex. Very well. I shall contemplate this matter carefully. You may kneel in peace. The third prince wished to argue further, but upon seeing the Empress Dowager's demeanor, he swallowed his words. Yes. The Empress Dowager sat in silence, her retinue of maids visibly anxious. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Truly, her heart was heavy. The Empress Dowager sighed softly, filled with melancholy. They were all good children in their youth. How had they grown into such different beings? One of the maids, her face etched with concern, offered her a cup of warm tea. Your Majesty, do not worry. The Jinwang heir is quite clever. Not daring to say more, she understood that too many words could lead to mistakes. As night deepened and candlelight flickered, Linlang had just finished her bath and lay down when she heard a knock at her window. Her heart raced, and she swiftly turned over, grasping the dagger hidden beneath her pillow, holding her breath as she focused on the window. It's me. The familiar voice brought a wave of relief, and Linlang exhaled slowly. She approached the window and opened it. Duguyi, clad in black, leaped inside. Why are you here again? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Linlang asked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Why was he causing such commotion in the middle of the night? Do you think they could? Duguyi replied with a smile, clearly in high spirits. Hurry and change. I'm taking you somewhere. Linlang was reluctant to move and yawned. It's raining outside. It has already stopped. Hurry up. I promise you won't regret it. When she remained still, Duguyi helped her out of her outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. With no choice, Linlang changed her clothes, and Duguyi carefully handed her a cloak, wrapping her from head to toe. He then lifted her into his arms and soared out like a great bird, causing Linlang to instinctively cling to his neck, eliciting a light chuckle from him. The sensation of soaring through the air was magical, akin to riding on clouds, her body feeling weightless. She had not expected Duguyi to possess such agility. Carrying someone, he moved with grace, evading the guards' patrols with precision. The journey was thrilling and filled with exhilaration. Linlang's cheeks flushed with excitement, sleep forgotten. Is this the Imperial Garden? She marveled. In a secluded corner, there were 3 small rooms designated for rest, surrounded by lush trees. Duguyi landed softly atop a towering tree, finding a cozy nook. Don't be impatient. The show is about to begin, he teased, leaving Linlang bouncing on her toes. What kind of show? Please tell me. She pouted playfully, her sweet voice and radiant smile disarming him. Duguyi felt his heart melt, as if immersed in syrup, overwhelmed with joy, unable to resist leaning forward to kiss her forehead. It was an instinctual gesture, and as he realized the abruptness of it, he quickly lowered his head, only to see his own ears flushed with color. Why do you keep stealing kisses from me? I think I've caught your habit. The eloquent Su Linlang found herself at a loss for words for the first time. I haven tea, Duguyi protested, blushing even deeper. Maybe twice or 3 times. But that hardly counts. Indeed, it does. Linlang giggled, both amused and exasperated at being portrayed as a thief of affection. Yet, seeing his crimson face stirred a sense of shyness within her, and her gaze wandered. Wait, someone else coming. The Empress had just fallen asleep when she was abruptly awakened, ready to unleash her wrath, only to hear alarming news. Not good. The third prince is missing. Her expression shifted dramatically as she seized the maid by her collar. What did you say? Repeat that. The maid winced in pain but dared not utter a word. The third prince was absent from his chamber, and his whereabouts were unknown. The Empress's drowsiness vanished, replaced by panic. Are you all fools? Go find him. We must locate the third prince. A mother's status is elevated by her son. The reliance of women in the harem has never been on the emperor, but on their sons. As long as she had a son, she had a future. Bring me to the emperor. The Empress hurriedly made her way to the emperor, who was equally taken aback. He immediately ordered a search of every palace, determined to find the third prince. The entire palace was in an uproar, brightly lit as searchers scoured every corner, creating chaos. The emperor and empress awaited anxiously when suddenly a eunuch entered, handing them a note. The emperor's expression darkened after reading it, and he stood up abruptly. Let us go? Your Majesty, where are you going? The empress wondered, suddenly apprehensive. Is it news of our son? I shall go as well. Outside the baoxiao, several guards stood watch, and upon seeing the emperor and empress approach, they quickly bowed in respect. The emperor's face was grim as he coldly commanded, search inside. A piercing scream shattered the night, startling a flock of birds into flight. The guards gaped in shock at the sight of 2 disheveled figures, utterly astonished. Heavens! The third prince was entangled with the beautiful Qi. She was one of the emperor's consorts. How dare he? The third prince, flustered, hastily threw on an outer garment, only to fumble and wear it incorrectly, increasing his embarrassment. He glared at the guards, seething with anger. Get out! Get out of here! The emperor, clad in his apricot yellow dragon robe, burst in, his eyes blazing with fury at the sight before him. Beast! You are lower than a beast. Chapter 83. Exposure. The third prince was terrified, collapsing to his knees before the emperor, weeping profusely. Father, I have been wronged, truly. The emperor trembled with rage. How could his beloved son betray him in such a manner? This was not a son but a foe. The third prince clung desperately to the emperor's leg, on the brink of fainting, yet he dared not lose consciousness. He implored, "You must believe me. I am your son." He was horrified, never having imagined such a day would arrive. The emperor's face darkened, a profound humiliation weighing upon him. "How can I trust you?" he thundered. "What I witnessed with my own eyes, could it be false?" In his fury, he momentarily forgot to refer to himself as I. Utterly blindsided by the revelation of having raised a wretched son, the empress, trembling with fear, had never seen the emperor so enraged. What could she do? As a man and a ruler, he could not endure such a disgrace. She understood completely, yet found it impossible to accept. She shot a furious glare at Chimarin, blaming her for the calamity that had befallen her son. Chimarin, who had entered the palace only last year, had been favored by the emperor for a month before her arrogance alienated many, leading to her subsequent neglect. Chimarin was a stunning beauty, delicate and soft like the waters of Jiangnan, seemingly fragile as she clutched the blanket, tears glimmering in her eyes, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. "Father, I do not know what happened," she lamented. The third prince's mind raced, and he finally concocted an excuse, still dazed as he believed himself in his own chamber. I swear to heaven. At that moment, he only sought to exonerate himself, indifferent to others' fates. Upon hearing this, the empress mustered her resolve. "Your Majesty, this must be the work of malicious schemers. Our son is pure of heart, revering you as a deity. He would never offend anyone. He has been wronged. Do not fall into the traps of others." The emperor shot her a cold glare. "Silence. Do you still have the audacity to defend him?" A mother's indulgence often leads to a son's downfall. His composure had regained a modicum of rationality. Seeing the shift, the empress boldly advised, "Your Majesty, we must keep this scandal contained. If it leaks out, it will tarnish the royal family's reputation. You may seek justice later, but for now, we must conceal this, lest our son's future be ruined." Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out. "What is happening? Why all the commotion?" Donggu Yi sauntered in, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling, tall and elegant in his dark attire, exuding an air of sophistication. The empress and the third prince felt a profound sense of dread settle in their hearts. The empress barked, "Year, is this a place for you? Leave at once." If the emperor had not spoken, it was not for others to take charge. Donggu Yi yawned lazily, appearing utterly disinterested, yet upon surveying the room, he was taken aback. Incredulity etched across his face. "Third cousin, are you out of your mind? You dare to touch the emperor's woman? Are you seeking rebellion?" What had seemed a moment of alleviation quickly turned tense once more, the emperor's countenance dark as coal, a mix of shame and fury. The third prince, flustered, stammered, "I did not. Father, it is truly a misunderstanding." Donggu Yi could not suppress his scornful laughter. "A misunderstanding while your clothing is disheveled? How amusing." The implications of his words made the atmosphere even more charged, and the emperor's expression darkened further. The third prince realized that no amount of explanation would suffice. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue, tears streaming down his face. "Father, do you not know what kind of person I am?" He had resorted to tears, understanding that the more he explained, the worse it would become. Donggu Yi laughed derisively. "Competing for women by day, and with your own father by night. Are you so lecherous that you cannot survive without a woman?" Since discovering the third prince's intent to forcibly marry Lin Lang, his resentment had surged. Those who dared to touch his possessions would face dire consequences. Even if he was a prince, he feared nothing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the third prince felt a surge of fear and anger. "Donggu Yi, do not go too far." He had never anticipated that Donggu Yi would suddenly turn against him with such ferocity. Previously, they had managed to avoid conflict, but now, why had things escalated? Was it truly for Su Linling? With a gaze as cold as ice, Donggu Yi regarded him with disdain. "How dare you covet my treasure?" He knew well that no one could deter him from his course. "What have I said wrong?" "Third cousin, Although you are a prince, you must adhere to the rules. There are plenty of good things in this world. One cannot claim them all as one's own. The third prince felt as if struck by lightning. A flash of realization coursing through him. It is you, Dongguyi. You are the one who has ensnared me. It had to be him. Only he possessed the means to orchestrate such a scheme. Dongguyi feigned exasperation. Third cousin, you are at it again. Always blaming others for your misfortunes while portraying yourself as the most innocent and perfect prince. They were nominally cousins, yet their relationship resembled that of strangers, filled with disdain. Dongguyi's favoritism incited the third prince's envy, a desire to trample him beneath his feet. It is all about a woman, is it not? Is it worth such turmoil? Women truly are the source of calamity. He was acutely aware of the emperor's limits. Upon hearing this, the emperor furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Dongguyi. Year. Dongguyi feigned innocence. Your Majesty, do you not trust me? Yes, I do not like third cousin. He is far too arrogant and looks down on others. However, we are family, and I would never hold it against him. He understood the emperor's boundaries well. Family should not harm one another. The third prince found that statement oddly familiar, but he could not ponder it further. He clung to Dongguyi, believing that only by doing so could he find a way out. Dongguyi, do you dare to deny your actions? Dongguyi regarded him with bemusement, shaking his head slightly, a look of pity on his face. You are foolish, but I am not. If I had done it, would I still dare to show my face here? My absence is my greatest advantage. Third cousin, your attempts at diversion are rather transparent. The third prince trembled, unable to face the emperor. I did not. You would harm your own cousin for a woman, unafraid of scorn? Dongguyi's gaze turned colder, yet he smiled lightly, unfazed. Your Majesty, why not search both of their quarters? The third prince suddenly paled, a realization dawning upon him. No, that cannot be. His anxious demeanor filled the emperor with disappointment, and he closed his eyes in despair. Search. Chapter 84. The Deposed Empress, Your Majesty. The empress's heart tightened, sensing impending doom. Instinctively, she knelt before the emperor, clutching his sleeve tightly, tears streaming down her face. Please grant our son some dignity, if this matter spreads. How will he ever hold his head high? She secretly resented her son's lack of ambition for daring to steal his father's woman, a grave taboo. However, with no alternative but to protect her son, she had no other choice. The emperor, cold as ice, flicked his sleeve dismissively, then let him cease to exist. The empress's head snapped up in disbelief, her eyes widening as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her, leaving her shivering. Soon after, the guards presented a large red belly band and 2 pouches. The 2 pouches, identical in design, depicted a pair of mandarin ducks playing in water, yet differed in color. One was apricot yellow, embroidered with the lines, "Red beans grow in the southern land. Spring arrives with several branches." The other was lake blue, similarly embroidered with, "I wish you gather more. This token signifies longing." The apricot yellow pouch and belly band had been discovered in the third prince's quarters, while the lake blue pouch was found in Lady Qi's palace. With these items presented, what further explanation was needed? The third prince and Lady Qi lay prostrate on the ground, trembling, their faces ashen, wishing they could faint from the shame. The empress felt as though she had been struck a heavy blow, her entire being unraveling in despair. Impossible, it cannot be. My son is the most sensible. She uttered words she herself could scarcely believe, her heart aching with bitterness as despair surged within her. After enduring for so long, the moment of success was within reach. Yet, the emperor examined the 2 pouches with an impassive expression, yet an aura of terror emanated from him, causing tremors in those present. How could this be explained? The empress, overwhelmed with despair, recognized his genuine fury. Yet, looking at her trembling son and envisioning a dark future, she mustered all her courage, contemplating that perhaps the items had been deliberately placed during the search. In a bid to exonerate her son, she risked everything, but it only served to provoke the emperor's ire. Very well, you both are indeed alike, masters of evading responsibility. The atmosphere in the room grew unbearably tense. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Suddenly, the third prince pointed an accusing finger at Lady Qi. Father, it was she who seduced me. In my youthful impulsiveness, I was confused. Please forgive me. Lady Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Third prince, I never expected you to be this kind of person. The pain of betrayal was etched across her face. The third prince, fueled by a rush of adrenaline, blushed deeply. If not for your seduction, how could I have erred? He shifted all blame onto Lady Qi, seeing only himself as paramount, while others were mere trifles. He completely forgot the lengths he had gone to in courting her, and the intricate plans he devised for their clandestine rendezvous. He also forgot the sweet promises he had once uttered. Lady Qi felt as though she had been struck multiple times, clutching her chest, her heart aching profoundly. How blind I was to mistake a heartless person for a treasure. Very well, I shall make it easy for you. She suddenly dashed towards the wall. Thud! She crashed heavily against the wall, her head splitting open, blood pouring forth, her gaze lingering on the third prince with a final look of resentment before her breath ceased. Her eyes remaining open. The horrific scene deeply shocked the third prince, plunging him into darkness. No, it was over. He realized he would never gain his father's forgiveness. The third prince is to be confined. Without my decree, no one is permitted to see him. The emperor's cold voice echoed in the chamber. A mere statement that obliterated all hope for the third prince. With a pained cry, he fainted. The empress found herself enveloped in darkness, her body swaying as she pitifully looked at the towering figure of the emperor. Your Majesty. The emperor's expression remained frigid as he pronounced her fate, declaring her unfit to be the mother of the nation due to her inadequate upbringing of her son, demoting her to a commoner. No, in the Sinang palace. Wrapped in a thick cloak, Linlang found no warmth for her icy heart. She took a deep sip of hot tea, her complexion pale. She had not anticipated such a tragic outcome. Having witnessed the entire ordeal from the tree, she had not expected it to be so brutal. The heartless imperial family, where the emperor could command the destinies of countless lives, dependent solely on his whims. Sitting across from her, Duguyi cradled his cup of tea, lost in thought. I did not wish for their lives. Su Linlang bit her lip, pondering the unpredictable nature of human hearts. The third prince was indeed a coward, unworthy of a woman's affection. When trouble arose, he cast all blame upon her, a heartless and ungrateful person who deserved to languish in the cold palace for eternity. Dugu Ye's demeanor was indifferent. He knew he would never ascend to the throne. This was the outcome he desired. Alas, Linling sighed softly. She felt no sympathy for the third prince. It was his rightful punishment. The woman, too, deserved no pity. As the emperor's consort, she entangled herself with a prince. Hardly a virtuous character. Yet, the passionate display of love and hatred profoundly moved her. Such feelings found no place in the depths of the palace. Nor could such individuals exist here. Duguyi stepped closer, gently wrapping her in his embrace. Do not dwell on it. People are inherently different. You shall never descend to such depths, for you have me. Linlang rested her head against him, a chill creeping into her heart. I wish to leave the palace. I will seek the Empress Dowager. Without question, Duguyi acquiesced. Linlang gazed at the handsome, resolute youth, feeling suddenly much better. Are you not afraid of angering the Empress Dowager? Duguyi smiled nonchalantly. I might just receive a beating, but that is of no consequence. As long as you are happy, you are truly kind to me. Linlang felt a flutter in her heart, unable to resist wrapping her arms around his neck, her small face brushing against his in intimate closeness. Faced with her sudden warmth, Duguyi stiffened, pulling her tighter. Then you must treat me well in return. Have I not treated you well? Linlong's large, bewildered eyes sparkled like mountain springs. Duguyi grumbled softly. You have not gifted me a pouch. He had mentioned it several times, yet she had not taken it to heart. Linlang was puzzled by his insistence on the matter, wondering why he required her hand-stitched pouch. She was skilled in medicine, mathematics, and combat, but embroidery was not her forte. A pouch? You, a young lord, need a pouch? Just buy one. Humph, Duguyi snorted, turning away with an air of pride. Hey, why are you leaving? Linlang was perplexed. Was it just a pouch? Did he truly need to be so upset? However, she soon learned the reason. Xiao Yin gazed at her young lady in shock. A pouch? The young lord wants you to gift him a pouch? Yes. Linlang grew increasingly confused, wondering what was amiss. Xiao Yin looked at her as if she were a fool, realizing for the first time that her usually astute mistress could also be naive. You told him to buy it himself? Linlang felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Yes. One should speak plainly, without beating around the bush. Chapter 85. A chance encounter. Linlang was taken aback. It turned out to be this way. As a new day dawned, Linlang adorned herself in a freshly made mint green dress, gracefully traversing the cobbled path. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Linlang looked up. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, but now it was overcast and thick with clouds. She lifted the hem of her dress and, grasping Xiaoyan's hand, ran towards a small pavilion by the roadside, seeking shelter. No sooner had they entered than large raindrops began to pour, instantly soaking the ground. A gust of cold wind swept through, bringing raindrops that splattered against Linlong's feet. She instinctively stepped back, clutching her collar tightly, furrowing her brow as she gazed out at the persistent drizzle. The rain intensified, shrouding the world in a misty, white veil. This was disastrous. Today was Mr. Zhang's class, and tardiness was not an option. The old gentleman was notoriously stern and unyielding. If caught, punishment would surely follow. It was said that he had once taught the emperor, earning him considerable respect. In truth, his knowledge was commendable, yet his demeanor left much to be desired. Xiaoyan, unable to remain idle, stuffed her package into her arms. "Miss, you stay here to avoid the rain. I'll go fetch an umbrella." Linlang grasped her arm firmly. "No, we shall wait until the rain subsides." Xiaoyan remained loyal, and Linlang regarded her as a sister, unwilling to let her brave the rain alone. In Linlong's eyes, Xiaoyan was the closest person to her, even more so than her own family. Xiaoyan's brow furrowed with concern. "But we'll be late for class. That old gentleman is fearsome and shows no mercy. I do not wish for you to be wronged." "It's all right," Linlang replied nonchalantly. "If I am late, I shall simply face the consequences." Amidst the rain, a striking blue ink-splattered bamboo umbrella caught her eye, drawing nearer. "Miss Linlang, what brings you here?" Behind the umbrella stood a tall figure, handsome and regal, the sixth prince, who had been away from the palace for some time. Linlang smiled, but said nothing. "You have just returned to the palace?" The sixth prince, weary yet spirited, replied, "Indeed, I have just returned from Jiangnan." He scrutinized Linlang closely. "You appear to have lost weight. Should anyone trouble you, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Thank you," Linlang said, nodding slightly, her smile sweet. Although she would not need his assistance, such kindness was rare. The young eunuch holding the umbrella couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This young lady feared nothing, especially with the crown princess protection, who would dare to bully her. The sixth prince presented Linlang with a dazzling red agate bracelet. "I brought this back from Jiangnan. It's suitable for young ladies. It is my gift to you." He offered it with grace and ease. Linlang hesitated for a moment. "Do others have one as well?" "All the ladies do," he responded, his demeanor refined and composed. "Oh, and I have something for Cousin Yi as well, which I shall deliver shortly." Upon hearing this, Linlang accepted the gift graciously, expressing her thanks. He had been away for a few days, sent to the military camp by the emperor, and would likely be absent until next week. A flicker of complex emotions crossed the sixth prince's eyes before vanishing, replaced by a smile. Cousin Yi has worked hard. However, this is a valuable opportunity for him to grow. Linlang, perceptive, replied lightly, "He does not wish to go. But the emperor's orders are absolute." Cousin Yi was inherently lazy, and his uncle indulged him, a situation that many would envy. The two were not well acquainted, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, conversation dwindled. Nevertheless, the sixth prince was adept at lightening the mood and subtly guiding the discourse, making the atmosphere surprisingly relaxed. Linlang occasionally glanced outside, her brow furrowed. "Alas, I am late. This is quite disheartening." The sixth prince, discerning her distress, promptly handed her the umbrella. "It appears the rain will last for some time. Please take this to shield yourself. I am but a man. A little rain does not trouble me. You, however, must not catch a chill. Do not let the class time slip away." Hearing this, Linlang bowed slightly, thanking the sixth prince, and accepted the umbrella without further protest. She stepped out of the pavilion with Xiaoyan, not looking back. The sixth prince watched her retreating figure, his gaze deep and contemplative. Xiaoyan couldn't resist glancing back. The blue figure remained in sight. Who would have thought that a prince from the palace could be so kind? "It is indeed a surprise," Linlang murmured, clutching her skirt as she walked cautiously, the wet ground slick and treacherous, fearful of slipping. A thought flashed through Xiaoyan's mind, prompting her to exclaim, "Miss, could it be that the sixth prince's feelings for you?" Linlang's lips twitched. "You are overthinking it. Although your mistress is beloved by all, it is hardly enough to stir the heart of a prince. Those in the depths of the palace are far from simple. Simple souls do not survive. Each person wears many faces, speaking differently to different ears. Who knows which is true?" Xiaoyan sighed deeply, patting her chest in relief. "Thank goodness. You need not worry. Though the sixth prince is admirable, the crown prince is even better." Linlang rolled her eyes skyward in exasperation. When did this girl become so self-absorbed? As soon as Linlang stepped into the classroom, a booming voice rang out. Su Linlang, you are late again. Stand at the back and listen to the lecture. Mr. Jiang's face was stern, radiating an air of authority. Xiaoyan timidly explained, Mr. Jiang, it is raining outside. My lady did not wish to be late. Please forgive her this once. Next time several princesses are not late. Why should she be treated differently? Mr. Jiang's demeanor was frigid, as though he were owed a vast fortune. Inside, several princes and princesses were present, all clad in splendid attire, exuding elegance and watching with cold indifference. The princesses arrived in palanquins, yet Linlang, Xiaoyan felt deeply aggrieved. Despite her lady's apparent glory and title as a county lord, none regarded her with any respect. The sycophantic servants of the palace did not consider Linlang their mistress, let alone offer her any flattery. The third princess, lounging by the window, cast a languid glance their way, a cold smile gracing her lips. Impudent! How dare a mere servant speak to the teacher in such a manner? Someone, take her outside and make her stand in the rain for an hour. She had always been arrogant, viewing servants as beneath her. Who dares to touch my people? Linlang pulled Xiaoyan protectively behind her, her gaze sharp. You think to strike me? Chen Weiniang, do you truly wish to oppose me? The third princess, inexplicably emboldened, suddenly shed her previous low profile, growing brash. And what of it? This is the palace, not your domain. You cannot act as you please. If you truly care for your servant, then stand with her as punishment. She had clearly forgotten her place. It was as if she had learned nothing from past lessons. Xiaoyan, alarmed by this, quickly urged, Miss, do not concern yourself with me. I can endure. My life is a mere trifle. Chapter 86. The princess in captivity. Linlang respectfully performed a disciple's bow to Mr. Jiang, her demeanor courteous as she spoke. Mr. Jiang, I must take my leave. I shall return tomorrow. With that, she nonchalantly took little Lotus by the hand and departed, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Mr. Jiang trembled with fury, feeling utterly humiliated. If you leave now, do not contemplate returning. I cannot accept a student such as you. Was that a threat? Linlang halted her steps, turning to face the peculiar gazes of the crowd, a flicker of relief illuminating her pale visage. Then please do inform His Majesty. I extend my gratitude in advance. Who wishes to attend such a class? It serves no purpose. In truth, she would prefer not to return at all. Mr. Jiang was infuriated, realizing that she sought to avoid him. Yet once the words had escaped his lips, they could not be retracted. In a dim corner, Chen Wani spoke with a sinister tone. Su Linlang, a person like you is unworthy of remaining in the palace. If you possessed any self-awareness, you would vanish immediately. Over time, her animosity toward Linlang had only intensified, rather than faded. Linlang's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Chen Wani, as a betrothed woman, you ought not to flaunt yourself. Stay at home and cease your daydreaming. Despite having caused a tremendous scandal, she had not confined herself to her home, but instead frequented the palace as if nothing had transpired, showcasing a rather alarming level of endurance. Chen Wani's expression shifted. What do you mean? Linlang observed her intentions, choosing not to expose them outright. Dugu Yi will never take an interest in you. Abandon all hope. Yu Chen Wani's face drained of color, her lips turning pale. Linlang regarded her coldly, devoid of sympathy. As a member of the royal family, one ought to embody virtue and propriety, not be frivolous and fickle. I believe you should refrain from attending classes, lest you corrupt the princesses. Knowing full well the futility of her hopes, yet still clinging to a sliver of aspiration. Enduring the odd glances of others, Chen Wani simply wished to catch a few glimpses of Dugu Yi, seeking opportunities to draw closer. Stung by the public humiliation, Chen Wani was consumed by shame and anger, her murderous intent flaring fiercely, wishing to obliterate everything in her path. The third princess abruptly rose. Su Linlang, who grants you the authority to criticize a noble woman? She had been close to Chen Wani, hoping to leverage her connection to the grand princess for favor. Thus she often defended Chen Wani. Linlang regarded this oblivious princess with icy disdain. Beware, third princess, of being tainted by ill repute. Marrying off the emperor's daughter is no simple matter. The third princess's face flushed crimson as she hurled a teacup, which crashed to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, "Assassin! Protect the princess!" The shrill cry sliced through the air, startling a flurry of leaves. With the sound of the scream, a wave of guards surged into the room, all eyes turning toward Chen Wani. What is happening? Chen Wani's eyes narrowed with malice as she pointed at Su Linlang, shouting, "She is the assassin. She intends to assassinate the third princess. Seize her." The third princess stared at her in shock, seemingly rendered speechless, as if she had seen a ghost. One guard cautiously bowed and called out, "Third princess." As if awakening from a dream, the third princess nodded, "Yes, act swiftly." A glimmer of joy flashed in Chen Wani's eyes as she venomously added, "If she resists, it matters not whether she lives or dies." "Miss." Little Lotus was furious. Was this not utter nonsense? This was a blatant frame-up. Her mistress had done nothing at all. The guards lunged at Linlang like wolves, but she hesitated not, swiftly rushing towards the nearest third princess, seizing her and pressing a dagger against her throat. The motion was fluid, like flowing water, executed flawlessly. The third princess, caught off guard, took a moment to react before emitting a chilling scream. "Su Linlang, what are you doing? Release me." She was, astonishingly, being held captive by Su Linlang. The eyes of the onlookers nearly popped from their sockets, utterly shocked. Chen Wani, however, wore an expression of delight, albeit fleeting. Linlang remained as frigid as ice, like winter snow. "If you seek the life of this fool, then step back." Little Lotus, without a moment's hesitation, positioned herself back-to-back with Linlang, guarding her from behind. The third princess could scarcely accept the reality of her subjugation, both enraged and incensed. "Su Linlang, do you dare defy authority?" "Defy authority?" Linlang found her naivete astonishing, for she possessed a heart full of violence, but lacked the matched means and intellect. "What are you really? Do you believe that if my hand trembles, your life will not be forfeit?" "Princess, I do not mind using your life to intimidate everyone." With a gentle flick of her wrist, the blade grazed the delicate skin, a trickle of blood emerging. The third princess felt a sharp pain at her neck, terror gripping her heart. "Do not act rashly, Su Linlang. Steady your hand." Only then did she comprehend her dire predicament. Her life was held in Linlang's grasp, poised to end at any moment. She was convinced that Linlang was cold-hearted and ruthless, disregarding etiquette and propriety, capable of any deed. Linlang raised her gaze to the guards. "All of you, withdraw, or I shall take her life." The third princess screamed in fright, "Withdraw. Quickly retreat." She finally understood how terrifying Su Linlang was. To her, the royal family was as inconsequential as clouds, and she, a princess, was scarcely worth mentioning. The guards hesitated, seemingly inclined to withdraw. After all, this was a royal daughter. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chen Wani's chilling voice suddenly rang out, "Do not retreat. Third princess, this concerns the dignity of the royal family. Retreat is not an option." She obstructed the guard's path, her gaze cold and fearsome. "Quickly subdue Su Linlang. Do not fear. She would not dare harm a hair on the third princess's head." Linlang's lips curled into a smirk. "So, they wish to place her in a perilous position?" With a swift motion, she slashed the knife, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the third princess's garments. The third princess instinctively touched her neck, horrified to see her hands stained with blood, causing her lips to tremble. "Do not act recklessly. Withdraw at once." The metallic scent of blood filled the air, inducing nausea. The guards, witnessing this, dared not act recklessly. None wished to shoulder the blame. Chen Wani, taken aback by the guard's ineptitude, felt her anger rising. "Su Linlang, release the princess. Capturing a princess is a capital offense." Linlang toyed with the dagger, her tone light and carefree. "If death is inevitable, then let us take a scapegoat with us. Third princess, you are unfortunate to be acquainted with such a cousin who would plunge you into peril." The third princess's face turned pale, glaring fiercely at Chen Wani. "Chen Wani, silence yourself. You have no authority here." With a shift in tone, she cautiously pleaded, "Su Linlang, release me, and I swear I shall not pursue this matter." Chapter 87. A glimmer of hope. The third princess felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before her. "I swear to the heavens, if there is a reckoning afterward, may I perish without a grave." Just then, Chen Wani clenched her teeth, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. "Third princess, she may frighten you, but she would not dare to do more." With a flick of her hand, she coldly commanded, "Why aren't you advancing to rescue the princess? As for Su Linlang, she is to be killed without hesitation." The guards exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma, unsure whose orders to follow. What a sight it was. The princes and princesses cowering in the corners, indifferent to the chaos. Was this truly acceptable? After all, they were kin. Indeed, the royal family knew no affection. The third princess widened her eyes in shock, unable to recognize Chunwani. She could never have imagined that someone she considered a sister would betray her. Why was this happening? She disregarded everything else and shouted urgently, "I am a princess, the biological daughter of the emperor. If anything happens to me, none present shall escape culpability." The onlookers regarded Chunwani with peculiar expressions, as if she were a monster. A jolt of fear struck Chunwani, and she forced a smile, saying, "Princess, you are indeed a princess. Maintain your dignity." Linlong's eyes sparkled with a thought. "Princess, I could release you, provided that Chunwani agrees to exchange something in return." The third princess's eyes lit up as if she had grasped a final lifeline. "Excellent. Chunwani, come here quickly." "Princess." Chunwani's expression shifted, instinctively retreating a few steps. Seeing her reluctance, the third princess grew furious. "Come here, move faster." Chunwani shook her head vehemently, her eyes filled with unwillingness. How could she possibly agree to walk to her death? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. A cruel smile crept across her lips. Lowering her head, her expression obscured, she timidly advanced amidst the third princess's shouts. Each step was hesitant, as if she might faint at any moment. She approached the third princess, her legs trembling uncontrollably, a picture of pitiful fragility. Then, in an instant, a flash of white light erupted. "Ah!" The third princess let out a piercing scream, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the person before her. Chunwani abruptly withdrew her hand, revealing a bloody dagger, glinting ominously. A gaping wound appeared in the third princess's chest, blood gushing forth and staining her garments. She pressed her hand against her heart, her eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to comprehend that her own cousin had dealt her a fatal blow. The scene left everyone stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Had she gone mad? What vendetta could lead to the public assassination of the third princess? She closed her eyes weakly, her face pale as death. Su Linlang was taken aback, staring blankly at Chunwani, though fear was etched on Chunwani's face. A glimmer of triumph betrayed her true intentions. The third princess was dead. Now, Su Linlang must be eliminated to avenge the princess. A furious shout echoed, freezing everyone in place. Su Linlang was dumbfounded, shocked by Chunwani's insanity. To frame her publicly and drag everyone else into the fray, what a cunning maneuver. In such a short time, Chunwani had transformed into a scheming woman, adept at hiding her malice. She dared to kill her own kin, with no grievance to speak of. Still not moving? "Do you wish to assist Su Linlang in assassinating the princess?" The guards exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, raising their weapons to charge. Linlang inhaled deeply, gripping her sleeve, her eyes flashing with determination. At that critical moment, a figure clad in blue burst in, declaring, "Everyone halt." It was the sixth prince, his expression fraught with urgency. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one heeded his command. The sixth prince's gaze turned icy. "The emperor has given orders. Who dares to defy them shall face death." Upon hearing this, all movement ceased. The guards dropped their weapons and knelt in submission. Linlang breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her brow as she placed the third princess on the ground, checking for her pulse. Chunwani clenched her fists, furious, nearly achieving her goal. If only she had been a moment faster, Su Linlang would have been eliminated, and her troubles would have ended. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her tumultuous thoughts, her eyes brimming with tears. "Cousin, Su Linlang has killed the third princess. Oh, how tragic." She turned to see Su Linlang kneeling beside the third princess, pressing her hands against the princess's chest, desperately trying to stem the flow of blood. Chunwani frowned, angrily accusing, "Su Linlang, what are you doing? The princess is dead. What more do you want?" Linlang seemed not to hear, her focus unwavering as she pressed down on the blood vessels, attempting to halt the bleeding. Leaning closer, she placed her ear against the third princess's heart, her brow furrowing. Its rhythm was too slow. Straightening up, she pressed down firmly on the princess's chest, again and again, her expression intensely concentrated, oblivious to the external turmoil. However, to the observers, it appeared as though she was inflicting violence upon the third princess. The sixth prince furrowed his brow, calling out, "Miss Linlang, let us discuss this calmly. Do not act impulsively." His words jolted Linlang from her focus. She glanced at him, her tone indifferent. "If you wish for the princess to survive, you must obey my commands and do not hinder my efforts to save her. And first, subdue Chunwani. Do not allow her to harm anyone further." With an air of confidence and authority, she commanded attention. The sixth prince hesitated for a moment before gesturing to the guards, who quietly retreated while a eunuch stepped forward to restrain Chunwani, binding her hands and casting her aside. The action was swift, leaving Chunwani no time to protest as she was overpowered. Cousin, have you lost your mind? You actually believe her lies? The third princess is dead. She was the one who killed her. You want to seek vengeance for her, but instead bully me? The emperor will be furious. The sixth prince appeared not to hear her, his anxious gaze fixed on the unconscious third princess. Miss Linlang, can you save my sister? Blood pooled on the ground. The scarlet stains glaringly vivid, and the sight of the third princess's insides spilling out was horrific. Linlang pressed down a few more times, listening to the princess's heart. Her demeanor calm. I will do my utmost, she stated softly. Fetch my surgical kit. Yes. Xiao Yin dashed out swiftly. Linlang surveyed the room, arranging tables, lighting several candles, and gathering all available glassware. She closed the doors and windows to keep out the cold wind. Bring the strongest liquor and heat it to a boil. Everyone disperse. Do not linger here. Ensure the air remains fresh. She orchestrated everyone with precision, and under the sixth prince's command, they complied without hesitation. In no time, a simple makeshift operating room was prepared. Linlang received the surgical kit from Xiao Yin, pressing a button to open it. She retrieved a gleaming surgical knife, running her fingers along its edge, feeling a surge of emotions. Once again wielding the familiar tool, she transformed into a different persona altogether. A sharp voice rang out. The Emperor has arrived. Chapter 88. Captivating souls. The sixth prince approached, intending to speak, when suddenly a figure dashed past him, rushing to the side of the third princess. Shuer, awaken. Open your eyes and see your mother. Who did this? The noble consort, witnessing her daughter's tragic state, wept uncontrollably, her tears flowing like a torrent. She had only one daughter, whom she cherished like a treasure, cradled in her hands as if fearing to let her fall, and in her mouth as if afraid she would dissolve. Yet, her beloved child had met such misfortune. The third princess lay motionless, her eyes tightly shut, resembling a lifeless form. The sight tore at the consort's heart, causing anguish to course through her veins. The emperor, seeing his most beloved daughter in such a wretched condition, felt his insides twist in agony. He could hardly bear to witness her suffering, his countenance darkened by despair. What has happened? Your Majesty, it was her. It was Su Linlang who stabbed the third princess. The overlooked Chunwani exclaimed loudly. As if water were poured into a boiling pot, the consort erupted in fury, angrily accusing, Su Linlang, you calamity. You should never have been allowed into the palace. Your Majesty, you must avenge Shuer. Her eyes blazed with rage, wishing she could leap forward and strike her down. The emperor regarded Su Linlang with a complex expression that defied description. Linlang looked at them calmly. Your Majesty, your daughter can still be saved. The consort glared fiercely at Linlang. How can that be? Look at her. Are they all blind? Your Majesty, she is merely attempting to absolve herself. Linlang dismissed the grief-stricken woman's reasoning with nonchalance. Your Majesty, do you wish to save her? If not, I shall not waste my time and energy. Do not believe her deceitful words. The third princess is beyond saving. She is no deity to bring the dead back to life. Silence. The emperor shot Chunwani a chilling glare, the coldness in his eyes instilling fear. She instinctively clutched her chest, silenced by dread. Your Majesty, the consort's eyes brimmed with tears, her face a portrait of sorrow. Even a deity could not save my daughter. The emperor's brow furrowed deeply, his expression frozen in ice, and he uttered a resolute command. Save her. Linlang nodded slightly, waving her delicate hand. I must ask you all to step outside. Your presence hinders my work. Her demeanor was calm, her eyes steady, as though she were accustomed to the dance of life and death. The emperor felt a flicker of hope. While others might be powerless, perhaps Su Linlang, with her miraculous medical skills, could perform a miracle. I am the son of heaven, protected by divine forces, and I shall remain here. Linlang smiled slightly. Very well. But I have but one request. Do not create a scene. This boldness drew admiration from those present. The emperor's brow twitched, and he commanded coldly, proceed. Linlang grasped a long surgical knife, its cold gleam sending shivers through the onlookers. The consort turned pale, seizing the emperor's sleeve with urgency, shaking her head vehemently. Your Majesty, please, grant Shuer a dignified departure. Let her go in peace. One's body is a gift from their parents and should not be easily harmed. The emperor gently brushed aside her grip, his expression indifferent. Is there any other option? We must treat her, even if it is a futile effort. Lin Lang ushered everyone out, leaving only the emperor, the consort, and Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian served as Lin Lang's assistant, while the consort stubbornly refused to leave, insisting on watching over Lin Lang. With deftness, Lin Lang sterilized her surgical instruments and began to carefully open the third princess's abdomen. Her delicate hands moved with unwavering steadiness, as if she had performed this procedure countless times before. The atmosphere was electrifying, unprecedented, with every movement holding the power to mesmerize. The consort trembled, her face ashen, several times attempting to speak, only to be silenced by the emperor's icy glare. The room was eerily quiet, filled only with the sound of shallow breaths. The air thick with tension. Hand me the tweezers. Yes. Bring me the scalpel. Yes. Powdered tianqi. Bandages. Needles. With each command, Xiao Lian promptly supplied the necessary tools. Their cooperation seamless. Though Xiao Lian's face was pale, she remained silent, diligently executing Lin Lang's instructions. Half an hour later, Lin Lang finished stitching the last suture. Exhaling a long breath and wiping the sweat from her brow. Exhausted, she felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. The operation had drained her mentally and physically, requiring intense concentration and unwavering focus, a true test of her stamina and skill. Lin Lang placed a segment of bloodied intestine onto a tray and set it aside. The third princess's intestines had been pierced, necessitating the removal of a portion and rescuing. Witnessing this, the consort could no longer contain her distress, retching violently. Lin Lang, seemingly unfazed, gently pressed her finger against the third princess's pulse, monitoring it for a moment before lifting her eyelid to inspect closely. It is done. The surgery was successful. However, she must be carefully tended to afterward. I shall write down the precautions, follow them precisely, and within half a month, the third princess shall be as lively as ever. Are you certain? The emperor appeared indifferent, though a closer look would reveal the concern in his eyes. Lin Lang meticulously cleaned the surgical instruments, her movements gentle as if caressing a beloved. If all goes as planned, the emperor observed her intently, missing no detail of her actions. Was this taught to you by your master? Such a technique is unprecedented, shrouded in mystery and miraculous, unparalleled in history. Once again, she demonstrated her profound medical expertise. Leaving all in awe, is this what they call performing surgery? The imperial hospital is filled with talent, yet none possess such ability. Lin Lang methodically returned each instrument to its case, closing it softly. Indeed, it is a secret not meant for the world, but my heart could not bear to withhold it. Soft-hearted, the emperor raised an eyebrow, his tone light, perhaps to mask his deeper thoughts. Such a remarkable individual must be kept close. If utilized wisely, she would be an invaluable asset, but mishandled, she could become a source of peril. Lin Lang adjusted her hair and sat down to rest. Your Majesty, you are beginning to understand me better, but do not fall in love. She smiled sweetly, like an innocent and charming maiden, a stark contrast to the serious and assertive woman from moments prior. The emperor's lips twitched, bewildered by her overwhelming confidence. You should return to rest. Lin Lang nodded slightly, instructing Xiao Lian to tidy up the tray. The emperor frowned slightly. Is there still use for that? Lin Lang grinned. I intend to prepare it for the third princess as a form of punishment for those who conspired against me. Lin Lang paid no heed to the emperor and consort's astonished expressions as she waved her sleeve and departed gracefully. Upon exiting, she spotted a tall figure standing beneath a peach blossom tree, poised and elegant, with deep-set eyes and well-defined features, resembling a painting. The sixth prince. The sixth prince smiled, akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing delight. Allow me to escort you back. Lin Lang descended the steps gracefully, as light as the wind, her dark eyes sparkling with clarity and brilliance. Thank you, but there is no need for trouble. Quite the contrary, it is on my way. Let us go. The sixth prince set off first, his demeanor composed and unpretentious. Chapter 89. Speaking with fists, Lin Lang walked slowly, savoring the splendid scenery around her, with the exotic flowers and rare plants capturing her utmost attention. Indeed, it was the imperial garden, the epitome of luxury, where picturesque views awaited at every turn. In a small pond, golden koi swam gracefully, prompting Lin Lang to pause, extending her hand to playfully scoop the clear water. Bring some fish food, she requested. With a flourish, the sixth prince signaled, and a palace servant appeared from seemingly nowhere, promptly presenting a small dish of fish food. Lin Lang tossed it casually into the water, causing ripples to spread as the golden koi eagerly rushed to snatch up the morsels. You must not be lacking in wealth. How about this? Within my capacity, I can assist you with a task as a form of repayment. After all, one must return favors. It is only right, she suggested. The sixth prince chuckled ruefully. Is it only an exchange of interests between us? What about affection? Linlang tossed another handful of fish food into the pond, watching the koi scramble for it, her mood inexplicably lifting. Just as she spoke, the sixth prince's expression dimmed, and they fell into a shared silence. Linlang remained focused on the pond, her brows and eyes exquisite, her demeanor elegant as a blooming orchid. Little Lotus stood aside, curiously observing them, puzzled by their silence. The atmosphere felt strangely off, though she could not pinpoint why. Let us move on. No more playing. The sixth prince finally broke the silence. After walking a short distance, Linlang glanced around, suddenly exclaiming, "Your Highness, are we not lost?" The tall figure ahead paused, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. "Apologies, I was lost in thought." Linlang's lips curled into a smile, illuminating her face with a refreshing brightness. "With a charming girl like me by your side, to be distracted is quite a blow to my confidence, Your Highness." Her playful tone swiftly alleviated the awkwardness. The sixth prince returned her smile, his features strikingly handsome. "Have you always been so optimistic? Even when harmed or wronged, you remain untroubled. What is there to be troubled about?" Linlang nonchalantly plucked a rose, declaring, "Those who harm me shall face dire consequences, and those who slander me will regret ever being born." The sixth prince stared at her, his expression a mixture of amusement and helplessness. "I thought all girls in the world feigned kindness, weakness, and pity, like the third princess, who is arrogant and domineering in front of others, yet sweet and obedient before the emperor, especially good at pretending. Otherwise, the emperor would not dote on her so." Linlang dismissed this notion, asserting, "They feign weakness to obtain what they desire. As for me, I prefer to speak with my fists, to crush my opponents with sheer strength. It's far more exhilarating and enjoyable." She favored straightforward and forceful methods. If someone displeased her, she would confront them directly. Feigning weakness and enduring is not inherently wrong, yet it consumes too much time and breeds discomfort. The sixth prince's dark eyes sparkled like stars. "You never cease to surprise me." Her talents, her medical skills, her methods always dazzled those around her. Fierce in love and hate, her fiery spirit was particularly alluring. Linlang laughed heartily, her smile radiant. "I, too, find it quite surprising that within the depths of the palace, there exists a foolish and naive third princess who, after being sold, assists in counting the money." The sixth prince could not help but defend his sister. "She has been overly protected by concubine Shu and has become spoiled, only learning to be domineering without discerning the hearts of others. The daughter of the emperor and his favored concubine can have anything she desires, and with someone to shield her, she acts without restraint. How pitiful." Linlang shook her head. "The emperor will eventually pass away. Who will protect her then? I hope she learns to be wiser from this." The sixth prince lamented that the third princess was too foolish, often used as a pawn, bringing disgrace to the royal family. Linlang raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling. "I didn't expect you to be such a good brother." The sixth prince found this statement somewhat peculiar. "What do you mean?" Like a false person, Linlang enjoyed conversing with him. Their worldviews seemed to align. Just as she was speaking, a slightly annoyed voice rang out, "Linlang." Not far away, Dugu Yi hurried over, drenched and dripping with rainwater, though his expression was grim. "Why are you here? Why aren't you holding an umbrella?" Linlang quickly pulled him under the shelter, feeling his icy hands. "How cold? Does the emperor know? You didn't sneak out, did you?" Dugu Yi's expression lightened slightly. "Are you hurt? Let me see." Linlang handed him the umbrella and gently wiped his face with a handkerchief, her movements tender. "I'm fine, really. Just bowing down, I can't reach." Dugu Yi lowered his head slightly, allowing her to attend to him, gazing at her with a smitten expression. "You truly are a worry. If I'm not careful, you might get into trouble again." Though it sounded like a complaint, it was filled with concern. Linlang tugged at his arm, urging him forward. "You'll catch a cold in those wet clothes." "Clearly, it's circumstances that trouble me," she retorted. Her caring gaze warmed Dugu Yi's heart, enveloping him in a comforting warmth akin to consuming a barrel of strong liquor. "Indeed, it's always others' fault. My Linlang is forever right." He discreetly wrapped his arm around her as they moved forward. "Now tell me, what exactly happened? The reports from my subordinates were vague, and it has me quite anxious." Linlang naturally leaned back against him, her head tilted up in laughter, her eyes lively as if she had stepped out of a painting. In her eyes, only Dugu Yi existed, entirely forgetting the presence of the sixth prince. The sixth prince, left behind in the shadows, watched them distance themselves, a deep sigh escaping his lips, filled with melancholy. After listening to Lin Lang, Dugu Yi furrowed his brow slightly. You exhibited your medical skills again? How unfortunate that I missed it. His tone dripped with regret. It was undeniable that Lin Lang, showcasing her talents, radiated an enchanting allure that captivated all. Lin Lang's lips twitched. Did he not have his priorities straight? Shouldn't a normal person concern themselves with the third princess's life or any hidden truths? Yet, she found it amusing. Dugu Yi was no fool, with a little thought. He quickly understood the situation, but refrained from voicing it. You should stop attending school. Those people are filled with cunning ideas and ill intentions, unable to bear witnessing other successes. Even some teachers harbor ulterior motives, unworthy of the title of mentor. Humph. Jiang Zhili prides himself on being a noble scholar, while the third princess's greatest pride lies in her royal status. Chen Wani is consumed with thoughts of revenge. Neither are worth anything. He feigned nonchalance, asking, by the way, how did you end up walking with the sixth prince? This was what truly concerned him. Lin Lang's lips curled into a sly smile, resembling a weasel that had stolen a chicken, utterly adorable. Jealous, are we? Coincidentally, they had met and chatted casually. Dugu Yi's handsome face flushed. Yet he insisted on cautioning her, don't let him ensnare you. His intentions are far too deep and inscrutable. In the presence of officials, before the emperor, or in front of the empress dowager, the sixth prince appeared as a humble and courteous gentleman, a good son and a fine prince. Yet, in Dugu Yi's eyes, he was a prince with deep scheming, yearning for the throne while pretending to scorn power. Chapter 90. Tied for first. Lin Lang was utterly indifferent to such trivial matters. It mattered not who ascended the throne, for it bore no consequence to her. Dugu Yi smirked. Did I scare you today? Come, let me embrace you. He held Lin Lang's petite form tightly. Only he understood the sheer panic and fear that had gripped him upon receiving the news, which had compelled him to defy the emperor's edict and break through the gates. Yet, upon beholding her radiant smile, he felt it was all worthwhile. Lin Lang squirmed uncomfortably. You're clearly taking advantage of me. I'm still just a child. Dugu Yi could not help but laugh, relishing the presence of such a shameless and audacious girl. What advantage? You are merely an undeveloped little girl, without curves, just a budding fruit. Lin Lang, feeling the sting of his words, furiously twisted his ear. Dugu Yi, today I shall show you why the flowers bloom so brightly. Hey, a gentleman should use words, not force. I am a lady. That same evening, the emperor summoned Dugu Yi, chastising him fiercely and sentencing him to transcribe the Heart Sutra 100 times. As if that were not enough, his stay at the military camp outside the city was extended. The Empress Dowager did not spare him either, punishing him to kneel for an hour. However, after the punishment, he remained as carefree and playful as ever, devoid of any remorse. Grandmother, please allow Lin Lang to leave the palace. It is too arduous for her to remain here. Constantly schemed against, he was far removed from the capital, and should anything arise, a distant remedy could not quench immediate thirst. He yearned to have her close, to watch over her at all times. The Empress Dowager, her eyes half closed as she toyed with the beads on her wrist, mused, only others suffer. Each time, it is they who face misfortune, while she emerges unscathed. Even the third princess could gain no advantage over her. Such a person, with skill and cunning, was not one that ordinary folk could contend with. Dugu Yi, brimming with pride and vitality, exclaimed, indeed, my Lin Lang is exceptionally clever. Nonetheless, I cannot help but worry, living in constant trepidation, fearing others may bully her. Grandmother, for my sake, please let her go. The Empress Dowager could not resist a mocking retort. Who could possibly bully her? Dugu Yi leaned closer, a beaming smile on his face as he clutched her arm. Grandmother, you are not jealous, are you? In my heart, you shall always hold the foremost position. No one can replace you. The Empress Dowager shot him a disapproving glance. And what of her? Tied for first. Dugu Yi hesitated before replying. Humph. Dugu Yi, persistently clinging to the conversation, conceded. All right, second place it is. Grandmother, Lin Lang's straightforward nature is ill-suited for the depths of the palace. For the tranquility of the harem and the safety of all, it is best. Before he could finish, the Empress Dowager firmly interrupted. No. Why not? Dugu Yi's smile faltered, his brows knitting together. The Empress Dowager looked at her grandson with affection. gently stroking his head. Knowing too much is not beneficial for you. I wish for you to live a life free from worry and full of joy. Dugu swallowed the words that hung on his lips. Grandmother, I know you care for me most dearly. Thank you. Silly child. A peculiar expression flickered across the Empress Dowager's face. Upon hearing Dugu words, Linlang pondered thoughtfully. The Empress Dowager disagrees? After much speculation, she had not anticipated this outcome. She wondered how long she would remain in this wretched place. Dugu felt immense guilt. I apologize. I shall devise another plan. There's no need. This should be the Emperor's intention. Let us wait and see. She sensed that the Emperor likely regarded her as a pawn, though the purpose of her use remained unclear. She did not mind being a pawn. To be utilized meant one had worth. Yet the condition was that she must be willing. After the rain, the air felt refreshingly crisp, and Linlang could not resist taking Xiao Lian out for a leisurely stroll. The palace maids greeted her with deep bows, and Linlang returned their gestures with a smile, her elegance and poise surpassing that of any princess. A sudden chill swept through, causing Linlang to shiver slightly. Regret washed over her for not donning a heavier cloak before venturing out. Xiao Lian, noticing her discomfort, immediately spoke. Miss, please sit for a moment. I shall fetch you a cloak. She, too, was dressed rather lightly, her lips turning a shade of blue from the cold. Linlang nodded slightly. Go ahead. But be sure to wear an extra layer yourself. Do not fall ill. Though she appeared cold-hearted, she was warm and caring toward those she acknowledged. Yes. Xiao Lian cheerfully dashed off. Linlang settled behind a cluster of flowers, resting her chin on her hands, and found herself missing that person. Poor Dugu was confined to the military camp, unable to come and go freely. There were even reports that the Emperor had dispatched several individuals to watch over him. This was his punishment for having left the camp without permission. Suddenly, a voice pierced her thoughts. What exactly is that Su Linlang? Is she human or a demon? I cannot believe the third princess has truly survived. Linlang focused her gaze and discovered two palace maids dressed in green tunics and black skirts. One was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, large eyes, and delicate features. The other appeared quite ordinary, with a round face and a slightly plump figure. The round-faced maid, brimming with curiosity, exclaimed, I believe she is a demon. They sliced her open and removed her entrails, and yet she still lives. That must be sorcery. The beautiful maid shared her intrigue. Indeed. I think so too. The physicians are skilled, but none possess such abilities. Only a demon could achieve that. That frightens me to my core. I once crossed her. The round-faced maid nearly burst into tears, having frequently fought for the third princess. Then you must be cautious. Who does not know she is vengeful? What should we do? Why fear? No matter how powerful a demon, there are those who subdue them. I have heard that someone suggested to the Emperor that she should be burned alive. Rumors swirled through the palace, unchecked. Yet the Emperor showed no reaction. He neither dealt with Su Linlang nor investigated the gossip. Really? Who would dare? Who else could it be but the eldest princess? Truly wicked. The beautiful maid sighed deeply. Alas, I heard Miss Chun has gone mad. A well-bred young lady has fallen to such depths. It is truly tragic. Linlang was taken aback. How could Chen Wan-yi have lost her sanity? A person devoid of boundaries and shame would not easily crumble. She had heard that after the third princess awoke, she had narrated the events to the Emperor, who promptly imprisoned Chen Wan-yi. Had it not been for the eldest princess's desperate pleas, she would likely still be languishing in prison. However, one enigma perplexed her. It was said that no murder weapon had been found, thus no charges could be laid. How could that be? She had clearly seen Chen Wan-yi stab the third princess. How could the weapon be missing? Unless there was an inside informant within the palace. Su Linlong's heart was ruthless. Regardless, that was her own sister. Why the furtive glances? The maid spoke with fervor, her excitement palpable. The maid beside her broke into a cold sweat, hastily offering her respects. Greetings, Miss Su. The maid froze in disbelief, turning back in astonishment. Chapter 91. Settling accounts with your master. The round-faced palace maid crumpled to the ground, pleading, Miss Su, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again. Su Linlang recognized her, noting her lack of intelligence, much like her master. Qing, do not kneel before her. She is unworthy. The tall-eyed maid tried to pull her companion up, but the latter remained pale and unwilling to rise. Su Linlang toyed with her small hands, sensing hostility from this maid. She couldn't recall ever meeting her. Dismissing her thoughts, she casually waved her hand, instructing, go to the gatekeeper's bureau and take 10 lashes. The tall-eyed maid, hands on her hips, retorted angrily. Miss Su, I believe I have spoken no wrong. What right do you have to punish me? Furthermore, you are hardly a proper master. She had no idea where her audacity came from, daring to point at Su Linlong's nose. A sharp slap echoed through the air. The tall-eyed maid stood frozen, covering her burning cheek, filled with embarrassment and fury. You dare strike me? I will retaliate. She rolled up her sleeves and lunged forward. But Su Linlang delivered a swift kick to her lower body, sending the maid tumbling to the ground. In agony, the maid lay there, moaning pitifully. Su Linlang observed her indifferently, asking, Which palace are you from? The round-faced maid felt despair creeping in, wishing to cry but unable to produce tears. Aiqing from Zhongsue Palace had seen Princess Anning. Asia quickly apologized to the princess. Asia is also affiliated with the third princess. Please spare her this time. Asia bit her lip until it bled, blood trickling down. Why should I? Hasn't she harmed my master enough? Very well, I shall speak with your master. Su Linlang, bored with the servants' bickering, flicked her sleeves and departed. Aiqing approached Asia to help her up, reproaching her. Have you lost your mind? Even the master suffered at her hands, yet you dare to confront her? She possesses immense power. She could crush us as easily as stepping on ants. Asia shuddered at her words, her complexion paling, yet she stubbornly declared, I am loyal to my master. Aiqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Enough. I know your thoughts all too well. Let us leave. Upon entering Zhongsue Palace, they were greeted by a row of plum trees, blooming in vibrant hues. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Linlang to take a deep breath, savoring the aroma. The palace maids, upon seeing Linlang, wore expressions of bewilderment, a mix of fear and reverence. Good heavens, why is she here? What should we do? They were at a loss, unsure whether to obstruct her entrance or report her presence. Linlang strode in with poise, exuding an air of elegance that compelled others to bow their heads. The third princess lay in her sickbed, unable to move, her abdominal wound still unhealed, causing her intermittent pain. She had thought she would surely die, but was fortunate to escape that fate. Content to be alive, she indulged in fruits, fragrant tea, and snacks, enjoying her moment like a celestial being. However, upon seeing a woman clad in yellow enter, her demeanor shifted entirely. Su Linlang, what brings you here? She attempted to sit up, but inadvertently tugged at her wound, grimacing in pain. Linlang crossed her arms, looking down at her. Is this how one treats a benefactor? It was Linlong's first visit to Zhongsue Palace, having taught all the nursing methods to the physician. You. The third princess stumbled over her words, finally managing to utter, Do not think that by saving me, you can show off before me. I am a princess. Saving me is your duty. Her arrogance remained unbridled, completely ungrateful. Linlang cast her a dismissive glance and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a delicate scalpel from seemingly nowhere, advancing step by step toward the third princess. The latter's face drained of color, panic overtaking her. What are you doing? The incident had left a significant mark on her psyche, resulting in nightmares for several nights. Linlong's expression remained calm. Since you do not wish to acknowledge my kindness, then you shall repay it. How do you intend for me to repay you? The third princess's lips turned pale, a sense of dread washing over her as she sensed that Linlong's next words would be anything but pleasant. Linlang nodded seriously. By slicing open your abdomen, extracting your intestines, and restoring them to their original state. Her voice was steady and composed, yet it carried an icy undertone of menace. The third princess was overwhelmed with terror, her heart racing. Do not act recklessly. Help! Help! She felt an overwhelming urge to escape, knowing well Su Linlong's ruthlessness. A piercing scream interrupted the tension. Stop! It was the noble consort, her face ashen from fright. Linlang withdrew the scalpel, having merely intended to frighten, not to inflict harm. The consort wiped the cold sweat from her brow and gestured for a maid to present a tray of jewels, emeralds, rubies, pearls, all dazzling and overwhelming in their beauty. Miss Su, thank you for saving my daughter. This is a token of my gratitude. Linlang accepted the offering with a playful smile, acknowledging the consort's wisdom. Ah, third princess. There is much for you to learn. The third princess felt crushed, her frustration boiling over. No matter your abilities, in my father's eyes, I hold greater importance than you. Su Linlang, what do you think you are? Contempt of the royal, Linlang replied dismissively, uninterested in conversing with such a fool. She had no desire for the emperor's favor and preferred to keep her distance. Consort, given your discernment, I shall provide you with an additional remedy for the mind. The third princess's face turned a deep shade of crimson, seething with rage. Su Linlang. Linlang smiled slightly. I did not specifically address you. Your eagerness to confess is quite revealing. It is as if you are pleading for a remedy, fearing others might discover your lack of wit. The third princess trembled with fury, nearly driven to madness. Enough. The consort struggled to contain her anger, performing a half-bow to Linlang. Thank you, Miss Su. I have something I am uncertain whether to express. Upon hearing this, Linlang immediately refused, wishing to avoid trouble. Please do not speak of it. By the way, the palace maids in Zhongsue Palace are quite ignorant of the rules, and I have penalized them. I merely came to inform you. With that, she elegantly exited, her movements fluid and graceful, exuding an innate pride. This was precisely what the third princess found so intolerable, an insignificant county princess, not of true royal blood, yet radiating more grace and aura than the genuine princesses. How could she endure it? This was also one of the reasons she and Linlang had been at odds. How infuriating it was, this arrogance, as if she were unaware of her own limitations. Mother, why did you hit my head? The third princess gazed at the consort with a pitiful expression, feeling wronged and abandoned. The consort, plagued by a headache, sighed repeatedly. After suffering such a heavy loss, how can you still be so ignorant? Remember, Su Linlang is not someone you can offend. Chapter 92. A heart higher than the heavens in a world where the most unremarkable individuals can shine brightly, one cannot help but take notice. The noble consort understood her daughter's lofty ambitions and patiently coaxed her, urging her to remain composed for her own safety. Were it not for her intervention, the consequences would have been dire. The third princess fell silent, her lips pressed tightly together, her emotions tangled in a web of complexity. Two palace maids entered and immediately knelt before them. Greetings, your highness. Greetings, princess. I have been wronged by that Su Linlang. You must seek justice for me. Asya lifted her head slightly, revealing a swollen cheek. The third princess was taken aback. Did she strike you? That foul temper of hers seemed inexplicable. She was more arrogant than the royal offspring themselves. With reddened eyes, Asya felt a wave of indignation and was on the verge of tears. Yes, she was too brutal. I merely defended the princess's honor, but I did not anticipate. The third princess, feeling vexed, waved her hand dismissively. Take her away. I do not wish to see her. What is there to be done? Should I stand up for a mere servant? Asya's mouth fell open in shock, unable to believe her ears. Princess, was such a proud and unyielding master truly bowing her head? The third princess frowned coldly. Su Linlang is indeed haughty. But surely you have offended her. Regardless of her faults, she is my savior, and it is not your place to sow discord. No matter how much she disliked Su Linlang, her debt of gratitude could not be denied. Asya, in a panic, implored, Princess, it is not like that. I am loyal. The third princess could not bear such words and let out a cold laugh. Perhaps your affections lie with Cousin Yi? Asya's complexion drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. She had not expected her secret feelings to be exposed. With a shift in her thoughts, the third princess reconsidered. I shall grant you an opportunity. Go to Cousin Ye's side and employ whatever means you deem necessary. I am curious to see if he truly cannot do without her. Overjoyed, Asya knelt deeply, bowing her head repeatedly in gratitude. Once they departed, the noble consort shook her head disapprovingly. Sure, you should not involve yourself in this matter. The third princess stretched her stiffened body and playfully pouted. Mother, let me indulge myself just this once. The noble consort sighed in exasperation. Why must you complicate things? It is unnecessary. I simply cannot abide that girl, was the third princess's retort. A gentle breeze rustled as Linlang strolled past the artificial hills, through the garden, and by the pond, her steps light and graceful. Miss Su, a voice called from behind. Linlang halted, turning to see an ordinary-looking eunuch. What is it? Before he could finish his sentence, an unfamiliar fragrance enveloped her, and Linlang's vision darkened. She collapsed before she could utter a word, her body slipping into unconsciousness. In her fading awareness, she faintly heard a voice murmur, "What a pity. What could possibly be regrettable?" Linlang had no time to ponder before she succumbed to darkness. 2 hours later, the unconscious Linlang was delivered to the flower street in the western city, handed over to an old madam. Here is your delivery, payment upon receipt. The man's voice was hoarse, his hat pulled low, obscuring his features. Without hesitation, the madam produced 2,000 taels of silver. As the man received the money, he secretly exhaled in relief, his gaze flickering with a cold glint as he regarded the beauty on the couch. Torture her thoroughly. The more tragic, the better. But remember, keep a close watch. She must not leave Itsue Tower. The madam's heart raced, her head bowed in deference. I will handle it. You need not worry. Their dynamic resembled that of superiors and subordinates, one commanding from above while the other acted with trepidation. After issuing a few more instructions, the man swiftly vanished into the night. As soon as he departed, the madam collapsed onto the floor, exhaling deeply, only then realizing her clothes were drenched with sweat. Her gaze settled on Su Linlang, whose exquisite face and delicate features were undeniably beautiful. Though still young, she already exhibited the makings of a stunning beauty. Given time, she would blossom into a captivating woman. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and the madam sprang to her feet with agility, as if trained for such occasions. She straightened her attire and calmly addressed the door. Enter. A burly henchman appeared, his brutish demeanor suggesting he was no stranger to violence. Upon entering, he immediately drooled over the unconscious girl. Mother, this little girl is truly beautiful. With those delicate brows and stunning eyes, she will be an extraordinary beauty when she grows up. His eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a golden tree laden with treasures. The madam's expression grew complex, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Could the daughter of the capital's former #1 beauty not be stunning? A dignified princess reduced to such a fate is the most tragic tale of all. The henchman reveled in his excitement. So, those so-called elite have fallen to this. Besides, the old men adore young girls. That is merely misfortune on her part. Mother, how shall we proceed? A strange expression crossed the madam's face. Invite those esteemed guests. The highest bidder wins. Tonight? The henchman hesitated, wondering if it was too soon. The madam frowned. To prevent any delays, it must be tonight. After tonight, she will be a mere shadow of her former self, never to return. Even her family would not recognize her, as if she were dead. Understood. The henchman quickly departed. The madam approached the door, glancing back with a soft sigh. What a cruel fate. Once everyone had left, silence enveloped the room, the flickering candlelight casting a cold glow. A slender figure cautiously slipped inside, rushing to the bed and shaking Linlang. Wake up! Wake up! She pushed and tugged until Linlang stirred, her gaze meeting that of a remarkably beautiful young girl, seemingly 13 or 14 years old, with skin as fair as snow and an elegant demeanor akin to a lotus. Who are you? Where's this place? The girl's eyes fixed intently on her, as if searching for answers. Are you Chen Linlang? Princess Anning? Chen Ping's daughter? Born of Su Mei? Linlang was taken aback. No, I am Su Linlang. The girl trembled, her eyes inexplicably moist. Her expression a blend of emotions that was hard to decipher. Was she crying or smiling? Linlang returned her gaze with calm resolve, her mind racing. She was certain she had never encountered this person before. The girl seized Linlang's arm. Get up. Come with me. Linlang was pulled along, her bright eyes flashing with curiosity. Where are you taking me? What is this place? The girl shook her head anxiously, placing a finger to her lips. Do not speak. There are many guards outside. Be quiet. Linlang, I will save you. Though fear flickered in her eyes, her resolve remained steadfast, a serious promise escaping her lips. Linlang stared at her in astonishment, bewildered by this stranger. Just then, she tilted her head, suddenly aware of a sound. Time was running out. Chapter 93. The door was forcefully thrust open, revealing a woman adorned in gold and silver, her face contorted with rage. Yuxiang, what do you intend to do? Caught off guard, Yuxiang shuddered, her small face as pale as a ghost. Yet instinctively, she pulled Linlang behind her, protecting her fiercely. Mama, please let her go. She's just a child. I am willing to suffer in her stead. She bit her lip, trembling all over, yet summoned all her strength to shield Linlang. The madam erupted with fury, her voice booming. Have you lost your mind? Seize her. Several henchmen approached with sinister grins, advancing step by step. Yuxiang's face turned ashen in a desperate act. She yanked a golden hairpin from her hair and aimed it at her delicate neck. No one come closer, or I will end my life before your eyes. She was resolute, disregarding everything, even threatening her own life. Linglang's heart raced. Who was she? Why was she willing to risk everything to save her? The madam was equally perplexed. Yuxiang, you have no ties to her. Why do you choose to help her? Yuxiang had entered the brothel at the tender age of 7, and for 6 long years, she had been cautious and reserved, always taking a back seat and never seeking the spotlight, remaining exceedingly low-key. Yet today, what had transpired? With tears glistening in her eyes, she pleaded pitifully. I cannot bear to see her suffer. I see my own reflection in her. Mama, I beg you spare her. Her words were drenched in sorrow, her tears flowing like pearls strung on a broken thread. The madam, however, remained unmoved, her heart hardened like iron. After years of training, Yuxiang still could not rise to prominence. A woman must be ruthless, both to herself and to others. Mama, consider this as an act of virtue for the next life. Yuxiang's tears streamed down, her demeanor utterly humble. Ling Lang was profoundly shaken, her mind a blank slate. The madam, exasperated, snapped, if you wish to die, then go ahead. But you don't even have the right to choose death. Ling Lang's icy voice pierced the air. Why? She gently pushed Yuxiang aside, revealing her exquisitely sculpted face, as pale as snow, with enchanting eyes. Yuxiang felt a surge of anxiety, wanting to pull her back, yet Ling Lang subtly shook her head, maintaining her composure, offering a reassuring smile. Her tranquility was unsettling, yet it soothed Yuxiang's frayed nerves. The madam soon recognized that Ling Lang was unnaturally calm, exhibiting none of the panic one would expect from a young girl. You have meddled in matters far beyond your grasp. What led you to offend someone you should not have? Ling Lang cupped her chin, thoughtfully tilting her head for a moment before a shy smile graced her lips. I have offended many. Could you offer a hint, Mama? The onlookers gaped in disbelief. Was it truly the right moment for such naivety? Did she even comprehend where she was? The madam sighed with feigned sympathy. And if you knew, what then? Would you seek vengeance? Ling Lang gazed with her strikingly clear, bright eyes, and as if struck by enlightenment, she exclaimed, Ah, it must be the handiwork of the Grand Princess. The madam's countenance froze, her expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. How do you know this? It's simple. She despises me the most, and only she possesses the capability. The late emperor's resources have yet to be exhausted. He was a compassionate father but a poor ruler, leaving hidden dangers for future sovereigns. From a national perspective, I must say, this is unfavorable indeed. Her casual commentary on state affairs, with kings and princesses reduced to mere topics of conversation, bore no trace of reverence. Yet, this left the madam dizzy, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Who on earth is she? No, is she even human? How does she possess knowledge of these courtly secrets? And why does she speak of them with such ease, as if she has long since discerned everything? Did she realize the implications of her words? The most terrifying aspect was her piercing critique, addressing the tangled emotions between two generations of rulers, while also highlighting the discord between the Grand Princess and the Emperor. But could a mere 10-year-old comprehend this? Could she even dare to articulate it? The madam had lived over 40 years, witnessing countless extraordinary events, yet today was the most bizarre and shocking of them all. To insult the late emperor could lead to execution. For a brothel madam to utter such words is utterly laughable. Ling Lang's laughter was steeped in mockery and audacity. That incompetent Grand Princess, despite her formidable backing, has repeatedly failed against me. It must be exhausting to serve such a master. The madam's lips trembled, her face contorted with rage, as if on the brink of insanity. How could this child dare to insult her master so brazenly? She wanted to retort, to chastise this audacious little girl, yet what came out instead was, how do you know this is her domain? Ling Lang casually surveyed the surroundings. It's quite simple. A mere glance sufficed. Your demeanor is off. Your aura is not that of an ordinary madam. You've undergone professional training. Let me guess, you're here to gather intelligence, uncover secrets, and win hearts. The madam was utterly stunned, once again rendered speechless. Every word rang true. Seeing her expression, Ling Lang knew she was nearly correct, and her confidence swelled. What can I say? Being exceptionally clever is not my fault. As she continued to speak provocatively, she added, sending me to her establishment to ruin me? How amusing, yet ultimately ineffective. The madam snapped back to reality, feeling overwhelmed as if everything had spiraled out of her control. You are too arrogant. That is the Grand Princess, the late emperor's most favored daughter. Ling Lang regarded her as though she were simple-minded. And what of it? The late emperor is gone, leaving her without protection. Her brother looks upon her with disdain, and the Empress Dowager seeks to diminish her power. Is she foolish enough to hand over her leverage? Her intellect is lacking. She criticized her before shifting the conversation. By the way, Mama, would you like to know why she despises me so profoundly? Why she would throw me into a brothel to be debased? The madam felt an inexplicable chill as she instinctively shook her head. I do not wish to know. They were all ruthless individuals, each more merciless than the last. This girl, despite her youth, was already so formidable. How terrifying would she become as she matured? What a daunting opponent for her master, who would likely find it difficult to sleep at night. Ling Lang raised an eyebrow, her smile enigmatic. Indeed, you are astute. The more one knows, the swifter one meets their demise. However, anyone who comes into contact with me will not escape the Grand Princess's wrath, because... Her words were so peculiar that the madam shivered, a foreboding sensation washing over her. A timid voice called from outside, "Mama, a distinguished guest has arrived." The madam, as if awakening from a dream, regained her clarity, alarmed by the realization that this girl was far too adept at manipulating emotions. "Little one, you are clever and unique. But you still cannot sway me. Your fate is already sealed." Ling Lang interjected firmly, "Step aside." Yuxiang was suddenly struck by a powerful force, colliding to the side. As dizziness enveloped her, she heard a thunderous crash. Bang! Chapter 94. Ruthlessness. The brothel keeper's face contorted in agony, her entire visage a shade of iron gray, rendering her quite fearsome. She appeared as if she had encountered a specter, astonished and terrified. "Was it you? What have you done?" Unable to fathom her defeat at the hands of a mere girl, she found it utterly unacceptable. Strange occurrences abound yearly, yet this year's events were particularly perplexing. Lin Lang surveyed the scene from above, her smile as warm as spring. "I merely administered a touch of poison. Congratulations, you are now afflicted." Her innocent demeanor belied the terrifying nature of her words, creating a stark contrast that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The brothel keeper's mind went blank until a sudden realization struck her. "Were you merely stalling for time? Did you poison the room beforehand?" Lin Lang wore a look of pity, mirroring the brothel keeper's earlier expression. "You have realized too late." Overwhelmed by the enormity of the revelation, the brothel keeper faltered. No, you never fell for the trap? You weren't drugged?" Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen hand, leaving her breathless. Lin Lang stepped on the face of one of her assailants, crushing it beneath her foot. "You foolish wretches, did you think to outsmart me? Had I not willingly cooperated, you would never have captured me in this lifetime." Her commanding presence and astonishing words shattered the mental defenses of those around her. The brothel keeper was on the verge of madness, realizing she had been led by the nose by a mere girl. Why? She fancied herself seasoned in the ways of the world, having subdued countless virtuous women. Yet today, she had encountered an iron wall, her greatest defeat. Lin Lang moved gracefully about the room, pulling Yuxiang to sit at the edge of the bed. Yuxiang sat like a marionette, utterly still, her mouth agape in a daze. Lin Lang's adorable smile widened as she raised a finger. "There are many reasons. First, I wish to leave the palace, but neither the Empress nor the Emperor will allow it. Thus, I must enlist external assistance. After all, it is you who will ultimately suffer." She raised another finger, her smile growing sweeter. "Second, I find myself rather bored lately, and thought I'd entertain myself by playing with you, unearthing the mastermind behind all this. I wonder how many of your subordinates will be lost due to the princess's actions. I am quite curious." The brothel keeper's spirit dwindled, her worldview shattered. How could a seasoned veteran be bested by a mere child? Demon spawn. Lin Lang chuckled nonchalantly, stroking her long hair. "I too find myself rather devilish. Your thoughts are transparent to me. Alas, a life without rivals is as lonely as snow. You." The brothel keeper coughed blood, feeling utterly oppressed. "You cannot escape this door. Countless guards await outside. Step 1 foot out, and you will meet a gruesome end." Lin Lang pressed her foot firmly against the brothel keeper's chest, a chilling smile gracing her lips. "I shall ensure your demise is most horrific." The innocent facade of her youthful face bore a hint of murderous intent, chilling all who beheld her. The brothel keeper was drenched in sweat, her mouth twisted in pain. "Do not act recklessly. I am merely following orders. Miss Su, debts have their owners. Take your grievances to the Grand Princess, if she possesses the ability." The Grand Princess was surrounded by skilled individuals. Approaching her was no easy feat. Was this a diversion? Or did Lin Lang intend to eliminate her through the Grand Princess? She chose not to dwell on it. She relished crushing her opponents. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, and the brothel keeper's eyes brightened, sensing a potential savior. Lin Lang, observing keenly, mocked. "The instigator is unforgivable, and the accomplices shall not be spared. Go, fetch those esteemed guests. I wish to meet them." Her smile was oddly sinister, as though she harbored nefarious intentions. The brothel keeper felt a chill run down her spine. "What are you planning?" Lin Lang yanked her up, casually tidying her clothes and hair. warning nonchalantly, "Do not entertain wicked thoughts. Be wise. I can kill a person at any moment, and it would be no trouble at all." She was not boasting. She possessed that capability. The brothel keeper's complexion turned pale, yet she had no choice but to endure. A delicate white hand reached out, pinching her face and tugging it. "Come now, smile. Be more enthusiastic. Show your most flamboyant side. Do not reveal any cracks. If something happens to me, everyone must pay the price." The brothel keeper painfully tugged at her own skin. "You wicked girl, your methods are too cruel. You are too domineering. Do you not fear retribution?" Lin Lang could not help but burst into laughter. "Those of your ilk are not afraid. Why should I be? Perhaps you do not know me well enough. My unique skills lie in both medicine and poison. The toxins I employ cannot be countered by anyone, not even the imperial physicians." The brothel keeper stood in stunned silence. Realizing the reason the aphrodisiac had no effect on Lin Lang, it was a comical oversight. Once the room fell silent, Yuxiang gently grasped Lin Lang's small hand. Her curiosity piqued. "Lin Lang, did you truly poison them? But why am I unharmed?" Lin Lang pondered briefly before explaining in the simplest terms. "It is within a controllable range. It is not difficult." Yuxiang stroked her little head, her gaze filled with warmth. "Very well. You are so capable and impressive. I need not worry about you being bullied." Her expression was peculiar, akin to that of a family member, and Lin Lang, perplexed, could not fathom any connection between them. "Why are you so kind to me? We were not acquainted before." Yuxiang's face bore a look of anguish as she struggled to speak. "You resemble my little sister, so." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned her head slightly to hide her reddened eyes. Lin Lang felt a twinge of disbelief. It seemed odd to risk everything for someone merely similar, yet she did not voice her thoughts. "Where is she?" "She has passed away." Yuxiang's tone turned icy. Lin Lang awkwardly tugged at her hair. It was not a topic she should press further. "I'm sorry, the dead cannot be revived. Those who live must treat themselves well, lest they disturb the peace of those beneath." The Tianxiang Hall was lavishly adorned, with incense wafting from exquisite burners, creating a delightful ambience. Four portly men sat around a table, dressed in extravagant attire, eager to showcase their wealth. These were the wealthiest merchants in the city, notorious for their frequent visits to brothels, displaying a rather vulgar demeanor. One of the older men, clad in splendid garments, leered, "I've heard there is exceptional merchandise today. To miss it would be a lifelong regret. We have seen many beauties. What could possibly captivate our eyes?" "Well," the brothel keeper beamed with a smile, casting a flirtatious glance, "do not rush. I shall summon the ladies to greet you, esteemed gentlemen. They are merely preparing." The older man pinched his plump chin, feigning suspense. "If I am disappointed, you shall bear the consequences." The brothel keeper giggled incessantly, readily agreeing as she personally served fragrant tea. One man inhaled deeply, his eyes lighting up. "Is this the Dahong Pao from Wui Mountain? Such extravagance." A glimmer of an unknown light flashed in the brothel keeper's eyes as she smiled even more seductively. "Only such offerings are worthy of your esteemed status. It is indeed a rare treat. Do savor the flavor." Chapter 95. A friend in death is a friend indeed. The anxious brothel keeper hurriedly approached, urging, "Come in quickly." A group of older men gazed eagerly, and soon a graceful figure materialized before them. Clad in delicate, translucent lavender garments that hinted at her form without revealing too much, she floated as if ethereal. Her porcelain complexion exquisitely refined, and her flower-like lips vibrantly alluring. Her eyes sparkled like radiant stars. Although youthful, she possessed a unique beauty. Lin Lang lowered her lashes, remaining still and silent, her demeanor cool and aloof, akin to a climbing flower atop a lofty mountain, unreachable and majestic. The men's eyes brightened, filled with excitement. They had a penchant for such delicacies. Indeed, she was a little beauty, at the most innocent and playful age, and they clamored for her. "I want her. I like her. Take her." One elderly man tossed a stack of silver notes. Others, unwilling to be outdone, soon joined in, hurling money until the atmosphere grew tumultuous. The brothel keeper cast a furtive glance at Lin Lang. Noticing her indifferent expression, her heart quaked. Did these men not see the danger in such a girl? An irate voice from one of the men snapped her back to reality. "Qingyang, you must give us a clear answer. Who will you choose?" The brothel keeper internally lamented her predicament, realizing all her options were fraught with peril. When she hesitated, another elder interjected, "Name your price." What price could be set? Tonight, she could deliver whatever was desired. The bidding intensified until a cool, clear voice interjected. Is that true? Everyone turned, chuckling at the bold young girl. Speak freely, little miss. As long as you serve well, everything is negotiable. With a slight smile gracing her lips, Lin Lang replied, Very well, I demand all of your fortunes. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room, and the four old men stood frozen, incredulous. What did you say? Lin Lang tossed several papers from her sleeve, contracts of property transfer. I said, sign this paper, and your entire wealth will be mine, sparing your miserable lives. The fluttering papers landed before them, and their faces shifted dramatically. Anger, suspicion, and shock flooded their expressions. Preposterous. Qingyang, what is the meaning of this? These astute men quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The brothel keeper opened her mouth, ready to distance herself from the matter, but Lin Lang's piercing gaze silenced her. Lin Lang arched an eyebrow, a mocking smile curling her lips. Fools, can you not see such an obvious trap? If you wish to leave this place alive, you had best comply. Startled, they exchanged glances and stood in unison, brimming with indignation. We're leaving. Let us see who dares to stop us. They marched toward the exit, rage boiling within, planning to return with reinforcements. A sweet voice rang out behind them. 1, 2, 3, fall. Confusion washed over their faces, but before they could comprehend, darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed to the ground, rendered powerless. Sweat poured from their brows, their faces ashen. Only then did they realize they had been ensnared. Master Qian gazed up at the petite girl. Disbelief etched across his features. What have you done? Lin Lang feigned innocence, appearing like a naive girl. I've done nothing. It's unjust to wrong the good. Her demeanor was calm, her gaze unwavering, meeting their fury with clarity. Old Master Li's mind flickered with realization as he glared at the brothel keeper. The tea was poisoned. Qingyang, was it you? What is your motive? Another elder, bewildered, queried. We always had a pleasant relationship. If we offended you, speak, and we shall amend it. Faced with their ire, the brothel keeper trembled, feeling the chill of fear creeping down her spine. Desperately, she shook her head. It wasn't me. She was coerced, caught in a web of deceit. Lin Lang's voice rang out in mock surprise. Qingyang, what are you afraid of? They are ensnared by your soft fragrance. They won't escape this door. To kill or despair is entirely at your discretion. She feigned innocence, as if questioning the brothel keeper's courage, her demeanor naively playful. Yet the brothel keeper felt as though she had stepped into an icy abyss, panic coursing through her veins. To expose her intentions in front of everyone was clearly a scheme to eliminate her. She could never have anticipated such cunning from a girl so young. How terrifying. Not only had she dragged her into danger, but she had also secured numerous enemies. Such malice. Yet, the brothel keeper found herself devoid of any means to counter this predicament. Lin Lang, with a bright, cheerful tone, inquired, Qingyang, your plan has succeeded. How shall we proceed? We shall heed your commands. The men glared at the brothel keeper, their eyes seething with rage. Had looks possessed lethal power, she would have perished countless times over. The brothel keeper, on the verge of tears, felt utterly trapped, wishing for death, as escape seemed impossible. At this juncture, no matter what she said, they would not believe her. She closed her eyes, her voice hoarse, as if a weight had lodged in her throat. You should just sign. It may at least save your lives. She did not wish to perish. It seemed she could only let them meet their demise. A friend in death is a friend indeed, she thought. The only path forward was to eliminate them all, ensuring no future threats remained. The old men seethed with fury. They had merely sought pleasure, yet found themselves ensnared in a trap. This is absurd, Qingyang. I vow to oppose you until my last breath. While I draw breath, I shall fight you to the end, one declared vehemently. The brothel keeper felt a tight knot in her chest as she listened, growing increasingly alarmed. The atmosphere turned frigid. It seemed they were prepared to meet their demise. Lin Lang's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. This was the fate that awaited those who sought to take advantage of her. None would escape unscathed. Let us not be hasty in silencing them. First, let them sign. Upon hearing this, the old men's faces darkened further, shifting between shades of blue and white, a spectacle of despair. The brothel keeper, in agony, clutched her hair, feeling utterly hopeless. This enmity was sealed, oh woe. She was but a trivial figure, entangled in this tempest. With no retreat left, she pressed on, delivering a swift kick to one man's chest. Sign quickly, or your families will meet the same fate. Unable to contain his rage, the old man retorted, You wretched woman. The brothel keeper slapped him, leaving him dazed. 2 teeth knocked out. Blood spilled from his mouth as he gasped. "You are ruthless." Another elder, witnessing this, quickly interjected, "Hand over the antidote, and I will sign immediately." "Sign first," the brothel keeper replied, her expression icy. "First, the antidote." No one was foolish enough to yield. Chaos ensued. Observing the pandemonium, Linlang, with a thoughtful gleam in her eyes, suggested, "How about this? Provide half the antidote first, and once the signatures are secured, I shall give the rest." Could she still smile amid such turmoil? The brothel keeper felt a surge of despair. This girl was inscrutable, unlike anyone from this realm. Her actions and thoughts far beyond ordinary comprehension. She seemed to treat the entire affair as a game, reveling in the chaos without a hint of burden. Chapter 96. The deceptive brothel keeper. After signing the agreement and consuming the antidote, the group finally regained their freedom of movement. However, their faces darkened, and without uttering a word, they turned to leave. "Wait!" A commanding voice rang out. The individuals froze in their tracks, unsure of their next move. Linlang lifted her delicate chin, instructing them to leave all their belongings behind, retaining only a single piece of undergarment for each of them. Naturally, they were reluctant, but they were powerless in her domain. They were thoroughly searched, and their gold, silver, jewelry, and banknotes were stripped away, leaving them only with their clothes. Quite ruthless. They shivered in the cold, fuming as they stormed off. Linlang toyed with the precious metals and jewels, her eyes gleaming as she counted the banknotes, which totaled over 20,000 taels. The brothel keeper's eyes flickered with ambition as she mustered the courage to approach. "Miss Sue, I've completed my part of the bargain. Where's my antidote?" She dared not exhale, fearful of Linlang's refusal. Without looking up, Linlang tossed her a crimson pill, saying, "Here you go." The brothel keeper eagerly swallowed it and quickly retreated to a safe corner. Suddenly, she shouted, "Seize her!" The heavy doors were kicked open, and a throng of guards rushed in, each one wearing a greedy expression. Linlang stared in astonishment at the scene before her, momentarily dumbfounded. The brothel keeper, witnessing the chaos, felt a surge of triumph. All the humiliation she had suffered now transformed into a burning desire for revenge. Only by destroying Linlang could she alleviate her fury. "Miss Sue, you are still too naive. No matter how clever you think you are merely an ignorant little girl." Her head held high, she radiated disdain, completely shedding her earlier humility. "You are now in my grasp. You have caused me immense suffering, and I will not let you go. The days of countless humiliations await you." She loathed Linlang with an intensity that was palpable. She could not abide being manipulated like a puppet. She yearned to see Linlang trembling and begging at her feet, but it was clear that such a fantasy would remain just that, an illusion. Linlang, far from displaying fear, rested her chin on her hand, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, I forgot to mention, this is the antidote for this month, and it is only effective once a month." The brothel keeper felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her, her body swaying as she screeched, "What did you say?" Linlang smiled sweetly, explaining with feigned kindness, "In other words, your poison has not been cured and could strike at any moment." The brothel keeper felt darkness envelop her vision as she spat out blood, her entire being trembling. She had been thoroughly outwitted, and the humiliation was unbearable. Faced with such a cunning adversary, she realized there was no escape. Linlang's lips curled into a smirk, laden with mockery. "You think you can outsmart me? How naive. Do you truly believe those men will let you off the hook? Or do you intend to sacrifice me to quell their grievances?" Each word struck the brothel keeper like a hammer to her heart. She coughed up blood, her lips paling as she weakly denied, "No, that's not." Panic and shame surged within her. How could she, a seasoned veteran of the trade, suffer such a devastating defeat? Linlang had no intention of sparing her. After all, what good could come from a brothel owner? "You are quite foolish. Even if you shift all the blame onto me, they won't believe you." Alas, what can I say? I am but a child, innocent and endearing. Such shameless words escaped her lips with ease. The brothel keeper's mind spun, indignation boiling within her. She realized that once those men left, they would not take responsibility for their actions. "You truly are foolish." Linlang regarded her with pity. "You refuse to acknowledge your own stupidity. Such arrogance is laughable." "You." The brothel keeper's heart sank, unable to comprehend why they had to sign an agreement when she knew full well they would not honor it. Linlang's wicked smile resembled that of a cunning little fox. "What do you think?" The brothel keeper stood frozen, her mind a blank slate, grappling with the realization that she could never outmaneuver Lin Lang. This was a person who thought several steps ahead, a daunting adversary. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Was this all part of Lin Lang's plan? Did she need to go to such lengths to harm her when she was already poisoned? That night, the brothel keeper had accumulated a significant amount of animosity. The older gentleman believed she was the mastermind behind their grievances, fueling their desire for vengeance. Yet, no one would ever suspect that a mere 10-year-old girl orchestrated the entire scheme. Though it was the truth, no one would accept it. The inability to voice her suffering was the greatest tragedy of all. Can't you think a little more critically? Lin Lang regarded her with disdain, shaking her head slightly. I was merely curious about who would emerge victorious in a confrontation, the Grand Princess or those men. The brothel keeper felt her face flush with humiliation. The reasoning was too absurd and shameless. She was belittled, trampled upon, and struck down. To be bested by a child rendered her years of experience utterly meaningless. Lin Lang glanced at the darkening sky, stifling a yawn, her small hand covering her mouth as if she were on the verge of sleep. Is it this late? No wonder I'm so tired. It seems it's time for me to rest. I can no longer indulge you. Perhaps we shall meet again. With a casual wave of her hand, she departed, leaving those behind in a state of panic. Don't go. My antidote. Lin Lang did not look back, dismissing them carelessly. When the time comes, I will send it to you. If you were wise, you would understand how to proceed. Suddenly, she recalled something crucial. Oh dear. What about that girl from earlier? Bring her to me, she demanded with an air of authority, as if asserting her dominion over them. This time, the brothel keeper dared not offend her. Who knew what other tricks she had up her sleeve? She hesitated, her brow furrowed in distress. As if grappling with an unspeakable dilemma, Lin Lang's expression hardened, her demeanor frosty as she pressed. What? Is there a problem? The brothel keeper trembled at the coldness of Lin Lang's voice. And no, of course not. She immediately ordered her subordinates to bring Yuxiang before Lin Lang, not wishing to incite the young girl's wrath again. However, those sent to fetch her returned with disappointing news. They could not locate Yuxiang, who likely had hidden herself away. Lin Lang paused, contemplating. Hidden away? Is she avoiding me deliberately? Her thoughts became convoluted. Are you certain? The subordinate bowed deeply, not daring to lift his gaze. I would never deceive you. Mississippi Lin Lang's brow furrowed slightly. She desperately wanted to find Yuxiang. However, it was growing late, and lingering could lead to trouble. She cast a cold glance at the brothel keeper. Treat her well, and do not provoke my anger. The Emperor's wrath can devastate thousands. I may not rival him, but destroying a brothel and eliminating you all would not pose a challenge. This was a threat. Everyone understood it, including the brothel keeper, who dared not resist. She felt entirely at Lin Lang's mercy, realizing that facing such a formidable foe was akin to seeking a noose for a swift end. Lin Lang smirked, knowing full well that the brothel keeper valued her life too much to act rashly. Just a few steps away, the brothel keeper hastened to catch up, suggesting, It is quite late, and the outside is heavily restricted. Why not rest here for the night and depart in the morning? Too filthy. Lin Lang's two words silenced all her protests. Chapter 97. The heart of a phantom, though she remained indifferent to the thoughts of others. She still had to consider her own dignity, if only for the sake of those around her. The words spoken were harsh, yet the madam dared not voice her displeasure. In the dead of night, Lin Lang knocked on the door of Tongrentang. When Yu Yong and his wife beheld her, they were taken aback. Miss, is it truly you? What brings you here at this late hour? Has something happened? Yu Yong's wife hurried around her, offering tea and snacks that, though modest, were clean and well prepared. After sipping the hot tea, Lin Lang felt revived. I am quite famished. Please prepare me a bowl of noodles. Yu Yong's wife nodded vigorously. Of course, just a moment. Please rest for a while. The fragrant rib noodle soup was soon presented, with delicate noodles garnished with vibrant green scallions and topped with a golden fried egg. Lin Lang, overcome by hunger, devoured the entire bowl, relishing the broth until she sighed in satisfaction. It is nothing serious. Do not worry. I am merely tired. Please arrange for a room. I wish to sleep for the night. Certainly. As Lin Lang took a few steps, she suddenly recalled something and retrieved items from her embrace. These can be exchanged for provisions and will be grandly delivered to the Relief Bureau. A table piled high with gold, silver, and jewels sparkled magnificently. Yu Yong was momentarily stunned. Where did these come from? They resemble men's adornments. Yet, he refrained from questioning further, understanding that his mistress had her reasons. He merely hinted that such an act could easily be misconstrued as seeking fame and reputation. Lin Lang waved her hand dismissively. Do not forget, we are a medical establishment. Our duty lies in healing and saving lives. The clinic holds a unique position. What does it matter if we seek renown? As long as we can save lives. All else is negotiable. Yu Yong pondered her words, sensing a deeper understanding. The pharmacy had a storefront in front and a small courtyard behind, with 3 rooms on either side and 3 main rooms in the center. Yu Yong and his wife resided in the left wing, while the staff occupied the right. The central room had always remained unoccupied. Yu Yong's wife swiftly prepared the central room, lighting incense, ensuring it was tidy and devoid of dampness. Miss, the room is humble. I hope you can bear with it. After all, this was a county princess accustomed to the finest luxuries. Lin Lang indulged in a warm bath, her long hair damp as she wrung it dry with a cloth. I have lived in a dilapidated temple before, with holes allowing the cold wind to seep in, leaving me shivering. This is far better. Yu Yong's wife was taken aback. I thought you were born into wealth and privilege. I did not expect. With a beauty akin to a blooming flower, Lin Lang's demeanor and eloquence were refined, exuding an innate noble grace that distinguished her from others. Yet, she had never placed value on material possessions. Where she resided or what she consumed mattered little. In such times, life was arduous for everyone. Even a princess could not have everything go her way. A subtle smile played on Lin Lang's lips, a peculiar lightness in her laughter. In the Chun residence, candlelight flickered, casting elongated shadows. The grand princess wore her hair in an elaborate knot, adorned with shimmering phoenix hairpins. And around her neck hung a string of pearls the size of pigeons, each one lustrous and opulent. At that moment, she radiated triumph, declaring, Warner, I have avenged you. That wretched woman who caused you such suffering has received her due. I have repaid her 100-fold. From now on, she shall wallow in the dirt, desperate and miserable in that hellish place. Ha ha ha. Sume, your daughter will suffer a fate worse than death. This is the consequence of your attempt to steal my man. The woman, who had lain motionless, suddenly opened her eyes wide with both shock and joy. Mother, is this truly happening? Chin Warner was emaciated, her eyes unusually large, and her chin sharp, her complexion exceedingly poor. The grand princess tenderly stroked her daughter's head. Indeed, it is real. The brothel is a living hell, once one enters. There is no hope of escape. Overwhelmed with joy, Chin Warner sat up abruptly. This is wonderful. Thank you, mother, for avenging me. I have endured enough of this life. After such an incident, she had severed all ties with the royal family, never to return to the palace. The third princess, who had always looked after her, now regarded her as an enemy. All her close friends had distanced themselves, drawing lines between them, refusing to associate with her any longer. To make matters worse, the Empress Dowager had sent several elderly attendants to watch over her day and night, ostensibly to teach her propriety, but clearly to torment her. She could not even step outside the courtyard, let alone venture out for leisure. Rumors of her madness circulated outside, branding her a pariah. A shadow flickered in the grand princess's eyes as she turned to look outside. The Empress Dowager's appointed ones were lurking in the courtyard. They claimed to be teaching etiquette, but their true purpose was to gather information, keeping a close watch on the entire Chin family. She felt a surge of displeasure, realizing that every action required caution. She could only operate in secrecy. Yet, what could she do? They held the reins, leaving her with no grounds to refuse. Warner, continue your charade for a while longer. Once the rumors have dissipated, we shall arrange for your restoration. At that time, you may pursue whatever you desire. Chin Warner's eyes sparkled with an intense light. I want to be with Du Gingye. The grand princess could not help but smile wryly. Why are you still so infatuated? Warner, you may choose anyone, but Du Gingye is out of the question. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor would never permit it. Chin Warner's eyes filled with fury as she screamed in anger. I do not care. I must marry him. Mother, if I cannot be his wife, I will settle for being his concubine. I only wish to be near him. Her spirit was unnaturally high, bordering on obsession. The grand princess felt a surge of irritation. What was so special about him? Her daughter could never be a concubine. It was too humiliating. Yet, being a legitimate wife was utterly impossible, unless both the Emperor and Empress Dowager were to perish. Confronted with her mother's displeasure, Chin Warner, instead of feeling fear, asked with a hint of grievance, what is so good about father? Why must you marry him? The grand princess was momentarily taken aback, memories flooding her mind. Indeed, Chin Ping had taken a wife, yet she still clung to him, scheming to become his. She had sacrificed much, her reputation, power, and benefits, but she had no regrets. "Ah, you are too much like me," she sighed. Their unwavering determination to achieve their goals mirrored one another. Was this the cycle of fate, or merely the convergence of their destinies? Tears streamed down Chun Weiner's face as she implored, "Mother, please help me. This is my only request." The Grand Princess's heart softened. She had but one daughter. If she desired something, so be it, even if it meant resorting to theft or deceit. "This matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed slowly." Chun Weiner embraced her, her heart still filled with resentment. "Fine, I will heed your advice. If Yiga knows of Su Linlong's fate, he will surely be saddened. But fear not. With a girl like me, who understands him, he will find happiness." Suddenly, an elderly attendant burst in, panic evident on her face. "It is bad. Someone from the palace has arrived to summon you." Both the Grand Princess and her daughter turned pale at the sound. "Mother, has the news leaked?" Silence. The Grand Princess's expression turned icy. "Remember, we have done nothing wrong. What is there to fear?" Chapter 98. The Empress Dowager's Masterstroke. But Chun Wan-yi resembled a startled rabbit, her pale face betraying her shock. The Grand Princess lightly patted her shoulder, her expression indifferent. "I possess an amulet. My royal brother would not dare to harm me." Chun Wan-yi gazed at her mother in astonishment, opening her mouth but failing to utter a word. In the grand hall, Chun Ping wore a beaming smile as he conversed with the eunuch delivering the imperial edict, discreetly passing a few silver notes, but failing to glean any useful information. Chun Ping felt increasingly vexed. Recent events had been tumultuous, and his beloved daughter had acted audaciously, almost jeopardizing the entire Chen family. Chun Lian stood silently behind Chen Ping, his complexion somber, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Finally, the exquisitely adorned Grand Princess made her entrance. The eunuch, standing upright, proclaimed with a solemn countenance, "Grand Princess, the Empress Dowager summons you to the palace. Delay is not permitted." The Grand Princess knelt gracefully, declaring, "I, your humble daughter, accept the edict." Her demeanor was respectful, devoid of hesitation, and the eunuch nodded in satisfaction. As the group sped through the streets under the cover of night, they swiftly arrived at the imperial palace. The Grand Princess alighted from the carriage, opting for a sedan chair to directly enter the Sinang Palace. However, upon crossing the threshold, she was halted in the courtyard. An elderly palace maid performed a standard courtly bow and announced, "Grand Princess, the Empress Dowager is currently in discussion with someone. You must wait here." "With whom?" The Grand Princess's brow twitched, but her expression remained unchanged, smiling demurely. "I shall patiently await my mother's summons." The courtyard was vast and desolate, with two palace maids stationed at the entrance, their heads lowered, refraining from conversation. A chill night breeze swept through, causing the Grand Princess to shiver slightly, her brows knitting together as she adjusted her collar, casting an irritated glance towards the inner chamber. She stood for quite some time, the duration equivalent to 2 incense sticks burning, yet there was still no sign of movement. The elderly maid accompanying the Grand Princess felt indignant. How could there be no summons after such a lengthy wait? "Your Highness, what shall we do? It is freezing outside. Who can endure such cold winds? Besides, our esteemed lady is accustomed to luxury. What if she falls ill?" The Grand Princess felt increasingly uncomfortable, her body cold, her face numb from the chill. Yet she maintained her dignity, standing straight and composed, awaiting patiently. She began to grasp that the Empress Dowager was deliberately leaving her in the cold to assert her authority. Was it possible she truly knew that Su Linlang's disappearance was her doing? So what? Without evidence, she could not be accused. The elderly maid, advocating for her mistress, lamented, "How can the Empress Dowager treat you this way? This is clearly deliberate." The Grand Princess whirled around, glaring fiercely. "Silence. This is the Imperial Palace. Should anything occur, I cannot protect you." The elderly maid lowered her head, silenced by fear. After another incense stick's worth of time passed, just as the Grand Princess felt she could no longer endure, the old palace maid emerged, announcing, "The Empress Dowager summons you." Clenching her teeth, the Grand Princess stepped into the room, where the warmth enveloped her like spring, inducing a sneeze as she felt both cold and hot, discomforting her thoroughly. Yet she dared not reveal her feelings and knelt before the Empress Dowager. "Your humble daughter bows to you. Mother, I am unaware of the reason for your late-night summons." Her feet were numb, and kneeling was increasingly painful, causing her nose to itch. The Empress Dowager did not bid her rise, instead scrutinizing her from a superior position. "Linlang has gone missing. The Grand Princess had anticipated this. Upon hearing the words, she immediately feigned shock. What? Surely, Mother jest. How could someone go missing in the palace, the most secure place, with 3,000 guards? Not even a fly could escape. Her agitation was palpable, as if she were entirely ignorant of the situation. The Empress Dowager regarded her silently, her gaze stern. Gradually, the Grand Princess's voice diminished. Mother, why do you look at me so? I have not been sleeping well. It is true my complexion is poor. Wan Yi's incident has left me distressed. She caressed her cheek, bemoaning her plight, subtly shifting the topic away. The Empress Dowager had watched her grow from a spoiled little girl to a capricious young woman, ultimately becoming an arrogant Grand Princess who wielded her status to manipulate others. She had a devoted father who cherished her as his most prized possession. Had she been a prince, the late emperor would undoubtedly have bequeathed the throne to her. Such a princess, self-righteous and cunning, toyed with everyone around her, believing herself above consequence. The Empress Dowager spoke coolly. Wan Yi, though young and misguided, has led the Grand Princess astray, framing her classmates and deceiving the emperor. Yet, as she is a member of the royal family, I have spared her life. However, her actions have stirred discontent across the realm, with calls for severe punishment. Each charge carried the weight of death, and Wan Yi bore an uncanny resemblance to the Grand Princess, selfish, presumptuous, and delighting in petty tricks. Truly, she was oblivious to the consequences of her actions. The Grand Princess swayed unsteadily, her vision dimming. She had not anticipated the Empress Dowager would resurrect old grievances. Had they not been buried without a trace? She repeatedly pleaded, Mother, my daughter is innocent and naive. You have watched her grow. Surely you understand? Yes, she erred. But it was all due to Chen Linlang's scheming. Su Linlang has persistently harassed her. She only defended herself. She shifted all blame onto Su Linlang, portraying her daughter as the true victim, deserving of sympathy rather than scorn. Innocent and kind? The Empress Dowager scoffed. So, it is Su Linlang's fault. The third princess's fault, the emperor's fault, the fault of the entire realm's subjects? The Grand Princess trembled, sensing the threat in the words. I dare not speak thus. But Su Linlang is the true culprit, unforgivable in her crimes. Kneeling on the ground, she gazed up at the Empress Dowager with a pitiful expression, appearing utterly helpless. Yet, as a fellow woman, how could the Empress Dowager be swayed by such tactics? The Empress Dowager felt disdain. A once noble princess had been raised to mimic a favored concubine, devoid of any grace befitting her status. This was entirely her doting mother's fault. Kidnapping her? You dare challenge my dignity? You have transgressed a boundary by executing such an act under my very nose. Do you take me for? Her patience had reached its limit. She no longer wished to endure. The Grand Princess adamantly denied. I did not. Mother, you wrong me. The Empress Dowager was disinterested in her lamentations. Enough. If anything befalls Su Linlang, Wan Yi shall be imprisoned, and the 3 divisions will adjudicate her case. With her status, she no longer needed to reason with anyone. She was the Empress Dowager, the most esteemed woman in the empire, wielding unparalleled authority. Empress Dowager. The Grand Princess was a tempest of anger and shame, her face flushed with indignation. The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively, looking down upon her from her elevated position. Kneel and reflect. With tears of sorrow welling in her eyes, the Grand Princess implored, Empress Dowager, Wan Yi is your kin, a grandchild of the late emperor, not to be compared with a commoner. Kith. The Empress Dowager could not help but laugh, finding the statement ludicrous. Not only was there no blood relation, but they were also adversaries. The Dali Temple will arrive tomorrow at noon. Consider your standing. Come, escort the Grand Princess out. Chapter 99. Sacrifice and gain. The Grand Princess wrestled fiercely with her inner turmoil, calling out desperately, Mother, you must be reasonable. What does this have to do with me? Why must it implicate Wan Yi? Are you not afraid of what the world will say about your compassion? This was a blatant threat, and the faces of those present changed dramatically. However, the Empress Dowager remained composed, showing no signs of disturbance. Let the world know of your daughter's deeds. Every single one of them, she stated coldly. The Grand Princess spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, No. The Empress Dowager gazed silently at the flickering candlelight, her heart heavy with thoughts, and could not help but let out a soft sigh. The elderly maid who was massaging her back gently advised, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. It is not worth it. The Grand Princess was merely a woman spoiled by favor, possessing strength but lacking wisdom. Had she been more astute, She could have wielded her dark guards to turn the tides of the court, creating chaos. Yet, because she remained passive, it was challenging for the emperor to grasp any leverage against her. The old maid, being the Empress Dowager's confidant, could speak a few heartfelt words, and the Dowager did not conceal her displeasure. She was not only worried about her grandson's reaction upon learning of this matter, but also concerned about the security of the palace. The idea that a living person could be taken away unnoticed indicated the existence of special channels. With this thought, she found it hard to sleep. She was not angry but blamed the late emperor for his favoritism, giving all the dark guards to the Grand Princess, allowing her to act with impunity, even daring to stir trouble in the inner palace, disregarding both the Empress Dowager and the emperor. Such audacity was intolerable. Your Majesty, the old maid also harbored resentment towards the late emperor's foolishness, yet there were words the Dowager could express that she could not. The Empress Dowager cared most about the power the Grand Princess held and the connections left to her by the late emperor. Spoiled by the late emperor, the Grand Princess believed she could manipulate everyone in the world at will, daring to extend her reach into the inner palace. If she dared to reach out, she should be prepared to have her hand severed. Upon hearing this, the old maid immediately understood the Dowager's intent. The court would soon undergo another round of purging. The Grand Princess had not been this audacious before. She seemed to have lost her senses recently. However, one thing puzzled her. Sume was a thorn in her side, and her children were her Achilles' heel. It was no wonder she felt driven to madness. The old maid felt pity for the talented and intelligent Miss Su, wondering how such a bright future could be destroyed. A glimmer of helplessness passed through the Dowager's eyes. Everything lay in the hands of fate, and she hoped that the virtuous would receive divine protection. By the time they discovered the situation, it was too late. All traces had been meticulously erased. To investigate everything in a single night was nearly impossible. The only way to pressure the Grand Princess was to find the person quickly. As soon as the Grand Princess stepped out of the palace and into her carriage, she issued commands. Inform them to bring Su Linlang back. The old maid hesitated. Princess, have we invested so much effort, only to have it wasted? This is too humiliating. The Grand Princess clenched her teeth, her expression terrifyingly grim. I too am unwilling. But she has seized my Achilles' heel. Wani is my life. With a sigh, the old maid had no further words and jumped off the carriage to carry out her orders. The Grand Princess suddenly called out to her, wait. Bring her back by noon tomorrow. Tonight. The Grand Princess's gaze darkened, glinting like a wolf's eyes in the night, terrifyingly sinister. Find more people to accompany her. Remember, the uglier and more despicable, the better. Yes. The Grand Princess's cold voice echoed ominously. Su Linlang, after tonight, even if you survive, your life will be worse than death, a withered flower, a fallen willow, destined to be a joke. Unbeknownst to her, Linlang slept soundly through the night, without a single dream. When she awoke, she brushed her hair in front of the mirror. Without Shaolian present, she could not style her hair. So she simply tied it into a braid and adorned it with a pearl hairband, radiating youthful beauty, untouched by powder, yet still strikingly elegant. Breakfast was brought in by Yu Yang's wife, simple yet delightful. A bowl of plain congee, a plate of tender scrambled eggs, a plate of cured sausage, and a plate of meat floss. All were Linlong's favorites, and she consumed it all. As Yu Yang's wife cleared away the dishes, she cautiously stole glances at her. Every movement of the young lady was graceful, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. My lady, will you not return to the palace today? Linlang rubbed her wrist, a flicker of mysterious light in her eyes. Not returning, I will stay away for as long as I can. Yu Yang's wife did not wish to pry or inquire further. This young lady was their savior and their master. They would comply with whatever she commanded. Then I will instruct the staff not to enter the back courtyard. You may stay as long as you wish. Linlang rested her chin on her hand, her thoughts turning over numerous times. She fetched a few medical books, declaring, I wish to study diligently. Yes. After bringing the books, Yu Yang's wife hesitated before speaking again. My lady, I have an ungracious request. What is it? Linlang casually flipped through the ordinary medical texts, though a few prescriptions piqued her interest. Yu Yang's wife stammered. I have been married to my husband for 3 years without a child. I feel guilty towards my family. If it is my fault, then I. Linlang looked up, curiosity apparent in her eyes. What do you wish to do? She had encountered many women, some virtuous, some selfish, and some fierce. However, regardless of their nature, they all placed their lives' worth upon their husbands. Yu Yang's wife bit her lip in anguish, struggling to utter, I wish to request a divorce. to allow both of us a way out. Linlang was taken aback, studying her closely for the first time. She was quite pretty, of average height, and a capable woman managing household affairs and cooking well. This was a standard woman of ancient times. How could she harbor such unconventional thoughts? Yu Yong cherishes you. He will likely not let you go. Lost in her own sorrow, Yu Yong's wife replied instinctively, all men desire their children. No matter how much my husband cherishes me, he will eventually regret it. I do not wish for us to blame each other and suffer in the future. That is not what I desire. For reasons unknown, she did not perceive Linlang as a naive child, but felt compelled to share her innermost thoughts. Perhaps Linlang's formidable presence overshadowed that of most adults. Seeking assistance from the strong was a natural instinct. Linlang propped her chin in her hand, her large, bright eyes, clear as spring water, gazing intently. You would truly be willing to leave him? Yu Yong's wife wore a pained expression. I would hesitate, but it is the best choice. Linlang was surprised. She had not expected her to possess such grace and discernment. I do not even know your name. Yu Yong's wife was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion crossing her face. I only have a nickname, Sanyang, Tang Sanyang. My lady, please help me. She knelt before Linlang, her face a portrait of desperation, placing all her hopes upon her. Chapter 100. Transcendence. I shall first take your pulse, Linlang said decisively, appreciating the forthrightness of such a woman. After a lengthy examination, she fell into silent contemplation, while Sanyang felt her heart suspended in trepidation, caught in a state of anxious uncertainty. Miss, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I can bear it. Linlang set her hand aside and took a sip of tea. You suffer from coldness in your palace. You have endured chill in the past and failed to nurture your health properly, thus leaving you with lingering ailments. Indeed, it is my fault. Sanyang's eyes dimmed, a shadow of sorrow creeping in. I should not delay Yonggu any longer. Suddenly, the door swung open and a figure rushed in. What do you take me for? There are no children, but having you is sufficient. You are of utmost importance. Yu Yong grasped his wife's hand, his expression filled with fervor. Sanyang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yonggu, you will regret this in the future. Yu Yong held her hand firmly, pondering how she had leapt into the icy river in the dead of winter to save him. Her deep affection for him made it impossible for him to be cruel. If I let you go now, I shall indeed regret it. Yonggu, Sanyang's tears of gratitude cascaded down, and she collapsed into his embrace. Linlang leaned back in her chair, smiling at the scene, reassured that true affection still existed in this world. The noise of weeping was quite bothersome, yet it was merely a trivial matter. They could plead with her. The couple exchanged a glance, suddenly enlightened, and both knelt. We beseech you, Miss, for your assistance. We shall forever remember your kindness. Linlang laughed heartily. Very well, I am a benevolent mistress. You have chosen the right path. I guarantee you shall bear many healthy sons. For her, this was but a small case. Sanyang felt both shy and elated. Her face flushed. Mississippi. Linlang pondered for a moment, then took up a pen and inscribed several lines on paper. This is the prescription. Take 12 doses first, and I shall observe the results. In 6 months, you shall be healed. Yu Yong was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss, for your immense kindness. We are eternally grateful. After drifting for half a lifetime and enduring hardship for so many years, they had finally encountered a benefactor. Linlang waved her delicate hand and, with sparkling eyes, declared, I desire milfai and red bean cakes. It must be said that Sanyang was an excellent cook, always able to prepare her favorite flavors. It shall be ready soon. Please wait. Sanyang beamed and hurried out. Yu Yong glanced toward the door and lowered his voice. Miss, the atmosphere in the city feels peculiar. You should refrain from venturing out for the next few days. He had never underestimated Linlang. She was too clever and formidable. Linlang toyed with her teacup, her thoughts swirling. You should also exercise caution and gather more intelligence. Understood. By the way, I have a task for you. Please instruct me, Mississippi. In the residence of the Duke of Zhennan, early in the morning, Chun Wan-yi was already awake, her spirit restless as she gazed anxiously at the door. Her usually frosty countenance bore a hint of joy, as though she had encountered some delightful event. The Grand Princess affectionately served her a dish, but Chun Wan-yi ate it without relish, her thoughts seemingly adrift. Wan-yi, do not be anxious. The person will arrive shortly. You may vent your anger as you wish, but do not resort to violence. Chun Wan-yi's spirit surged, her brows unfurling. Resorting to violence was the most primitive approach. She had countless ways to strike from the shadows. Understood. Merely thinking of Su Linlang being bullied excites me immensely. Su Linlang, today is your day of reckoning. The Grand Princess observed her increasingly withdrawn and morose daughter, her heart aching at the sight. Do not speak of this in front of your father. With relatives visiting, Chen Ping dined with his son in the outer hall, leaving the mother and daughter to eat together. Chen Wan Yi, feeling defiant, retorted, "What of it if I say something? They have long severed ties. We are as strangers now." The Grand Princess sighed inwardly, realizing her daughter remained naive. Though you may feel this way, you must not leave your father with the impression that you are unfriendly to your siblings. It will not benefit you. A woman's most important support is her father and brothers, her maternal family. This notion was still lost on Chen Wanyi. She only knew that her life was unsatisfactory, making her resentful of everyone. Humph, when trouble arises, he does not help me, only hiding at home. What use is such a father? She even blamed Chen Ping for giving birth to Su Linlang, wishing he had extinguished her life at birth. Since that incident, her temperament had shifted dramatically, becoming obsessive and terrifying. Smack! The Grand Princess slapped her daughter's head. Regardless, he is your biological father. You have no right to look down upon him. The Grand Princess felt disappointment and heartache at her daughter's thoughts. Chen Ping cherished this daughter, investing much care and attention in her. Yet, Chen Wanyi only perceived his shortcomings, forgetting the tender moments they had shared. Chen Wanyi felt aggrieved, but dared not voice it further. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." The Grand Princess, seeing her daughter acquiesce outwardly but not inwardly, was about to soften her tone when a voice interrupted. "Enter, Your Highness. Su Linlang is missing." The servant bowed his head, trembling with fear. Like a clap of thunder, both the Grand Princess and her daughter turned pale, exchanging astonished glances. The Grand Princess doubted her ears. "What did you say? Repeat that." The servant quaked, unable to raise his gaze. "She has gone missing. She is not in the Yuquixuan." The Grand Princess sat in stunned silence, unable to process the information. How is this possible? It cannot be. She distinctly recalled that the previous night, it had been stated that everything was proceeding as planned. In just one night, how could everything have changed? What had Qing Yang said? Yuquixuan was her stronghold for gathering intelligence, procuring information, and bribing officials. As far as she knew, Yuquixuan was well defended, with layers of security. How could it simply vanish? The servant, trembling with fear, spoke cautiously. She entered Yuquixuan, but was quickly rescued. The Grand Princess was momentarily stunned. Who did this? Could it be Du Guyi? If it were Du Guyi, it would be a grave problem. This little tyrant was reckless and capable of committing any act. Chen Wanyi's heart raced with anxiety. The servant shook his head. It should not be him. The Crown Prince is still unaware of this matter. The Grand Princess secretly sighed in relief, but still questioned. How could there be such a skilled individual by her side? Initially, there had only been a small maid attending her, with no one else present. Could it be a master from the palace? No, that is impossible. The Empress Dowager is unaware, so it should not be an expert from within the palace. The servant could not articulate clearly, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease about the situation. The Grand Princess gazed outside, the sun climbing higher in the sky. Remembering the Empress Dowager's words, she felt a surge of urgency. She could not allow her daughter to suffer in any way. Quickly search for her. We must locate Su Linlang, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Ensure she is found by noon. Dispatch everyone. The servant hesitated. Your Highness, this may not be wise. Within the palace,